Welcome to day 2 of the Titanx conference. A little bit of a hiccup there with StreamYard. But yeah, how's it going, guys?
Oh, what's going on? Jake, we got you to start.
Yeah, we did a little warm-up yesterday, 12 hours, just get the muscles going. And now we can do the real
12 hours. You were saying that you had to go and do some deving after you got off the stream, that your workday was only starting. Were you actually having to go and do more stuff, were you?
Yeah, but then I just crashed. I just crashed. I put my head on the pillow. I'm like, I'm gonna lay down for a second, and then I was gone.
And then you woke up tomorrow.
That's the way to do it. I know. Even after 3.5, 4 hours yesterday, I was exhausted. It was quite intense. You know, there's a lot of information. You're trying to keep up with everything. You know, there's a lot of alpha to take in as well. You can't just sit here idle. You've got to be learning yourself. So yeah. What did you think? What did you think of the first day yesterday? Well, I think we had about 4,000 people tune in at one stage. Maybe 40 odd speakers yesterday. A resounding success. How did you find it?
Mo, go first.
Mo.
I was waiting on you because I wasn't going to interrupt for once. It was great. I think we talked about it on the earlier part of the stream we got off, but I don't know if it did. But I was super psyched to have the two ladies on the stream yesterday. That gave a different energy and a different vibe that we haven't had before. And it was awesome. It was just totally great to see that happen. And I want to see more of it. So I hope we're going to see more. I know we got more ladies in the community. So maybe we can get an all-female stream at some point. That would be absolutely legit.
That would be pretty legit.
I'm excited about everything. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, Jake, you seem to love the numerology section yesterday. You were like,
oh, yeah.
More, I want more. Jay Gold did a great job explaining some of the numerology stuff. I know you build it into all the protocols, and I know a lot of the builders all try to do the same. They try to use a lot of this numerology stuff. It goes over my head, but you were really loving that yesterday.
Oh, man, yeah. I didn't want the numerology section to stop. I was writing. I was like, I want more Jay Gold. God damn it. Because I love it. The way he speaks as well is like very harmonious. You get like in trance almost.
I was in a trance.
I took a few screenshots of your big smiling face during that just to keep them. So day 2 today, we're going to follow pretty much the same format as yesterday. The Accelerate team have taken over the first 3 hours here today. Then we're going to have Steve Defa and his team back on we're going to have a break between the 2 sections just to give everybody time to go and tune in to the weekly Twitter space, Plan A and Mike Dean. And we don't want to take the limelight away from those guys. They've been putting the work in, week out over on Twitter. So I think it's just kind of, a great idea that we all switch off for an hour here on stream and go and listen to the guys doing the weekly spaces. And then back on here, Steve Defa and his team will be on, and then Smooth and Crypto will be taking over the last 3 hours then after that. So pretty much the same format, different panels, plenty of different people, plenty of different speakers, and lots of different topics to cover again today. Did you get a good night's sleep, Mo, did you?
Hey, we sleep in 2026. Let's fucking go. I'm not worried about sleep right now.
You know, I love his glasses. It's like genuine cool Mo.
It's genuine. I can't keep my eyes open, Mo. So we're rocking the sunglasses. You don't see how dead to the world I am.
What else from yesterday stood out for you guys? Anything else in particular?
Well, the numerology one really got me. That's why I let him talk.
100%. The numerology one was big, but then the other big one was just general camaraderie across the builders. All the builders were on, we were all talking, vibing, talking about each other's stuff. That is so cool to see. I think if you're an outsider and you're looking at the community and you see all the builders and founders like talking to each other, hyping each other up, talking about the future, etc., I think that should build a lot of like belief in the future. Because if we're working together like this now, just imagine what it's going to be like once we have 50, 100 builders. Which is kind of like, that's exponential curves.
Yeah. Did we get any new holders? Did the holder count go up at all yesterday?
Oh, yeah. A lot. So when we started
the stream,
when we started the stream, it was roughly 18,030. Now we're at 18,179. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that
for a
is
day's work.
a good one. Yeah, there was somebody saying yesterday we should just leave the stream running forever. There's one person come on after another. There's probably enough people and enough, like you say, camaraderie to actually make that happen. You know, there is a group over on Pulse Chain that kind of just do that with their Twitter spaces. They have a Twitter space open all the time. One co-host comes in after the previous one. A lot of work, but yeah, it would be good for adoption possibly. Although Steve DeFi had an idea as
I
well.
did want to give it.
Go ahead.
My bad. I thought you were something. I was going to say I want to give a shout out to the TA section at the end. That was actually really interesting. I was off screen most of the time, just staring, eating it up. That was like a little class section for me. It was awesome.
I was, I was in bed by that stage. Was that the Verse giving his technical analysis on some of the ecosystem coins?
Yep. Yeah, it was really good.
Sweet. Okay. Well, we'll bring up our first. Go ahead.
What's the panels for today? Like the topics?
Titanx, that's the topic.
Yeah, the first, obviously, the first topic here that we're going to discuss today is mainly just Titanx. The main sort of what is so strong within Titanx. I've got a range of different topics here that we can discuss. But we want to we'll bring up our first guest, get into our first panel. Callum, Bad Sports, you coming on to join in here too?
Hello, everyone.
Welcome, Callum. Yep. How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Yeah, doing great.
So he's got the sunglasses too.
Yeah, he's got the sunglasses, hats, and beards. I have none of the above.
Next time you gotta have one of.
Welcome to the stream, Callum. You know, you've burst onto the Titanx scene in a flurry of streaming, building, tweeting. You're doing a great job. How did you decide to? How did you find Titanx, and what made you decide to start building?
Yeah, so it was literally a 30-second clip. Like, it was the smallest clip ever, and it just briefly said, "This is a new project. You should check it out." And it was Carl Chase, the guy that spoke about it, and he just said he was talking about Jake, and he was like, "This guy seems like." He wasn't even talking about the project. He was just saying, "This guy Jake seems like he knows what he's doing. I would go and check it out." And I was like, "All right, I'll go check it out." And I've just been investing here and there in the sidelines, and I thought, you know what, I've got this idea. Let's start building. I think this is going to be a really unique opportunity that I want to take advantage of. Yeah, and I'm happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, did you watch most of the conference yesterday?
I caught bits and pieces, but I mean, it was so long. It was so long.
Yeah, I know.
I missed
don't tell me.
I missed the numerology bit.
On that, it's really important that anybody watching, there was a lot of talk about community yesterday, and everybody pulling their weight and working for their bags and adding value, all this kind of stuff. So if there was any parts of yesterday that you watched, I would recommend plead to people to go and start clipping some of the stuff from yesterday. Like Callum said, 12 hours is a lot of content. It's a lot of talking. And there was so much great stuff within that. And I already know some of the builders and some of the streamers from yesterday are already on clipping their favorite parts. But if you want to help add something to the marketing of this wonderful ecosystem, do feel free to go onto YouTube from yesterday, take a few clips from any parts of the show that you particularly liked and share them out on Twitter. There was just so much alpha yesterday, and it is difficult to pinpoint the best parts of yesterday. So I'll definitely be looking forward to seeing what people actually put out and what clips get picked out from the whole 12 hours yesterday. Is that the first time you've done a 12-hour stream, Jake?
Yep, 100%. Yeah, the community, because I think the longest one I did was like 8 hours or whatever. But it's important with these big streams that the community gets together and clips them up so we can share them all over Twitter. You can post them on Twitter, you can post them on YouTube, then other people are going to take them, they're going to post them on TikTok, etc. Because somebody needs to put in the effort to make the clips, and then the clips are very easy to turn into shorts and stuff. Because I've seen people do that all over the place. So the community is picking up the streams that we're doing, they're cutting out the alpha pieces, posting it as clips, and other people are taking the clips, they're doing shorts with it. This is community marketing, man. We are the marketing department.
Yeah. So, Callum, what is? Do you want to give us a quick, not get into the details? Do you want to give us a quick overview of what it is you're building?
Yeah, sure. So, put simply, it's going to be a hybrid sort of Dragonx and Vault. It's going to have a stake in Blaze, Flux, and Titanx, and the rewards it gets from that is going to be split between maintaining the stakes and fueling the Phoenix buy and burn. So when the Phoenix buy and burn is triggered, it's going to buy Phoenix off the market and split that 50-50. 50% of it is burnt, 50% of it goes to an auction balance. Starting after the mint phase, the auction balance is going to be auctioned off 2.5% a day, and hopefully that keeps growing, and there'll be 4 different streams of incomes coming in to Phoenix to fuel the buy and burn. So hopefully it will get really deflationary.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even for somebody like me that's chatting to people all the time in the community, you kind of come out of nowhere. I couldn't believe it that you know, you bounced on the scene with a couple of YouTube streams, and then next thing you've got a project, not even just a white paper. The thing's almost built and ready for audit. It just did anybody in particular help you sort of pull this together, or, you know, because it's no mean feat to, you know, for a young guy like yourself to be able to pull all this together. You know, did you reach out to community members? What did you do to actually make this happen? Because I haven't done it myself. It's very, very difficult, especially the first time you do it.
Yeah, definitely huge shout out to Mike Dean. He's been the most useful person I could possibly. Without him, it would just be an idea in my head still. I reached out to him with the idea, and he helped me tweak it bits here and there, and then he connected me with other people. I spoke to Steve, and then from there it's just grown. He gave me the good connections. So for me, I've had a very unique position, and it's been much easier than I think someone starting out. But I think I'd give a message to anyone looking to build or stream. It's not as difficult as you think. Like, everyone's really supportive, and if you've got a good idea that's unique and you think can add value to Titanx, I think you should just go for it, because now is the time. We're about to hit hyper deflationary, and this is like a once in a lifetime, I think, opportunity. So take it.
Yeah, well said.
This is important for new people, because a lot of people have ideas for building, but they don't know where to start. Start by reaching out to people in the community. They're all happy to talk, and if you have an actual genuine idea, they're happy to help. If you're just kicking the tires, and then you're kind of like you feel like you have an idea, but you can't even word the idea. Because even with Callum, we did a stream together, and then in the back room, like, hey, you want to talk about Phoenix? And he came out, and he was already starting building. We tweaked a little bit of the game theory to make it a little bit better. Phoenix is a cool idea. So it's essentially but it's the hyperdeflationary protocol built on top of Inferno that uses 3 different stakes to buy and burn itself, similar to Dragonx, but instead the stakes are based on Flux, Titanx, Blaze. So that's the income source that buy and burn Phoenix. As it buy and burns, it routes through Inferno. It's built within the Inferno kind of section of Titanx, and it has a perpetual auction. It's very innovative. So like, people should follow his path and just start reaching out to people, talk, and then you'll make the connections. You'll find your developer team. Like, I think he's working with Accelerate in the background.
No, not Accelerate. It's Decentra. So if you go to decentra.com, that's the people that I'm working with, basically. Yeah.
So like, we have a bunch of development teams like that are specializing in build on Titanx. So Decentra is one, Accelerate is one, Eric's team is another one. Like, we have all of these like existing developers that have done stuff in the ecosystem that has been secure, that want to build more. It's cool, man. Like, we're like building our own little builder infrastructure around it. So cool.
Yeah, so there were a few things we'll talk about. The first panel here, we just want to kind of get into a bit more detail about Titanx. Hopefully we've got a few new people tuning in to catch up. So, you know, community strength is kind of one of the biggest things that we've got. You know, we talked about it a lot yesterday, but it really cannot be ignored as one of the biggest things that's happening, is that just the community pulling together, you know, passionate people that are really, just like Callum there, you know, they're coming up with ideas and people wanting to add value. Has anybody got anything to say? Sort of, we've got 10 quick topics to kind of cover, and community strength. Anybody want to hit on, you know, what they feel about the strength of the community in Titanx?
I mean, I'll go first.
Go ahead.
It's unmatched. It's unmatched. I mean, tell me any community that's like this anywhere in crypto. I mean, this is an entire ecosystem that's building itself symbiotically, so that everybody benefits everybody, in that you're all working towards the same goal. I mean, I've never run into this in crypto where everybody's on the same path. I mean, yeah, everyone's got their same everyone has their individual goals, but we're all on the same path of burning as much Titanx as possible and removing it off the market. And to see us go through these variations, and now where we are at this new iteration where all the protocols that come out that are accepted are completely symbiotic to another protocol, let alone the overall ecosystem itself. Yeah, this community is absolutely unmatched. The amount of builders we have coming out of our own community, just absolutely wild. I was excited to see like more streamers come up, and then the first new streamer comes up is a builder. Yeah, I'm the same way, where he pulled me on stream. He's like, "Hey, can we talk afterwards?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And he's like, "Hey, here's a polished 99% done. Like, I'm ready. Let's just put it through the ringer and let's get it done." And I was like, "Holy crap, where did this kid come from?" This is our community. This is the power of the community we have, and it's absolutely amazing. That's what I think.
And I would just like to add on top of that, it's honestly, in my experience, it's been so good. I've just reached out to everyone. I haven't had any bad experiences. Like when I reached out to Mo, he was just like, "Yeah, sure, let's do a stream." Reached out to Jake, he was like, "Yeah, let's do it." Everyone is so positive and helpful because we all have the same goals. And I think the reason we're seeing so much on Twitter and so many green circles and everyone talk about it is everyone's excited. No one's getting paid to do that. Everyone's just excited and they know where we're going. So yeah, I'm just excited to be a part of it for sure.
Yeah, in fact, one of my favorite clips from yesterday would have been Jake shouting "fuck the KOLs." there was a few great clips. Community, grassroots, organic growth, and just people working together hard. Sharing each other's content. Things like clipping tweets. Or clipping YouTube streams, all that kind of stuff. Everybody stepping up and doing their part. It really is one of the things that's setting us apart from a lot of what else is out there. Okay, innovative tokenomics is another thing. The ideas that the builders are coming up with. It's not just I'll come up with an idea, I'll throw it out. The tokenomics that are just getting improved on every time. Now you've touched on this many times in the past, Jake, that you try to set an ethos from the start, a builder ethos. There's core principles within, and then the builders are you took all the best parts of from projects that you liked, and the builders are all taking that sort of same train of thought and always looking at what has worked in the past and worked even within our own ecosystem and making changes to it and trying to improve again and again. And we are seeing it happen as the ecosystem grows. So anybody want to mention anything on innovative tokenomics within the Titanx ecosystem? Go for it, Mo.
No, I'm pointing up and I'm pointing to the left. These guys.
Go ahead, tell them.
Yeah, I'll go first. Yeah, sure. I think the way I see it is because before, even when we had the stream, when I had my stream with Jake, he was like, "I can't believe what Dragonx has done." When it came on and I had this idea and he was like, "Wow, this is so unique." And I think we're just seeing that as more builders come in, that's just going to be like exponential and it's just going to grow and grow and grow. And everyone's kind of taking good ideas here and there and developing them. And I think we're going to reach this pinnacle where we just get it right. Like we've only been going for a year. Imagine bear market of everyone building, everything adding up to just something absolutely crazy. Like 1 year and we've seen this much happen. We've seen Volt come out and just take over. We've seen Dragonx. We've seen everything. And I think, yeah, give it another year, 2 more years. It's just going to be more and more innovation. And I'm just, it's really exciting to see.
100%.
Go on, Jake, say something.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a bunch of builders learning from each other. Because like Callum was mentioning with Dragonx, I didn't see Dragonx coming from a mile away. Eric just all of a sudden like, "Oh yeah, I'm launching this Dragonx thing." I'm like, "Wait, what the fuck? Where did this come from?" And then I was like, "Damn, that's actually a genius idea." I love the idea, and I'm like, "Damn, this is what you get when you put a bunch of like bright minds together that have different backgrounds. They come up to different conclusions, and now everybody's just taking the best ideas. Like even Ouroboros, it took Liquidity, which is one of the biggest decentralized lending platforms on Ethereum. He tweaked it, made it way better. He didn't lazy for the code. He made it way better, made it specifically for our ecosystem, because people are tired of unfair, corrupt, shadow figure, insider, VC, dump machine tokens and ecosystems that they don't even want to build on it. They just want to look at it. Okay, what are they building? How can we bring it back to home? How can we bring it back to our community? Fair, grassroots, built from the ground up, self-incentivized, self-organized. So people are just taking the best ideas from everywhere and figuring out, okay, how can we incorporate this within our home, which is Titanx, and build on Titanx. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of inspiration from the builders.
When you look back, Dragonx, the thing about, we're talking, tokenomics and innovation, DragonX was so simple. Such a simple idea, such a simple protocol. Even like, you know, it didn't even need a Mike Dean schematic diagram to explain it. It was that simple. So you don't need to.
And people still didn't get it. It's the simplest fucking thing, and people still didn't get it and funded it for 7 weeks. Oh man, yeah.
So
hey, can I ask you a question, Jake? In the very beginning, like I knew you had a vision for building Titanx. Did you think you were going to have almost? I mean, are we past 20 now? How many protocols we have now live? Yeah. What was your timeline? Were you like, maybe in 2 years I'll have 20? Now we're.
I expected it to come from Titanx doing well and builders getting more well funded through being in the ecosystem and being put into like better financial situations when it comes to crypto. But the amount of builders is just unseen. Even the mastermind, I didn't expect so many builders to come out of the mastermind. There was no conversation about building on Titanx, and all of a sudden they self-organize, and now we have this Blaze monster and all the little monsters operating within the ecosystem. Man, like that came out of nowhere. Because even like Blaze took like 7 months ish to build, and now it's like you guys like split up a little bit, and you're still working together, but everybody's building their own protocol. That has been like it's you know, like you have these like little grenades where when the grenade drops, it drops like all these little smaller grenades. That's like the Blaze team. So we're doing this, and then
cluster bomb.
Yep, exactly.
I love it.
Yeah, the mastermind.
Right there.
The mastermind. It was quite surprising. There wasn't. You're right. There wasn't much chat in the mastermind about building. But the thing is, with the mastermind, it was you know yourself in there. Kind of the same as many people in crypto. You just get obsessed. It takes over your life. So there was many people in there that just saw opportunity. A lot of business people in there, entrepreneurs in there, people that had a bit of money behind them as well to go and fund building and stuff like that. And I think that did help. Once I think the biggest part of it came from the early success. You know, the adoption of Titanx at the start. As soon as it kicked off at the beginning, everybody was like, right, because there was like let's be honest, we were in the bear market, and it was taking a long time to come. You know, a lot of people had been through a lot of pain. We didn't know whether Titanx was going to be a success or not. You know, not everybody had unwavering belief at the start, but once they seen the adoption and seen the amount of miners that could start it, everybody was like, whoa, there's an opportunity here. We better get our fingers out of our asses and do something. There's a wave to ride here.
100%.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing. Once you have the community and once you have the users, there's no limit really. Because everybody wants community, everybody wants users. And then the cool thing about our ecosystem is the moment you build, instant support, instant marketing, instant streaming, instant people want to support your protocol, instant people talk about it. Like that usually takes like months or years to build, and you need to start paying people to do it. And this is just default. And even now, you'll be able to be included into farms. You'll be included into lending protocols, multi-collateral lending protocols. Like this, it's just becoming better and better for future builders to join. It's so good.
And Callum? What's your favorite tokenomic you've seen so far, or your favorite little aspect of a project that's been released so far? Is there anything that stands out?
Has to be DragonX. That is because I love the sustainability and longevity of it, because no matter what, it's pretty much going to have majority stake of Titanx. And if you're bullish on Titanx and you think that's going to survive in the future, then you should be bullish on DragonX. And I really like the sustainable nature of some of these projects, that you can look really long term and know that they're still going to be there chugging along as long as Titanx is still around. That's what I really like and what I look to invest in. I have more of like a long-term mindset. That's what I prefer. Longevity, for sure.
Yeah, see, on that, I mean, just in terms of that, I'll throw this in. We never really talk much about Blaze. You know, it's kind of like the one of the original projects that didn't take off and get really, really big adoption at the start, and it was kind of difficult for it to gain steam after that. But Blaze is one of these little powerhouses just working away in the background. The thing works flawlessly. I know Mo's got his Blaze hat on. The people that did actually come into Blaze at the start and participate heavily have always historically done very, very well from the stake and payouts and Blaze. And that was, again, you know, it feels like it feels like such a long time ago, like a distant life that whenever we were launching Blaze. But yeah, it's still, when you talk about longevity, those auctions still close out the market value pretty much every single day. There's hardly a day goes by when the auctions don't get utilized there's enough comes into the auctions to close out the market value. And that again is one of the things that, again, Volt took a lot of inspiration from Blaze and tried to improve on it as well. And that's just a perfect example of, Steve DeFi taking an idea and something was already built and seeing what worked within it and tried to improve it again.
Blaze is only 3.8 months old.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. We were so, like, yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, sorry, my days get mixed up so much these days. But we were talking about Awesome X. It hadn't even come to its third mint cycle, and it was only 12 days old. But it felt like it was months and months and months ago that it actually launched. It's just how quickly. I think probably it comes from these 18, 19-hour days that everybody's doing. That a day feels like a week.
100%.
Hey, let's go back to Blaze for 1 second, because that protocol still isn't quite understood. The power of that protocol in the staking is allowing me to pull a partial salary every 8 days. Like, that's just what, like Jake was talking about how his girlfriend's got a salary from farming. Yeah, I got a partial salary going from farming. I got a partial salary going from Blaze. I mean, the things in this ecosystem are just amazing if you really sit down and really study it. There's some amazing opportunities here.
When it comes to the DeFi playground, already there's just so many places that you can go, and you can on a daily basis do little small plays for a quick gain here and there. You can jump into a lot of, obviously, your mining protocols for long term, but there are opportunities in the ecosystem every single day. It is it's a DeFi enthusiast's wet dream, basically, what we've got going on, and it's just getting bigger.
Yeah, I think before I could understand everything and keep my head on top of everything, and I could try and find the best plays. But now there's just too much going on. You see something show up and you're like, oh, fuck, why did I miss that? I forgot that even existed. And then that's just happening all over. And yeah, I think that's just going to keep expanding as more people come. I do have one question. Do you guys think there's a situation where there's so many projects that don't add too much value? So there's more quantity over quality. And how do you think we kind of force the quality more?
I'll give a quick answer on that. My take is that it doesn't really matter, because anything that's not good will fall away very, very quickly.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate that it has to be that way, but it is a reality. The more gets built, the better for everybody. And just anything that's not high quality or doesn't do what it, if it doesn't make people money, it's going to fall away very quickly.
That's a very good point.
I think it's good also because with the size that we are now, you can't just put anything out there and have people just clamoring to dump their Titanx into it. People are getting picky. So, there's a lot of really good protocols. If you're going to come out and make a protocol and you think people are going to dump their Titanx into it, it's going to have to be good. It's going to have to be quality. Now that you're coming behind the curve, you need to come up with some quality stuff. And so, yeah,
everybody's promo and everything.
I know. I'm talking about for the future. Everything's coming out so far is legit, but everyone who's missed the boat and hasn't made anything yet, what you're gonna create is gonna have to be really good, because you're gonna have to fight with all the stuff that's already been made and is awesome. So what you're saying, Callum, will it be too much? Nah. Will people launch things that don't necessarily do too well because they don't make an awesome product? Yeah, 100%. But that's the meritocracy of the entire thing, is that if someone makes something that's crap, most people aren't going to go into it, and it'll just fall by the wayside, and you won't have to worry about it. But the cream will rise to the top, and as we go forward, I can't wait to see what the new biggest protocol of any month is going to be. What the new record is in a day. It's going to be awesome to watch. But are we going to have a problem with too many? No, because the best part about this system is that everything is being built in a symbiotic way. And you can't stress that enough, because that's not the way it is in every other ecosystem. It's make something and drain everybody else. And it's just this toxic green candle chasing world. And here you don't have chase green candles. You have green candles in almost every protocol, and it's just amazing. So
it's crazy how good everything's doing, and we haven't even hit any like. I remember a few months ago when all of the crypto market was like euphoric and everything was going up. That's going to happen again very soon, and that's going to send Ethereum up, and then Titanx has been performing this well without any of that going on, which I just can't wait for.
Yeah,
we're in 5 zeros and a 1. I'm already euphoric. Sorry.
Are you? We haven't even got started yet.
We're at 5 zeros and a 1, man. You can't FUD me from here on out. I sent a message. I was like, enough of the DMs on the FUD DMs. Like, I'm done. No more. I'm just deleting it straight out. Like, come on. Everything we've been through, people.
Who's still FUDing Titanx? That's what I want to know.
You ready? 6 green days, making you thousands of dollars. 1 red day. 4 FUD DMs. Is it FUD now? It's all going to end. Like, oh, God. Yeah, it's people are emotional, man. 1 red day, the sky's falling. No.
What do you think about the too many builds, Jake?
I don't think you can ever have too many builds, because even on Ethereum, Ethereum has value because people are constantly trying to innovate on the chain. So nobody complains about something new launching on Ethereum because it's beneficial towards Ethereum. And if somebody comes up with a better idea, the market will automatically adopt a better idea. So I don't think that ever is too much building, because you can get innovation from everywhere. Like Element 280 came along, it's like, holy shit, that's interesting. Like nobody thought of that before. So like every build brings on a new idea, and that new idea might just spark the next part of the ecosystem or something that drags up everything, like Element 280. So I don't think you can ever have too much building. Yeah.
So kind of on the next point, partnerships, and within the ecosystem. It's sort of not specifically, maybe it's not specifically partnerships, but just we talk about this all the time. Builders working together, the Titanx used to participate in a certain project. They will take percentages of that and send it to the DragonX Vault, for instance. It'll burn Titanx. People will send some money to the Helios Treasury, just all trying to add a little bit of value to everybody else. And that just came from people wanting to give acknowledgement to other builders and say, here, look, we appreciate what you're doing. This little bit will hopefully help you do something new with your protocol. It'll help your users. But what do you think about that aspect of the sort of partnerships and builders helping each other? I'll ask you first, Callum, because you've obviously had to come in, see what's going on, pick somewhere to build. And then when you've picked somewhere to build, there's going to have been a thought process as to, why you would pick to build within the Inferno Kingdom, and why you would pick to, distribute your Titanx the way you did, where you chose to stake and pick certain products or projects to align with. So that must have been part of your thought process, was it?
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking on Titanx Hub and I was like, where's the opportunity here? And I was looking at Blaze, and then obviously Flux came out, and that's all part of the Inferno kind of ecosystem. So it just makes sense to build on top of that. I think there are these like core kingdoms coming out, and if you build on top of it, you're kind of benefiting everything there. But yeah, there's no like animosity between anyone, is there? It's really, really good. All builders are so helpful. I mean, yeah, I've reached out to many builders and everyone's just positive, giving advice. So yeah, as long as we can keep this energy the same, I think it's going to be awesome for the future for sure.
On that as well, looking for, there's no way, Jake, surely you didn't actually see builders starting to do that. When you started pushing the narrative, build on Titanx, surely there's no way you could have seen builders collaborating in the way that they are. Or did you?
Nah, it's just the builders are very smart people. So we all ended up coming to the same conclusion of it's better to build around some core thing other than having everything completely detached from each other. Because then you push up the entire ecosystem that you're part of just by supporting that one thing. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it kind of self-organized like that. That's what you get when you have a bunch of smart people. Now, if you have a bunch of dumb people, then you just have a bunch of dumb shit everywhere. Because we're smart, you just have a bunch of smart shit everywhere, which is this kind of like core kingdoms and stuff forming around it. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, although I did see today, this morning on Twitter, the first actual I don't know whether you would call it a scam or whatever, but I did see somebody using all the Titanx narratives to build something within the Titanx ecosystem. Never heard of the account before. There's a brand new Telegram and all that stuff. That stuff will start to filter in without doubt over time. But it's just wanted to point it out that I'm already seeing that the leeches. The leeches are coming.
I mean, it depends. If it's within the ethos, you can have a bunch of new people pop up. If it's within the ethos, it'll get support. If it's not, then it's just kind of like die by the wayside, essentially. But if it's ethos and we don't know they exist yet, all they need to do is stream and then we're off to the races. If it's within the ethos.
What is the ethos?
Hey.
So the ethos is essentially input token Titanx, burn a percentage of Titanx, pair with Titanx and ELP or one of the core of the ecosystem. So it's IBSLP. So input token Titanx, meaning that it's a fair launch. You use Titanx to create your token. PSL is burn, stake, or lock a percentage of Titanx. And then P is pair with Titanx or a Titanx ecosystem asset. If you do that, and also like when you do integrate Ethereum in your protocol, use the Ethereum to buy back Titanx, like Hyper does, like Pulsar does, like etc. Use the Ethereum to buy back Titanx. That's basically the ethos. As long as it supports the core, it supports everything. IBSLP rule is kind of like the simplest way we found to explain it. But this is the cool thing. Like I am a big proponent of missionaries over mercenaries. Mercenaries are people from the outside that come in and just want to use our ecosystem to try and skyrocket their ecosystem because they want to steal our users, they want to steal our marketing, they want to steal our exposure to then drain the economic energy to their thing. That's a mercenary. A missionary is somebody that comes from, essentially, they come into the ecosystem, they engage in the ecosystem, they like what they're seeing, they watch a bunch of streams, they like the people, and they're like, okay, I want to build here. That's a missionary. And then they follow it in the ethos essentially by default because they want to support the thing that they like so much. So like as long as you have missionaries over mercenaries and builders coming from inside out instead of outside in, I think we'll always be good. It's the mercenaries that we have to be very, very vigilant of.
Yeah, and I think many people that are here are obviously pretty DeFi savvy, and they'll be able to see the vampire attacks that are there. They should be able to see them from a distance, maybe, and hopefully people won't engage. But yeah, like you say, if they follow the core principles, we're fair to everybody. We have been fair to everybody so far. I don't see any reason that would change within the ecosystem at all.
Jake, what do you think about projects maybe supporting? So obviously Hyper is a huge Titanx burner, and there's this whole other kind of kingdom being formed around that. Obviously that doesn't exactly meet the ethos, but by supporting Hyper, it kind of does. Do you still think that's... Yeah,
it does. It is with the ethos because they're still using Titanx as the input token, and they're still paired with Titanx because Hyper is paired with Titanx. And then if it pushes up Hyper, all the Ethereum ends up buying Titanx back anyway and burning 20% of what it buys. Like Hyper has burned, like hardcore burned 6.2 trillion Titanx. That's a lot. So that will be an interesting kind of like kingdom to see build out. That's like 3 things building on top of it now. Definitely going to be interesting to see, but it's still within the ethos.
What's your favorite?
You kind of, when you mentioned how smart the builders are in the system, I kind of expected to see. How do I say this without?
Spit it out, Mo. Spit it out.
I expected maybe lazy builders, because I've been in other ecosystems. And I expected, I was like, what are they going to do? Maybe I find 2 or 3 variations on the buy and burn, and then they're going to be done. No, like these guys are really innovating over here, thinking every possible way to do things and then how to make it better. Like every new protocol is a new iteration of another idea. And you can't overstate enough how important it is to have all these intelligent builders. And having such an unintelligent person talking about it doesn't help at all. So, my bad.
Wait, I've got a question.
Yes, Mo.
I've got a question for Jake then. As you've seen all this innovation and all these new things come off, is there anything, if you could go back, is there anything you would change about Titanx at its core?
Interesting question.
Probably not. Because the reason Titanx was so big is because everybody got a fair shot at getting a fair distribution of the supply. Could you have created a better chart? Yes, but then everybody would have been left behind. Because I could do the average chart where you just, hey, here's a token, buy it off the liquidity, and if you're 5 minutes later, fuck you. But that's not how you build a community. You build a community by giving everybody a fair chance at getting a large percentage of the supply, so then they can build on top of it because they believe it's fair and it's community owned. Because, like, for example, when you build for a VC thing, 95% of the value that you're accruing towards your users is actually going towards the VC, the dudes you don't see behind the scenes that will dump on your people anyway. So 95% of your work goes towards the people that will ruin everything you're a part of anyway. So the fact that it's community owned, it's fair, it's fairly distributed. The Titanx supply is massively fairly distributed. I love it. Like when you look at the holders, almost 25% of the top 100 is smart contracts. Then you have the one Genesis wallet, which will never hit market. That's just to support the Titanx protocols. And then everything from down there, it's like one guy owes 2% because he went in with a lot of money. He fairly got his supply. And then all the other ones was like 1%. And then everything is below 1%. It's so fairly distributed. It's community owned. It's community built. It's community created and owned. Every token was minted by a community member. So could it have a better chart? Yes, but then we would not have a community, and build on Titanx would not be a thing.
Yeah,
and even like
right.
the T-rank bonuses.
Left behind, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Like for example, if you come in as a builder and you're like, oh, nice, I need to buy this thing 1,000x higher than the guy that was a week earlier than me. I'm not going to build on this thing. Like, what do I have to gain out of this? I'm just feeding these guys. So like the fair opportunity and the fair ethos and the DNA is what got so many builders that want to support it. And then the T-rank bonuses, there was a lot of talk about the T-rank bonuses at the start, but it did exactly what it was supposed to do. It was supposed to bolster network adoption by essentially rewarding people to bring other people into the network, talk about it. So it did exactly what it was designed to do, the T-rank bonuses. I don't think I would change anything. I think it's beautiful. Even the staking payouts, there is an argument of like, what if you just make it 100% buy and burn? But then we wouldn't have Dragon X, and all this wouldn't have kicked off.
Yeah,
it's like it's all.
If anybody in the chat if anybody in the chat has something to want to comment that they would like to have seen different, put it in the comments, please. Because I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything at all. That it's just been a nice, steady, gradual change, and most of what we've seen so far has been pretty freaking awesome, to be honest.
I think it's
and
almost
then all
good.
the cool.
Sorry, go
and
on.
then all the cool charts, you just build it on top of Titanx. Just wait for fucking Shogun, man. Like Shogun is gonna shock people. Like I'm fucking excited for Shogun.
Yeah, it was almost good that we had those months where it kind of crashed down because it shook out all of the. I mean, there's a lot of fun and stuff, but the real believers stayed, and now we're seeing them build, and they're the ones that are being rewarded for actually seeing the vision, kind of thing. So yeah, I don't think
I just had a vision of a bunch of campers starving around a campfire. That's the early days. The true believers were still there, getting a little bit of warmth. We're still here.
On that as well, we were part of the we were building Blaze, and I do actually like talking about this because our resolve was tested as well. We were putting money into this, and we were the ones, we were the ones participating early days at maybe some, and we're having to sit and watch the chart go down. You had $1 million worth of miners that didn't end up anywhere near $1 million, and put a lot of money, a lot of effort in, and like you said, Mike Dean and Plan A talking about their spaces, and 13 people turning up one week, and all this is going on. So our resolve was really freaking tested. The 8 of the Blaze team. We had meetings probably that 2-3 times a week to discuss everything, and there was one stage we were going, right, fuck, what are we going to do here? Is there any point in launching this fucking thing? We get this, and it was like, right, well, we've come this far. It's either knuckle down and get behind it, or don't. So we all decided that let's go ahead with the plan, stick with it. But it's just all this stuff doesn't happen for no reason. People decide to put the effort in, and it takes that. It takes, like it took you, Jake, to stick to your plans and not waver in any way. Same for Eric. It took him to stick to his plans. It took Blaze to stick to their plans. Dude was working his ass off. So all these, it didn't just cut it. All this stuff that's happening now didn't happen overnight without people having a lot of doubt a lot of different times.
Matt, you bring up a great point because, like, the builders never gave up. They were basically like, "Fuck your FUD, I believe in this. Watch." That was kind of like the whole mindset of the builders. I love it.
Yeah.
I think most people like investors probably had that some doubt, maybe because the pure amount of FUD. If you're seeing so much negative energy towards something, you're like, shit. Like I remember even me, I was thinking, okay, the maths works, everything works, and I would go anywhere to like ask questions or whatever. There'd just be a lot of FUD. And I remember thinking, like, in my head, it's like difficult to think that you're always right when everyone's saying you're wrong. But I want to ask Jake, is there any part of your mind that ever had any doubt or any?
No, zero.
Zero.
The one
Okay.
thing that kind of shaked me a little bit
That's
was
fucking
hearing
dumb.
you guys talk about maybe we shouldn't build on Titan. Because I remember I was talking to you guys, I'm like almost talking you guys off the cliff. I was like, no, you know.
Don't
Yeah.
go, please.
No, but I fucking believe, man. Like I've seen this play out. I've ran all the simulations, and at some point it got so irrational that all of the buy and burns was bigger than the market cap, and the future market cap of Titanx was almost twice the size. And I was like, people are irrational. They're all wrong. They're wrong. I'm right. And I just stuck to my guns. And guess what? I was right. Because I built the damn thing. I know how this shit works. You know.
Hey, that's a good way to lead in. You know, think about in the beginning when you found out about Titanx, that first message, or someone says, look into this, or you watch that video, like Callum says, and you checked it out. But you checked out 1 million in that time period. What was the reason that made Titanx stay in your head? What was the reason why it moved past? Well, I see this video. Maybe I actually am going to look into it. And I'll tell you what it was for me. The math. The fucking math. We said trust the math the whole time.
Yeah.
And here you are. The math.
I think for me it was honestly the streams and the white paper video. Like I just remember if I had any doubt, I'd rewatch streams or rewatch the white paper. And any doubt I had in my mind, I was like, okay, yeah, why am I thinking this way? I need to shift it. I think that's what attracted me as well. Because yeah, Jake, you're definitely a very good salesperson. You can, through the videos, you can speak like very articulate and make it very clear to people why they should stay. And I think that's what made me be like, okay, I want to commit to this. Yeah.
I mean, communication is definitely the most important skill. Because yeah, if you have a great idea and you can't communicate it, then nobody else knows it's a great idea, so it's not a great idea. It's like communication is a massive part of it.
Oh, here, that's a beautiful things just come into my head thinking about that. All right. How did it feel having, and I understand why, but obviously whenever we were going through the hard time and everybody was quiet, all the FUD was there and you were nowhere to be seen. Yep. And you got a lot of stick for that. Whereas this motherfucker, how did it feel to be able to, because I know it's tough. I can imagine it was tough. You want to say something, you want to stick up for your project, you want to say, you want to come out and fight the idiots, the naysayers. How did it feel to actually sit in the background and have to just let it all play out?
Man, I knew I had to step away for a little bit, and it was hard, man. Every 5 minutes, I would pull up Twitter and fucking start typing. Yeah, but I was like, okay, I'm not posting. Yeah, exactly. Draft. But the thing is, you needed to shake up period, because at one point it was so irrational that I was like, okay, now we just need to get the true believers, like people that trust the math, trust the code. The only way to get them to stay is by them trusting the math, trusting the code, not trusting me. And so I withdraw myself for like a good 2 to 3 weeks. And then we had the I'm Back stream with Blaze, the Blaze Weekly. Because I knew Titanx needed 280 days to form itself. And then the real fun starts after hyperdeflation. So like between day 180 and day 280-ish, I knew I just had to step down. Like now we just need to get the true believers to believe. And the only way to get them out is by get the last form of like, okay, I'm going to stick around because of Jake. That needed to be gone. Because you needed to trust the man. And that's how you get the final shakeout that you needed before day 280. Yeah, it was hard, man. Every 5 minutes on Twitter, I'm like, nah, I can't post it. I can't post it.
Because the
you
first
type
while,
them out and then be like, delete.
Yep.
The first while I was like, oh, I can't believe he needs to get out in front. And then after a while, I kind of realized, okay, no, this needs to be done. You can see clearly that it did need to happen. Security and trust. Let me go on a quick touch on security and trust. There is a lot of security, a lot of focus on security for the builders. And then there is a lot of trust as well built up in the community, between builders, between community. Anybody got any takes on those couple of things within the ecosystem, security and trust?
No.
I talked too much already.
I would definitely say go on Mike Dean's page. He pushes it a lot. Security. At the end of the day, you are responsible. Your key is your crypto. So if you're making good gains in Titanx, just remember there's always a security risk there. People have been scammed, and I think you have to make sure that's a high priority, because it's good to see nice numbers on the screen, but it could all just be taken away very quickly if you don't take the security seriously.
I'd love to see some sort of vote in the chat of who actually, in fact, if you comment if you have a hardware wallet or not, say yes or no in the chat. If you actually have a hardware wallet and you've got your security organized, if anybody wants to come in and say no, they can personally DM me and I'll help you get set up with your ledger or your Trezor and keep all your crypto gains safe.
Send your seed words to Ali.
That's it, yeah. Only if you've been in the ecosystem for a while. I don't want to be wasting my time and putting 24 words for somebody holding a couple of shit coins.
Yeah, and obviously be careful.
It's surprising how many people in this deep into DeFi still don't have hardware wallets. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, hardware wallet. The main thing hardware wallets do is that it just protects your seed word from your device. As long as your device is safe and you isolate everything, you don't really need a hardware wallet, but it's really good for beginners. And if you're not a developer and shit and you don't understand and you just use your computer for other stuff, like a hardware wallet is a godsend for those people. Like, so hardware wallet, everybody should have one. If you're not a developer and you don't understand any of this shit, get a hardware wallet. Seriously.
I feel like somebody
can get hacked in so many ways.
Yeah, I feel like somebody's just created that username to
hacked into your account. Ali, you're not taking your security. You're not taking it seriously.
Paddy the Irishman, take a look at the top 10 Titanx holder wallets live and calculate what each will be worth at 1 billion market cap.
I actually don't like doing this.
You can't do online math.
Find a way. No, because then people will start putting themselves out. It's always like that, because then they look at the holders and like, oh, this guy has so much. But what they don't realize is that guy, if you put in 10K, there's people that put in $1 million into miners. They took the same risk as you did with bigger amounts, and they had operated under the same rules. They didn't get any extra bonuses. It's the same rules for everybody. So like, I don't like pocket watching other people's wallets, because then people just get into this like negative spiral in their head on like, oh, what is this hams? What is this hams? And they have no idea who's behind the wallet. They have no idea what they're doing. And a lot of these, like I've noticed in Titanx, a lot of the big wallets, because we had a big shakeout like 90 days ago-ish, all of the big wallets are very, very responsible. They'll do like slow 1% profit every like couple days or whatever, whenever they want to like shave off a little bit. They do single side LP positions. Like we have very well-educated whales. They know how to support a chart while they like take a profit or whatever they want to do. A lot of them are going into farms now. Like I've seen a lot of whales. They take like profit over a period of like 3 to 4 weeks, trim off a little bit every day, depending on the volume. And then they go into like the Titanx adapted Ethereum pair. So I've seen a lot of like very responsible whale behavior. And I think that's because we educate a lot in the community, because there's like a whole Titans of LP chat that talks about like single side exiting, etc., etc. Yeah, because the moment you start pocket watching people, that's when you fudge yourself out. Because in every single thing in the world, there is a whale, and there is somebody with a lot of money in it, and they still do fine. There's somebody that holds probably $1 billion or $10 billion of Nvidia stock, and Nvidia stock still did a 300x. So people will always find a way to fud them out. But yeah, I don't like pocket watching, because it just puts your mind down the wrong paths, and you don't know what these people do. And usually they're very, very responsible, because you don't become a whale by acting like an idiot.
I think, for crypto, you should come to your own conclusions. For anything you want to do, just come to your own conclusions. Don't take advice from anyone, especially streamers, because all streamers can have like narratives or ideas in their head. But like last bull run, I remember everyone was saying Bitcoin's going to 100K. And I was like, yeah, there's no way. But then I watched about, I don't know, 100 videos all saying the same thing. And I was like, this must be it. And then obviously Bitcoin crashes. So definitely just stick to your plan, have it in your head, and that's all you should really be focusing on, as long as you have a good idea and education about what's going on, I reckon.
And when you're talking about security, I have a separate laptop for my crypto. I have a separate desktop for my streaming. But more than that, like, you want to know how compartmentalized they are? the crypto laptop, I'm not logged in on Google. I'm not logged in on anything. That laptop doesn't know it's me. Like there's nothing to ever connect it to me. There's no email on there. It's just crypto. I will not. I've even buried the internet icons. I won't allow myself to surf on it. The only reason I'm popping up is to get on to Uniswap or to one of our dApps. That's it. I do not. I literally won't touch anything else.
Yeah, man, I'm the same. I like literally send up. So if I'm going to interact with anything, even our own dApps, I'll just the wallet interact, and then whenever you get any gains or whatever, send it back to the safe haven. Yeah, smart to keep everything separate. Anything else? Yeah, anything else on security? Were you going to ask something there, Callum?
I was just going to ask, what do you think is the best laptop to use? Obviously, Jake, Mac. I know you've said Mac, yeah, but is there a cheaper alternative for people out there that maybe can't afford $5K?
I don't
use the Mac.
Everything, and then bought. I remember whenever I signed up the GX Mastermind, he said get a separate laptop, and I bought another laptop for like $300-400. And it was the worst decision I ever made. That's just maybe me being an old git. But yeah, shortly after, went out and bought another MacBook to keep my crypto on as well.
Yeah, just buy a cheap MacBook Air, because Windows, there's a lot of backdoors on Windows, man. Like Windows is actually fucking, there's so many security loopholes on Windows. At least with Mac, you have to give permission to everything. Like if something wants access to your files, you have to give it permission to access your files. They don't just randomly get like admin permissions across your computer. With Windows, it does. Like Windows, you just install something and it by default has almost all access to all of your files. Like Windows is so unsafe. And I learned this during developing. All the developers use Macs as well, because it has also the best developer tooling, etc. But also because of the security feature. Like Mac is very secure. I love Mac. Mac is amazing.
So Jake, do you just have like 3 MacBooks, one for streaming, one for like just normal, and one for crypto?
Yeah,
you just have like
and they're all over. yeah, 100%, and they're all over the place. Yep.
So there's a comment in there explaining cold wallets to the newbies. Anybody want to pick that one up?
Yeah. So essentially, what a cold wallet is just a cold wallet is something that. So you can have a MetaMask that is a cold wallet if it doesn't touch any dApps. Then it's essentially still a cold wallet. It becomes a hot wallet once you touch dApps and you start connecting it to stuff and start interacting with stuff. A cold wallet becomes a hot wallet once it has permissions and approvals on it. So like a hardware wallet is not by default a cold wallet. If you do have a hardware wallet and you make approvals on the hardware wallet, it turns from a cold wallet to a hot wallet. So it's just whatever you have approvals on and whatever you're interacting with something with, that becomes a hot wallet. And then a cold wallet is just, hey, the coins are here, nothing touches it, there's no approvals, there's no permissions, there's nothing. That's a cold wallet. So I separate that from software wallets and hardware wallets.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Do you guys think there'll be a situation, with what's the really advanced computer software?
Quantum.
Yeah. Do you think there's a situation, because they talk about that can hack into wallets and stuff? Do you think that's ever going to happen, or do you think they're just going to be able to?
Well, they already have solutions for that they can implement extra cryptographic protections against quantum.
Yeah,
but that's been the topic since like 2017.
Yeah, it's like a big black swan for Bitcoin, isn't it? Because if someone could get into like Satoshi's wallet, I mean, there's billions there.
Yeah, quantum is still, there are quantum computers, but they do the most basic shit. Like they're still figuring out how it actually works and how atoms can be in like 2 positions at the same time. They still have to build everything around it. But there's already a lot of talk about protections that can be built relatively easy into blockchains.
Yeah, I think if a hacker got his hands on something like that, that would be.
Well, they wouldn't know how to use it unless they're the world that built it. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Well, you're showing off your ledgers there. Mo, do you use your 25th seed? Do you use the 21st seed word or the secret phrases? Do you go that far?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm paranoid, and I have through mistakes of my own, and not in crypto, I have lost a large chunk of money in life to a mistake and not taking time. And so I've taken that lesson into crypto. And I try and go as slow as possible, and every possible security measure there is, I take it.
Do you know what? I'll say this as well. I'll throw this out there as well. Yesterday, I was sitting in my parents' house and I had to make a quick transaction. I wanted to mint some awesome X yesterday, and I've created a few. One of my wallets, I've created a few duplicates, so it has like 5. This was from frickin' Zen days when I was creating multiple wallets, and I accidentally yesterday. This is how easy it is to do. Like, and you're talking about taking your time. I instead of clicking the original number 1 wallet, I clicked like the number 5 because it was the first one on the list. I just seen the first name and I thought just clicked it, and then I went back to the other wallet to just look and see was it there or to watch it arrive to use it, and it never turned up, and I was waiting and waiting. It's going, oh fuck. So I had to get up and go. I had to get up out of the seat, walk out into the hallway, walk up and down a few times, going, "What the fuck have I just done? How the fuck could I be so stupid?" And I was like, "You know what? It can't. That can't be right. It can't. I couldn't have done something. I thought I'd sent it to the Titanx contract address. I was going, no, that can't have happened anyway." But so I went back in and sat down for a minute when I knew that it couldn't have happened, and then I ended up realizing that I'd sent it that I clicked the wrong wallet and sent it there. But I'm just bringing that up as an example of why it's important to not only learn what you're doing, but even at any stage, just take your time. You know, that was only a few $1,000s or whatever, but it's easy to click a wrong button, and it's so easy. You know, nobody's going to help you when these things go wrong. It's, you know, one
100%. Like one of the rules I follow is if I have to do it quickly, I don't do it. Like, for example, if I'm out, the only place I ever touch crypto is on a crypto device that is built specifically for that. I don't have anything on my phone. I don't have anything on like the laptops that I do other shit with, like developing and streaming, etc. If I have to do something quickly, or I feel like I have to do it quickly, I just slow down. I'm like, okay, I need to wait until I have my setup, etc. I never have any hot wallets. I don't use my phone for anything. Like, I've always done that. Because like if you're in crypto for a while, we're not talking about small amounts. You're sending big chunks of money around. And then you're like, okay, waiting an extra 1 hour to move around 100 grand is probably worth it instead of losing it, you know? So I'm like, okay, I have everything calm, quadruple check everything, 5 times check everything, double check the contract addresses, go to Etherscan, put it in, wherever you're sending it. Oh yeah, this is the right one. Never copy from your transaction history, otherwise you get address poisoned. Always make sure you copy it directly from the source that you got it from, either that's your own wallet or whatever. But never go to Etherscan for anything. Don't copy anything off of Etherscan. Just copy the address that you want to do, then go on Etherscan, Control F, Control V, and see if it's the address that you want to send it to, but never copy from the transaction history. Because that's when you get address poisons, because people send similar addresses, money to you, and then you copy that one, and then you basically send to a hacker. That's called address poisoning. But a lot of people don't actually need to be worried about getting hacked in crypto, because essentially all hacks are user error. It's you fucking something up. You going to the wrong DApp, you're sending to the wrong address. That's how people get hacked. There's not like a magical Russian hacker sitting somewhere hacking into your wallet. That never happens. Like 99.999% of the time, it's user error, and then the other percentage is just like bridge hacks or whatever. I don't like bridges at all. I never use bridges. If I want to bridge somewhere, I use either ChangeNow.io or centralized exchanges to bridge from chain to chain. I hate bridges.
Yeah, I remember in the depths of the bear market when my portfolio was just going down and down and down. I had like $10,000 DAI sitting on Phantom, and the bridge that I could use to send it over to Phantom got hacked, and I was like, you know, just going, how this crypto just can't get any worse. Like, I've got stables and they're not even safe.
Yep, and that's why X28 is built on layer 0, because layer 0, even if layer 0 gets hacked, it doesn't matter. You still have your tokens. Because there's no bridges, no smart contract that can get hacked and can drain your money. Like, layer 0 actually has a really good design. But like just general bridges where your tokens go into a bridge and then come out the other side, if that shit gets hacked, all your money is gone. Bridges are the thing that has lost the most money in crypto. Bridges, and then insecure DEX protocols, which is why everything's built on Uniswap in the Titanx ecosystem, because at least we know it works. Uniswap works. It's as bulletproof as you can get. $2.7 trillion has ran through it, 0 hacks. So use bulletproof stuff. Never play around with new DEXs, like all of that stuff. I don't touch it. Just bulletproof stuff. It's worth the extra effort.
Yeah, you say a lot. You say these things a lot, you know, and many people. I mean, you're saying about using Uniswap. I know, and just it's maybe worth having a little bit of a discussion here, because I know for a fact that there'll be a lot of people in the chat that would disagree with that, and they do use things like KyberSwap, CowSwap. What's your take on on other other deck. Go ahead.
Kuiper Swap got hacked, so I don't trust that one at all. It got hacked in the past. Cow Swap is
But
cool.
it has DGen mode.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. You're DGen your money away, you know. So with Cow Swap is pretty good. Even Vitalik uses Cow Swap, so Cow Swap is pretty good. Uniswap is pretty good. Anything other than that, fuck off. I'm not touching it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do say you can get better deals, better routings through other sites and stuff. But yeah, I tend not to really vary too far from Uniswap, just because all the Titanx, because everybody's pools are on Uniswap. So I don't even really bother going around sniffing for a few extra dollars here or there. Whenever I'm interacting with a lot of our Titanx tokens. Cow Swap is the GOAT, somebody says. Kflow, Llama Swap. Yeah, I don't want to start mentioning a load of different dexes. Okay, we're actually coming to close to the end of our first hour. Callum, future roadmap for Titanx. I suppose just want to ask you, in fairness, what are you looking forward to in the next month or two, and when are you planning to launch Phoenix?
Yeah, so that's definitely what I'm looking forward to, Phoenix for sure. That should be November. I mean, hopefully it's going to be early, but it probably will be more likely mid. And I would prefer to take my time to make sure that everything's perfect. So probably mid-November. But I'm also excited for all the pillars to be launched around that time as well, because I think that's going to be crazy. We're gonna enter hyperdeflationary. No more Titanx is going to come out, and then all these 8 or it might even be 11 projects of the pillar now.
I think the last I seen it was 10.
10. Okay, yeah. So all of them. So the Viper's coming first on the 8th, I think, of November. And then a week later, I'm pretty sure Steve said he wants to launch everything at once. So this is going to be like a crazy frenzy where, well, who knows? But I think it's just going to be crazy. November is going to be an absolutely crazy month. And then, yeah, more projects are going to come out. And I think the builders, there's so many builders that haven't even announced that they're building yet. And I think it's just, we're going to see the list of new builds slowly grow and grow and grow. I mean, it's already huge now. I think there's 20 plus projects that we're waiting on, and they're probably going to come out in the next month or two. So yeah, I'm just excited for everything to launch, all the Titanx to run out, and us to just have the craziest supply shock of all time, hopefully.
Yeah, the Titanx to run out.
I mean, man, this is crazy. It's already running out. Did you know liquid supply has dropped down to 20.21%? It was at 21.4 2 days ago. It dropped 1.2%.
Yeah. What's that from? What's taking that?
A bunch of stuff. So Pulsar and Lotus. Pulsar still has not been added to the tracking, but there's like 100 billion plus Titanx there. So that's like 100 billion less that you actually have to calculate. I'll code it after the stream. But Lotus was just added. Yeah, Lotus took a bunch.
And it's only going to take a few more, and then you can release X28, which is completely done, right? You're just doing the audits and waiting for the perfect time. Yeah. I mean, if that isn't bullish that you just have that in your back pocket waiting, I don't know.
Shogun, baby.
Shogun.
Have you? I gotta have 9 more months of Shogun. When Shogun tweets.
Have you started?
Anybody that wants to get out? Huh? Yeah. No. So Shogun is. Yeah, we haven't started development yet, but I'm 85% done with the game theory. I have a very, very good idea of how I'm going to build it now. Because I've just been thinking every second I have free time that I'm not marketing like a madman, I'm working on Shogun. Yeah, but if Shogun might beat X28 when it comes to burning, but it's going to be a close battle. Like, Shogun is sick.
So you talked about this piston in the stream, I think, yesterday. So it's going to be a constant burner. Can you kind of talk more about that, or is it?
Yeah, so with the piston, Pulsar came up with a great idea, and they call it the pistons. Essentially, when you have Pulsar will always be 8-to-1 Titanx, so it will always track the Titanx price. So when you build on top of Pulsar, you essentially have the same price performance as Titanx, because that's the ARP ceiling. That infrastructure thing, if you build something on top of that and you route by so for example, with Shogun, what you could have is Shogun will be paired with all the hyperdeflationary assets in the ecosystem. Probably literally everything. Literally everything in the ecosystem will have a pair with Shogun. But then the buy and burn will actually route through, for example, Pulsar or another infrastructure thing that we're building. It will probably use Pulsar anyway as well. But every time the ARB ceiling breaks, people ARB, and as they do that, all the Titanx that goes in gets burned. So every buy will break that ARB, which will essentially constantly trigger the piston to burn Titanx supply. And that's not even accounting the 20% burn that Shogun does by default. That's just an extra thing by routing the byte through that. But then you can have Shogun Titanx as a main tick liquidity pair, so that when it routes buy value through Pulsar, it doesn't sell Pulsar back down as people like take the profits or whatever. They go back into the Titanx pool. So you get just free orb pressure on Pulsar without selling it back down. That will constantly trigger the piston to burn supply, and then Shogun will burn 20%. And Shogun will also have a form of perpetual auctions, but differently done than Volt. Volt will also be built on top of Shogun. Steve already confirmed that. Yeah, Shogun you might see some fucking insane shit. If you like that supply number, say bye-bye after Shogun. Just bye-bye.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to watch just how that quickly those stats have started to change recently on Titanx, and just all these projects coming out, the numbers just dwindling away.
Oh man, it's just disappearing. And this is what mine is still coming out until November 8th. So like, it's going down with that. So hyperdeflation is gonna hit people like a ton of bricks. Like literally just a ton of bricks straight to the dome, baby. Like it's gonna be so crazy.
Yeah, I mean the list on Titanx Hub of upcoming projects, I think there's over 20 there at the minute. 10 of them are the Volt pillars, but even in Accelerate, we've got 5 current builds going on at the minute, and none of them are even listed on the upcoming projects on Titanx Hub. So we've 5 to add to that in the next few weeks. All different kingdoms.
Are there some being built on Inferno, or is it most, like you said, Awesome X as well?
Yeah,
nice.
Awesome X, Dragon X, and Inferno. And then we're doing all those guys again. These aren't my ideas. They're not my projects. They're other community members building, and they have their own take on where they want to send their Titanx allocations, what parts they want. Part of it is everybody's got, they want to help their own bags too, and that they've got maybe heavier on one part of the ecosystem, and they want to send some more help over that way. So yeah, exciting times. But look, that's the end of our first panel for the day. Thanks you 3 guys for filling in the last hour. One more exciting chat, and on to the next one.
In a vast digital realm where neon dreams collide, a luminous orb emerged, Titanx, a star reborn in synthetic wonder. The journey began with a great token burn, where miners tossed tokens into green flames, turning scarcity into shimmering value. Next came the staking challenge, a colossal mountain demanding commitment, revealing breathtaking vistas for the brave. In a dazzling coliseum, developers became gladiators, igniting the air with beams of light for each accepted project. At last, Titanx stood tall, a beacon of resilience, thriving in a federation of digital realms, transforming the cold expanse of the internet into a vibrant tapestry for all who dared to dream.
All who dared to dream. Who are we giving credit to for creating that video, Josh?
Yeah, these are all from Young Stunner. So he's been putting out all this content that we've been playing all yesterday. He's working right now. He's going to start churning them out through the day so we can have some fresh content. But yeah, man, absolute legend. If you want anything making, just hit him up. He's super busy. I think he's doing videos and animations for at least 3 or 4 teams at the minute. So, but yeah, hit him up. I'm sure he'll be happy to help out.
Hell yeah. Yeah, his stuff is good, man. I love it.
Oh, yes. Look, Scotty, welcome to the show, to the conference day 2. Larry, Utah, Scotty Blaze. How you doing, Larry?
Wait, you're muted.
Yeah. That's the best way. Keep the mute on. Keep it muted.
It's the best place for him.
You walked into that
one. He's still talking. I'm thinking.
Oh, no, I was muted, so I was trying to behave and pre-mute everything. But oh yeah, no, I was going to say that I've got my Blaze people here. Like during the back time, I'm always hanging out in the back rooms and talking with my Blaze people, Mr. Scotty, Utah, all the rest. Goddamn good people. That's what I love. Goddamn good people. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Hello, Utah. How's it going?
It's going great, man. How are you guys?
Yeah, all good, man. All good. Glad to have you on today.
Yeah, glad to be here as always. Excited to speak with Callum because this kid, I like his way of thinking. Let's just say that, right?
Thank you.
You know,
Appreciate
Utah.
that.
I never see Utah's face on stream, so I just imagine him as a cowboy, just a gray beard, a cowboy, with his like little profile picture.
The old bull. The old bull.
Yep.
You've seen me before, though, in
I
the
think so, yeah, but I'm
mastermind.
trying to base it. Yep, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to base it off your profile picture because you look like a
Yeah.
cowboy. Just put a little hat there.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of a redneck over here. You know how we do it in Utah. We like our trucks high. We like our guns. You know how we do it.
That's right. You got the hole over in Moab. Don't lie to me.
I don't even know what that is. Scotty Blaze, how's it going?
If you go through Moab, there's a bar in the middle of a hole in a giant wall. It's called the Hole. It's a
Fair
Utah
enough.
thing, but apparently he ran away. You talk about his hole and he just runs.
He's going for the hole.
That's right.
Scotty Blaze, how's it going?
What's happening, buddy? It's going all right, mate. It's going good. Just come back from coaching my lads' football team to an 11-1 loss, so we're all in good mood about that. So it's been great.
11-1. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, all right, mate. All right.
You're a kid. You're kids.
No participation no participation trophies.
That's right.
No, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh well, never mind. There's always next week.
That's right. Otherwise, you get American football instead of we call it the Le Soccer.
Hey, before we jump into anything there, Ali, I just want to say to Jake, fair fucking play, man. 12 hours on stream yesterday. Incredible.
Like work, baby.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, man, you just don't see it. There's no founders, or creators of an ecosystem out there doing this. So yeah, fair play, man. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, it seems, Berners, how the hell did you keep going? I know Audi King did one a few weeks ago, 12 hours. I was honestly getting to the end of 4 hours. I was exhausted. It's tough work. Nootropics, is that what keeps you going, or just just energy?
Nootropics and just vibes, man. Just operate on vibes.
Nicotine gum.
Vibes
Don't lie.
good.
Nicotine gum.
Nicotine and
methylene
trampolines. Nice. Yeah, it was really good. It was just like super cool to watch everyone. Like I was in the back end for like the whole day, and so I kind of got to enjoy most of it in as a viewer as well. So it was actually, yeah, everyone absolutely smashed it. Like it was a brilliant day. So I'm looking forward to today. It's going to be good.
Were you? Did you enjoy it being backstage all day yesterday, or were you itching to get up and get talking to people, or were you happy just sitting, pressing the buttons?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of it's quite good fun. Sort of just managing everyone's movements and hunting people down that wasn't responding, figuring out where they was and trying to get them up and just keep everything flowing. So yeah, I enjoyed it actually, and yeah, just being part of it was good. Yeah, historic moments.
Yeah, pretty much everybody that was supposed to turn up yesterday did turn up, which probably made the job a little bit easier.
Yeah, no, it's good. I was due to speak a few times yesterday, and then my route was down for 28 hours.
Did you fix your box?
Yeah, it just randomly came back on about an hour before we went live today. Perfect.
It was just trying to keep you in line. That's what it is. It always keeps you in line, naughty ports.
Yeah, 28 hours it was down for, which I thought was quite interesting.
Twos and eights again. So look, we're going to get into is the future green circles. That's kind of another thing within the Titanx ecosystem that kind of just came from another really, really simple idea. We talk all the time about the strength of the community and all that, but something just so simple. Jake, do you want to even give us a wee intro as to where it even came from, where the idea came from for these green circles?
Well, it's just marketing. Like with green circles, it sticks out on Twitter. It sticks out on light mode. It sticks out on dark mode. It's something that you see. People ask questions because when you just see a green circle, it's like, okay, a green circle. But then if you see 3 green circles, you're like, what the hell is this thing? Why does everybody have a green circle? Like it's one of the best, like because even like back in the advertising days, this is kind of off topic, but I'll bring it back. I'll do the Trump weave, you know? Border, immigration, green circles. So with the green circles in advertising, you would increase your click-through rate percentage on ads by adding different color borders, by adding different like black and white, high contrast, more color saturation, etc. So I was like, okay, how can we bring this into crypto? And that's where this idea for the green circles came from. So I coded up the green circle thing on the Titanx website, and I was like, everybody needs to do the green circles, because if you do one green circle, it doesn't matter. When you see 3 green circles, damn, this is interesting. 8, 12, 20, 28, you're like, fuck, I can't ignore this anymore. My Twitter is just green at this point. Yeah. So like, it's amazing. It's a great community tool. It's a great marketing tool. It shows, and it's also built to attract builders. Because like, for example, if you're a builder and you're like, hey, should I build on Titanx ecosystem? And all of a sudden you see your notifications blow up with like green circles. That's an instant show of support. And like, damn, there's actual real people here. Like the green circles do a lot. I love the green circles.
Yeah, there was obviously everybody. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, no, where I see it have the most benefit is when you're in an X spaces, and it's just literally just row after row after row of green circles. So you can go into sort of a speaker outside of the ecosystem, and if you bring in the community with you, they're just going to see all these green circles in the spaces, and like you say, they're going to go, what the hell? Who are all these people? And then it just naturally starts people's minds thinking, and like, where are these guys coming from? So the spaces is great, and like we're gonna have a space session today. Actually, we're gonna stream it through here, so we won't close this down. So we're all gonna go jump in the spaces, get our green circles out. So yeah, man, I think it's great. And did you have any, like, was it something that you came up with, or did you have any sort of, did you see anyone else doing this in any other parts of business or anything like that?
Yeah, so I've seen it in a couple places. This was often done on Facebook, like during the Facebook marketing days, and I've seen it over on Pulsechain. Pulsechain also did it. And other than that, there was only like the 2 big ones. There was also like a white circle, but that didn't last too long. So this was used all across marketing for a while. Like a profile picture, like on Facebook, you could go to your edit profile picture and you could put like these random circles around it for like, hey, I support cancer, I support this, or like whatever. So it's been a marketing idea for a while, but I've never seen anybody actually like hard push it. Like, hey, this is important for the community. Because like, it's cool to have an idea, but you need to get people on board with the idea to make it powerful. It's like the green circle thing, like green circle supremacy, The green circles, yeah, I love it. I think it's great. And the community has adopted it.
Yeah, during the VFX industry, when Rhythm and Hues went down due to Life of Pi, everyone turned their screen to a green screen, because all the VFX companies went down, even though, got an Oscar, all the rest of that type of stuff. And no one really understood what it meant. But all of us understood what it meant, because we literally work in the industry, do all the rest of that, bring that to the table so people can enjoy themselves. And we get screwed. So we wanted to have solidarity with that type of stuff. And that's what it really is building, is solidarity. It's not negative tribalism, maximalism, all the rest of that. It's that you are expressing that we are here, we do exist, and we matter. And then you can take that further to be like, we are building, we care, we want to help you matter, right? And you take that to the next stage.
I like that. It's good.
Yeah, it's nice as well. There was a period where, and not even that long ago, so it went from like no green circles to like a few green circles to all green circles. And now at least we're seeing a little bit of a change now. Just when you put up posts, it's not all green circles, which is a great sign that we're starting to get new people coming in. But yeah, no, it was a really good idea, and the community latched onto it really quickly. That it can't be understated, the power of it, especially in Twitter Spaces, and it should maybe be something that everybody thinks about a little bit more. If anybody's going on any other, like builders or streamers or knocking up any spaces or going on to any other, spaces from outside the ecosystem. If we could get some sort of system where everybody knows somebody's going to be going on speaking, that if everybody tunes in to a space where one of the Titanx green circles is talking, and you take over the whole section below, you cannot, whenever it's in there on Twitter, you cannot ignore a shitload of green circles taken over in Twitter Spaces. So it's something I've spoke about before, but that would be a really good marketing tactic if we could infiltrate a few other influencers' Twitter Spaces with green circles. So easy to do.
Yep.
So
just on that as well. I've recently, obviously we've been doing the 128 thing on Twitter. When I've been doing that for a while now, and recently I changed it where I tag like Pulse Chain, tag ETH, tag Solana when I'm sharing, and the people that are following me, it used to be all green circles, so it was people already within the ecosystem. But what I have noticed, and other people should be doing, is when I do tag these other ecosystems, the people that follow me aren't green circle. So we do need to sort of think about that when you are doing the sharing. Don't just share it and tag Titanx. Make sure you tag the other ecosystems as well.
I'm muted. That's a good point because, yeah, I go the other way, Scott. So I'm probably just screaming and shouting in my own in our own echo chamber here because I'm getting bingo after bingo after bingo after bingo. So maybe I need to switch up my tactics a little bit there.
Yeah.
So I have a list of like for Inferno, like I have a list of like all the top meme coin shillers on X, and then so Jay's been really persistent with the hashtags in that, so I started making a list of those too. So I just have like a list on Notepad on my PC, and then what I do is when I'm creating the tweets in that, I'll go through and I'll just like randomly, copy and paste a few of them into the bottom of my tweets with some hashtags and some tags, pretty much everything all the time. So, I think he's onto something with that, and I'm willing, right? I'm willing to try to get the word out.
Actually,
Nice.
just talking about we have a bit of a sidetrack here. Just mentioning Inferno. The meme, the whole meme-fi narrative that we've got going on, and that the Inferno bull being the king of the king of meme-fi. We're starting to see Flux come in and build on Inferno. We've got Phoenix. You're on here, Callum. Phoenix is building. Flux is built. We've got another project that's already in build. Two of the projects that we're building for Accelerate are going to be building on Inferno, but Alien X had already launched, something that nobody's really even mentioned, but Alien X is already locked up. What is it? 350, nearly 350K of Inferno off the market. It's something people don't even realize that things are like this are happening in the background. All these, we're talking about projects working together. But yeah, the meme-fi kingdom's only starting off, and we already have, one of the first builds on top of it has locked off. It's actually become the largest holder. Jake, you talk all the time about protocols becoming the largest holder of Titanx and all that kind of stuff. That's already, people are taking that narrative and they're already building things. Building things within the Inferno Kingdom to do that. And what does that do? It just locks supply off the market and makes these coins, more and more scarce. Anybody got any takes on that?
Oh yeah, I'm going to talk about Inferno. So, and I will talk a little bit about Blaze too, but I will just say sometimes it's good when the lights are dim, right? Sometimes things are happening when the lights are dim. So I will say that, and I will say that Callum, when you came out with Phoenix, I was like, this is a kid after my own heart right here, because I also got something cooking, and it's a completely different protocol. It doesn't do anything really. There's only one aspect that it does that Phoenix does, and so in that aspect, I believe the more the merrier. I think it will help greatly. But yeah, so it took me a minute to understand what Alien X was doing. So, first of all, when they were talking about burning so much Titanx that was coming in right off the bat, I thought that was a huge mistake. I was like, that's so much value loss. Why would you do that? I didn't understand it. But I kind of grasped it, now, because they're trying to kickstart the whole ecosystem. And if these projects take a bunch of, burn a bunch of Titanx right off the bat, they might be able to boost us into hyperdeflation. But what they did that was really smart is they're taking that Inferno and they're using it for their buy and burn, but they've deferred it, right? So it comes out very slowly. And so you don't have the immediate firepower, but what you're doing is you're locking that up. So when the price appreciation starts to move on Inferno and the price goes up on Inferno, now you have some serious firepower, and it's utilized better that way, because Inferno's worth a lot more. And so I thought that was really interesting. And yeah, I think people are sleeping on Alien X. I think people are sleeping big time on Flux. All these things coming up on Flux, this whole flywheel for Flux, I think is about to start rocking. I'm not a founder on Flux, so I can say that, but like people better start taking a look, I think, in my opinion, not financial advice.
I want to say one thing.
Go ahead.
I want to say one thing. 20% burn is good. Burn 20%.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm doing it. Everything's working just fine. Shogun is also going to do 20%.
Go ahead.
Phoenix will be doing 22%. 22% Titanx.
Hell yeah, that's my boy right there. He's like fucking playing under 22.
Nice.
I mean, it's going to be in a stake, so it's the same thing, isn't it? If it's staked, it's taken off market. So yeah, and all the rest, 70% of it is going to go to Inferno, to buy Inferno somehow before going everywhere else. But I just want to ask you, Tal, quickly: are you one of the founding fathers of Blaze? And it's a pleasure to meet you as well. But what was your kind of past in Titanx?
Yes, I was on Blaze team. They kidnapped me. Yeah, I was there by default. And they say don't be the smartest one in the room, be the dumbest in the room. I was the dumbest in the room. and I've learned a ton, I'll tell you that much. This wasn't supposed to happen, right? Well, anyway, in my mind it wasn't supposed to happen, but it has happened, and it's been a hell of a ride. Yeah, so I look at it this way, like there's 3 generations of bulls here. I'm the old bull. Bad Sports is the young bull. And I don't want to call you baby bull because I don't want to be disrespectful, but there's 3 generations of bulls here. So I don't know. We got to come up with the name for you. But yes, I was on the Blaze team, and now and Inferno, bull, of course. So Prodigy Bull, love it.
Yeah. I just going off what you said as well, I think you have a really good point about Alien X. I think with people coming in, I think having the meme fi kind of, because people always have different preferences when it comes to crypto. I think having the really good utility stuff that are more complex, like Flux, and then also the more meme-fi kind of, not degen, but more meme arena, I think is also really good because it just allows all audiences to kind of have their own piece in Titanx. So I think that's, really important for outreach and getting more people as well.
Yeah, it's nice to get a nice spread too of even the way these protocols are built as well. A lot of people like to see a big, massive ban burn balance, and they like to see it, attacking these like it did for the Inferno. The 90% ban burn is triggering like crazy. But these some people coming in now building these or using these ban burns in a much longer term, because the ban burns, they get sold into and all that kind of carry on. But taking the ban burn balance and locking it up for a long period of time is another nice little tactic. I mean, how long is you look at how long's Titanx been holding all those funds from the original, and that's sitting there. It's not burnt away. It's been sitting there, just waiting in the sideline. So a longer term ban burn is also a great aspect to what's being built. Welcome, more new faces. Titanx J, Kevin Light up.
That's what made me really bullish on Alien X. Hey guys, sorry.
Morning, everyone.
Yeah, sorry the link. I didn't know the link changed. Morning, good morning. Hey guys.
Morning.
I didn't know the link changed. I was wondering, like, why the hell I don't see them? I'm just waiting. I couldn't see. The screen was just blank. I was telling them it was my laptop acting up again. I was like, shit, what the hell's going on? That's what actually made me pretty bullish on Alien X is like I see the Inferno and the Titanx being like pushed out a bit. I'm like, holy shit, this is bullish, right? So that's what I really like. I think it's Alien X, if I'm not mistaken.
Kevin, how's it going? Did you enjoy the stream yesterday? A lot of people were loving Lara on the stream. I think you got kicked off to the sidelines. Everybody was preferring Lara on the stream.
There she is again. Story of my life. Story of my life. I get it started, and then this one takes over. This is kind of how things roll. No, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And here we are. Yeah, no. Yesterday was fun. DJ'd a Halloween party last night, so I'm just kind of checking in. I was just drinking my coffee, and Bad Sports is like, 20 minutes, you're up. Let's go. Let's do this. So here we are, and Sunday it's a big day. Hey, it's you guys have probably been talking about this already, but Lotus day one's just wrapping up, and brought in, how much did it bring in? Over 2 trillion on day one. Is that right?
Actually,
I was trying to
Lotus
calculate
got
back from the amount of the buy and burn.
over 2 trillion. I think it's almost 2.5 to 3 trillion on day one.
Wow.
Awesome.
Wow.
Goddamn.
Wow.
From little Mr. Rain Man. Who expected that? Because Lotus was like this calm thing in the background. 2-3 trillion a day. God, that's impressive. That's good.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I like Lotus. I like how it's positioned, being sandwiched in between Volt and then Zara coming on top, and just with the timing of how things are rolling out, I think people who maybe wish that they got in at Volt at the beginning, this is kind of like a way to possibly slingshot on that potential, that energy of where Volt could potentially go. So I think it's neat. I was very happy to participate yesterday, and this first week, I think, because the mining, the amount of tokens you get per day drops drastically. This first week is the time for that. So Rain Man, yeah, you're killing it. Also Sunday, it's E280 claim day, right? It's those rewards are available to us. I'm looking forward to plugging in and seeing how well we did. So that plus this stream all day, it's a hot Sunday, y'all. It's a hot Sunday.
I must go and check my E280. I really, honestly, I bought E280 for a complete and utter set and forget. But I'm going to go and have a look now that you've mentioned it. Jeff, how's it going?
It's wonderful.
Welcome
Good morning,
back.
Sunday morning, sitting back, drinking my coffee, looking at my 280. I'm very frustrated with everybody in the Titanx ecosystem. Last Sunday, when the rewards were paid out, E280 dropped to a 75.75 to 1 ratio against Titanx. I was sitting here frothing at the mouth a little bit, hoping to get a great ratio, and that's not happening. People are selling, but people are buying much quicker than it can be sold. So I don't think I'm going to get my ratio trade I was hoping for this morning, which is bullish. That's an indicator that people are starting to understand what Element 280 is going to be all about. And the community is not letting the price or the ratio to Titanx drop. So excellent. Same as you, though, Ali. Go on.
Go ahead. Yeah, a good example of what will potentially happen with all the Ethereum on day 369. I don't think anybody's going to take their Ethereum and run. I think it's going to get injected seriously and heavily back into the ecosystem. That's my take on what will potentially happen. Sorry, what were you going to say, Jeff?
Oh, I don't know. It wasn't important. I completely forgot.
So
yeah, Ali, I
go ahead.
I agree with you, Ali. There, I was hoping Jake was going to release X28 in September, so that a lot of those stakes would have got removed and fattened up that Titanx or that Dragon X position. But this is a better play, I think. The people who have staked this long, I think most of them are invested in the community. I think a lot of the ETH is going to flow back, and plus it's motivating for those people, because it's still there's I don't know what it is, something like $3 million it's going out to community members. It's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, and they staked, and they're going to take that. They're going to do things with it. So it's a great play, I think. Very good.
It's actually going to be.
I think it's probably a bit more.
Imagine if
more actually, because Dragon X getting 40%.
Yeah, I think Dragon X has anywhere between 40
ahead,
and 45%, and Helios has 3 to 5% ish. Yeah, but then the cool thing about day 369, it kind of has this game theory element of if a decent percentage of people use their Ethereum to bolster their positions, well, then it's kind of like a chase of who's first. It's kind of interesting to think about. So it's going to be interesting to see how 369 plays out.
It could be great for those that are farming. Lots of transactions, lots of ETH going into Titanx, going into DragonX, going into Volt, going into yada, etc. So farmers might stand to benefit from the 369 payout. Not that I'm paying attention to that.
Yeah,
very good point.
You see Mackenzie's post the other day about the Volt. I think it was farming Volt. And just the list of transactions, 80 grand, 70 grand, 60 grand. The volume was absolutely insane. Yeah, there certainly will be a lot of activity around that time, a hell of a lot of activity. So, yeah, you might want to think about getting your farming positions if you haven't got one. Not financial advice, by the way. Don't listen to me. Any investment advice?
No. Never listen to a Scottish guy.
I have to keep a really close eye on my Inferno in the farms, because it's been running up against Titanx, so I've been watching that pretty closely.
That's a high risk
the other
play.
the other day Titanx was running up against Inferno, so it's kind of leveling out, but I am watching it. And one thing, so me and Dude had a private conversation the other day, and we were talking about, DragonX and Helios and Titanx staking and this, and we come to the conclusion, it's like, if you were to ask somebody, even me, a little while ago, how much of that pool does DragonX own? Be like, oh man, they took over the whole thing, 80%, 90%. No, man, not even close. They're like 45 or something, and Helios is like 3. So not even 50% of that pool is taken up by protocols. And Dude pointed this out to me. A lot of the reason that staking payouts aren't what they were is just because of the miners. The miners haven't been getting started for a very long time, so no ETH came into the system. It wasn't necessarily DragonX taking it over. So, and I know that Callum, that's what I said. I like the way Callum thinks, because I think along the same lines. There's meat left on the bone there. Let's just say that. And once miners start up again, the pools start up again, and if people start burning their stakes, yeah, it's just something I've been thinking about and paying attention to. And I know Callum is also watching it. I could tell by when I read his white paper, and I was like, oh, I like this kid. So yeah, I thought that was a pretty interesting fact, because I think most people would think that DragonX owns way more than they really do.
Yeah, I think it's huge, the amount of Ethereum that is going to come in, hopefully in the next miner wave. I think there's going to be plenty to share out. And I think protocols having part ownership in that is going to be really, really beneficial, because we've already seen what happened to DragonX. And even for Helios, they've got I think it's $1 million worth, or almost $1 trillion Titanx stakes, maybe even more now. So that's all going to benefit the Helios ecosystem. So the Ethereum from the core kind of being splitting off into these different directions, I think is going to be really beneficial for everyone.
Hey, Caleb, by the way, never had a chance to stream with you. Great to be on stream here. Been really fun to watch your channel grow so quickly. I think you have an unfair competitive advantage by being well-spoken with a British accent. I think that's just cheating. We should have some rules against that. Also, Titan J, hey man, good to see you. I haven't been on stream with you guys. This is one of the things that I really have enjoyed about this event, is just being able to jump on with a few other people. And Jake, as far as I can tell, you haven't moved in 24 hours. Exact same background, everything about you have to be exhausted, dude. Kudos to you, man.
All I do is work. This is light work.
This is light work, yeah, sure.
Exactly.
Couple Jake, 1,000 milligrams of Nicorette, I'll take you a long way.
Get the trampoline. I was watching that on the
trampoline, baby.
Yeah, I was watching that yesterday.
What is this trampoline talk? I don't know what. Have you got a trampoline? Go and jump on, Jake. You wake yourself up.
I have a little small bouncing trampoline. Like it's roughly like a meter on a meter, and I jump up and down like a little kid. It's great. Tony Robbins does it. If Tony Robbins does it, fuck it, I don't care.
I remember I watched the part of yesterday's stream, and Jake was like, "I've got to take a break. I've got to go to the trampoline." And no one like paid attention. Everyone was like, "What?" I was like, I could just imagine him turn off his camera and fucking in the background, bouncing up and down. Yep. And yeah, hello everyone. Especially Jeff. I love your content. Your content with your streams with Jake back in the dark times were very, very useful for me staying in the system. So I really appreciate your content. And Kevin and Titanx J, nice to meet you both as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, Callum, have you got a green circle? Have you got a green circle?
I've got a green circle.
Yeah. It's funny, you know, the community really is loving your arrival on the scene. I was just even noticing when we were on stream the other night, it was being broadcast on about 5 or 6 different channels, and you had more viewers than everybody else. I don't know if you knew that. Because everybody streaming was streaming it through their own channels, and you had more viewers than everybody else. So keep up the good work. Get the suit back on. The suit back on. The suit was the eye catcher. Like, what's going on here?
It'll add to the British accent.
There you go.
I remember your first stream. I opened it up. I'm like, Mr. Suit, little British accent. Oh, like man's proper posh over here.
I remember it was the stream after you Ali and Jake, you were together, and yeah, Jake, you brought it up that there was just someone else building, and it was me, and then Ali was like, "Oh yeah, the super posh guy." I was like, "Oh, okay."
It's like a young James Bond, man. Just run with it. It's a good look.
I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. It's been really neat to see. Jake, I'm sure, well, I'm not sure, but maybe you've paid attention to this or reflected upon this, but early Titanx days, it was just you and I. Like, we did a lot of streaming together, and kind of like as I have done before, felt like I was putting myself out on an island. And then what's been really neat to see is, as I've needed to kind of pull back to be engaged with my family more, I've had this feeling like, oh no, there's no one else going to be streaming about Titanx, because I remember a year ago, but then I sit here and look and I'm like, well, all of these streamers have kind of filled in where I've had to step back, and that need isn't there anymore. And it's really cool to see. And you get people like Caleb coming in, you get people, Titanx J coming in, and it's like the community picks up where there's a need, and it's the baton pass. So it's really neat. As yesterday, I'm hanging out with my kids doing all sorts of stuff in the backyards, one earbud in, listening, and it's like, yeah, this is great. It's cool to see it all grow.
It is. Even on that, like we're on here and we've got our show for 3 hours, and we got to bring people on and come up with our own content. And then yesterday, after our period was done, I was able to just switch off and listen in to a lot of this, another absolute ton of awesome content straight afterwards. So many people picking up the mantle and working their asses off for their bags. Sorry, Jake, I cut you off there. You were about to say something.
And in the beginning, it was only really like 3 or 4 people. It was Jeff, The Verse, Smooth and Crypto, and Vibra, if I remember correctly. That was like the first streams that we did. Yeah, and they're still here. It's so cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I thought it would be kind of fun at some point. I don't know if I'm going to have the time, but it would be fun to play on this anniversary stream my Titanic life jacket moment. that should be clipped and put on here.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a bit rough there for a minute. Slightly, just a little FUD for a few months there, no biggie. But I was thinking the other day, I really remember that stream that the Kindness and Jake did with Joe Perry's, and that was so awesome. Mm-hmm. Can you guys pull that off again now, especially now while things are making a big turnaround? I mean, he's talking about all these different Titanx protocols and stuff regularly. So can you guys do that stream again? You guys got contacts with him?
I've actually been in touch with him a few times. I'm sure Jake has more than I have, but I invited him to this stream. He responded straight away. He's like, yeah, hey, I wish I could be there. I'm traveling, so I'm not going to be around. super fun to see how Titanx is growing. Stay in touch. We'll connect again. So I think I would say with cautious confidence that we could make that happen again. So I'll try. It'll be fun.
Yeah, because Joe is pretty good, man. He understands the ecosystem very well.
Hey,
Because
Jeff,
I
I
watched
just
his
want to
video
say,
on Dragon X, and he understood it very well. He was talking about Hydra, the ratios, how it works, where the buy and burns are out. I was like, man's part of us. Like, he really understands the ecosystem. It's so good. And then he was talking about like farms and stuff. I'm like, damn, okay, he gets it.
Yeah, I think that'd be.
Yeah, he's really hyped.
That'd be fun.
He's really hyped about Titanx.
Were you asking
Who
a
wants to go
question, Bad
first?
Sports? Yeah.
Is he finished?
Let's all
No,
rock,
go
paper,
ahead.
scissors.
Okay, Bad Sports, go.
Yeah, no, Jeff, nice to see you, man. Thanks for coming. I know it was kind of short notice, but I would like to hear your thoughts on. I don't like to compare people, but hear your thoughts on how Jake differs as a creator, and any positive thoughts on what he's doing better than the next person out there. I think you've got some really good insight on that.
That's a tough question. Yeah, it's a good one. No, I just typed up a big message I sent to Irish this morning. I'll just read that. I mean, that make my own life easy, because this was part of. I think he's gonna say some of this on the next stream, but basically, I just highlighted. So it's a founder that works with the developers to make the ecosystem better. A founder that has set a high bar of expectations for security audits and unique protocols. A founder that is ever present, easy to reach, and will always respond if he can. Within reason. Easily, let's see here. Where was I? Founder that will help developers and share lessons learned to make the ecosystem better. And a founder that's going to jump on streams, even with new streamers that don't have many followers. So the ego isn't there. The I can't be bothered with little people type of thing isn't there. And I will say I participated in Zen for a long time, and Jack Levin did a lot of those things as well. I don't know how engaged she was with people that were building on Zen or any of that type of stuff, but Jake is just a lot more present, and that's important. So, like a lot of the ecosystems and stuff that we've been in, there's kind of the one man syndrome, like this guy is everything and we have to just bow to what this person wants, and he's got to do all the work, and he's going to build this great thing, and once he puts all the money into it, or when Sequoia Capital, or just like there's this kind of like, I don't know, halo around the guy at the top, and that doesn't really feel the same here. It just feels like Jake is another dude that's in the ecosystem cheering everybody on. And when you see there's always the memes of the difference between a boss and a leader. And the boss is always like, megaphone pointing, telling people what to do. And the opposite meme is the leader is at the back, like pushing and encouraging the people within the ecosystem to go forward. And so that's kind of like how I see it, is that the leader's out there in the trenches with the shovel, working, sharing the lessons learned, encouraging, hey, maybe if we do this together, all this type of stuff. So it's just it's really the difference. If anybody's ever worked for a company where you're like, oh, the management here sucks, you know why. And then if you've worked for a company where you're like, oh, this company's amazing, you know why. And it all has to do with the ethos that comes down from the top. And in those particular organizations where it's fun to work, there doesn't feel like there's this top. It doesn't feel like there's this pecking order of you have to, mind your P's and Q's to the guy above you. It's just like, oh yeah, of course I can reach out to them because they're a part of the team and they're going to help me and they're going to be encouraging. So that's how I see it a little bit different over here. Not sure if I answered the question or if I just went on a little rant there, but either way, it's what happened.
We need one of those buttons that you hit and all people start cheering and everything there after that one.
Yeah, I mean that meme you were talking about with the boss and the leader, I fucking love that meme. So the boss is the guy in the back yelling at everybody, pointing at other people to do their stuff while he's sitting there and that they're carrying them forward. And then the leader is at the head of the pack, pulling everybody else forward. He's like, so I love this saying because I've been through a bunch of like leadership training during the coaching days, and like the saying leaders go first. I've always loved that. Like if you want to see people work harder, you work harder. Everybody else is going to follow. You don't point at people telling them to work harder. It's you put in the work, and then everybody will see it and be like, damn, okay, that guy's working. I want to work now. You know, it's leading by example instead of leading by force. And one thing I've always done as well, and I think I've done this very specifically, is I don't do streams alone. I always bring other people on, so it feels like us, not me. It's like, hey, we're building this. It's not just me, because it's not just me. Like I'm just the dude that built Titanx, and everybody else made it what it is. It's the builders that make Titanx what it is. So it's always like always has been us, not me mentality, because that's how you build something that lasts. If it's all relying on me, well, then we're kind of fucked. If it's relying on us, well, then we can flourish.
Exactly. I read a book once. It's called Power versus Force. And it's a really dry book. I don't necessarily recommend it. I mean, you can get the Cliff's Notes off of it on YouTube, and it's a great message, but it's very much kind of what you were just saying. Like those that try to force you to do something, it never works out that well. When you try to force your will upon something, or when you are pointing and you do this and you do this, and it has to be done my way. Whereas somebody that's powerful gets that way without having to be that person. They're the ones in the trench, and what makes them powerful is their how they lead by example. And so the power is like, well, I want to be like that person because they're out working harder and they're by my side and they're encouraging. And it's like the Nelson Mandela kind of example. Is a very powerful guy in terms of influence because of the way that he behaves. So it's cool, and it's very present in crypto. You see that the power versus force plays that are out there.
Yeah, and that all follow that all.
Yeah, if you look at Elon Musk, sorry guys, I'm just doing.
Go ahead, Jay.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I'll bring him back. No, that all funnels down. So, like, there's a leader who's leading, and then there's all the different kingdoms underneath, and they're all trying to lead their, in the same style. So, as in, we're seeing you work really hard, Jake, on the stream, 12 hours a day, streaming every day, rule of 100, just out there, in the trenches, like Jeff said there. And all the different kingdoms are now following suit and trying to pull up all the ecosystems built within their kingdoms as well, the same way, jumping on streams. Callum's popped up, get him on stream, let's help him out. Same with like the likes of Kevin, let's chat, let's see what we can provide each other. And everyone is all aligned. And that only comes from the top down. It's all funneled down into all the different, the sub ecosystems within Titanx. And it can only come from the spear. So fair play, man.
I like we all inspire each other. Yeah, because also you go hard, man. Because when you were streaming, you were doing like 5 streams a day, and you were like falling asleep on stream. I'm like, damn, I need to get my game up, Yeah,
it's healthy competition is good.
Mm-hmm. And I would expand on that and say, that we're all leaders, right? We're all creating an example. Your posts that you do, people are reading that, they're being influenced by that. The streams that all of you are doing, you're sharing your personality, and you're creating that space and that container for other people to follow along, right? So you all hold a leadership position in this, and that energy that you put out will be represented in others, and the more you do it, like I mean, Bad Sports, you're just like one of the hardest working guys out there, I swear, man. Like with everything, with the projects that you're doing, Accelerate, all your posts. I think you got one of those full-time jobs too, kind of thing. Like that's setting the bar high, and that is leading by example. I mean, when I'm feeling lazy, I just I look at your posts, I look at Eric's posts, a bunch of you guys, and I'm like, yeah, gotta step this shit up, man. Gotta do it, and then you do it and you feel good. You're like, I committed, I contributed, I'm following along with what these people in front of me are doing too. So and that goes for everyone watching this stream. It's the same all around.
Jay, did you use I cut you off because you was glitching out a little bit. Did you have anything to add?
Oh yeah, sorry guys. I'm still having issues with my I'm still having issues with this camera. After this this stream, I swear I'm gonna buy the most expensive laptop in the world. It's gonna be like quantum laptop, I swear. Immediately after this stream, I'm literally going straight to the tech shop to buy a new laptop. This is a new one, but it was just a cheap one that I bought a few years ago. I hadn't even used it much.
What'd you say?
That's good, man. That's good. He's trying. He'll come back here with like the quantum computer setup, universe behind him.
Yeah, definitely come back with
He's probably really frustrated right now, but we all heard him just fine.
Yeah, exactly. His camera is lagging, but his voice is fine.
So a quick question, if anybody wants to answer this one. We're the Green Circle gang. They're all out we're all out working our asses off. Where do we want to get to? What's the main goal for the community over the next sort of 6 months? And what do we all need to be doing more of to help to get the ecosystem where we need to be? Anybody got any thoughts, suggestions on that? Go ahead.
So the rule of 100 or 28. I like saying 100 or 28. If you have a bunch of time to spend, do 100 interactions. It all combines into one. Likes, retweets, comments, quote tweets. If you do a like, a comment, that's 2. It just combines together. But a rule of 100, because we have a lot of community, and as this grows, or reach grows with it, as long as the people engage. So that the rule of 100, and then the 28 is if you don't have much time, just do 28 actions, 28 retweets or likes, just a combination of them. Just get to 28. If everybody does that, we have immense reach, big reach. Because even now, our community is reaching more people than communities that have 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 holders, because we're loud and we're engaged and we're active, and that will only grow. And it's the community that sets the example for the people that follow. Because then they're like, oh, the whole community is working at retweeting and doing the rule of 100. I should do it as well. Because like in crypto, we don't have this magical force in the background, TradFi, forced 401k, DCAing into your thing. We're not the stock market, we're crypto. We build everything from the ground up. People need to know we exist. There's no magic backstop in crypto. The backstop is the people. It's like the more we can inspire people to do rule of 100, the rule of 28, and just follow that community engagement ethos, the better off it'll get. Because we engage more people in the ecosystem. As that engages, we get more people in, and then it's just an exponential curve. So in my opinion, what we're doing is incredibly good. We need to do more streams, more tweets, more rule of 100 from the community, do it more consistently over a longer period of time, and by default, it's going to get bigger, because now we're entering that exponential curve of adoption. Because now we're operating with like a relatively small community size. As that gets bigger, everything we're doing by default gets bigger. So like more consistently.
Let me ask you a quick question. Okay, so on the route 28, okay, people may be put off 100. Geez, they're sitting to 100 interactions. Okay, so I agree. Get up and get the 100 done. But a nice simple thing, to do 28. How easy is that? You know, do you need to be posting your own? Do you need to be coming up with your own posts? Do you need to, or do you just simply need to go on and like 28 posts, like and share 28, like 14 likes and shares? Is that enough? Is it as simple as that? Is what I'm getting at?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Just like and retweet. Start there, and after a while, you can do your own tweets. You can quote tweet, put your own little thing on it. But you just start there, and that will do a lot. Because then you're just helping the people that are already working.
I don't like the 28. I don't like the 28.
Don't forget the hash.
Just go for the 100. No 28s, just 100. That's it.
Yeah, and
2800.
Let me expand on.
Jake, don't forget the hashtags, please.
Sorry, 2 seconds. Yeah, Jeff, go ahead first, then we'll come back to you, Kevin. Go ahead, Jeff. You were about to speak there. And then on to you, Kevin.
That's okay. It's easy to say, hey, 28 or 100 or any of this. Like, if you're not currently doing that, start with 1. That's all you need to do. Just start with 1, and then do 2, then do 3. One of the things that I know still exists out there are these, I guess, artificial attachments to certain communities. A lot of people in Titanx, I'm just going to say it, come from the Hex ecosystem, come from Pulse Chain, come from Zen, something like this. And so many people are still afraid to put anything on their Twitter about a different community because of fear of backlash. It's entertaining to me, but it exists. It is a thing. And so what I would challenge everybody that's listening to do is just do it once or twice. And you'll see, yeah, you'll get some snide comments, but they don't hurt. Like, words don't hurt. The mute button is your best friend. Spend the time putting in the energy where you think you're going to get the most return, not focused on what is an anonymous avatar on X going to say about me. Because this exists, and I know it because we talk about it all the time. And I see a lot of my tweets that I'll even say, hey guys, do the rule of 28, do the rule of 100. This should get 100 likes, 100 retweets, yada, etc. And I'll get a few. And I'll look at some of the people that are liking or retweeting, and a lot of them have like Hex or Zen or something else on there. And so I just know that there's this, like, I'm afraid to do it because I'm loyal to this community. And what is this other community going to say? I'll challenge you with this. Who gives a shit? Did you come to crypto to make money, or did you come here to join some completely anonymous cult of people that you're never going to see in your life? 90% of them have faceless avatars and are just, I'm going to say, like, failure to launch people living in their basement that put $100 into a crypto that need it to go to $1 million to change their life. And so they're so damn emotional about it that all they can do is attack other people. Don't worry about that person. If you want to have the success that you want, then you have to do something different. And take that first step, do the first tweet. If you don't know where to start by retweeting everything Mackenzie puts out there with a comment. Just do a quote tweet, because Mackenzie has a huge following and puts out incredible data points. So if you don't know where to start, just retweet Mackenzie or Marco the Hexagon. Look for a few people that are prolific tweeters with good information, not just the moon boys, because sometimes I can be a moon boy. But look for the prolific tweeters, posters, whatever we're calling them these days, that put out really good information. And just like that, comment on that, retweet that with a quick quote of something, just like, hey, paying attention to this. You don't even need to tag Titanx if you don't want to, if you're still worried about what your fake community is going to think about you. And just start there. And you'll realize at some point, yeah, you might get some nasty comments said back to you, but it's okay. We're all adults here. And if our feelings don't matter much, so just take that step. And I'll say that because I won't lie. I went through that when I first started talking about a different community, and then the next community. Nowadays, I just laugh at it. It's like, okay, buddy, I came here to make money, and I'm doing the steps necessary to broaden that reach so that people can see the quality of what is being built here. And I don't care what anybody else thinks about it. I have my goal, and don't get in my way. So I'm just encouraging anybody that's listening that's worried about that. Like, oh, I can't retweet this because whatever. Grow up. We're adults.
We're Ali and muted.
Yeah, no, that's well said, Jeff. I really like it. I had a lot of the same feelings as well, building on Pulse Chain, being a massive, just focusing all my energy in that community. Just being sent, trying to centralize myself over there. And it was difficult enough to make the switch, even, when it came to streaming for Blaze. It was a big move. It felt like a big move. It obviously wasn't. It really wasn't, but it felt like it at the time. But we're going to actually get into a lot that in a bit more detail in the next panel. So yeah, no, great points there, Jeff. Kevin, you were going to say something, sir?
Yeah, thanks, Ali. You know what? I want to share a real life example that shows the power of this rule of 100 or rule of 28. So I'm just going to change my camera around. Can you all see this? See this here? So this is a wetland where I grew up. Me and my buddies, we used to run here. We used to play all the time. It's a migration center for certain rare species. There's animal species that live there that aren't found anywhere else in our area. There's also a halfway spot along this lake for the indigenous cultures who used to live there. So like a very, very powerful spot. And what happened is it got sold to this guy, who's like gonna, he wanted to develop it. He wanted to build on it, change it, destroy, all of that kind of thing. And basically, the government said, okay, if you can raise $2.5 million, then we'll take it from this guy. Or it was in some kind of limbo. And the government said, if you could get $2.5 million, we'll take it and we'll put it in a conservatory fund, right? And so this was all going on. And then the people of the community, they reached out to Lara and I, and they said, hey, this place, this is what's happening. We got to start fundraising. We got to start getting some money, kind of thing. Can you help? And so Lara and I were thinking about this, and we know the power, we know that the solutions to things like this are out there, and it's not going to be a straight line, right? But it's out there, right? And you just got to hold vision that will come. So anyhow, so we helped them kind of do some website stuff and things like that. We helped them get a Facebook page, and we started posting about it. We started posting about this project. We started showing images of it. This guy who we know saw Lara's post about this, and he shared that post with this anonymous millionaire. And this one guy swooped in. He says, I'll do it. And he gave the whole $2.5 million. And he donated that. This place is now saved. It's now in a reserve, a conservatory fund. It's totally protected. And it's all because of that one contact, right? That one guy saw one post that Lara did and shared it along. And that's the same thing. I've been thinking about this for a while with what we're doing here. You have no idea who's going to read your posts and who they're connected with and who they're going to share it. You're literally 1, 2, 3 degrees away from people with massive influence and massive money who can really change this game for us. And it's just those 1 or 2 connection points that could make all the difference. So, every tweet that you put out is loaded with a lot of power and a lot of energy. This isn't just a nice idea. It's not just this gentle linear thing that happens. This can move fast. This can move really, really fast. So, yeah.
It's a good example.
Do the thing.
Yeah, man, really good example. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, we're going to go into our last hour here. So little quick. What's man's going blank? What do you call the dude? Makes all the videos.
Young Stunner.
Young Stunners. A quick little Young Stunners video, and then back into our next panel. Thanks everybody for coming up and speaking.
Thanks everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome to the Titanx annual celebration. Join us as we gather to celebrate innovation, collaboration, and the vibrant Titanx community. Prepare for inspiring keynotes from industry leaders, engaging panel discussions, and networking opportunities that will elevate your experience. This is not just a conference, it's a chance to connect, learn, and grow together. Let's build on our achievements and forge a path toward a brighter future. Together, we are Titanx.
Yes, sir.
We're back.
Nice video.
Yep.
Got three new speakers. How you doing, guys?
Yes.
I'm gonna get my nicotine.
Where's Kool? Get your gum. Where's Kool-Aid at? Is he smoking too? I just woke up on my end. Good morning, Jeff. Good day to y'all. See Maximus in here, a Pulsar brother. Kool-Aid in here.
Yes, sir.
Ali Kane.
Kool-Aid's here. As always, he's there somewhere.
On the Galactic Starship.
Welcome to the Titanx first anniversary conference, guys. Good to have you here, Maximus J, Crypto Compassion. How are you both doing?
Excellent, man. Trying to wake up, but good.
Right, Maximus. I don't know where you're located, but I know I'm on the West Coast myself. I'm not going to hide about it. I'm over here in Oregon, on the United States. Yesterday was a great day for anyone who's into college football because my Oregon Ducks are kicking butt. So there's a lot of similarities when it comes to coaching in college football and the teamwork that I see happening within Titanx. People are building, people are communicating. I like to draw those correlations with people in crypto as a whole who are building and working together and using discipline to achieve a common goal. So good on everyone.
Yeah, 100%. You guys have been killing it, man. That's why I don't really feel like I have a foot to stand on to like complain about being tight or anything, because you guys have been at it for like 2 days now straight. So I'm just like, all right, just shut up and show up. You know.
Yeah,
it's yeah, I was even after 3 or 4 hours yesterday, I was absolutely exhausted. I don't know how Bad Sports kept going in the background, and Jake managed to stay on for 12 hours straight. Kind of crazy, but yeah, I mean, and look, actually, do you want to give us a quick 2 minutes of your background in crypto? Maximus J, you want to go first?
Sure. I'll try and give like a short version. I got
please.
introduced in 2017 and lost a bunch of money in BitConnect and trading, and didn't really know why. Yeah. So then I kind of went off the deep end with learning trading, because I thought that was the problem, and learning macro, because I was like, okay, well, I never want to be caught off guard again, right? So then I went down the trading rabbit hole and got liquidated many times on that journey. So I feel the pain of people who actually attempt to, day trade and stuff like that. And then really from there, it was I went on this, I guess, hunt to just find a community that was not full of shit, and actually had an ethos and had something that it was fighting towards. So naturally, went through the Hex community, Pulse and Pulse Chain, and now Titanx. Here I am. That's the super short version of it.
Actually, the funny short version is when I was dealing with my first Ponzi back in 2017, I was in Jay's trading group. And then suddenly 6 years later, we're working together and we're best friends. But long story short, that is the correct answer of that exact story.
Long. Yeah. We had a group of like 6,000 people at that time too. A couple big YouTube channels, like big ass Discord. That was crazy. It was crazy. We would just hang out and talk on Discord voice like all day long. It would just be like this. Like people would pop out and pop back in, and like just all day long thing. We're like trading off of basic stuff back then too, like Bollinger Bands and RSI.
Trading bread, man.
Yeah, you could actually get away with trading like that back then. It was the wildest thing.
Well, you also had Ether Delta back then, so like the almost X. I still have some dust over there.
Yeah, ICOs, all that fun stuff. So we got to experience all that together.
Crypto Compassion. What about yourself, sir?
Yeah, you bet. So I was relatively, I guess, younger. 2019. A fellow by the name of Joe Perry's onboarded me into Hex. We were in a position where he kind of dabbles in many cryptos. So some of that, tribalism isn't really quite in his wheelhouse per se, if you will. And so we were in on a lot of different things. So I was very early in on Pulse Chain, all that kind of good stuff. I kind of like to go to these in-life real meetups. I believe that your network is your net worth. And so within that, I love to network. I love to go meet people in real life. I love to, and that's the beauty of crypto, guys. The beauty of crypto is if you want to be private, if you want to do your thing in the background, do your thing. If you want to go out and build in different areas, go do that. With that being said, going out, hanging out with Marco in Vegas, doing that kind of thing, having, slapping hands, having fun, getting phone calls from Kool-Aid on the cell phone at 3:30 in the morning, me rolling over saying, I'm going to pick it up. What's up? Going, that kind of stuff. But
business hours. Exactly.
So networking is key. And then getting those Zoom call invites from like Jake prior to even Titanx, and having those collaborations where we speak and talk about crypto and the intricacies of DeFi, you know what I mean? DeFi for all. And so that was kind of my progression. It was into Cardano first, and falling in love with the ethos of that, and then kind of morphing into a Joe Perry's where we fell in love with Hex. And then I, obviously got in really early and was well positioned for Pulse Chain, Pulse X, Hex, all that kind of good stuff. But then you kind of go through that evolution where you recognize is real, and you see builders building. You see opportunities to network in other areas. I think of things like digital nations that people are building all over the globe. You're not going to sit there and slander someone building a beautiful skyscraper in Dubai when there's casinos in, like Las Vegas. So I see that I was very fortunate to be into the Titanx community early. I see that I see other people building in other areas where they're going cross chain, such as, Kool-Aid and Jay here. And people are building. And I think that earlier what Jeff was speaking to was that tribalism has an opportunity to evolve into something where we all work together. So that's kind of my little, spiel story, if you will. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, man. That's kind of what we're going to get into here, maybe, for the next hour or so here. Just, tribalism in crypto is massive. It is a massive part of many ecosystems. A lot of people, a lot of ecosystems and projects that operate, isolated in their own little worlds. And there's a lot of jealousy and hate gets created, green candles versus red candles. When there's green candles in one place, they get the hate, and then it kind of flips back the other way. But a lot of communities don't really engage with each other. No meaningful and cross-chain dialogue, positive cross-chain dialogue. Anybody want to have a thought on how we can encourage collaboration rather than competition between blockchain communities?
Yeah, sure. I'll give it a stab. So, like, at the end of the day, sometimes you want pie, and sometimes you want cake. Both of them are desserts. Now, I've always been, I know everyone on this panel stupidly well. And at the end of the day, I will always be a Richard Hart idealist, right? Because I learned from a situation. But what I'm not going to be is a maximalist. If you're a maximalist, you can be a payphone or a pager maximalist. And how good is that going to get you anywhere in life? It's not. Ideally, at the end of the day, DeFi for all is about moving together and building together in a positive ethos. When it's me or we should always choose the we and build together, even if we go in different view frustrums. At the end of the day, that is the most important thing, to keep building together. Otherwise, you paint yourself into a corner, and what's going to happen is tribalism turns into maximalism. Maximalism turns into toxicity, because there's nothing to guide the wedge that everyone's building together. Can you see two competitive farmers farming next to each other, and one setting, their field ablaze just because, like, someone got too many strawberries today versus too many apples? It's ridiculous. At the end of the day, you're building food to feed people, to grow, to build some kind of lifestyle of where you want to be in the future. And that is the most paradigm about anything. If you think about, like, video games, right? I make an IP, right? I can put it on an Xbox, a PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, all of that. Does that mean the IP is any less valuable? And take that IP as an ideal. Doesn't necessarily have to be a structured token, a thing, a game. The IP is, what do we want to do, experience, and grow through? And those are the real interesting paradigms that we have to get over, because humanity goes into this maximalism point of view, whether it's religion or politics or anything, or financial wealth, because it's either important or it's taboo. And what we need to do is break down these paradigms that we can all work together regardless of what's in your wallet. Who cares what Capital One says? We all need to be building all of this concurrently and congruently together to have a modal and model way to execute into the future.
Yeah, I'll
yes, sir.
I think. I'll go ahead.
I was just going to say, is one way we've attempted to do that is we just build projects and bridge communities, whether they like it or not. So that's one way in, is just kind of kick the door down and just say, okay, well, we're doing this and we don't really need anyone's permission to do this. We're just going to kind of go and do it and hope for the best. And it's had mixed results, to be honest, with previous experiments.
Max, can you give us an example of that?
Just, it didn't go as smooth as we wanted it to when we did an experiment on Icosa with iBurn. The community feedback and just everything that happened, we'll kind of keep that private. But
however, we were the first to do parity in between Ethereum and Pulse Chain at the exact same time, and restarted the eHex flywheel, and restarted the Icosa burnback systems. So the system worked. What happened is everyone wanted to wait for the founder to greenlight something, because we're building tools on top of an ecosystem to make it deflationary. Take it or like it. You can use these tools if you want. Just like, again, you can choose between cake and pie. Sorry, Jay. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. And that never happened. And then basically whales were selling down the price of Icosa the day we launched, just to spite the launch, and a bunch of other stuff. But again, I'm not here to air dirty laundry, and I don't think that's appropriate. But so it doesn't always go smooth, is my point. But when it does go right, I think that something bigger is happening here. Like a lot of us have been in crypto long enough. The 2017 class, the 2019 class, since then there's been so many big things that have happened in crypto that I really just think that there's a refinement happening, that a lot of like-minded individuals are finding each other. And what the spot that we're all finding each other now is it's been a refinement from Richard Hart ecosystem, some Zen, and now Titanx. And I noticed like everyone's kind of just now building and hanging out on Titanx. And so this is 100% the spot to be. And I hope that regardless of what happens with all of this, is that we just continue to all stick together and build, because that's really what crypto needs. Like there wasn't really a whole lot going on. Rewind 2 years ago, everything was pretty stagnant. The fallout from FTX was way bigger than everyone wants to admit. And so that left a lot of people broken emotionally. When you get liquidated, like it really does change you. And there's not a lot of people built for that. And that's not an insult. It's just, that's a tough thing to go through. And so, yeah, there wasn't a whole lot going on. And now I see this beautiful, like blossoming, thing happening with Titanx. And I totally didn't see that coming. And I think, again, it's amazing what's going on here. And so this group needs to stick together, and we need to keep building, because, this is the future. The future is building. And I think that that's probably the biggest bet you could make, and your belief into something is to then build in it, be involved in it, in some sort of capacity. Like there's no greater thing to go all in on than yourself. Right. And so anyway, I'm tangenting now, but.
Yeah, no, that was a good take there, man. I really agree with a lot of things you're saying there. So anybody else want to say anything?
I just want to know how Kool-Aid got sponsored by Capital One and I didn't. And he's
well,
over there.
I mean, you got to be fast. You got to be really, really fast.
He's over there talking about
I would be sponsored
pagers
by
and
Progressive and Mayhem if I was going to, or not Mayhem. What is it? Oh God, what is the insurance
isn't it?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Allstate, because I'd definitely be Mayhem if I was going to be someone. Definitely not Flow.
That's too funny. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like the. Sorry, go on.
No, go for it, bro.
Okay.
It's all you, Jeff. Go.
I don't know what I was going to say. It's like
do it, kindness.
Something along the lines of. Actually, I was just looking at a post on Twitter talking about the difference between a cult and a community. And a lot of it is really the difference between leadership style, which we talked about not long ago on this stream. The cult has the leader that stands up top with the bullhorn and tells everybody what they're supposed to do, and this is how it's supposed to look. And the community has the leader that's in the back and is pulling everybody forward and being encouraging. And so in crypto, we see both. And some people like to be a part of one, some people like to be a part of the other. The great thing is we all have a choice. And even though sometimes it can feel like we're indebted to whatever community or cult we're a part of, those boundaries, they only exist in our mind. But sometimes those are the strongest boundaries. I mean, I'm sure many people have seen the YouTube video of the ant where you draw a circle around it and the ant can't get past the circle on the paper, even though it's a completely artificial line. Are you an ant? Is the question I have. Do you know that you can step over the line? It can happen. It's pretty easy. You get to make the choice and don't let the boundaries, the artificial boundaries that exist in your brain keep you from actually stepping outside into a better world if you so seek it.
And I think to top on top of that, like you have the old metaphor of stone soup, right? Where everyone comes together and they actually put something into the broth to build together, to share a meal together. And I think we've gotten away from that. And unfortunately, it's the way that I guess the glass ceiling of the world has changed us or changed where we've come from, like over the years and over the generations. And it's like you were saying, the ant that's being circled in because it can't see out of its dimension that's holding it back, right? First dimension, second dimension, third dimension. And because it can only see its parallel, it doesn't see what's perpendicular to it. And that's why you need people to come together to actually help give perspective. And I think that's what real communities come together to, if they're actually building together and working together, is they give a sanity check. They give perspective. They give more vegetables or meat to the stone soup.
One thing to like, how do we attract people from other communities? Super easy. Make this community so damn fun, so damn positive, encouraging that people are just like, That's where I want to be.
All right,
That's the
okay.
easiest thing.
Yep.
It's, all right, people have been around here in crypto longer than I have. It's easy, okay? We're all here at the minute having a good time, okay? We're all building, we're building good projects. The community's growing, everything's thriving. What is it? Is it just because it's easy at the minute? Does it get more difficult? We're saying all these things we're saying now about being able to cut down tribalism and bridge the gap and work together and do all these things. Does it get harder as we grow?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the reason it feels so good to be in a builder community is because everybody has control of their own destiny. You start getting pissed off and your entire destiny relies on one dude doing something or one team doing something. If you're in a builder community, everybody can step up and make the future they want to see, so you never feel like you're helpless. You get extremely frustrated when you feel like a helpless bystander, but when you feel like you could have control over what happens in the future, that's when you get excited instead of frustrated. Because that has been big for me, because I've tried everything I can to not give the community a god complex. I'm a normal dude. Yes, I'm smart. I'm a builder, but at the end of the day, I'm just a human. I'm like everybody else. So now that we have multiple builders and people can build whatever they want, and they can take control of their own destiny, they can build their own protocol, they can kind of decide where the ecosystem goes. And instead of being a helpless bystander, it's like, I remember I put this tweet out and it really hit. It's, in Titanx, we replace hope and pray with build and make it happen. So if you're frustrated with something, go build, make it happen. You control your own destiny here.
Yeah, 100%. I think like it gets hard when you have just one guy at the front, and then there's consistent red candles, and then there's more, and then there's lawsuits or court cases or whatever. And then it's like, wait, he's not posting enough. You should be posting more. Wait, why are you posting this stuff? You should be posting that stuff. This isn't good marketing. That's good marketing. And it's like, oh my God, everything becomes this piece that can be split into a million different, hairs. And this guy's got this opinion. This guy's got this opinion. And again, we've seen this now, like that just gets you into a lot of trouble. And it's a no-win situation. There is no right answer to anything you could possibly do Monday through Friday. So that's why you really need something like this, to where it's like, that's been kind of broken out better, so that people can kind of latch on to whatever narrative that they want. And they have those reminders on the red days that, like, okay, well, wait a second, this isn't like a normal thing that I'm in here. There's a lot of people building. In 2 days, there's going to be another launch. I don't know if it's always going to be like that, but that'd be kind of wild. I don't think I could keep up with that because I struggle to now with everything being launched. But, they have that to fall back on. Like they're going through their head and back through their memories here of like why I'm in this thing again. People forget real easily why they're in something, especially when they're quote unquote losing money, even if it's losing dashboard money and gains that they've now made. That gets harder and harder to do when, again, everything's funneled through like one point of person and control.
It's a great point. I think that when people don't have hope, it's very detrimental to human psychology when they don't have hope. And so when you have a community that is very hopeful for the next thing, hopeful for the opportunity to collaborate and build, it's a powerful thing. And you know what, Kool-Aid, don't be knocking pagers, okay? Pagers are awesome back in the day, okay?
Then back in the day.
Okay.
Here's the fun part. Those payphones still have copper. That copper is still alive. You can't turn off the copper. It's just people stop using the interface to get in there. But you can be a carrier pigeon maximum, a fax machine maximum, or use high range internet. I'd rather use fiber optic internet to be me. But I mean, carrier pigeons could be fun to train.
Well, and there's also cosmic consciousness, so we can always tap into that too.
Absolutely. Actually, that's a big point. I think that's I think it's a big, not to get theosophical about it, but I mean, I think we all do here with, golden mean, golden ratios, gematria, all the rest of that. We've kind of walked away from a society that deals with those spiritual opening and awakening points. And because everyone's trying to look out for themselves, when we look out for everyone together, that breath of wealth, that breath of positivity opens, right? That door is unlocked, that Narnia's castle and Mr. Tumnus is there. Be like, come play, come have a good time and enjoy yourself. And we've lost that, I think, over the last generation or two. And hopefully we're moving into that web of the new beginnings, so the new architecture of that foundation.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe the collective's coming together. There is a webbing going on. I see it with the builders. I see people, whether they are conscious of it or subconscious of it, in a way that they, Jake, you're a big fan of numbers. You like your numerology. You fall in line with all that kind of beautiful stuff. And so it's amazing that these things kind of go in cycles. And I do believe that is coming to the forefront with there's a lot of stuff going on in the world in macro. And so when people can come together and build subconsciously and consciously together, it's a beautiful thing. Jay, you brought up a good point that that there's just these like tribalism that, like, that you've been in these environments where it's a single point, a single failure, and I believe that there's these people coming together and they're trying to build bonfires instead of just one bonfire out here. And there's, like, I think you guys referred it to as the kingdom, you know what I mean? Like these kingdoms being brought up and built everywhere. And it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, there's a hell of a lot of collaboration going on between everybody. Us versus them mentality between different communities. It leads to missed opportunities, infighting, all that kind of stuff. Titanx is a little bit different. With everybody working together for common goals. How can we make sure that we keep that as it grows, so we don't miss opportunities together? How do you manage to keep that? Whenever there is different community, different kingdoms, and one kingdom starts to do a little bit better than the other. How do you make sure that the kingdoms keep working together for the good, the good of everybody that's participating?
I think it's leading by example. Like, I think it was Kool-Aid that said this. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. What did you say that, Kool-Aid? I like that saying a lot.
No, but I mean, I definitely believe in that, right? You know what I mean? That's the like, you have to be able to see the light to be able to understand the day, right? That's why midnight is twilight is the parallax in between. Can I make it through it? And then is it okay? Right? You have to get to that last message of the desert of the real. Quote to Morpheus. What's going on, Rags?
Jake, yeah. Are you gonna translate that for me?
Yeah, Jake can speak Larryism, so I mean,
that's why I'm asking him.
I kind of blanked there for a second. Can I get a redo on that? Yeah.
So the main thing was,
I think yin and yang.
It's leading by example. And then the other part of the reason I mentioned that sunlight is the best disinfectant is, if you see somebody not operating within the ethos or doing something that is harmful to the community, you put sunlight on it. Because usually people that are trying to build, they're trying to do something good. But maybe they just missed some stuff, or they're not aware of a certain thing in the ethos, so you don't need to go and attack them. Obviously, if it's like a massive vampire attack, that's a whole different story. But if they're building within the ethos and they're trying to follow something, maybe just like a little hint, like, hey, you can actually build this on top of this, or this can be incorporated like this, and it could be like a very symbiotic relationship. So like, I think we've been very collaborative up until now, and it's just leading by example. All the builders are like this. It's when builders that are not like this start showing up, then we just need to call it out a little bit. Not like in an aggressive way, but just like, hey, this is a very collaborative environment. This would be kind of cool, and it will help your thing in this way. Just kind of bring it back to the logical frame.
Yeah,
but so far so good.
That's a great point, and it's just the kind of thing that that has to be done right. We don't want to be starting to, somebody comes in and their ethos, maybe the wrong person thinks that it's not the right way to do things and says something, and then you start to get these you do start to get people attacking each other. That's a great way to, if we can all find a way to just remember that whenever we see something that we don't particularly like, open up a discussion about it rather than starting to attack people. The builders do a great job at the minute of all obviously collaborating, and that even, we've got these different kingdoms, but there's builders building where the builders are in multiple kingdoms, or maybe 2 or 4 kingdoms, and they've always got their eye of helping the other one, and just builders taking their allocations and sending them into other people. We need, in my opinion, we need that particular thing to continue to happen. It's part of one of the things that's really made everything going on here at the minute stand out and work the way it is this collaboration, this helping each other out. And that's a really important thing. I think we all just need to keep an eye on and make sure we all keep doing it. And what for me, obviously, I love Pulse Chain. And to see all you guys coming to see, obviously Pulsar's been around for a long time, but just to see, even yesterday we had a whole panel for hours on end, Rags and the team and everybody already coming together. Whenever we get X28 and we go out further afield, I just have no doubt that there's going to be loads of collaboration between Pulse Chain and Titanx. And then when we get X28, it'll go out even further. But those core things that we're all doing together at the minute are the things that we definitely need to continue to do. And you can see how, one person makes the wrong move. I think we've got the right ethos. Jake, you hit the nail on the head. We've got the right ethos behind us at the minute, and we're not an attacking community at the minute, and I really hope it stays that way.
That's really the focus, is meddling what we have now with the Kumbaya happiness days and to keep it going forward. That momentum is the key motivator to the build on Titanx positivity. And from the consumer side, the ones that are not building, that are using, gaining, learning, and all the rest of that, to make sure that they stay positive instead of starting to attack, right? Everyone can choose what they want to do with their time, their money, and their effort, but everyone should try to be positive to do everything in life, regardless of what you choose.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's getting kind of boring out there in the world, like cancel culture is boring, all this stuff. Like you're not a contrarian anymore to, want to debate somebody, usually untactfully. So all that I think is like running its course out. And it really is pointing to the fact that like we should have been just building together the whole time, like in crypto, outside of crypto, like what is the core thing is like, get your own house in order, then you're in a position to help your neighbors, and then you're in a position to help your community. That's the same thing here. And so I think that this will continue to thrive as long as everyone kind of keeps their eye on the prize and remembers why we're here, and doesn't let, the gains or the ego get in the way of that. And just stays true to like what we're trying to do and create, right? Which is like, it's like an oasis for everyone to come and have some version of profitability on the things that they're getting involved in so that they can better their quality of life. So they're looking for freedom. And I bring it back to this all the time. They're looking for freedom. And, as I get older, that's all that matters to me is freedom. Freedom of movement, with my physical body and staying in shape so that I can play with my kids and, I can do those things, movement in terms of like, if a government starts doing something I don't like, then I can just leave and I can go get a house in a whole nother country, wherever I want. I can go do those things. Right. And so having that freedom of movement, I think is huge. And I think a lot of people, that's really what they're looking for at the end of the day, is some variation of freedom for themselves. And right now, this is like the community that's providing that. And so, yeah, as long as we just stay true to that and keep building, I think it'll be fine.
The saying that we've heard Jake say before is just build the thing that you want. If you want to change the future, build it today. And to what you were saying, Jay, the cancel culture, the constant pointing and blaming, like I feel like as a culture and as a whole, and kind of even in the crypto, that, to speak in pendulums from the book Reality Transurfing, that pendulum has swung really far, and it's gone too far the opposite direction. And if you build on the opposite end of that, on a positive side, something that people want to come to, an oasis, as you said, where it's like, oh, I'm so sick of this and I'm so sick of that, and the blaming and the infighting and the name calling, that you build something that's so darn attractive, people don't want to leave. It's kind of, you look back at the early like Google days and Facebook days when every company out there was trying to emulate them with the relaxed atmospheres and the ping pong and the pool tables and the offices and stuff like that. Everybody was trying to be like that because they saw how well those employees loved it and they thrived in that environment. And so we're just building that environment in crypto right now. The builders are loving it and they're thriving in it. The streamers are loving it and thriving in it. It's collaborative. People are working together for a common goal, which is growth and prosperity. And yeah, of course, there will be times when people take profits and move over. There will be 30, 40, 50% pullbacks that will test the mental resolve of people in the community. But as a whole, if the foundation of the community is already set that we stay positive, we just keep charging forward, we keep growing, we don't worry about pullbacks or a little bit of FUD stories or people taking profits, that's what you're supposed to do. We just move forward. Then the community will just be so attractive to everybody that nobody will want to leave. Yeah, okay, so take your profits, go play somewhere else. Great, we all do that. It's crypto, but I'm still going to stay here because I just like being in this type of environment, and I think we're already there. Now it's just a matter of preserving that through everybody embracing that ethos and just carrying it forward, carrying the torch forward.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Everybody here is, everybody here. There's definitely, a common theme of what we're all saying, about, and we've got the right type of people, the right type of mindsets. We've talked about this a few times. With Jake kind of setting the standard of, what the way to think about things, the way to do things, and the people that he's attracted in are kind of following this exactly the same kind of values. So yeah, long may it last. I'm always trying to bring a little bit of positivity everywhere I go, and it's great to see that's really all we're kind of getting here at the minute. And long, like I said, long may it continue.
Yeah, the thing with crypto as well is this is not a place where you can put people in a cage. That's not how DeFi works. Because DeFi, you have your own private keys. You can go wherever the hell you want. It takes 1 second to switch over to something else. It takes 1 second to unfollow somebody on Twitter. The only reason you get people to stay is by making them want to stay, because it's the best place to be. So this is meritocracy in a nutshell. Because the opposite of meritocracy is, hey, this thing is good. Shut the fuck up. You're never going anywhere. Don't talk about anything else, etc. And then that's not meritocracy. That's just, this is my thing, therefore it's the best thing. That's not meritocracy. Thing is, this is my thing, it's the best thing because of XYZ. If you believe that, you can stay. But otherwise, you can leave. Like, DeFi is made for freedom. So the only way you get people to stay and focus on one thing is by making it the best thing. And the way to do that is by making it fair, by giving as much back to the user as humanly possible, because people go where they're treated best. Yeah, there's a lot. In DeFi, you cannot force people to stay. You can only get them to want to stay. And I think that's one big thing our community realized.
100%. Speaking of wanting to stay, I want to stay, but I gotta go. So it's been great hanging out with you guys this morning. Look forward to listening to the rest of the conference this afternoon. And huge shout out to the Accelerate team, to Bad Sports, to Irish Crypto, to all these people that have put this together. Tremendous amount of time and energy, communication, working together behind the scenes is what has allowed this to happen, and it's been amazing. So shout out to you guys. Thank you for putting in the work. Everybody have a wonderful day.
All love, Jeff.
Thank you.
Just to add on what you guys are saying, I feel like
Dude, see, before you start, there was a perfect moment there when your camera froze. It looked like you'd fell asleep.
Oh, that was legendary right there. That was legendary.
I'm gonna blame that on internet connection. You can believe me whether that's true or not.
It's the rings of Gondor. It's the rings of Gondor.
This is deep meditation on Titanx ethos. Yeah. No, just the way, I mean, it's pretty simple when you boil down to it. If you contribute to burning Titanx, you're supporting the whole ecosystem. That's really what it comes down to. And when everybody's doing that, they're supporting each other. Like this is the easiest way to collaborate. It's that simple. And I think that's very attractive. We're talking about kingdoms. Like, yeah, if one kingdom does really well, that's cool. That's great for them. They did a great job in their own kingdom, but it still supports all of the other kingdoms. Like it's easy. It's easy. Like every builder coming in is supporting it in some way. And even the flops, we haven't seen one yet, but it's inevitable. We're going to see a project show up and be a flop, but it's still going to burn, a few Titanx. It's still going to support the community while it's fading away into nothingness because it was a flop. It still did something, and for all the projects that are here to support the ecosystem and are burning Titanx, like they're going to stick around and they're going to do well. And then everybody else coming in will add to that effect. It's a beautiful thing to see. Like I want to say, like, how can it fail? Not financial advice, all that good stuff, but like the system is beautiful. Yeah.
Agreed.
So
I love it. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is the topic on this panel actually? Tribalism.
Tribalism and how we kind of what's happened in the past that we can ensure doesn't really happen for us going into the future. You know, like it is all look, everything's going great at the minute, and there's no reason for it to stop anytime soon. There really is no reason. Like you say, dude, everybody's working towards it. That does boil it down to a really simple thing for the builders. You know, if you're burning Titanx, you are helping everybody. And there's a lot of that already built into everything that's going on at the minute. You know, with Titanx, we had a panel yesterday about the first principles of crypto. You know, another big thing that we're not doing here is we don't have people coming in from the outside that are getting paid to come in here. We're not paying the KOLs to talk about us. We're not attracting a lot of bad attention at the minute. You know, you come here, you find Valhalla through your own research. So, you know, that's one thing, you know, cabals and KOLs and all this kind of stuff. Do we want to keep that out, or should we be engaging in, you know, paying KOLs and stuff like that as well? Anybody got any opinions on that? Where does that lead?
Oh, fuck no. Yeah, nah. We should never touch any of that shit, because I believe in energy, and a lot of that, like cabal, KOL shit, it's just demonic energy, and when you touch it, it just bad shit happens. You get labeled as bad shit, like just... Yeah, exactly. It's all just energy. You don't want to attract bad energy by touching it. You know, have you seen this movie Venom? Where like he touches like this black goo, and then all of a sudden he turns into like this venom monster and starts taking control of his body. That's what happens when you start doing bad shit. So I believe in karma heavy. But yeah, we don't need to pay KOLs. Like this ecosystem is good enough for people to just be like, "Holy shit, this is awesome! I want to talk about it." Because it's never been done before. It's completely unique. You've never seen a community like this that builds together. You have a bunch of communities that talk about their stuff, but to build, like Maximus J was saying, to build is like the biggest form of I show support for this community as it can get. Building is effort, building is work, building is time, building is money. Like you can't get more committed to an ecosystem. I want to support an ecosystem than building. So like we have so many good things in this ecosystem that I think people just naturally want to talk about it because it feels so pure. When something is pure, you don't feel bad talking about it. That's why these KOLs, when they get paid to talk about something, the reason why a lot of these protocols need to pay people to talk about them is because people don't want to talk about them through their own discovery. Because when they discover it, all they see is poison and fucking demonic energy and dumping and bad shit and shadow figures. They don't want to talk about it. So the only way it leaves their mouth is if they get paid for it. Yeah, that's the only reason people ever talk about stuff is when they get paid for it. At least with us, when they figure this out, they're like, shit, this is awesome. Check this out.
It's like, you know,
right.
We're not paying anybody. We're not getting paid by anybody. We're just here doing our thing. And like I put a tweet out the other day just saying, you know, the thing, the crypto people are looking for and what they're looking for in crypto, it is all here. You know, we've built the DeFi, we've built the systems. It's all here, right for people. If they just open their eyes, do a little bit of their own research, and when they find us, there's so much good stuff here that I hope we've got enough that they can come in. What's the opposite of black goo? They can touch Titanx and come in and see the green goo. Yeah, the green goo. But yeah, that was a really good analogy actually. You're right. Once you touch it, it just starts to infect you. And you know, even me, there's a few things going on at the minute in my dealings and my buildings and stuff, and you know, a few negative thoughts coming in and things that I'm having to deal with. And I'm just going, you know what? I don't want this energy coming in. Everything that we've got going on is so good. I don't want this energy coming. I don't need it. And it's something I'll personally I think I'll just deal with it today because everything's been so good so far. And I don't need this little negative effect niggling at me in the background. And that's just the perfect thing. It's that little bit of black goo starting to touch the edges of what I'm working on. And I need to slap that shit away and just keep the good vibes rolling.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, look at dude.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't think they ever really pay off for themselves to do stuff like that. Like paid endorsements and stuff is just so bad, man. We got to figure out a better model, like inside of marketing and advertising in general. Just because I don't know, like in all my years of crypto, like seeing the list get dumped of how much influencers charge and how much groups charge, et cetera, et cetera. It's like you can't tell me any of that's been worth it, man. Some of these guys charging hundreds of thousands of dollars to like send a tweet or to make a video about it. And then, you know, you're right about the demonic loop to it too, because they're on the hook for something that they don't even know or believe in. And then they have to like go to its defense, and they feel like they have to, you know, defend it against arguments and debate and people coming at them in the comment section. It's just like the whole thing is just a bad idea. It's getting people to commit to things that they don't want to be committed to, and they're like slaving themselves for dollars. And it's just such a weird thing to do. And like, I just think there's better ways to do it. And obviously natural organic is the best way, because, you know, it can't really be stopped in the same way. You know, you can't pin anyone into a corner and trap them on details or data because they're here willingly. You know, you're not going to get them with a gotcha or a, you know, something like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good bit. Somebody in the chat asking what does KOL stand for, and Google's replies legendary: King of Lies. Haven't seen that one before.
That's a good one.
Yeah, you want to foster a community where people are solutions. I think when you disseminate a lot of this stuff, are the individuals, whether they're building or they're in the community just being a participant, are they solution oriented? And so when you have a bunch of people in good times providing solutions, or even bad times, how does the community come together and provide solutions? And so I think that when you could foster as leaders, I shouldn't just say one leader in particular, such as you, Jake, everyone is leaders. When you can foster an environment where everyone has their own subset little, community that they have, whether it's you, dude, and what you're building in the 280 or Morpheus and Rags, you have all these individuals spidering out. And are you providing solutions? Are you providing solutions for yourself? Are you providing solutions for what you're building? Are you providing solutions for the world and society? And so those are the hurdles that people need to overcome in their own mind. You know, are you providing solutions mentally to overcome, the lack? There's an abundance out here. And when you could get into the solution orientation, that's when things really start to happen. And that's when people feel hopeful. And that's when they feel like, hey, I'm having fun in what I'm doing. And it looked like dude was having way too much fun earlier, when he got frozen. But point is, like, when you have fun, it increases those endorphins, and that's what helps make people. It's that attraction of energy, and energy is so powerful. Have solutions.
And I think also on top of that is that when you have good energy, you foster creativity and thinking out of the box and trying new things, and you don't get recycled back into the same addendum that's been done before. It's the same problem that we have fiat and all the rest of that. It's just failed experiments that are rubber banded over. When you have a good community, even if something isn't successful, as long as you experiment with it, you're on the right path, right? I mean, let's say you're a painter. You can eventually mix paint where it turns to mud, it turns brown, because you're trying too many things at once. But that's how you learn to mix paint, to actually get the exact color that you want. You're not going to get there just off the bat. That's why you have to learn from the past and apply into the future.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like, if this keeps going, we're inviting people into a space that maybe crypto's never even seen before. Because if this, if the good times just keep going on, it's going to invite in even more and more people into the party. They're going to like relinquish their defaults and their kind of masks and their bullshit that they show up to the party with, and they're just going to show up naked like the rest of us, and we're going to continue to party. And then out of that, there's going to continue to be amazing things created, and that's going to propel the niche, the market forward, right? And so, yeah, like if this continues, who knows where it can possibly go? It can lead us to something that we've never even experienced before, and I think that's pretty exciting, like really exciting.
Jake you made a bold statement yesterday about we're here to save DeFi, we're here to save crypto. You wanted to build the kind of thing that you wanted to see, and it was a bold statement. And I've watched you for a long time and been dealing with you for a long time, and the vision that once seemed absolutely fucking crazy, unachievable, way out there, is slowly creeping along and actually coming to reality. Can we save DeFi? That's a bold statement. Can we? What we're building here at the minute, is it what we're all looking for out of crypto and out of DeFi?
Yeah, I 100% believe that statement.
It was because you said yesterday that you believed you really believed it, and that's how you're not afraid to come out and say all these things.
Oh yeah, 100%. I 100% believe it. Oh, I just posted this quote from Elon Musk on Twitter. He says, "When something is important enough, you do it even if the odds are not in your favor. You do the right thing because it's the right thing, even if your chance of succeeding is so low." Now, the thing, I've been around since 2017, and I've only seen crypto get worse. It hasn't gotten better. There's only been a few innovations. Everything has gotten worse over time. It's more team allocations. It's more dumping. It's more winter muting. It's more shadow figures. It's more KOLs. It's more cabals. It's all just how do we extract and hurt people as much as possible to put as much money as possible in our pockets and fuck everybody. It's become more and more demonic.
That is so fucking true, man. I've only been here 3 years, and it just seemed to get worse.
100%. It's like demonic energy is almost taken over our space. There's been a few innovations like Uniswap, and there's some other stuff. Like the innovations are rare. Most of it is just okay. What is a new twist on how we can extract as much value as possible out of this market? The latest rendition of that is fucking Bump Fun. That's like Satan in disguise. Like Bump Fun is the most scammy, ruggy, value extracting machine ever created. Even the Bump Fun founders, all the Solana that they get, they almost make $6 million a week. They dump back into fiat. It's fucking insane. Anyway, so we're saving DeFi by bringing it back to the user. We're bringing the user back into control. They can build what they want. Everything goes back to the user. Everything is fair. Everything is honest. Everything is transparent. Everything is fair launched. Everybody gets a fair opportunity. And something doesn't work, it's because the community did not pick it up. Because everything relies on the community here. So the risk is if the community disappears, well, everything disappears. That applies to everything in crypto. Here, that risk is just more amplified because everything is towards the community. So I truly believe that we're saving DeFi by bringing fair launch back. Now, props to Jack Levin, because he made a massive statement with Zen, even though that didn't really work out for the tokenomics. But he was a massive proponent for fair launch. So massive shout out to like Jack Levin for doing that. But some people, and it's primarily just highly competent people, because people can believe in fair launch, but unless a group of highly competent people get together and fight the good fight, nothing matters. So like there had to be a stand to save DeFi and bring it back to the user and bring everything back to fairness and give the power back to the users. And because DeFi, the initial intention of DeFi was to make it money blocks, have smart contracts, interoperate with each other, build on top of each other, make this utopia. Instead, what happened? It became cannibalism, people attacking each other. How can we value extract, dump as much as possible, enrich ourselves at the expense of the user? So I truly believe we're saving DeFi, which is why I can't shut up. What we're doing is incredible. We're saving the world, baby.
Oh, yeah. Well said. Well said.
Yeah, and setting the foundation for how it grows too. Then that's the bigger point is like you were just saying, Jack did a very interesting thing, proof of fair launch. Now, in candle term, it's not the most robust. However, for the fundamental experiment of it, it was very robust, right? And so, like, that's where you can't pick and choose on, this and that. Like, you have to sit and, again, look at each strike of the ball on what it's doing, what you've learned, and how you can pivot and modify your next experience based on those lessons.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of momentum going on too. I mean, how is confidence and belief really instilled? It's like through the micro wins that you're experiencing as an individual every single day, every single month. How you showed up to a conversation, how you showed up to, getting through a certain thing, making a certain amount of money. Like those are all the little wins that are stacked up to a positive self-image, which creates confidence, which creates belief. And like there's a whole lot of that going on over the last year or so. So it's like, yeah, man, like the entire community should be getting stronger in terms of their belief system and their structure around like what we're doing, is because like the proof is there. Just look around and use that to fuel you and funnel, that confidence and that belief in yourself, right? To go out and talk about these things with such confidence, right?
Yeah, it's easy to talk about something when it's pure. That's a big one.
Even in a bear market, Titanx bear market, you see how many builders it's attracted because it's a grand idea. So that gives me confidence that when Titanx hits the bull market, if it's not already here, like that's just gonna amplify the amount of people showing up. Because we've had months of red candles basically. And we've still got plenty of people showing up and seeing the idea, seeing the vision, and wanting to be a part of it. Once hyperdeflation hits, and green candles get eyes on much more people, I think it's going to just be like a huge wave of people wanting to get in on this and see the value in it and start contributing to burning Titanx even more.
Dude, you've brought it. We've been kicking around here for quite a long time now, and you've definitely brought a lot of good vibes with you. Where did you actually come from in crypto? How did you find? I don't even know how you find Titanx, and I've been dealing with you for months and months.
I am that guy that's like, store cash under your mattress. Like I don't trust the banks. I think self custody is huge, and like the freedom of, like, there's lots of control in our money system, and crypto to me brings freedom and brings that control back to the people. And that's huge to me, So I found Bitcoin in 2018, which was a beautiful time to find Bitcoin. Yeah, at 6K, 3K, and then it took me a minute to wrap my head around Ethereum, which was at $100. And it was like, when I understood what Ethereum was and programmable money and like Lego blocks, with money, like that just blew my mind, and I was instantly hooked on it. It's just, this is the future. There is no doubt in my mind. Blockchain technology is the future. Nobody can deny blockchain technology. People can deny Bitcoin, the value in Bitcoin, or but like Ethereum itself, it adds so much value, so much. And yeah, power back to the people, like, and the freedom for me to do what I want to do and not have to be a slave to the banks. It's, yeah. I think I got off topic there. I don't know. What was the original question?
How did you of all that? Then how did you end up finding Titanx?
A friend of mine just said, "Hey, you need to go start a Titanx miner," and I was like, "What the hell is Titanx?" But I went and looked at it and read the white paper before I jumped in, and was like, "This is amazing," and started some miners. And then it was like very quickly on, it was like, this is a beautiful system. I've been looking to build myself in something, and like I had ideas, and just Titanx really just threw me into it. Like I just felt very compelled that I needed to be a part of this.
You hadn't built before?
No. Helios was my first launch. Yeah. And I'm getting so much better at it. Like I feel like a pro now with E280. I feel like I've worked out so many kinks on so many different levels. It's like each one of these projects are just getting better and better. And yeah, I'm loving it.
It's wild, dude, is that your friend that referred Titanx to you, he was also in Maximus J's trading group, because I know the story of the interconnectivity of all the rest of it. It's serendipitous, or a perfect storm on how sometimes things come together.
There's probably some mad number correlations there somebody can find to tie everybody together as well.
Well, I mean, it's also a perfect storm type scenario, right? I've said it since the beginning of Hex. Without COVID, no one would have, or Hex wouldn't have gone anywhere. No one was at home. No one was turning on their webcams. No one was learning to stream. No one was looking for a community. No one was looking for something to put their time, effort, energy, love, emotion, and connectivity to. And that was a perfect storm. Now we're in a different fold of a perfect storm as well. It's odd. But based on what you believe in, or what you understand, or what you digest, you can see that these paradigms do exist.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that with somebody that from the community was the one that got you in, dude. I completely forgot about that. How could I forget that?
Well, because I put 2 and 2 together between talking with the dude and then like the story that I heard about, like how I should be looking at Helios because of this and this and this. And
well, he just texted me the other day too, so I was like, shame on me. My brain.
Yeah, he's a longtime friend of mine. Like probably 20 years, something like that. So, and he's the person that he was showing me Bitcoin in 2017, showing, oh, it hit 20K. Oh my God. And I was like, I don't know much about this, but I don't have 20. I was that same person that was like, well, I don't have 20K to buy a Bitcoin. Like, I didn't know that you could get fractions of it, like all the typical stuff. But then like the crash came right after that. And then I was like, oh, this was 20K and now it's 6. Maybe now's the time I should start looking into this. What is this? What is this about?
That is
I never look back.
The fractionalized Bitcoin back in the day is the ultimate slap yourself in the face. However, it's the ultimate story to share what free knowledge, if you would have taken 10 minutes, just digest it a little bit, you would have learned so damn much. I think it was 2012, and I think Bitcoin was $1,000, dealing with shit with my career and all the rest. I'm like, I don't have $1,000. How fuck? I could have put $50 or $100 in a week. And you know what? If I would have done that, I would have known what the Ethereum ICO was, and I could have taken advantage of that. I would have known what Ant Shares was instead of Neo, taking advantage of that. I would have known so much more and gotten all my fuckeries that you have to screw up. Earlier, Jake was talking about a hardware wallet. A hardware wallet basically handles the signature and all the rest of that, and it obfuscates your keywords. But you have 3 vectors on what you will do. You will fuck up because you need to learn. You will be targeted, and then act of God. You have to kind of go through all of those or prepare for all of those because they will happen regardless. Act of God does not care. Oh, I smeared my seed words, and one is in a cabin down by the woods. Oh, a tornado hit it. Sorry. Or I stuck it in, wrote down my seed words and put it in a bank in New Orleans. Oh, Hurricane Katrina happened. Bye-bye. Hardware, you're like, oh, I trust my hardware wallet, but I don't have my seed words backed up to my hardware wallet because I think the hardware wallet itself is the obfuscation and the security. No, it's the handshake. It's your condom, if you will. Sorry for the press words, but it's correct on how you get in between here and there. So, going through those things is important to learn, and it's better to get through them early. But if you had taken a little bit of time early on, you'd have so much more wealth to be able to spend through that wisdom later on down the road.
Yeah, for me, I skipped the centralized exchanges. I went straight into DeFi. Like most people have to get into that centralized exchange. I mean, obviously I used it to turn fiat into crypto, but I was immediately getting hardware wallets and storing that locally. And I was following Antonopoulos. This guy, he is very smart, and I learned so much about crypto and how to safely store crypto through a lot of his videos. And to me, like that's a big thing that a lot of people miss. Like I hate to see a lot. I understand a lot of people are here for money, but there's a lot of people that's fine. You can be here for money, but there's a lot of people that are like, I don't give a shit about crypto and like the ethos that it brings. I'm just here to make money and then go back to my shit fiat system with it. And it's like they're missing the point completely. Like, sure, you're making money, but they're just missing the point. So that's really 100%. For me. Like,
you got to start your own crypto political channel, dude. Start rallying the people.
Well, I mean, that's actually important that we start lobbying and do all the rest of it, regardless of what country you live in. I mean, we need to take the adamant of self-sovereignty, the adamant, I mean, hell, like I said before, with AI and everything that's changing very fast in that Occam's razor, DeFi and crypto is the counterbalance to that. So eventually they're going to have to swallow this pill because the genie's out of the bottle in both. And they can't ignore it at the end of the day. The genie's already out of the bottle. And just like I said, you could be a carrier pigeon maximalist, effects machine maximalist, or get on board with the future. Like, it will leave you behind, and it's just going to be faster and faster and faster.
Yo, 100%. I'm in the same boat as dude. Because, like, I always see people exit crypto, and I'm like, where are you going? Like, you're going to come back at some point. Because, like, one of the things I've seen, and I've talked a lot about this on streams and stuff, is I used to do Airbnb. I did it for a little bit with a friend. Man, everything sucks dicks compared to crypto. Everybody's like, yeah, I'll do some real estate shit. real estate sucks. It's a bunch of headaches. You have a bunch of renters, especially real estate, especially like Airbnbs and stuff, like short-term rentals. A bunch of random people in your house. There's people that throw parties, shit breaks. You need to go maintain it. Then you need to hire a cleaning crew. You think real estate is an investment, but then you realize, oh shit, it's a full-time job. And then everybody's like, hey, let me hire a manager to manage it. Okay, there goes your profit margin. Good job, dude. So like the thing with crypto is it's a much better form of asset class. It's self-custody. You can travel the world with it. With real estate, you're kind of fucking yourself up because you always keep some kind of legal control in a certain country. With crypto, as long as you have your seed words, boom, country to country to country. No one cares. Nobody's going to stop you at the airport. It's ultimate self-sovereignty. It's ultimate freedom. It's ultimate everything. If the chain holds your money, and the chain is decentralized across computers all across the world. No bank can shut it down. No government can shut it down. No paper can seize your crypto. Everything is on chain. You can go wherever you want. It has the best yield. Like nothing outperforms farms and liquidity providing. Liquidity providing is a way better form of real estate. Like everything gets beaten the living hell out of in crypto. The only thing that can outperform crypto is an early stage business or some kind of extremely high profit margin business where you can run massive ad budget through so you can scale up very heavy. But then once you hit a certain point of financial status in crypto, even a business cannot even outperform crypto. Because if you make 12% on a couple million or whatever, there's no word that can ever outperform crypto. So I've tried going out of crypto and I'm like, well, this fucking sucks. This bank doesn't want to take my money. This bank is seizing. I need to verify here. And then I'm like, okay, I need multiple citizenships. I need everything in crypto. Like I've done the whole rabbit hole on self-sovereignty. And I have multiple citizenships, crypto, multiple places I live. Like self-sovereignty is not just crypto, it's just a part of it. It's how to essentially control the future of your finances. And that's a big portion of your life. So then the next question becomes is how do you self-sovereign as an individual? Do you want to be beholden to one government or one state or one idea or one belief system? Like that's, yeah, once you take the red pill on crypto, there's no way back. You can't leave.
Yeah.
This is the best place to be.
From whenever I first joined your mastermind, and he did say some things like this back then. And as somebody that owns and runs their own business and has done for a long time, and somebody that owns and manages their own properties and has done for a long time, I disagreed. But I don't anymore. I really don't anymore. Selling off every bit of property that I have at the minute, not just to go all in crypto, just because it's because it's fucking headache after headache after headache. So yeah, no, there was things that I definitely used to disagree with whenever you brought these things up. And you know, you're slightly younger than me, and I remember it almost felt like a slap in the face whenever you said about things like that crypto will outperform any business. And at the time, you know, I have a pretty successful business, and it was like, you know what, fuck you, my business is successful. Crypto is not the only way. But the reality, and everybody here knows that the reality is that you know, if you get crypto right, there ain't nothing that's going to get you the like. I could make the gains. I'm hoping to make the gains that took me 15 years to make in business, and maybe 3-4 here in crypto.
I think another paradigm is go ahead, Jake.
Then the yield is the big part, because once you make money in crypto, you can yield on that money and live off the yield.
Well, on top of that,
liquidity provider farm. Yeah.
Well, on top of that, like if you run a business, you are doing a lot of work on top of things.
Let me ask him one quick question there. When you say about yield, okay, do you class things like, okay, there was a time a couple of years ago where I could have put a load of money in crypto and just stuck it in yield, and there was a fear there that even things you could put your money into that deemed safe could get rugged, and you could lose all this money that I worked hard to make. So, okay, take $100,000, throw it in, take $100,000, throw it in to get your 8% on. And it's not a lot of money, but that $100,000 risk for an $8,000 profit was always far too much risk for me to take. And just going in. Do you think there are things that are safer than that nowadays, or not?
Liquidity providing is by far the safe, because even with farms, you always run the risk of smart contract, but with liquidity providing, $2.6 trillion has ran through Uniswap contracts. Like that thing is as bulletproof as you can get something. So like liquidity providing is probably the best. Like if you want to be really safe, you take two stable coins, you liquidity provide them against each other in a tight range, and then that's your yield. And then if you do want to make plays, it's all on chain. It's literally just click, and boom, you're in the game again. So like, there's a bunch of ways you can just earn yield. I don't like, like shit like Celsius. I hate it with all my heart. It's just, hey, give me your money. I'll put it in my seed words, and then you can basically beg me to get it back. And I was like, fuck you, that's not crypto. What is this? Yeah.
Right.
So like liquidity providing is self-custody. It's your money. You put your money. It's you interacting with a smart contract. It's your private keys. Yeah, Uniswap liquidity providing is probably the safest, because even farms can sometimes go wrong. Titan Farms, for example, is super well audited, but you never really know, you know? So like, at least with Uniswap contracts directly interacting with them through the LP pools on Uniswap, in my opinion, is as secure as you can get.
Yeah, okay.
It's 'cause it's
Obviously
bulletproof.
not financial advice. Sorry about that,
Yeah.
Larry. Sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying it's bulletproof, right? It's tried and tested, right? And because of that, like when you're doing, let's just say stablecoin ARB, is made not the best APY, but it's secure APY, right? It's consistent, and you know what it's dealing with, two stable versions of itself. And so you're trading with that fractionalized ratio. And then from there, with that yield, you can adjust your risk parameters just like you would do with a 401k, right? You can choose to buy blue chips, you can choose to buy more exotic stocks, and you adjust your risk parameters based on how old you are, right? How long do you have to retirement? And then they rope those back. So those traditional finance statements are a building block to understand how you can choose those paradigms. And like to what you were saying earlier with Ali, as your businesses, with a business, you always have to do the work. Whereas in crypto, unless you're a builder, you can be a customer and a consumer and enjoy all the benefits of not having to do the heavy lifting yourself. You know, those that are building have extra work on their shoulders to do that kind of thing. But ideally, that's where we set the paradigm. But you yourself can, you know, create a business, pay yourself in crypto, and just like you were saying, be a multi-country and where you live, and still have that same successful use case as if you owned multiple different businesses. And then real estate yourself is like, well, do I want to have something to stay in, right? Because you can't sleep in your crypto. So yeah, having a property here or there is a good thing because you got to sleep somewhere. But it doesn't have to be your underlying thing of, oh, I got to pay the HOA. Oh, I got to mow the lawn. Oh, I got to water the grass. Oh, Karen from accounting is going to go yell at me, et cetera, et cetera. So you can take those things and splay it to however much effort you want to put into it. And that's the beautiful thing is that you can put in and get just as much out in this ecosystem without as much effort, but you can put in effort and take it to exponential ways to gain from it.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Yo,
Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Not too bad. I've been listening a little bit here the last 5 minutes or so. So I like it, man. Liquidity providing, definitely on Uniswap. I think that's extremely. I mean, it's just amazing that that's even possible. I mean, I think it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, Uniswap. I mean, those three things. I mean, with all those three, I mean, those are like the three pillars of the whole crypto, essentially. I mean, Uniswap, that pillar needs to be there. And the other two, obviously, like those are the things which are there as well. So all in all, liquidity providing, I think, is extremely, extremely well done. And in general, crypto, man, it's like I've been to like third world countries and like crypto works there too. Like Binance peer-to-peer works extremely, extremely well. Like if you go to like a third world country and and by the way, like if you really want to see the real exchange rate of a currency, just look at Binance peer-to-peer exchange rate to their currency. That's the real one. Normally in third world countries, especially, that the government is trying to set up like the official exchange rate. But if you look at the peer-to-peer Binance, that's actually the real one. You know, like in Argentina, you have the blue dollar rate, which is the street exchange rate. But actually, that's the real one, and you can get that on Binance peer-to-peer. Like it's absolutely amazing. I mean, obviously we're in crypto now, so absolutely amazing. Yeah.
I'm finding the LP providing within the Titanx ecosystem is just like so much more epic. Like the impermanent loss risk, I think, goes way down. Because like if you're providing LP with Titanx and HLX, if Titanx goes up in value, so does HLX. So you're not hitting that impermanent loss with your LP, and everything working together. yeah, it's way different than like providing LP with Ethereum, USDC, or whatever.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay,
Man, yeah,
so
I remember
go ahead.
when I first learned about liquidity providing, it was like it's like seeing through the matrix. I was like, holy shit, I can make my money work for me. Man, that was like the biggest, because then I felt like I had control of my destiny. It gave me hope for the future. Because then the money I was working for in the real world, I was like, damn, I can take this money and I can make it work for me. I can create this little army of money soldiers operating on chain, earning money in an ethical way by providing a service to the market. I was like, God damn, your money, once you realize crypto and DeFi and liquidity providing, etc., it genuinely gives you hope for the future because you feel like your money can go way further. Instead of just, hey, I made $10,000 and it's $10,000 in the bank. You're like, I can take this $10,000. I can go here. This can make me 10 to 80% a year in a very safe liquidity position. And now that 10,000 is now 1,000 to 8,000 a year for the rest of your life. And that gave me hope for the future. And that, man, the moment I realized that, I was like, God damn, this is it. There's no other place to go. Crypto is it. Yeah.
Yeah, well said. All right, we're gonna start wrapping up here. Crypto Compassion, have you any sort of roundup thoughts on the discussion we've been having here today? Just anything that we've talked about, you know, that DeFi is the future, the tribalism, anything at all you want to wrap up with?
Yeah, I do. You know, we described a lot of things, and I think that we've kind of gone down the path. I mean, Jake, you talked about it. Ali, you talked about it. There's a lot of, and this isn't me shitting on real estate, but there's a lot of things out there, different assets that you think that they're free. You think you're sovereign, but really they're like golden handcuffs. You're enslaved to that particular thing. I mean, you feel like, man, I'm doing all this stuff, I'm making money, but you're really enslaved. And so the ethos of crypto and DeFi is when you find that you have the key to unenslave yourself. You have the ability to walk into this realm, and we're talking about liquidity providing, and you have the ability to participate in something that's sovereign, something where you can travel. You have the ability to move left, to move right, to move forward, to move countries, to provide to an ecosystem that, you know, pays you to be interactive with it. And so when you feel that freedom, that energy just expels from you. And that's what this is all about. This is about being free, sovereign. This is about, you know, being in a collaborative environment where people are building and they're providing solutions. So keep providing solutions, keep building, and keep, you know, being free. And don't accept anything less than being free.
Nice, man. Well said. Well
Hoorah.
said. Hoorah! we're all here fighting together. Jay?
Yeah, I think it's all kind of been said. We just keep doing our thing and building, and we're gonna get there. Like it's already there. We just now keep it and continue to scale it, and watch what magic is created out of all this craziness that's gonna occur over the next couple of years. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, sweet. All right, so look, we're going to move in. We're going to be wrapping up here in a few minutes. I just want to get a chat with Mike Dean about spaces and stuff before we actually go live over on the Twitter space. So look, all you guys that come up here for this panel, thanks very much for all your input. Yeah, hope you've enjoyed the conference so far, and tune in for the rest of the day.
All right. So, I mean, the thing is, like, I think we still have a bit of a few minutes before the spaces starts. So, I mean, we still have some few minutes. As long as when the space starts, then I need to get up. But then I think you guys can still stay up here.
Yeah, but we wanted to I wanted to ask you a few questions. Is that okay? You got time?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. I'm literally like trying. Yeah. I'm setting things up here, but yeah, fire away, my friend.
Yeah, just okay. So obviously we're switching over to one of your Twitter spaces, and they've been a bedrock, a solid bedrock, a foundation of the ecosystem since you started doing them. How many weeks? What is it? Many weeks have you done? Maybe 30, 35 weeks in a row.
If I'm not mistaken, then we are 1 year now in Titanx, right?
Yep.
So it should be, well, how many is like 52 weeks?
Oh, you were in the very first week, were you? It's that long. I don't even remember anymore. But what made you start the spaces? What was the original thinking behind starting that space?
I mean, initially, like I was just like seeing, like on Twitter, people doing the spaces, especially in crypto. You do see up like some few communities coming up, and I think in Plan A as well. Like he somewhat like I think either Plan A started it and he invited me. I think that was the case, if I'm not mistaken, right? And yeah, since then we just started running it. Obviously, in between, as you said earlier on, Ali. There was like 13 people listening in at the time. I'm not sure if that 13 number is real actually, but perhaps it is real. I will have to go back and check my recordings to actually verify that number. But there was definitely a time where things were definitely very, very low. We are waiting for your projects to come on as well, you know? And and
That seems
also
to
I
last
remember
forever.
I was like, oh God, what team did they choose? This thing will never come to fruition. Yeah, but you know what? I do understand. It's I mean, definitely even me right now, I'm in the middle of it. Damn, yeah, it's tough, man. Like it's like the brain is just full drive. I wake up in the morning, I'm thinking the whole day. I'm walking around. I don't know. I don't know how I look from the outside. Like people just like I'm walking and just thinking. And like my brain is just 100% 24/7.
Yep. Absolutely, that's the way it goes. You literally don't switch off these days. That's it, as Josh always says. No rest till 2026.
Oh well, yeah, absolutely. Bad spots. I mean, shout out to you especially because in the last 2 days you've been more in the background. I think today, yeah, we're seeing you up now. But nice work, man. Absolutely amazing. I mean, people were jumping in, out, and things were running very smoothly. So shout out to you, man.
Yeah. So with regards to the Twitter Spaces, Mike, obviously you don't regret anything. You don't regret any of the effort that you put into it. It's been, it's been a solid thing there the whole time. You had this saying a few weeks ago: red candles, green candles. We're always there. So we've got to give you kudos, and kudos to you guys for just sticking it out all the time through all the tough Burr weeks or whatever you want to call them. All those red candles. You stuck through it all. Was there any parts where you did actually think we'll give this up?
I mean, like giving up completely was never the case. I think the only thing where we started thinking like, okay, maybe we should do it every 2 weeks now, because I think there was some time, I'm not sure exactly, is it April or something like that? Anyway, like some time around the time where I think when Hyper bottomed, actually, I think if you remember correctly, there was one spaces where people were like, what is going on? What is this? It's like I think you guys might remember
Oh yeah,
when Hyper bottomed. There was, I think that was essentially like probably the lowest of like the sentiment, it seems, when Hyper bottomed. So I think around that time we were thinking like, well, maybe, because normally me and Plan A, we have a call afterwards, and we do talk quite a bit, right? I mean, sometimes even like 2 or 3 hours even after the call. And we were like, okay, maybe we should do it every 2 weeks. But then it's like, okay, you know what, let's do next week another one, and then we switch it up. We'll tell the people that we're only doing it every 2 weeks. And then, well, we just kept on going up to now.
Yeah, sentiment was pretty low. Thinking back to around that time, Dragon X had ruined the Ethereum page for everyone. Jake had hoodwinked everyone and launching Hyper with Ethereum rather than Titanx. And the participation was lower than everyone was expecting. Jeez, it's funny thinking back, like all that going on at that time.
Yeah, and then I think I remember you guys as well. Is like I think initially like you had the Titan Blaze, and you were like, no, we're not gonna use the Titan name, so you're gonna go to Blaze only. And then I think you came out and you were like, oh, our buy and burn is completely decentralized. I was like, oh man, what you guys doing?
It's fun. It's actually funny talking about things like that. It is part of the history of everything that's gone on. Like,
Yes.
Yep. these things.
Yeah,
Because
yeah. So I was
the
just like,
reality.
oh no, you guys are leaving now. What? I was like, okay, but my thought was always like, you know what? All right, man, you guys leave, no worries. We're gonna stay. We're gonna stay. You
Oh
leave,
yeah,
you don't want the Titan place, you don't want the Titan in the name, no worries. You go. We're gonna stay.
yeah. Well, at least we made the right choice in the end. Jeez, yeah, but it was it was yeah, it was tough. The bear market was tough. Those red candle days were tough, but we've all stuck it out. We've all stuck it out, and yeah, I mean everybody's stepped up to the plate since. You're building, you're still doing the spaces. You've got Titanx Hub. You know, the three people on the screen with me at the minute put in as much work, behind the scenes, and consistency is a thing that gets thrown about all the time about how important it is. But you three on the screen with me are, a testament to what consistency is and what consistency is all about and what it can achieve. Bad Sports is fucking relentless day in, day out. Mike, you've been from those very first June dashboards to what Titanx Hub has become now. It's probably, it probably is the most invaluable resource in the community for newcomers, and not even just newcomers, but I think I share the same sentiment as everybody, and we use it for our portfolio tracking. I'm probably on Titanx Hub, I don't know, 20 times a day, just checking everything, seeing what's changed, toggling between the different wallets to see what, to see what's performing well. So, and then obviously we've got the premium as well. So, yeah, well done, you three, for everything, the consistent effort. Yeah, it's been legendary to say the least.
I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, Ali, even you yourself, man, you've been around. Yeah, even, I think for one thing, when I was interviewing, I think Steve at the time, I had told him like, hey, regarding your project, it's like you have 8 cooks. Is that going to be an issue? Having 8 cooks, trying to cook a meal. So, how did that work out up to now? I think you guys are still. How are things working out now? I mean, Blaze is still there, so.
Blaze is still there. Everybody still puts in a little bit of effort for Blaze and Inferno. Josh, the thing was, okay, it was at the time it worked perfectly. Everybody worked together. We all had the same vision. We all had the same goals, and it's exactly the same as the way the kingdoms are in Titanx. And people, like I said this a few times, people wanting to throw their allocations in certain ways because they probably have bags that way, or they're involved in that ecosystem. They're building here, but they're involved over there, and it came down to exactly the same thing for the Blaze team. And we've been here since the very start. All of us since the very start. We've seen everything that's went on in this ecosystem. We've seen every project come. We've seen all builders come. We've sat here through all the streams, and we all have the things that we like more than others. And it was just after Blaze, we all you've seen how well and quickly and we were able to pull Inferno. And it took us months to get Blaze out. Inferno came about 3 weeks later. We put a monumental effort in to get Blaze or Inferno out as quickly as possible. Then after that, trying to get 8 people to decide on what the next move wasn't happening. Everybody had different ideas, and it was too slow for everybody to agree and do this one thing. So we all agreed, you know what? You want to go and do that? Go and do it. You want to go and do that? Go and do it. And look at what's come of it. Accelerate is absolutely flying. We're coming out with, we've already got 3 projects launched. We've got 5 in the pipeline. Volt has come out of it. Lotus has come out of it. And that's all happened in a matter of weeks, not even months, weeks. All right, maybe 3 months. But, in the space of what's been achieved from that break in 3 months, is pretty incredible to see. There was a quiz. There was a quiz the other day of there was 13 projects launched at one stage, and I think the mastermind, mainly the Blaze team, was behind like 9 of them. Man,
it's only been 3 months. A lot has happened the last 3. Man, a lot has happened in the last month.
Yeah,
it feels like years.
I know,
man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Just quickly, Mike, are you all set up to run that spaces through here now? Is that all?
Yeah, pretty much. So the only thing is now, like when I start streaming, essentially, right? I'm gonna so basically the audio from my laptop is gonna be streaming into StreamYard. So I think if you guys want to speak, I think you guys have to come to the spaces then.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. We're just going to play it through here. We'll go and participate on our phones through the
Gotcha.
usual.
All right, Jake, are you joining in today to the spaces?
No, I'm gonna take. Actually, I'm gonna code Pulsar on the app at titanx.win/stats, and then after I'll jump back on the stream.
All right, man. No worries.
You see the way you were saying, Jake, about it feels like so long. I already said this, but it's worth saying again. Whenever we were coming up to the 3rd mint cycle of Awesome X, it was going, fucking hell, it's only been out 12 days. Well, we're going into the 3rd cycle. It had only been out 12 days. And honestly, it was like a fucking distant memory. Just even though the amount of things that had happened in those 12 days, you know, because we had Alien X launch. I can't even think off the top of my head what else was going on. But it was just like, and that's the thing. These you're up at, you know, whatever it is, 6, 7 a.m. Sometimes you're going to bed at, you know, midnight, 1:30 in the morning. That's when you're going to sleep. I'm still fucking sending video messages back and forward at 1:30 in the morning, sleep back up again. And the 2 days, I stream on a Monday night, I stream on a Tuesday night, and I get the Tuesday night and it feels like Friday every single week. Like, why the fuck is it only Tuesday night? Well, it's like I get the Wednesday, and it's like I always have an early night on a Wednesday after those 2 days.
Right,
so the space is gonna get streamed through here.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, I mean that's yeah. So essentially, people can just continue. You can just let the stream go, and then we'll stream it as well. So it hasn't started yet. There's some few minutes to go. I'm waiting for Ban A to start it, and then we can start it. And by the way, hey, Jake, I sent you a message.
Yeah.
Let's see.
What does it say? What does it say?
He was asking, can this alley guy shut up? With his dumbass Irish accent.
Read it out live on stream. Pull it up.
It says, "I love you."
Yeah, we had Titanx Jay was declaring his love yesterday on stream, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's another one.
I mean, there's a lot of bromance going on here. You know, my girlfriend always jokes that like guys are so serious. Everything we do feels like we're going to war. And I absolutely feel like that. I feel like we're going to war, you know? Even though we're just like talking to our laptops. I'm basically shouting at my laptop right now. But it feels like war and conquest, you know? Yeah.
That is true.
Yep.
Cool.
What time you start? Not Mike, in 5 minutes?
I mean, it should start now. So I'm basically really just waiting for Plan A to start it.
Yes.
And so normally it's like 5 minutes later, but normally he starts the stream directly at 6.
Sweet. So with regards to the conference,
or 5, or whatever you are, it depends, right?
Yeah, no, with regards to the conference continuing on here, it's going to continue on the same channel here, but after the spaces is over, when we come back on, Steve DeFi will be taking over. He's got a few different panels on his show as well. So yeah, thanks for everybody that's tuned in today. Another load of alpha, some great conversations, and the Titanx ecosystem is thriving. And from what we've heard today and what we've seen, it definitely seems that it's going to continue. So thanks everybody for tuning in, and yeah, get your bags packed. Hyperdeflation's coming.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
Once upon a time in the bustling world of cryptocurrency, Titanx was born from a vision of a decentralized future where innovation meets sustainability. As the community rallied together, they faced challenges that tested their resolve. Criticism about mining being unprofitable, chitter-chatter of forever downchart, fear, doubt, and uncertainty about the project being dead. Then came the Dragon, the Bull, Helios, and the Vaulted One, to name just a few of the defending protocols that put the bears to flight. Additionally, with groundbreaking features like Proof of Burn 2.0, Titanx transformed obstacles into opportunities. Today, as we celebrate our first anniversary, we reflect on our journey and invite you to join us. Together, we're not just building a platform, we're shaping the future of freedom. Let's ignite this revolution. Welcome to the Central Hub for the Titanx First Anniversary Conference. We're thrilled to announce over 50 speakers, including the renowned Jake Sharpe. This exciting event will be hosted by Ali Kane and The Mo. Join us for 2 days of jam-packed panels featuring insights from all of Titanx and beyond. Mark your calendars for October 26th and 27th, kicking off at 9 a.m. EST each day. Save the dates. We can't wait to see you. In a vast digital realm where neon dreams collide, a luminous orb emerged, Titanx, a star reborn in synthetic wonder. The journey began with the Great Token Burn, where miners tossed tokens into green flames, turning scarcity into shimmering value. Next came the Staking Challenge, a colossal mountain demanding commitment, revealing breathtaking vistas for the brave. In a dazzling coliseum, developers became gladiators, igniting the air with beams of light for each accepted project. At last, Titanx stood tall, a beacon of resilience, thriving in a federation of digital realms, transforming the cold expanse of the internet into a vibrant tapestry for all who dared to dream.
Everyone, the spaces hasn't started yet. I'm still waiting for plan A. Technical issues.
Just leave you there by yourself, Jake.
I mean, we might as well just keep on chatting until plan A figures the technical part.
Plan A is figuring out plan B. Shit, where's my plan B?
I think the issue was also today because of the time change, I think, happened today. That's one. And then the second thing, it seems like he set the spaces for tomorrow, because when I go and click the link, it says tomorrow at 6. So definitely.
Yeah, if you're called plan A, you can't have a plan B.
Yeah, the smooth transition wasn't as smooth as we expected there, was it?
No.
Well, people can now enjoy me chomping eggs.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised. I'm surprised you didn't get brain freeze. I seen how quickly you ate that ice lolly between disappearing off space. I thought you were going to come back on and be like, ah.
Nah, I love ice cream, man. I was built for ice cream.
Well, after the spaces, yeah, Steve DeFi is going to come up with some of his team, and they've got 3 more panels. Panel 1, they're going to look into some of the new Titanx projects that are coming out, and then there's a liquidity providing session with Nathan and Johnny. That'll be interesting. And the final panel for Steve and his team is sort of like just a community AMA. They've got a few new faces on there, which will be interesting. So there's still plenty to go. And then we've got Smooth's streamer team after that. So yeah, we got another 6, 7, probably another 8 hours today. It's going to be good.
Goddamn.
Are you ready for that, Jake? I know I wouldn't be. Friggin' hell. That's crazy.
I don't have a choice.
Mike, you ready to
I don't give myself a choice.
Say that again.
Is that screen ready to be shared? Or is that not ready?
Not yet. The spaces hasn't started.
Okay.
Cool. One second.
We're going to need a plan C at this rate.
I love how I could just imagine people sitting there just looking at 3 guys' faces, just staring at the screen.
So plan A, I just called him right now. He's having the technical issues. He's reissuing the link, and so he just needs a few more minutes.
All good.
I wonder what the new projects they're going to be talking about. Steve DeFi, I wonder if they're going to be talking about the Volt wheel and all the pillars, or is there other things maybe on the? Do you know what they're going to be talking about, Josh?
Not too much detail. Looking at the timetable there, there's he's on there with, I think he's co-hosting it with Vibra. He's got Brandon coming, but I think possibly there's a couple of other people coming up. Steve likes to keep his guests close to his chest, so he could have some surprises for us.
And who's you said there's a few new faces. Who's the new faces that we've got coming on?
I don't think we've had cryptographics on, have we? Yep. So he's coming up. some point.
I love how Josh looks like he's in like a man cave and on it, not one glimmer of light except for his computer screen.
That's exactly where I am. I have like my setup downstairs, but then I've got family have just arrived at family arrived when the Spaces was due to start, so I'm blaming Plan A for this one.
I'll tell him that.
Ali, you've given us all major props there in terms of our work ethic, but you streamed every single Tuesday and Monday all the way through the Titanx bear market, and even when there was only 10 or 20 people showing up, you were still out there. So I think I think you did pretty well on that as well.
Yeah, exactly. Some of those Monday pulse chain streams and the Tuesday Blaze streams in the early days were they weren't too popular, but consistency, baby, just keep sticking at it. Everything works in the end if you just keep going. Hope, just keep going.
Yep. Yeah, that we had the
kind of don't want to start. They don't want to start getting into another big conversation just to get cut off. We're stuck in the in between zone here, guys. Let's start a deep discussion about Titanx liquidity providing. What can you think of?
I'll just play another video.
Well, hold on, actually, because we'll give a wee heads up here. Accelerate, obviously, at the minute we've launched Awesome X, Alien X. Just to give a heads up of what's actually coming next from Accelerate. Goat X must be next on the list. So Irish Crypto, it's another Inferno fork built on Inferno, which should get quite interesting. That's going to be launching probably. What do you reckon, Josh? Probably about towards the end of November. It's probably around the time we're aiming for. We've got that. Sal Vega and Trader Lee, their project has their two community members that put out a lot of content. Trader Lee does a lot of technical analysis and just he's really good at following that rule of 100. You see he's posting, liking, retweeting consistently. He's putting a lot of effort in. They've stepped up. They've seen what people in the community can achieve with the building, and obviously with Accelerate working with us, we can help them get their project off the ground nice and quickly and easily. So that started. What else have we got going on? Another one, Flare is another one getting built on Inferno. That's really interesting. I can't wait to reveal
so
that.
The space has started.
Oh, shut up then.
Cool.
He's like, shut up.
So I'll just pull this up and drop you off, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, essentially, you can just leave the people on, but they just can't talk. Essentially, but you have to share the screen now. Yeah. I think Plan A is gonna say something in a bit. I think he's still waiting for more people to come.
I love these awkward silences.
That's it. We can build cutting edge DeFi, the best financial system on Ethereum, and we can't even get a twisted Twitter Spaces to run through YouTube. Millions and millions of dollars.
Okay, guys, I think we can hear.
Yes,
through,
loud
so
and
just
clear.
Mute yourself.
Are we set up on the YouTube front?
Yes, we are set up, and we should be. Yeah, we are online.
Oh, great. Let's give it another couple of minutes before we kick off. Apologies again for the technical issues earlier, and I think we still have a sufficient time to cover everything we need to cover during this session. Thanks again for attending, and we will commence in a couple of minutes.
And just for the people that don't know, the Titanx conference is going on right now. They're taking a break for this Plan A space, and then it will resume immediately afterwards. And that's running basically all day. If you guys aren't aware.
Hopefully we can get Jake into space.
I think he said he's gonna take a little break.
Yeah, he'll be on the YouTube stream all day though.
Alrighty.
How was your steak today, Mike?
As always, very juicy. Can't complain. Definitely very nice. Can you guys see, is Plan A here or is he having difficulties?
No, he's waiting a couple of minutes to have the room fill up and then kick off.
All right, I see. Gotcha.
Yeah,
In the meantime, let's share it out, guys. Just go to Plan A, go to his Twitter, and just, real quick like and retweet, even leave a comment there. Get this thing going.
Shout out to Element 280 and to Lotus.
Thank you.
Great. So, guys, thanks for attending. We will be kicking off in exactly 1 minute, so that will be 1/4 the hour. Thanks again. Thanks for bearing with us.
And I'd like to recommend we kind of keep today's space streamlined so that we don't go over on the time here with the anniversary conference.
Absolutely. The intention is to wrap up on exactly the hour. So we got 45 minutes for this now, and this is more of a relaxed type of discussion. We're not going to be going over the stats and the build on Titanx updates. We will just have a discussion. It's a reflection, really, on a conference review. And I think, yes, we'll wrap up in 45 minutes. Okay, let's open up now. So the floor is open. I think it's a good time, definitely, to look back and ask, of course, what's next for Titanx. I think before we kick off, I'd like to say happy birthday to Titanx, and really, what a ride we've had so far. Titanx is changing the conversation, as we all know, fair crypto, Titanx ethos and principles. I think we've come a long way in the last 12 months. So thanks, everyone. It's been such a great journey together. And yes, may it continue as we look forward. So I really want to see if we can use this session to really, explore what next for Titanx. And if there are ideas, it'll be great to share. And we look on what's happened with the conference so far. It's really gone really well, in my opinion. And so I think taken together, is there, are there anything, sorry, put it this way, have we missed anything? Is there anything else that could be done to make this, as we look forward, a really more interesting ride? Is there perspectives here really is what we need. So again, it's an open format. We would really be happy to have contributors. As we know, the framework for the conference has been, how did we get here? The Titanx Bull Run and day 369 and beyond. That's really the framework of the conference. I think we can actually discuss any part of that conference here. And so the floor is open.
I think the theme that we're doing. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. Let me just. Mike, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think I would just let the others speak today, because I think we're a bigger team today, and I think there's going to be some important things coming up. So I'm also quite tired, to be honest with you. So I'll just let the others speak for today.
That's good. Okay, great. Mas.
Well, I can talk. So I think the theme that we're getting, from what I'm hearing from the people and individuals that are on the stream, because like we're already built out, we're a year in, and it's looking wonderful. I think, and this is just my personal thoughts, it may be what I'm seeing is a lot of innovation. Just what I'm seeing, and I think that people, like, they're building like new tokenomics. Like, I've seen people talk about pillars, then I've seen element 280, then I'm seeing Lotus with the bi-weekly rewards, where you can, like, I'm seeing like innovation. And I try to feel the vibes. I'm very vibe like. So and like, don't get me wrong, meme tokens are okay. But I think what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing and what people are saying, like, we need innovation and scalability. And that's kind of the two phrases that I'm kind of vibing out right now. If I'm wrong, somebody let me know. But what I'm definitely seeing is some innovation on tokenomics and tech. I'm seeing that, and like I said, and that the scalability, of course, getting more people to join. However that looks as far as scalability, as far as scaling your value, tokenomics, LP pools, whatever scalability looks like to you.
A great mask. I think that's really great. A great observation. I think Titanx has really brought some great value to the wider crypto space, and that is particularly, as you mentioned, innovation on tokenomics. And I think, of course, the discussion concerning fragmented liquidity versus your liquidity web or bonded liquidity. I think that Titanx has definitively answered the second question. That's for sure. That bonded liquidity, in the way that Titanx has demonstrated it, really is more beneficial for a community, and that it's still an ongoing experiment, but it's something that I think we will see more and more of in the future by other communities. And I think we should all recognize that Titanx really was the first to do this on the scale that we've witnessed. So thanks, Max. I think you pretty much have summarized exactly that. That is the value that Titanx has brought to the wider industry as it is. And I wouldn't be surprised if academic papers are written on this in the future. Great. Anyone else? Dude, your observations.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was in my own world for a second, looking at elements stats. It's amazing to see. As far as Titanx goes, yeah, it's been very quick year, I feel like, and the innovation is ramping up rapidly. And you know, I was saying earlier on the conference that, you know, we've seen a huge influx of builders coming in while there's been red candles. You know, Titanx has been in a bear market for months and months, and there's still people that see the value in it and understand what it represents, and they've shown up and started building on it. Just, I think that once we are out of that officially and in this bull market, it's just going to be a massive wave of adoption with builders specifically, seeing the, you know, the green candles will show, put it in front of people's eyes, and that's just going to drive the innovation even more, in my opinion. So I'm super bullish on Titanx, and yeah, I'm really happy with where I'm at.
That's great. Thank you. I'd like to invite up Ches and Desk, who've been really very, you know, regulars and pillars of our community here. And over the year, the ups and downs, there really has been community members who have made this really possible. The spaces. There's a time when these weekly spaces. There's a time that this was really the only window of Titanx to the rest of the world, and these were through this you know, this was through some of our most difficult times. And so I really do want to acknowledge everyone who has participated and who has helped carry this through. So thanks everyone. And Chiz, you don't know how much you are appreciated on this. I must say, with this conference, you see the framework that I actually described earlier. That came from Chiz. There was a time when it was really, when we were preparing for the conference, it seemed a bit, we certainly needed help. And Chiz really got onto a call, and Chiz said, listen, you know, it's okay. And you know, I've done these things in the past, as in, you know, done conferences in the past. And he came up with this framework and a whole lot of things. And I said, Chiz, you know what? I'm just taking notes here. You know, you talk. And we had our framework. I looked at it the next day and sent out the message to everyone. And here we are. So this conference and the way it has gone, and the structure that we've seen that has really been, you know, quite smooth, really is down to what Chiz came up with, his framework. So thanks again, Chiz. Do you have anything to say?
Thanks, Plan A. Yeah, I mean, I'll say something about the framework in a little bit. That framework is very simple. I sort of look from perspective of what was going on and how we could encourage and empower the already existing platforms to do their thing. And then, you know, trust that the powers that be would figure out how to execute. And I think that's what happened. So yeah, but it also, honestly, it came from like what happens when there's friction and division in a community, and you actually need friction and division in a human, in a team, in a community. You sort of need that because either you use it to drain the energy or to develop trust and the energy. And so, like in the supposedly trustless world of DeFi, like I don't really buy that. That's just words. Like trustless, that's jargon, right? So yeah, so I feel pretty good about the conference, honestly. It's just it marks, you know, a moment in time, and I think it's good. The one thing I would encourage is, you know, and me being involved is is sort of an example of this, because I think what we want to encourage is more diverse voices. Like, the one weakness of the conference that I see is like the OGs are all there, which is cool. But I think it's time to sort of de-emphasize OG and de-emphasize, it doesn't matter who I am and where I came from. It's about, what I'm doing right now and how I'm showing up. And so for me, and even as part of like this decentralized planning effort, which is always sort of like herding cats, right? You don't want to control anything. You want to encourage, empower, and and help people feel like they've got their destiny in their own hands and they can do it and they make it happen. And that's all good. But like, yeah, so I would say that for today, I want to encourage, like, I found it difficult to get diverse voices onto these panels, right? Which was personally frustrating. And I sort of got a few people that I know through X to show up, and there's some new voices. But for Titanx community to really expand, I think we're going to have to humble ourselves to the possibility that, right now we're about 20,000 wallets. Let's say, I don't know, 10,000 people, 5,000 people. We don't know, but that's good. It's hot. It's strong. It's like the best community that I've seen in DeFi. It's not perfect, but it's really, really good and hot. So yeah, I want to encourage more diverse voices and OGs making space for others. That's just my piece. Yeah, and I really, I just want to give props to all the builders, man. I mean, seriously. I mean, and Rain Man, building with Steve's support, and whew, Lotus, man, is beautiful. So anyway, that's it. Peace out, y'all.
Thank you. Thanks, Chiz. That's a great reflection there. And yes, we definitely have to start working on that, expanding the base and getting more sort of diverse voices and ideas in. I think that's really the only way we will grow. Okay, Crypto Kool-Aid.
Good morning.
Great to see you. How are you?
I'm doing good, my friend. I'm doing good, my friend. And congratulations on everyone for a year. It's been a wild ride. The convention has been going fantastic, and glad to have this little pause to be on Spaces. I'd like to second what Chiz was saying, that we've got a lot of room. Now, we've covered some amazing ground with the idiom that build on Titanx is a we, not a me. And we need to take that and bind into other communities, into other arenas, and show that positivity to others. As we do that, we're going to show so much more than toxicity and drama and maximalism, and show everyone that we can work together in a DeFi for all. It's not what's in your wallet at a Capital One. It's that what do you want to be involved with that makes you happy, that makes you passionate, that brings you joy. I think that's what we have here. And it's great to be on this 1 year journey and to see what's going to come in the next year.
Great. Thanks, Crypto Kool-Aid. Morpheus, over to you.
Yeah, I completely agree. Even though it's not really in our power for other people to come on, but what we are doing right now, being as inviting as we are and as helping to one another as we are, I think the threshold for new people to will come online and share their story is probably the best we have in crypto. But we do got to realize that for people to show up either in spaces or on stream, it's a really big step. It's not easy to. The first time is always the hardest. It's the same as being on a dive board. The first time you jump off a high dive board, it takes you 10 minutes before you jump. As soon as you jump down, you can't wait to get up as quickly on the dive board because you now overcame that fear. So, yeah, I think this is the community that can grow exponentially just by the way we are. But I completely agree. The more diversity we have, the better the growth will be.
Great, thank you. I think that's really the challenge for the next year, and that will determine how we grow. And I think that really is the greatest challenge that we're yet, that is really in front of us. So thanks, Morpheus. And by the way, when is Morpheus.win launching? When is it going live?
We'll be going live on Monday.
Yeah.
And it will be live on stream. So just
great.
watch out for that one.
Yeah, great. Looking forward to it. Gugad, it's over to you.
Yo, good morning, bro. What's going on?
Not bad at all. And you?
Good, man. Good. I'm enjoying the weekend. You know, I always enjoy a good Titanx stream. I like to engage and just make, surly comments and shit like that. So I'm having a fun time, enjoying everything. And yeah, the vibe is right, bro. Let's go.
Great, great. Thanks. The verse, I see the verse in the house. He's really been a very good supporter and a member of the community. That is for sure. And when he was approached about being one of the hosts for this conference, he agreed. And so let me take this opportunity to say thank you to all the hosts of this conference, and that's Ali, the Mo, Smooth and Crypto, Steve, DeFi, and of course, the verse. So thanks again. I see that we've got Mitch S up.
Hey, hey. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Nice, nice. Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to say hi to everybody. I mean, there's a lot of you guys, mostly everybody I see here on my Twitter space, I recognize from, YouTube, Twitter spaces. I've been in since day one, and I've finally just came on to Twitter publicly about Titanx only like maybe 2 weeks ago or so. So it's been awesome, and I just want to give a shout out to everybody. I'm seeing all these names and faces, that I've been watching since day one here in Titanx, and I'm glad to be more public about it. Posting videos now, and being active on Twitter. Plan A, Mike Dean, Chiz, Helios, the dude, just so many of you guys, and it's really awesome to be here. So I just want to say that. So from Cambodia over here, just wanted to say hi and introduce myself, and hopefully I'll see you guys on a stream one day or in videos. So thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Mitch, and we look forward to seeing more of you. Great. James, how are you?
Yeah, all good here. I'm on a different device. How's the audio? Is it working?
It's loud and clear.
Wow. For once, technology has not beat me. Yeah, it's been a blast these past couple months building scale out, and I find myself traveling at kind of the worst times. Like there's a lot going on. You finalize the audits. You plan your launch. By the way, Scale is launching November 5th. We're going to be doing a snapshot, a wallet snapshot between the 28th and I have to check the papers. I think it's November 2nd or so. Basically, the snapshot of the wallets is going to be to check how much baby Dragon X, BDX you have, how much Dragon X you have, including the Dragon X, not just loose in your wallet, but in your hybrid NFTs. So you'll get a bonus. You'll get a minting bonus there, and it's no rush. You don't have to rush to get in. It's a 14-day fair launch and all that stuff. I'm super excited about this 1 year. I can't believe this 1 year has come so quickly. I'm honored to speak on a panel, I think in a couple hours. I'm over in Bali. So finally, I've got a place that's good signal. And it's going to be around 2 in the morning, 2:30 in the morning. So things will just be getting hot. And it's great to see so many people showing up. A lot of protocols launching in November. And there's definitely not enough Titanx. You don't, as people are saying, you don't have enough Titanx. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Thanks, James. You're absolutely right. You look at the protocols that have gone live on, and you look on Titanx hub, we've got 18, including Titanx protocol itself. The pipeline looks very strong. That's upcoming projects. We have about 21 upcoming projects, and the best is yet to come. That's truly how I feel about this. You have some really solid projects that have been launched, like Titanx itself, Dragon X. You have Ouroboros, of course. You definitely you have Blaze, Inferno, and then you have the Vault, and that is really great innovation there. But the fact that within the Titanx ecosystem, that a solution has been found that you can really put on top of each project to ensure that you have inflation controlled, and to be able to do so in a very decentralized way is huge. So I'll say, I think Steve DeFi isn't he launching the first, the next, if you like, next project of his on the 8th of November, and then a week after that, he wants to go to market with a whole set of protocols at the same time. That will be a first within this ecosystem, and looking forward to it. So we're looking forward to an exciting time this sort of next month. This is the last spaces of this month, and it's part of course, the conference itinerary. We will be wrapping up in 20 minutes. I would like to invite anyone who has anything else to add to please, come up and add or discuss, because we definitely would like to hear from you. If there are ideas that you have in this interactive forum where you think that would add value to Titanx in the future or going forward, I think this is a good one. There's a good opportunity to do so. And I could explain, for instance. Yeah. Great. Go ahead.
Just want to give a shout out once again to Lotus, bro, on that innovative with the bi-weekly payout. Extremely innovative, and you have to stake to order to get into it. Like one of a kind innovation that I've seen, and it holds people to stake. So I thought, well, like when I seen that, I was like, yes, I'm going to stay in this protocol. I like this protocol. I'm going to stay in it. And of course, it gives you a second opportunity to get into like Titanx if you kind of look at it from that perspective. And of course, it's on top of Volt and Dragon X, I think. I also want to give a shout out to Element 280 when I seen the innovativeness with the NFTs. Like great way to innovate with NFTs, and I'm not just saying this. Like I'm like thoroughly impressed with like the innovation that's going on, and like sometimes it just takes small things like that. And so, like, I just want to encourage builders to keep doing stuff like that. Think of new and inventive and creative ways of how to for people to make passive income, and keep your ROI high too, without creating a token on a token on a token on a token on a token. And I get tokens need to be created for the liquidity pool. Don't get me wrong. I 100% understand that. But there's and I'm just seeing like a lot of innovative, and I'm like, when I mean like, you can hear the excitement in my voice. I'm like, as far as those projects that I've seen, the innovation with Dragon X, Eric's not here, so I try to my best to represent Dragon X in its fullest. I just and like the whale, the DeFi whale, I thought that was extremely innovative. Basically, you have a DeFi well that never dumps. Like, do you know how crazy that is? Do you know how many projects wish they had that? And so, like, I'm just seeing, and I haven't really looked over the other white papers as far as the innovation part. But like, give us stuff like that. Keep giving us stuff like that. And when you think outside of the box like that, then you'll have people come to your projects and your community, and they'll be willing to stay because you're innovative and thinking outside of the box. Because a lot of things we've seen over DeFi over time has been the same old thing. And don't get me wrong, if it works, it works. But like, the reason we switched to DeFi is to get something more innovative, to get something more more exclusive, and to us as an individual, to show our characteristics as a community, because Titanx does have characteristics that we hold and value through our ethos, and not only through our ethos but through our innovation. So just keep that up as far as the innovation, and the innovation will come stability, and when you're innovative and it's true innovation, people will stay.
Great. Yes, and is innovation really everywhere within this ecosystem. I think we look at, Crypto Kool-Aid is really, over the last few days, including of course during the conference, or if you like, the last few streams that he's held and participated in, explained this innovation about pretty much Titanx on Pulse Chain. I think we can keep an eye out and see once they get it all together and come back to kind of explain how it all works. I think that is also another innovation that I think the community would be proud of. But I think I'm not going to. Crypto Kool-Aid is, he definitely is very well spoken and definitely could speak for himself. But yeah, let's watch that space too. So innovation is what we're about. It's not about, you're absolutely right, Mas, not about copying one and building on the other, just copying, and that's not what we've done so far. So we don't expect that to be, to happen or to be the way forward. Okay, can we have Jacko first and then Morpheus, if that's okay? Great. Jacko, Sinman, over to you. And then Morpheus.
Hi guys, hope the audio is okay.
Yes, loud and clear.
Good stuff, good stuff. Yes, see a lot of familiar faces here. First of all, happy birthday to the entire ecosystem. And it's great to be 1 year in and just see everything still going strong and just getting stronger. Speaking of innovation, I just, props to Lotus. I mean, the launch yesterday. I'm wondering, maybe this is a bit of a technical question, so I'm not sure, but I'm wondering how they managed to avoid the sniper bots upon launch. That's something that really just stood out to me if you look at the chart. But the Rain Man, I don't see Rain Man, yeah. But anyway, that would be interesting to see. And then good luck to Morpheus for their launch tomorrow. And yeah, great to speak to all you guys. And yeah, just wanted to say good luck for all the others that are coming. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Jericho. Thank you so much. Can we take the question on Lotus next week? So I think Raymond would be very likely would be joining, and that's pretty much our build on Titanx proper. We'll return to our usual format of getting updates from our builders, and we can pose the question to him. So I think I think he mentioned something about this, a point you raised during one of the sessions during this conference. But again, I wouldn't want to speak for him. I think it's one that it'll be really important for him to share that with the rest of the community and probably go into some detail. But thanks again, and we'll pick this up next week. Morpheus.win, over to you.
Let's go. Yeah, if I could say one thing that we maybe as a community online on Twitter could do to improve is to engage on posts. If I look at the metrics of pretty much any content creator on Twitter, all the metrics are perfect except for one, and that's engagement. So if we can just get the conversation going in the replies, that will help the algo a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a point that we really have to continue to stress going forward, because we really do need to get the message out. We have spent the last year doing the work, the spade work. The real work has really been done, and I think and there's still more to do, definitely. But I think we're at that stage where we can take this message beyond the Titanx ecosystem, knowing that if those on the outside looking in would see something that works, something that is really special. And so yes, it is definitely it is a message we'll need to stress regularly going forward. Okay, I mean, we've got 10 minutes left and for this session before we hand over to before we go back, of course, to the YouTube, our virtual YouTube sessions. Can I ask again if anybody has anything to add, any reflections on the past 12 months? Please feel free to come up and share.
Yeah, I'd like to add, I don't want people to be afraid of like sharing Titanx, like especially, if you're in a community. I mean, Pulse Chain is an easy example. If you're in Pulse Chain, don't be afraid to talk about Titanx as well. Like, you don't have to be a maximalist in anything. And that's something that we're trying to break through on the tribalism. Let's break through that. Like, you're allowed to hold Pulse and Titanx in the same wallet. That's a big thing to me. And just the same as, like, I hold Bitcoin and ETH. Like, I'm not a Titanx maximalist. I hold Pulse as well, obviously. But yeah, like, let's like break down these barriers and let's build across all of these things. I think X28 is going to really help bridge that gap. So that'll be amazing to see whenever we take Titanx to all of the chains and allow all these other silos to get into it. But yeah, don't be afraid to rep all of your tokens, all the communities you're in. You don't have to be a Titanx maximalist to be a part of this. So yeah, that's really it.
I think I want to second on that because, again, I haven't sold any of my hex on either chain. I'm a dolphin on both, but I'm not a Richard Hart maximalist. I'm a Richard Hart idealist because I am a systemic design maximalist because code is law, systems are law. You are able to choose on whether you want pie or cake, and no one needs to tell you what's in your wallet. The most important thing moving over to other chains and other communities is just to be welcoming, to have fun with them, right? Because people are free to do what they want with their finances or with their time. But if everyone binds together to have a good time, we have something that's worth more than even just green candles. We have camaraderie. And that is really where all the stuff will move forward. And that's where we set the example going forward on everything else. And that's going to be a tough pill to swallow going forward, but we have to blaze those saddles because this is what's important for all. Because again, putting down the me and building on the we is where we get somewhere.
Yeah, probably one thing I'd like to add as well is, I mean, the way I view crypto as well is something like, digital real estate. But, like I like the real estate in the real world. Like you have to spend a lot of money to have something like like a real estate per se. But with crypto, you can essentially, well, like you can have few percentages in this real estate and a few more percentages in that real estate. So you can belong to different teams, as for instance, right? So that also makes sense. Although, like, if you want to buy a real estate in, I don't know, in Manhattan or so, it's like you have to come up with a lot of money for that. But well, you can get some other real estate, the digital ones. So yeah, I view it that way.
Great, thank you. Well, we've got Cleric and Desk, and I see Pool Win is waiting. I'll say over, next 6 minutes, 2 minutes each. I will suggest, we start with Cleric and then Desk. By the way, sorry, if just bear with me. Dude, would you mind letting up Pool Win, please? Try to let him up and I can't. Cleric, over to you.
I can drop down if you need space.
I appreciate it. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Sorry, I'm running from my desktop, so sometimes it doesn't work. First question about Titanx. I'm a newcomer. I just heard it from a peer of mine, buddy that I know of. Reading through the white paper, as far as Titanx goes, I get a big feeling of deflationary aspects, a lot of burn mechanisms with the mining and all that. Outside of that, and from what I've briefly heard with the ecosystem and other projects being built on top of Titanx, is there anything I'm missing, just on a quick little bullet point note for a newcomer such as myself that's learning about the project and the ecosystem and everything of that nature?
The ethos, the Titanx, at a very high level, like the most important thing is that these projects are, in some way, form or fashion, are contributing to burning Titanx. And by doing that, if all of these projects do that, we as a team can reduce the supply, and that's how we're achieving hyper deflation within the Titanx ecosystem. And then also, if your project is paired with Titanx, by having all the other projects burning Titanx, they're supporting it and indirectly supporting you because you're paired with Titanx as well. So essentially, everybody works towards burning Titanx, and then everybody wins. No matter what sector you're in, there's lots of spaces you can fill, and there's lots of projects that do individual different things. But at the end of the day, we're all here to support Titanx, and everybody wins.
Okay, so my next question, knowing that, is in regards to potential, and this is just me thinking on a large scale, of liquidity risk. And by that I mean, if you've got a high volume of miners, for example, and they're earning their rewards from mining Titanx and all that, and then you've got a hyper deflationary burn mechanism where all these other projects are burning Titanx to be a part of the ethos, so to speak. How would you avoid concerns about not enough payout available for miners or people in that regard? Do you follow what I'm saying and how I'm thinking? Does that make sense?
Not completely, but I'll say nobody has been mining Titanx for the past 6 months or something. And
nobody has? Or
well, I mean, basically nobody.
Sorry if I may. Can I just interject? I'm sorry about this. Just mindful of time. Cleric, would you mind coming back next week when we have a full discussion? Well, we normally have full discussions, and please do raise this question again. It will definitely be addressed. But now we're just doing this reflection.
Absolutely.
And
that's fine.
We're great. Thank you. Yes, over to you, and then who, and then we'll wrap up. Good.
Please DM me, Cleric, as well.
And me as well.
No problem. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Greeting everybody. Greet everyone. I hope I'm loud and clear. Just touching back to what Dude said before about, if you're from other communities. Like I said, I use myself as an example. Okay, I came from Postchain also, but mostly in Zen. And we always have like a little meeting in Zen, and they never liked the fact that I moved over to Titanx. But you know what? I came here for myself. I didn't come there for anything else. So I view that they were trying to stop me from getting to my destination. So I didn't like. Yeah. So if you are here and you are afraid to talk about Titanx because of your ecosystem or where you're coming from, actually you're not doing yourself good. You are not here for anyone else but yourself. If something is working for you, why would somebody else prevent you from talking about what works for you? It makes no sense. We're all adults. I don't see how it makes sense. So yeah, it's a very valid point. And today, they don't talk about it anymore. That Destiny is, like somebody is on the other side of ecosystem. No, nobody talks about it anymore. So it's a very valid point. Don't let others control how you deal with this crypto thing. You're here for yourself and your family. Thank you.
Thanks, Des. Well said. Pooh, you've got exactly 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay, cool. I'll keep it super brief. Thanks very much. Very new to the kind of builder space, but not so new to the whole crypto space, and quite just a fledgling new builder starting a project. Just looking to try and find the groups and communities of builders rather than communities of users, so to speak, to kind of connect with and talk about technical things and game theory and other things like that as we start to build and research ideas. And so I'm just wondering if there's a resource like that, and B, just a tiny little plug for our project, for my project that I'm starting to work on called Pool.win. Be interested to start getting involved and hearing in the community what people think.
Great. I think we've definitely got the gist of it. You're in the right place. That's the long and short of it. Secondly, do join the Titanx TG or Telegram groups, and start I'll say start there, start discussing, and join our next week spaces. You would have our builders giving updates here, and yes, they are groups. I don't know how active they are at the moment, given that several builders are very busy, but absolutely. You've got James who is here. You have Dude who is here as well. You got Crypto Kool-Aid. And you got Morpheus. So we have the builders here who would definitely be prepared to share with you. So please do visit Titanx Telegram groups, and there's several of them. And of course see where your project fits. I don't want to make it seem complicated, so probably first you can go to Titanx Telegram and then ask your question there, they should direct you. And also you could come be here, you can also join next week and join us.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah. Specifically trying to find communication and discussions with builders rather than people. If I've been in the Titanx, and they sometimes can be a bit funny if you're talking about projects. So I just wanted to be outside of that scope a little bit. But yeah, I get it. I'll start there. Thank you.
Okay. And you could come back next week. Of course, we'll have more time.
100%. I'll definitely be back. I'm quite keen to join these. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Great. On that note, we're wrapping up now. I must say again, thanks everyone for participating in this conference. It's our 1 year anniversary. We're looking forward to moving on to bigger things. Your contributions have been invaluable to get us to this point, and may it continue. So thanks. We also have a big shout out to Bad Sports, who's done really a great job putting together the names and the names of participants, and of course the timetable for this conference, and has been in the background really making sure that things run smoothly. So a good shout out to him, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks everyone. Bye for now.
Thank you.
See everybody.
Bye bye, guys.
Thanks everyone. Bye for now.
Hey everyone, are we still there? I'm seeing. Hey, we're still streaming, so Mo, can you please just come up as well on the stream? It seems like the stream is ongoing. All right, I cannot do that because, by the way, I'm reading out what Mo is currently writing me on the chat, and he says I need to call him up, but I cannot do that because I'm not the main person running the stream. I think Bad Sports was the one who was running the stream, and the one who also we need Bad Sports. So Bad Sports, if you can hear us, please bring us up so that we can come up on the stream as well, the other speakers. So let me see, people are writing. All right, yeah, so I think they need some few seconds before Bad Sports come back. Going to enjoy my... Oh, Mo, there you go.
All right, here we go. We're getting started.
Today.
Damn, okay,
Yeah.
we got it working finally.
We got it. We got it.
So Bad Sports, you can also take off the screen as well. Take off the screen.
Steve.
Yeah. All right. I thought for 1 second, it's like, okay, I'm going to be alone here. All right. Fantastic.
Hey, Mike, shout out to you and Plan A for those spaces every single week. You guys have been the foundation of this entire thing. So thank you very much for keeping us all together and keeping us from jumping ship in the down days, sir. You and Plan A help keep us all aboard. So appreciate you very, very much from all of us.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, definitely has been red candles, green candles. We were always there, so that's that. And the unfortunate part, a little bit about it, is that I think the sound on the spaces is not always as good. So it seems like there's always a bit of a sound issue there. So this is something which is a bit frustrating, to be honest, but it is what it is. I'm trying to find fixes every week, see where I can tweak something. But I mean, hey, I think it's all in all, it's pretty good.
It was fine. I dealt with it. I listened to the whole thing on the YouTube side. It wasn't that bad.
All right,
You're doing a good job, man. No one's blaming you.
No, not good. All good. We're just trying. No blaming here. Steve Devi, how's it going, man? How are you?
Doing fantastic. It's been a brilliant stream. Just fantastic perspectives, new people, seeing them on. It's just been awesome. I loved it, and yeah, I ended it by mistake earlier. at the beginning.
You ended up here.
We carried on like pros, so good stuff. Well done, everyone. Well done, the Bad Sports. He really did a good job in keeping everyone in line and arranging the macro. Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
And shout out to Chiz for giving us the framework that we actually used. So
yes,
I hadn't actually called him out on stream. Chiz, thank you very much. That framework was greatly needed and given to us right at the perfect time. So thank you.
Yeah, brilliant. So right today in this one, we were going to look at new projects, and so we're hoping like people with new projects come on and share it and share their stuff. But I did want to, before we start, I did want to say like a shout, like, because new projects, and we want to have like Ali and Jake were all talking before about helping people get connected with devs, and everyone's helpful. But I can share some, like, I want to share, I'll share my screen because there's a certain options people can go to just to do stuff. So let me share this real quick. Let me do this. Okay, so there we go. So, like, yeah. So I just want to give big shout outs to all these places that you can go and connect. Like Accelerate, it's Josh, Bad Sports, and Ali's Web3 company. They've released tons of stuff. They have tons of experience, and you get mentorship with them. So the advantage of this one, you get a lot of mentorship and marketing because they're going to help with everything. So you know, this is their website, and look at their portfolio. They've done tons of stuff.
Nice.
And yeah, and they're great guys. I know them personally, so yeah, this is Accelerate, and I'm not going to spend a long time on each one, but yeah, reach out to Ali and Josh, and they'll do. They're very busy doing all this stuff. So it's fantastic. Accelerate, and this is Decentra. This is what others use. Lotus, Mike, I think used them. Me and Danny and stuff. I'll give them a shout out. They sent me this to share their site, and so I wanted to share it. And it's a lovely site, and it's a cool name, Decentra. So this is something. They're great guys. They can connect you with good auditors. You don't get you won't be so handheld like with Accelerate, but you know you're connected with people that can do stuff. And so I just want to give that one. Let's move on to the next. Build the Tech. I only found out about this one yesterday. It's Brandon's one, and he's got a whole web company I didn't even know he had. I spoke with him a few days ago, and he recommended an auditor, so I was going to use one of his auditors for something. And I didn't realize he had a whole massive company. So he's got this massive company of consultation, development, transparency, delivery. So this is definitely something to look into. And there's Brandon, and yeah. So that's awesome. And the last one is Eric. Eric is unknown, but he's got some smart devs, and I just want to throw him out because not many people know that he actually does develop for some of the guys in the community. So yeah, a big shout out to Eric, who I know he's got some really smart devs on his team, and he's a talent hunter, and he's a talent. And yeah, so that's it. I don't have the website, just Eric, but brilliant. And yeah, so yeah, there's if you're interested in doing stuff that you can build. If you've got ideas to build on Titanx, there's people to reach out to. There's places to go. There's resources to have, and yeah, to get your ideas into reality. And I love getting ideas into reality. Yeah, so good stuff. What do you think, Viber?
I love it, bro. I love keeping it in house. You know,
Yeah.
supporting people that support you, and the more options we keep here, you know, people aren't going to go elsewhere. And also it just builds community, builds a bigger network. And the more people that I feel like we pull in, they're never leaving. Like, where are you going to go from here? So, Jake,
Yeah.
Or Steve, if you can pull Jake up, looks he's trying to get up.
Oh yeah,
there we go.
I was begging in the chat.
Let me on.
Yeah. Oh man. Brilliant. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, just sharing some resources for people to build, and yeah, so connect them with the devs, and everyone knows Accelerate, there's others, and you know, Accelerate helps you with the marketing and stuff. It's great stuff. It's all great stuff. Got Decentra, build on tech.
I think it's great. I mean, especially some of these builders are like, they have context in the ecosystem, right? Because if you go to like a new developer, it's like, well, what is a buy and burn? You know, like they don't have that context most of the time. So they need to read up, check the code, and see, this is how it works. So sometimes it's just quicker with some of these guys because they just have a lot of context and they're in the ecosystem as well. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, and there's a lot of new projects coming out. This hour is a new project hour, and yeah, so Mo, you gonna lead the way?
I'd like to add real quick that it's best if you can get a fully fleshed out idea. If you have like a half-baked idea and you go to some of these developers, they're not really gonna be as helpful. Like you really need to have a strong vision in what you're trying to achieve before you approach these people. That's one thing that I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, do you want to talk about some of the new projects coming out? And I mean, I put a link out to a ton of people. Let's have a look. We got all these upcoming projects on that are coming out very soon, and loads more that aren't in.
Steve, can you just say how many of those are yours?
Exactly. Yeah, I put the pillars in there too. So thanks for uploading them. Yeah.
Well,
So
why don't you
Steve-
lead off with the
Steve
pillars?
is dominating the list.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your list, Steve. Just take it away.
They're new. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, for me, for my projects, it's the pillars. It's Viper. It's the next one with the pillars coming out the week 8 days. So Viper's on the 8th, and the pillars 8 days later. And then if I want to say the new stuff, because this is all about new projects, I'd just spend like a minute. I won't take up much time, but after the pillars and the wheel, I'm going to do vault staking. So they're going to be able to stake their vault for the LP fees. I'm building something for the community, and that they can manage LPs in a decentralized way, and it's going to give the code away, give it away to whoever wants it. But I'm building it for Vault, and I'm hopefully going to do something with staking for the so Vault could be used for staking for LP fees. And after that, I've got this project called Lightning Bolt. So Lightning Bolt is like this. It's like this Whatsa, and the Titanx comes in. Basically, 40% is put in an 8 day pool. They get 50% of this Bolt coin in their NFT, and then 50% is distributed every day in a Lightning Bolt. Okay, if you burn your NFT, you get your value, but then you don't get any more distribution. And also in the 888 pool, I'm sticking 10, all the pillars in the wheel, like 5% of that, like 5 million of everything, or something in there to boost to it. So it's going to be this massive 8 day pool, and just like WhatsApp, because I was in Icosa. Don't know if anyone remembers that, but that was a lot of fun on Pulse Chain. And there was this NFT that it's kind of it only clicked yesterday. That's similar to three Element 360. It only clicked yesterday when dude was talking that if you burn your NFT, that means everyone else gets a bigger share of the pool. That's right, yeah, dude.
One of the funny things about Steve is Element 280. I think Steve has invented like 30 different ways of saying Element 280. Element 360, element 28, element 200. Look, it's element 280.
You know, I think I'm just cursed with my project names. It's everybody has a hard time calling them what, you know. It's just me. It's not you, Steve. Don't worry.
Hey, Steve, can you pull Chiz up? Chiz is trying to come up.
It's just.
Hey, there he is. What's up, Chiz?
So,
yep.
I'm happy today.
Go on.
That's what I was trying to get out of you yesterday.
Well, yeah. I mean, Mo. I mean, if you know me, like when there's a launch ready to happen, I'm not going to be a nice guy. I'm like, come on, man. I was preparing. Yeah. So now that the Lotus launch has happened, and I sort of totally changed my thinking right away. I'm free. So I'm psyched, man. Totally psyched. Yeah, this is a killer panel. Oh my wow. Who do we have here? We have Mike Dean. How's it going, man?
Not too bad. All is well. Thanks for being in the spaces. You're always welcome, and you're bringing the peace, man.
Yeah, man. Well, that's all there is. You got to make space for the builders to build, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, but with the stuff coming up in the ecosystem, so we have the vault pillars. Yo, Steve, you dropped like a gem of alpha there. What the hell do you mean vault staking and getting liquidity fees?
Yeah, so what I love to do is let vault stakers collect all the fees to the liquidity pool of all the vault pillars and everything, like all the liquidity in vault. I want them to stake their vault and get an APR, but they have to stake for a minimum like 28 days, and it's going to be a 7-day vesting or certain vesting if you unstake. So it's not just you gotta that's the payoff, but it gives a bit of utility to Vault, which I want to do. I keep giving utility to Vault, and so this is something I'm going to try and do. Yeah. So it's something I'm developing right now, and once I've done it, I think it's going to be useful for everyone else because they can use. I'm just going to give it away to everyone. I'm going to get it like quadruple audited to maybe 5 different audits, and then I'm going to give it away to the code. Just try and help others use it because I think if we can increase liquidity in Titanx, I think it's going to help everyone. And so it's kind of what Vault is about.
If I'm getting it right, so this is all hypothetical. Like it'll have to work out the code, but somebody comes in, they stake their vault, and then they earn on all the vault pairs, which is essentially the pillar pairs. Is it going to be all liquidity pools that vaults have? Because okay, so just getting into technicals, but how would it work? Would you just transfer the NFT over to a smart contract and then distribute the fees across stakers?
Exactly. So the NFT, the V3 NFT held by a smart contract, the fees pull to another smart contract, which then they can be distributed to the stakers.
Man, okay, that's a sick idea. That's innovation right there.
Yeah,
you just got my mind turning.
Thanks.
It's kind of what Element 280 does, but then like just pure liquidity fees. Element 280 does it on the arbitrage, with like the fees on transfer.
This is pretty good, man. I like it, Steve. I like it.
Yeah,
I can see.
So once I've done
already.
once I've done that, I want to give this technology to everyone to use because the more liquidity we get is great, and you know it's good to have these lock up all this liquidity is forever, you know, and then we can use the fees in certain ways. Many ways to use the fees could be there's numerous ways you can do it. Staking is one.
He's like some alien coming out from out of outer space to Earth to like gift us with this technology. I love it.
Shout out Alien X.
Yeah.
So I missed the beginning of that, Steve. Could you give me the synopsis of?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. Big synopsis. Lock the lock the V3 NFT in a contract, the fees harvested into another contract, vault stakers can stake, they can decide to lock their vault up for 28 days and get fees every single day. And if they unstake their vault, it's like a 7-day vesting, so they can't just suddenly dump the price. I don't want it to be too long, like 28 days, 7 days. I want to be fair, but I don't want them to just unlock, stake, dump. So that's it. That's it. Vault staking. That's the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh, you just gave me a whole bunch of ideas, man.
Oh, good.
Damn, that's
Tell me
good
about your
shit.
ideas. Tell me about your ideas. What are these ideas?
Yeah, because right now, because I've always looked at liquidity pools as a way to accrue value to the user. Like the way Titanx works is so it generates Ethereum fees and Titanx fees in the V3 that's locked in a smart contract. The Ethereum goes into the buy and burns, and the Titanx gets burned. I've actually never thought about that angle of giving it to the users. It's essentially giving it to the user because it burns and uses the Ethereum to buy and burn, so the value still accrues to the user the way we're doing it. But that staking element, I actually like that a lot, especially on because Volt is a hyper-deflationary asset. So then it's kind of like, even if it's only 12 to 30% a year, that's 12 to 30% a year on a hyper-deflationary asset. That's pretty crazy stuff. I like that a lot. But the elephant in the room, Brandon just came on here, and we can see that Brandon has hair.
He does at that.
That's fucked up.
No, it's funny because I had my head shaved for a long time, and nobody. So I got out of the military, and I wasn't used to hair. My wife hated it. She says, "You need to be a real human being now." So I finally started growing hair, and everybody was mesmerized. They were like, "Is it surgery?" I'm like, "No, it's not." So yeah, hair. We got hair. No hat. Imagine that.
Look at that.
Are you gonna grow it out like mine?
You know what, dude? I don't think the world could handle that sort of ginger. I don't think so.
He would need a ring of Gondor for that to happen, by the way.
Oh man.
Oh Lord. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
Whatever, Eggs.
Good.
What up?
Loving life.
Yeah. So this panel is we're just chopping it up, right? Just hanging out, talking
New
about
projects.
cool things. New projects.
New projects.
Okay.
So Q.
New
Morpheus.
projects, new tokenomics, new innovation.
All right, let's talk about Morpheus then. So we talked a little bit about Morpheus yesterday. We launched the website, love the website, this and that. That's important to us. So the big question here is what's going to set Morpheus apart from from everybody else? How's it different, right? That's what everybody wants to know. How is this different? It's the same thing, this and that. Okay, cool. So I'm going to share with you guys more of a long-term vision now. And I'm going to also try to help the folks who think that we are just promise coin founders, maybe understand a little bit more about what direction we're taking. So I'm going to share with you now the immense benefits of our new aggregator that's going to be attached on top of Morpheus. This aggregator is going to be strategically tied to Titanx and Morpheus. This is not an ordinary aggregator. It's going to be a powerful tool that pretty much, within this community revolutionizes how we engage with the decentralized finance landscape. And I'm going to go into how that is. So the first thing I want to talk about is liquidity. Our aggregator is going to tap into 200 plus liquidity sources across Ethereum initially. And I say initially because if Titanx decides to go other places, which it seems it will, we will be well positioned to take advantage of those too and follow Titanx wherever it goes. So you got to imagine kind of the advantage that this brings not only to Titanx and everybody within it, but also Morpheus. Every user in this ecosystem can now access really, really great prices. Not only that, you can shill this to anybody that you know out there. This is a huge marketing aspect and component. If you know somebody that's out there right now that's in some crazy community that has 400 or 500 people, you can say, hey, I know the guy, I know the people, I know the community behind this aggregator. It does all the cool things that the other aggregator does, and it's safe. You get the best prices out there, and you can shill that to them, knowing that when they actually come to the aggregator, they're going to see Titanx branding on the website. How cool is that? It's going to pique their curiosity. How cool is that? So that's going to be huge because you can tell anybody about this. Anybody on Ethereum can use this. Now, what's very important about an aggregator that we quickly realized is if it's not following the correct vertical structures in terms of liquidity paths that are out there right now, it's almost kind of useless. So we want to make sure if we're using this aggregator that it follows the existing structures that we have in place, that Jake has set in place, and that's very important. So we're designing currently right now the routing for the Titanx pools to ensure that any asset purchased within this ecosystem follows all the optimal liquidity paths that we already have set in place. This approach is going to kind of preserve value and then also maintain the integrity of the input-output system that we have now. That's very important. And how does that benefit everybody else? Well, it benefits everybody else, you know, for example, the farms or anybody like, for example, Titanx to DragonX to Morpheus. We want it to follow those routes. We want it to follow those paths. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. So that's going to be a huge part of what we're trying to accomplish right now and what we are going to accomplish. And mind you, this has been in development now for a couple weeks, this portion. I'm excited to talk about that. So again, the marketing tool is going to be important. Titanx branding prominently featured on the main page if anybody shows up. Now, it's going to be, I'm going to tease this stuff out. I don't want to give away everything, but I'm going to tease this out over the coming months here. But we have a pretty cool way, a pretty cool idea of being able to target communities that are very, I guess, meme focused. Maybe more, I don't know, like the culture of decentralized finance is that of memeability. It just really is. So we're going to show you guys some cool ways that we're going to be able to target these communities to get them hyped up about using the aggregator that's literally built for Titanx. Okay. Let me think. I've got a couple notes here. Yeah, scalability is just at the core of all of this. This is very important. The aggregators technology and some of the features that aggregators have come out with these days are really going to allow us to swiftly adapt to Titanx expanding to other places, whether that be cross-chain bridges or whatever the case may be. We're going to be able to consolidate our economic energy and keep that economic energy within our system. Now, what do I mean by that? A lot of people just open up MetaMask and they do a swap. MetaMask charges crazy fees for that swap, okay? And that money goes to MetaMask. Imagine using an aggregator that is specifically tailored towards this community, being able to capture those fees and then being able to distribute those fees back into Titanx, burn Titanx, whatever the case may be, also Morpheus. That's really the big thing that we're trying to target right now. I believe, and people on my team believe, and everybody on this stream believes that Titanx is going to be a significant player in decentralized finance. And we've all said it. There's not much going on Ethereum except for Titanx. So why not just take the damn thing over? Why not take that economic energy and funnel it back into what we're doing right now? So this is the general idea of what's happening. This is in development right now as we speak, talking about it today. But we want to completely take over decentralized finance and push Titanx up. We're all in on this. And I'm super excited. Now, one of the big problems that you have with this, it's not even really a problem. It's like, what do you do with the fees that are collected? So that's the really, really cool thing that's going to happen out of this. I'm going to be able to talk to a bunch of people on this stream, you know, behind closed doors. I'm going to be able to talk to some real smart people that are surrounding me as well. And we can come up with the best game plan to benefit all the protocols on Titanx. and under this umbrella. Because ultimately, like, if I approach this from a standpoint that, oh, I just want to get freaking loaded, I want to make tons and tons and tons of money and ride off into the sunset, that's not advantageous to anybody on here. I want everybody to be bought in on this, because honestly, that's the only way that this can work, is if the community says this is a good thing and we're going to use it. So I'm open to any suggestions from anybody. You can hit my DMs. You can hit us in Telegram. I want to help as much as possible here. And like I said, when we go down a path, we try to go all in here. So I just said quite a bit. You guys probably have questions here. I may be able to answer some. I may not, but I'm free for questions.
So this is big. Let me bring it back to simple terms. Right now, everybody's using Uniswap, which has an interface fee. Some people are using CowSwap. Some people are using 1inch, whatever it might be, to find the liquidity. And in the ecosystem, get better deals. Uniswap charges a 0.25% fee, which essentially is sell pressure. They do it directly back to Ethereum and XST ecosystem. The interface fee sucks, which is why I'm actually preferring CowSwap now, because they don't have an interface fee. But when you interact with the Uniswap pools directly, there's no fee there. It's only when you use their specific interface on uniswap.org. If you just use the pools directly, there's no fee. Like, so that's decentralized infrastructure. The cool thing about a DEX aggregator is we can make those fees that everybody's paying anyway. They're doing it anyway, and make a feedback into the ecosystem. And you can make like a very small adjustment. Instead of like 0.25% interface fee, you can do 0.22%. And you're undercutting Uniswap, and you're by default giving people a better deal.
Yeah. And go ahead.
Okay, I mean, probably Brandon, I think we mentioned that as well. So I am actually building something as well regarding that. But I mean, I'll probably explain my idea or how I was thinking about it, and you can go with it.
Well, dude, so Mike Dean and I have been talking. So I've been aware of kind of roughly what Mike's doing as well. And yeah, dude, I mean, here's another big part too, and I'll just talk about this. If you're a significant influencer across decentralized finance, one of the things we want to do is create a widget for you to be able to take and build into your website for people to be able to tap into our aggregator as well for marketing purposes. And if you've got the confidence that it's done properly, it's properly audited, it's helping everything, and we can, help set that up for you. And just make it nice and clean. Like, why wouldn't that be used on your website? Now, here's the other cool thing. If you're from a different community, what if you have the ability to create a little bit of an extra percentage if you're just tailoring towards your community, and that goes right back to you. But go ahead, Mike. That was kind of what I wanted to point out there.
Absolutely. I mean, so one of the ideas, what I'm actually obviously I'm very busy with main trade right now. That's why a lot of these ideas have to be put aside, obviously, right? But one of the things I was working on is integrating CowSwap. And why CowSwap? Well, first of all, I'm a big fan of CowSwap. I use it every day. They have a lot of nice features, and they've been around the block, essentially. So if you look at my wallets, if you knew what my wallets are, you're going to see three approvals. It's Uniswap, 1inch, or CowSwap. Essentially, I don't give approval to nobody else than that. Right. So I mean, that's why it's like the same way as like how Titanx leveraged Ethereum, the infrastructure of Ethereum and the branding of Ethereum. That's why I was like, I chose the CowSwap to be integrated. Essentially, that was my reasoning. So what I was actually building essentially is a universal buy and burn.
Yep.
Because if you capture those fees, and so I have, let's say I have the portfolio tracker. Let's say you have Pepe. And if you sell Pepe through the interface, let's say, and there is a little nominal fee there, that Pepe can be sold for ETH, buy Titanx, and burn it.
Yes, exactly.
And there's no token needed, essentially.
No token.
No token needed for Titanx up or anything. So I mean, that could be a thing. So now the question would be, Jake, if that happens, how will you list Titanx up on the stats page? Because I'll be burning Titanx. There's no token though.
Yeah, exactly. That wouldn't need to be a token. Just a contract read, and I'm good to go.
If there's, and that's another thing I would point out. If there's like if there's a reason that the community comes with for there to be a token, so be it. But this is just pure utility that's built on something that's existing. Just to let you guys know, this isn't like a value extraction or anything like that. I agree completely with that.
You only have to charge like 0.001% less than what Uniswap charges, and you could attract the entire crypto community. Think about all those people that use Uniswap's interface. So many of them don't even know that they're charging that additional fee. And if we raise awareness on that and say you can get a better deal over here, they don't have to give a damn about what Titanx is. They're just buying and selling their Pepe, and they're supporting Titanx in the process.
Well, and dude, that's such a good point. And what we're seeing right now, and we're going to continue to see over 5 or 10 years, it's just going to be a race to compete. So margins start up really high when you have a technology that comes into a market. And then as competition comes in, those margins shrink. So if we have the ability to undercut the competition by a little bit, we could take advantage of that for a year or two until the next thing comes out. And then you got to decrease it down. So that's how competition, that's how the free market works here. But yeah, we can undercut. And then there's also other cool things that can be done. Like, just for example, what if you're able to take your Morpheus and then stake it and then get half the fees that the rest of Ethereum has to pay, for example? Or maybe it's Volt, stake your Volt, and maybe this benefits people in the community or any of the protocols within that we feel comfortable about. Now, this does introduce another thing. When I say feel comfortable about, that's not really the decentralized finance ethos. So there's some thinking that has to go through with this. I'm just kind of throwing out general things here, but we want to do this in such a way that everybody feels good about using it. There's not any questions about it. It's there. And Mike Dean, by the way, we actually have the ability to tap into other aggregators. So that's what's interesting too. You can have a web of aggregators that are going out and combing, different fee structures out there. And you're actually going to see that. I've already talked to a major aggregator across Ethereum, Pulse Chain, and then also Binance Smart Chain. And we're gonna announce that pretty soon. So we're gonna tap into that as well. So just huge opportunity here. I think that we need to go out there and we need to capture that financial energy and keep it inside. That's the whole ethos of what we've been trying to do here anyway.
At the very base level, I think it would be very easy to capture the Titanx community. Like if you explain to them, hey, don't go to Uniswap's interface, use this one, and you're supporting yourself. Like that alone is massive. Not even talking about the people outside of the community.
Yeah.
I totally agree. And the other idea, Brandon, you're talking about, this is probably what Steve was also talking about, is it's now you're capturing the value straight on the DEX level.
Mm-hmm.
And if you introduce staking there, let's say you stake your matrix, and I don't know, maybe let's say whatever, 50% of the fees goes and buy and burns Titanx, but the other 50% goes to the stakers. And you can have like a universal staking, if that's an idea. So it's like you can bring your Volt, stake it, and you can be pro rata distributed to that community. So like you can have different communities inside of the ecosystem. So essentially you have something like what the farm is currently doing, right? So you can have like, hey, different weights depending on how much volume they brought in such a way.
Oh yeah. No, and that's what's beautiful. Guys, there's so much that can freaking be done here. And there's so much that we can change based on feedback. I don't want you guys to like, and not necessarily people on the screen, but in the chat and stuff, like don't think because we come out with a version 1, it's going to be that way forever. We can modify this and figure things out, what works best, and then move forward. I saw, and I'm sure Jake has said this a lot, everybody on here has said this a lot, but I saw that meme today, and Eric was talking about like, when you do things, you need to do things in such a way that strengthens all the shields around you. And that's what we're going to do here. We're going to capture that money. We're going to put it back in. We're going to be a huge marketing tool for everybody to be able to say, hey, use this thing. Here's why you can use this thing selfishly. It helps Titanx, but you're going to get better fees than anybody else out there, this and that. So that's the big thing. And shout out to Jake, by the way. Jake planted the seed in my head, and I just ran with it. So I want to give credit where credit's due.
Man, like the cool thing about the ecosystem is currently we're generating 10 million a day in volume. That's more than that's more than 70% of L1s. Most of these L1s don't even do it over 1 million a day in volume. So if we just capture that.
No, and once we start releasing some of the stats about how much money goes to other places, you guys are going to see how quickly this money adds up and how beneficial it's going to be for everybody under this umbrella. It's a lot of money, guys. So yeah, very excited. That's the news. Get our ducks in a row here. It is in development. It's not a promise coin. It's coming to market, whether you like it or not. If you're also somebody out there and this is a potential that you've been working on an aggregator in the background, just talk to us and we'd be happy to figure out how we can help you and then help us as well. So yeah, that's what's happening.
So, by the way, Mike, there's also a second Titanx pool, a 0.3% Uniswap pool that's generating 1.2 million a day in volume. So the ecosystem liquidity is actually closer to 12 million a day.
Damn. Okay, I need to add that as well then.
Yeah, as an aggregator user, I think I love it. I think it's perfect in terms of as a user what I could use right now, especially if I've been, if I've got Titanx coins and tokens that I'm going to be trading anyway. Why not have Morpheus and have other tokens that I can stake and own part of the fee structure, right? Basically. And I think that's easy for this community. And then the question is, how do you, and I like the idea that you can somehow promote this guerrilla marketing thing that Titanx naturally does and become a magnet. And so I like what you said, that wherever Titanx goes with X28, this aggregator becomes like a magnet. And I actually like it a lot, as long as it's built on technology that is, because that's the thing. Part of the reason why I trust CowSwap is because people in this community have said, look, we use it. And so, and so I think that's the question for the user is, how do we trust this new technology, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not worried about it, but those are the questions that people are going to start asking. And then I honestly, now that I think about it, I love Morpheus, because Morpheus is it's a global, freaking meme, right? It's like the Matrix. It's so big that it's a big brand. So that's good too. It sort of is a magnet. So I actually like it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. To answer your question here, guys, I'm also you have to be very, very careful if you start something from the ground up, because it's not tested, it's not battle tested, it hasn't been on market. So the important thing for us, and we'll make this known soon, the technology that we're going to use is technology that already exists out there, is already battle tested. We're going to be doing modifications to that. But guys, there's no reason to have to reinvent the wheel here. We just have to modify it for what we need. So I would just encourage people not to be too worried about that part. And of course, all the due diligence, all the boxes will be checked.
Yeah, I also want to say that the thing I like about an aggregator is it reduces risk by a ton, because there's a very big difference between a DEX and an aggregator. A DEX holds the liquidity pools and the smart contracts. That is massively risky. Massively risky. An aggregator just looks for the best liquidity pools, which by default, everything that we build is on Uniswap liquidity pools. So it just uses the Uniswap smart contract liquidity pools to do its thing. It's just basically interface on top of liquidity pools that everybody's using anyway. Like when you use Uniswap, it uses the Uniswap liquidity pools in the background. They're two separate things. Yeah, so the risk is minimized, but obviously there will be audits and stuff. And I'm curious to know what you're using in the background for the base.
Yeah, we'll let you know about that. I mean, it's mostly, I'll just say it. It's mostly the new Uniswap, not Uniswap, 1-inch background code. That's what it is. So the neat thing about this too is they've got add-ons and modules that can be also rolled out. We can have a minimum viable product that does all the things that we talked about here. As time goes on, you can add DCA tools that you can add into this to where you can just buy Titanx on auto if you want. There's other really cool things from a marketing standpoint that can be done as well. The integration with these mini front ends on maybe, imagine all of the influencers that are out there on YouTube, that have these websites and they just want to make things super smooth for their users, and they could just integrate this widget right there. And they can put a little fee on top for them, whatever. That makes this a lot easier now too. There's also, and this is something that, actually, I'll talk to you about this in the background, Jake. I don't want to like talk about it on stream, but it's very moldable, malleable, and it's exciting. I'm excited about it, guys. It's good stuff.
I like it. It's good.
Yeah, to bring it back to like new projects, like this is going to support the ecosystem. This is what the whole ethos of Titanx is like you can, as a builder, can come in and show up and build on Titanx and immediately get all of those benefits that you're bringing to the table for the entire ecosystem. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, dude. And guys, the satellite stuff, I can't impress upon you how important this is. If I don't launch another Morpheus token on a different chain, and if we don't launch, another Titanx, I don't know what your plans are, Jake. But if we don't dilute what's already there, we can create financial energy on different chains and bring it back to the Genesis location, guys. Do you know how powerful that is? Imagine if you had 20 different satellites out there in decentralized finance, and it's all being funneled back to a central location. Guys, that's the importance of what this is really.
It is coming.
Yes, and this is going to help facilitate that in a big way. And I know that everybody on the stream is extremely smart. You guys are doing really cool things. I want to be a small part of that here. So
I think this is definitely very interesting. And the good thing about the universal buy and burn I was thinking about is literally I can plug that in essentially, right? So initially I was just doing it with CowSwap.
Yep.
And because the CowSwap has the similar stuff, right? You can set, like, you can plug it in your website and have a small fee or something, and essentially they will just be sending all the fees to that smart contract, the universal buy and burn,
Right.
essentially. And I mean, I was thinking about other stuff as well, but initially I was just thinking, like, you know what? Okay, the fees comes there, just buy ETH with it, and if there is any, let's say, if there's any Titanx there, it can be either burned. I mean, that's the easy part. And then you can be sent to a buy and burn, for instance, as well. That could be a case. And all the other ones like Pepe and all the other tokens, I can just buy ETH with it, buy Titanx and burn it.
Yeah.
So essentially, like, the input where those fees come from, either from CowSwap or from probably what you're going to build, that switch can be very easy for me to change afterwards, because that smart contract is essentially just done, and then it's just now, okay, the fees don't come from CowSwap, they come from some other smart contract, essentially.
Yeah, so what he's talking about here is important, because you go to an aggregator, the fees are collected from the thing that you're swapping. So if I go and do a Pepe swap, for example, you're gonna collect Pepe, and then you have to take that Pepe, you got to put it in the wallet, and then you got to figure out what you're going to do with that Pepe to be able to have it be usable. To be, for example, he's talking about, okay, I swap Pepe, it goes to a wallet. What happens now? Okay, I'm going to take that Pepe, switch it to ETH. Now you have a wallet full of ETH. But if Titanx is in that wallet, you don't want to damage the ecosystem by encouraging any sort of negative sell pressure. Even if it's a small amount, you got to really think through that process. And that's what our primary focus is right now, apart from the design. yeah, Mike, that's been on the forefront here. Don't want to damage what we have going on. I want to enhance it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, so initially was before Matrix token. Essentially, I was working on this thing actually. So this universal buy and burn, I was actually working on that. So it's now just on pause on the side, but I will be back at it and potentially with some more features essentially. And this can essentially all the fees, like as I said, like they can come from CowSwap or whichever DEX. Let's say it's integrated in Titanx Hub. It can still do the same job anyway at the end of the day.
Yep, absolutely.
Because if Pepe where was the fees, then it will just buy it will buy ETH, buy Titanx, and
back
burn
to
it.
Titanx. Yeah,
Exactly.
or if you want to,
Titanx, then just burn it straight away. If it's Dragon
Pepe to ETH, Pepe to ETH to Titanx to DragonX to Morpheus or whatever your pathway is. You could,
yeah.
There's many ways to do it, and then you can even add prestige on top of it. Rags and I have talked about it before, and so I won't share it on stream, but there's ways that you can expand upon this, so it's a again anchor point to the entire ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely very cool ideas which I had to make this work, and but nevertheless, it's like the most priority right now is Matrix, guys, and I'm working hard on it, and updates soon.
Love it,
man. We don't know something funny, but day 369, that's the number of the Matrix, and around 369, your Morpheus came out of nowhere, Matrix came out of nowhere. It's all coded in the Matrix, baby.
It's pretty cool.
So
it's all coded.
Knock, Neo.
Yeah. Tomorrow we'll be launching Morpheus to let everybody on the stream know. You can go to morpheus.win, check it out. All our socials are there. I've got to update the white paper just so you guys know the 20% DragonX burn. It's now 10%, and then 10% goes to a raffle. So I'll be updating that after the stream, actually, just to let you guys know.
What was the timeline on the raffle?
So the raffle is 14 days. For every 100 million Titanx that you put in, you get one raffle ticket. And all you have to do is participate. If you put in 100 million, or if you put in 150 million, you're only going to get one ticket. If you put 200 million in, you'll get two tickets. So that's how that works. I'm then curious. At the end, go
ahead. I'll just finish and then I'll ask you my question.
Yeah. So at the end, we're going to take 10% of the total minted supply, and we're going to raffle it off to 10 people split equally. That's how that's going to work.
Yeah, okay. So maybe I'm going to ask some question, but this is more like probably technical side of things. How are you going to pick the users? Like,
and so I'm open to suggestions. I'm the type of guy, I shoot before I aim sometimes, and that's kind of a fault, but it's also a strength. So I'm up for suggestions. I was just thinking about, I could pull up freaking Siri or, Google and say, pick a random number, one between however many entries we have. And you guys can hear exactly what it says if you want, or I can go to random.org and pick a random number. And I'm giving out the spreadsheet beforehand, so everybody has that. And the spreadsheet will also be randomized with all the entries. So you won't have like areas where it's stacked, 10 entries or 15 entries all together. So, Mike, that's what's going on.
It would have been cool actually to just do it straight on chain.
I know. We thought about that, and I was like, the timeline was, dude, I wanted to get to market ASAP, and I did think about that, but we're going to have to settle for this. And I know there's a trust factor in that. If you're worried about that, then just don't check your wallet. And, if you have, a metric shit ton of Titanx in there the next morning, I guess you won't be upset though. So we'll see.
Yeah, RNG on Ethereum can get expensive really quick. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, random numbers.
But it's only once though, right?
They don't go together.
Yeah, but
it's only once, really, right? It's not like you are constantly.
Yeah, but it's unnecessary. Like it's a one-time event. 28th of October is most important. The Morpheus needs to go live on 28th October.
Oh, it is. It's going live tomorrow, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. That's the number. 28.
Yeah.
That's the one to shoot for.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be exciting.
yesterday I was like, nah, man, I can't do this because I don't know what's coming. And I was like, all right, I don't have to worry about Titanx. Now I have to think about Titanx, right? Because that's how, yeah. All right.
It's hard. It's hard too, because, you know, I told you guys that I had this, we've got this group that meets every Wednesday night. We just chop it up on Zoom. That's all we do. Again, it's not a paid group or anything, but I told these people this whole time, I said, hey guys, Titanx is the thing that all these protocols are burning. So you have to value that quite a bit. So now that like I'm launching Morpheus, and by the way, they don't get any extra alpha that you guys get, by the way, the rest of everybody. I treat it all the same. But now they're like, oh, Brandon, I thought you told us to hold on to our Titanx. I'm like, listen, it's your decision. Do what you want to do with it. But Titanx is extremely valuable. There's no doubt about that. But what's cool is if you're a Titanx holder or DragonX holder or Morpheus holder, you know, we're also supporting the liquidity pools that are upstream from us. So if I'm buying and burning DragonX and I'm paired to DragonX, that pushes me up. And then if DragonX is going up, that pushes Titanx up too. So it's like, you know, hold on to your Titanx. It's going to be more expensive in the future for sure. I'm not begging you to participate in this mint phase. You can market buy if you want to at some point. I certainly think one good piece of alpha is try to use new money, especially at this point when the bull run's about to take off. Try to get new money in there instead of nuking your positions for other things. That would be, you know, that would be kind of an idea. Do what you want.
I like to just claim the yield off all of my other positions. Like I'm not selling any of my portfolio. I'm just collecting yield off of all these different aspects, and then there's my new money every time. It's beautiful.
Love it. Yep. That's the most important thing, is you don't hurt your initial position, and you have the freedom to reallocate, take profit home, do anything that you want with that. And that's the beauty, is that you never want to relinquish your initial positions in anything.
I'll say this other thing. Yesterday I mentioned two protocols. I don't think either one, the first one is going to be the aggregator. The second one's going to come after the aggregator. I don't think either one is going to, certainly the aggregator is not going to have a token. I don't think either one is going to. I will talk more about the other thing once the aggregator is getting close to finished. Just like I did with Morpheus and the aggregator, I'm going to do that with this next thing too. So I'm excited about that.
I read that as like
we are professionals at beating it out of people, so be careful.
I know. I'm just not going to show up on stream anymore.
Yeah, you got a launch date in mind, or is it's still?
For the aggregator?
Yeah.
I do want it to be a Christmas gift, guys. That's my goal.
Oh,
Christmas
or before. That's my goal.
I was just going to say,
amazing.
No new token means that you're providing value back to existing tokens, which is also
yes, amazing. Yeah. I've been around crypto enough to say, like, every single time you launch a token and it doesn't do well, you lose a ton of social equity. So if you can find a utility to put into something, or a utility to revive an old thing and then connect everything together in a smart way, it's a whole lot better to do it that way. And I don't feel good, I don't feel good launching 90 tokens, for example. It's not about that. I want everything to work in synergy, very much like Jake has talked about. It's the smart way to do things. It has to work together. Otherwise it's pointless.
So I've got one question.
Yeah. I was going to say Morpheus is like utility for this.
Yes. Extreme
infrastructure.
Utility.
It's more infrastructure than utility, because utility is big, true. But infrastructure is actually a more focused term on what is Rags trying to do.
Somebody have another question there?
Yeah, so I was curious, what's the unique relationship between Morpheus and the aggregator? How does that, like, what's the relationship? How does it work?
We'll be able to collect. So there's a couple different angles that this will be able to tie in, but the bottom line here is we're going to be able to collect fees that would have gone other places. Let's just say, to keep it simple, we've got a wallet with a lot of financial energy. What do we do with it? So do we feed the buy and burn in perpetuity for Morpheus? Well, that'd be pretty cool. It'd be cool for Morpheus. It'd be cool for Dragonax. It'd be cool for Titanx, for example. Do we, again, allow other users to be able to stake? Do we do what Mike Dean has talked about? Do we allow a portion of all the financial energy, if you stake your tokens, to go to wallets? Do we drip it out? There's so many things that can be done. And so we're working on the routes, and we're brainstorming those ideas right now. We've got some front runners for sure. But yeah, that's kind of what it does, Chiz. I hope that answers your question.
I mean, yeah, so it basically is part of the fee generation system. So there's going to be a connection between the value of holding Morpheus with the aggregator fee, and then at some point that it all become clear, like, yeah. But that's basically what it, yeah.
Yeah, our goal is to focus on Morpheus, and our goal is to focus on being one of the biggest burners of Titanx out there over the long haul, because that's what helps everybody ultimately.
We got some burners out there.
I know, and it's tough. It's tough. But you gotta aim high, right?
That's right.
The order on Titanx Hub is how much you've burned. So
yes, exactly.
A lot, you're gonna be coming up quite a lot.
Dude, I go to sleep every night thinking about that Mike Dean. So I'm gonna climb the ranks there.
He's like rubbing his hair.
Yeah, that's right. The more he burns, the more hair he gets. That's going to be your aggregate version of how it works.
Chia.
Oh man,
Miracle Grow. Now I just look like Hitler's youth right now. We got to stop that. Chill that out. Okay, we'll go back.
Well, that got TBS really fast, right?
Shadow end.
I mean, if you're a white guy with this haircut, you're automatically called a racist, so it doesn't matter. I'm not going to nuke this. I won't nuke the stream. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
And that's what happens. You give a soulless ginger of the mic.
I'm not very likable. Well, I'm likable sometimes, but I can be stubborn too. So
you're pretty damn likable, my friend.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you have a stream time set up for tomorrow?
I need confirmation from one very, very, very important person, and then we'll kind of go from there.
I can do whatever.
Yes.
All I do is work.
How about we do what about 2 p.m. Eastern, Jake?
Is that EST?
Yes. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The time changes.
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
So tough.
There you go, 2 Eastern. You guys beat it out of me.
Let's fucking go.
That's great. This community is the best, but it's what Jake built. When I just remember reading the white paper, thinking, he's pulling from all these different ecosystem ideas from all over. What worked over here? What worked for them? What didn't? Like we're gonna pull the best, smartest from each of the communities out there. Like the meme communities, people that are trying to leave and they're sick of it. We'll pull the best of them. So each different community that gets exposure, we're gonna suck up the best of. And I can't wait to see where this goes. You can already see it happening right now.
I mean, these are some great builders, man. Like, goddamn. Every time we do this stream, I'm like, how did we make this happen? Like, what? It's so crazy. I love it.
It's great.
Bro, what's crazy too is if he was doing this on Pulse Chain, he'd be crucified for it. You do over here, it's amazing. Everyone likes it. It can benefit everyone. Fantastic idea. Same project on Pulse Chain. You're the villain. You're diluting the chain. You're a scammer. It's crazy.
Well,
It's
we're
crazy.
going to be
That's
working
gotta
on that.
stop.
And that's the whole thing is like Rags and I have been in that community since the very beginning. And right now it's going to be lead by example and explain by example. And you can have, again, like I said, the Capital One system, multiple tokens in your wallet. The question is like, what are you building towards? Are you creating an oasis or are you creating a desert? And both are important to understand across the board. And that's going to be something that Rags and I, again, I've known Rags for 4 years. or spearheading to try to get this idea across as we move across, because you can only lead by example.
And this is a message that I've been preaching for a long time, and I'm taking my own advice now, which is just don't freaking wait on other people. Don't be shamed. Don't be put into a box. If you've got an idea and you have the ability to execute it on it in a safe way for the people that are involved, go freaking do it. Don't ask for permission from anybody. So the interesting thing about Pulse Chain, guys, Pulse Chain is an unsettled world. It's the new world, one of the new worlds. You can go do whatever the hell you want on there. And you don't have to ask permission from anybody, for example. And it's the same way with Ethereum. It's the same way wherever Titanx decides to go. So don't ask for permission. Go build cool shit. Make it happen. And if you want the world, go build the world. That's
On top of that, just be positive while you do it. And that's the difference.
Oh, yeah.
Like the people that are going to be negative, you can unman them, not just by candles, but by positivity. In fact, the candles are going to make them jaded. Positivity is what's going to bring them back in to fertile ground.
Yeah. Block their asses.
Beautiful. Guys, this is brilliant. This is awesome. I'm really excited for what Brandon's building. This is going to be amazing. I'm going to shift the gears. We're going to take a 1 minute break, and I'm going to bring Nathan and Johnny on. We're going to talk LP. All of us, Mo and Mike, I'll bring you back in an hour. Is that okay? And we'll take it from there.
No worries.
Brilliant.
Absolutely.
No. Thank you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Welcome to the Central Hub for the Titanx first anniversary conference. We're thrilled to announce over 50 speakers, including the renowned Jake Sharpe. This exciting event will be hosted by Ali Kane and the Mo. Join us for 2 days of jam-packed panels featuring insights from all of Titanx and beyond. Mark your calendars for October 26th and 27th, kicking off at 9 a.m. EST each day. Save the dates. We can't wait to see you there.
Brilliant. As the thing who left. You did, no. Okay, so brilliant. I'm just happy to have Johnny and Nathan on. They're developing Warp. We talk a lot, and we're here to talk LPs. And these are the geniuses of LPs. Titans of LP is an awesome group to learn. And these guys are training the soldiers of Titan soldiers of LP. So
we're trying, Steve. Yeah. We're trying, bud.
And you know how you know it's true? Look at Zenith's beard.
Oh yeah,
that's one beard right there. You know.
Oh,
nice. I think I keep it going till Warp launches.
Oh hell
it's
yeah!
Gonna be like.
Wait, do that again. Do that again. You got to do that again. So people are gonna front run it, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna be putting. Oh no! That's not an indication. Yeah, it's like here. Well, thank you, man. It's an honor to be here. Genius of LP. I don't know. I just know what I've learned from everything that Johnny has helped me. I am who I am with liquidity knowledge because Johnny put me through the School of Hard Knocks back about I don't know 9-10 months ago, and we started the Titans of LP channel, and it's been a wild ride since then, and never thought it'd have so much interest and adoption as it has right now. And I think it's just a great launch pad for anybody wanting to come in and learn some basics. But now we've got I don't even know what we have, 610 people in there. Back a couple months ago, it was very personalized service. But now it's more like we have our videos out there. We have your entryway into how to learn how to do a single side, how to start looking at ranges and how to get involved. And it's kind of taken on its own thing. And there are so many people in there with so much experience, and everybody's there to help out whenever. But it's good. I encourage anyone to come into the Titans of LP chat and get involved, and you'll find an answer from someone at some point somewhere in there with anything you have going on that you're interested in.
Can you share the link on that?
Can we share the link on that? How do I do that? Johnny, are you connected through like YouTube to put that in the chat?
Yeah, I can put it in the chat. Oh, he's on it. Oh, there it is.
Early bird gets the worm, baby.
Awesome.
Jeez, this guy.
Jake, always on point.
No sleep, still on point. What's going on?
But then farms came out and it just made our job so much easier.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And that was kind of one of the things I wanted to talk a little bit about, if that's okay, was just how awesome farms is. And, you know, Nathan had said that the Titans of LP, our channel, is a great little gateway into liquidity providing. Well, then farms came out, and that's an even better gateway into liquidity providing. And so we get asked all the time. We're like, okay, guys, what liquidity pool is paying, which one's getting the most fees, blah, blah, blah. And then someone will have an idea. Someone will be like, hey, what about this pool or this pool over here? And what usually ends up happening is myself or Nathan will go into metrics. And then what we do is we compare it. Okay, what is the, this pair versus what is that pair on farms paying out? And as of right now, unless you're doing like a degen, real small, very, very small range, farms is the way to go. And that's just really what we've been pushing. And if you look at all the coins where their LP is, and if you go into Uniswap and take a look at what the LP looks like, it's just this. It's like, So, and you're talking like, Steve, you guys have so much liquidity, and then you go in and look at where it's at. You're like, okay, where's the sell wall? Where's the buy wall? It's this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Beautiful to see.
Wall.
Yep. So what I did, just to give everyone a little, quick little teaser here, is I went ahead, since we're going to be building on Hyper, right? I went ahead and did the Hyper Titanx pool and took a look at, okay, if I wanted to go and be fancy and create my own little, get into the liquidity pool through Uniswap V3 traditionally, a 25-25 range. So minus 25 plus 25 range, which is, I don't want to say that's degen by any means, but it's decently conservative. And that's usually one of the ranges that I always push for newcomers, is go kind of wide. So that's a decent range. By no means is it full, right? So a 25-25 range right now on the Hyper Titanx pool is going to get you roughly around, with $10,000. I always base it on $10,000 just because it's an easy number. It's going to give you roughly $47 a day. But if you go on the Hyper Titanx farm, you're going to get $90 a day. And that's full range, set it and forget it. Now, I guess what people will come at me with, if anything, is, okay, well, APR showing 322%. You can't expect that to last very long. True. However, that $90 a day equates to like 25 hundo a month, right? And that's without compounding your fees back in. So I always say, okay, well, my argument against that is, yes, of course, you can't expect 322% to last for the lifetime of this. But I can say you absolutely can take advantage of it right now. And with those fees that you get, you can do whatever you want. But if you're afraid of the APR going down, which it's not dropping by any significant rate right now, it kind of comes down. It also can go up a little bit, right? Let's remember that. So what I tell people to do is, okay, if you're scared of that, just chuck it back in, just compound it back in. And then you're going to get a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. So if you go to the farms calculator and play around with that, I always recommend just get lost on the farms DApp. Just get lost. Go in there, play around with the calculator, look at what you'll make. And then if you're still super ambitious about starting a position, go to metrics.finance. That's with an E, not matrix. metrics.finance. That's the LP calculator that we all use. I don't recommend connecting your wallet. It'll ask you if you want to. You don't need to do that. Just use it as a calculator and type in the 2 coins that you want and match it up against the 2 protocols that you want, match it up against what Farms is giving out. And I can almost assure you that Farms going full range is still paying more. So, not to add, you could add on other benefits, but if you just want a baseline level, will I make more in Farms versus starting an LP? Right now, the answer is Farms. You don't have to be degen. You can set it and you can forget it. Sorry, that's my little soapbox speech. I mean, I'm in sales and in my real life job. So, I have no problem trying to sell the idea on Farms. It's just beautiful. It's very easy. And it allows you to travel and go to sleep at night, not having to worry. Oh my God, Volt just pumped, or Titanx just pumped, or DragonX just pumped, or Hydra just, something's going on. What do I got to do? Because nothing's worse than setting your range for the first time. You're getting all hyped up, and then one thing just leads to another. One coin shoots up, the other one doesn't follow it necessarily. And now you're like, oh, what do I do? Now you got to nuke your range. You got to pay $50 to do that. You got to reestablish, your ratios. Then you got to go back in. That could cost you $100, $150 to do that. Okay, let's assuage those concerns and go ahead, just dump it into Farms and just set it and forget it and, live your life.
What are your thoughts on like the impermanent loss as far as like providing LP within the Titanx ecosystem compared to like Ethereum, USD, or any of these other tokens outside of it? Like with all of these ecosystem tokens bonded together, like if Titanx goes up, DragonX goes up, and if you're providing LP on Titanx, DragonX, I don't know. What are your thoughts on
our entire? I mean, we're in an exotic pair universe right now, right? And that's something that I think people don't really fully understand when you're dealing with ratios, how much you have to like really allow yourself to get the feel for how both tokens are paired together. And you're going to have all these separate ratios going on all the time, because it's not like you're doing, some meme coin on Ethereum and you're having to pay attention to the ETH price for your low end and high end. And if the token's going sideways or pumping, we're in a case where you constantly have to pay attention to that particular token's value when compared to Titanx, which I think is really cool, because the more you do it, the more you get used to like seeing like the more when you start being able to see the ratio between the token you're in, be it like Volt or DragonX, Titanx, Helios, whatever, not Titanx, and you see the ratio to Titanx, you almost start like understanding where the price is just looking at the ratio, And dude, by the way, thank you. I see that you joined the Titans. I've been waiting for you. We got you. And I hope just so a disclaimer here, we like to have fun in there, and our welcome message is representative of that. So we got a little bit of a Brokeback Mountain thing going on for everybody that comes in there, and it's just a joke. That's not actually me and Johnny, but we like to
keep it fun. We like to keep it fun. But dude, if I could kind of chime in a little bit, that's one of the first things that people always ask. They're like, well, I want a liquidity provide, but impermanent loss. So what I always tell people to do, and I've heard other people kind of echo this, and I'm sure everyone on this stream would somewhat agree. Do not go into anything with more money than you're afraid to lose, right? So if you have $10,000 total to play around with in this thing that we call crypto, I never recommend using all 10,000 to liquidity provide. Use like 5% of it, and almost use it as like a savings account, as opposed to, you got to think about, if you think about it that way, as opposed to what am I gaining? What am I losing? What am I gaining? No. We have been given tools to build our own infrastructure, right? Be your own bank. Be your own bank right now. Okay. Hyper Titanx is giving out 321% APR. If your bank said, hey, start a savings account with us and we'll get you 321% APR, what would you say? No, that's terrible. Absolutely not. So when it comes to impermanent loss, I always tell people, okay, the way around that is you get into 2 coins that you absolutely love. Absolutely love. Don't get into something and not love it. Right? That's first thing. That should be everyone, right? Right? This isn't a degen thing. This is you're going to make some passive income, but at the same time you're also helping out the ecosystem by not just dumping, right? Your coins are, it's like a soft lockup. So while they're in farms, you're not selling it. You know, you're providing liquidity for other people to do degen stuff. So you get into a farm or an LP, whatever you want to do with 2 coins that you absolutely love. We love Hyper and we love Titanx. We love Volt. We love Titanx. We love Hydra. We love all of them. If you look at the farms and you throw a little, dart and hit a farm, if you just hold one of the pair liquid, you're gonna be okay at the end of the day here, right? There's a reason why the tokens that are on farms are on farms. So the volume is there. So when people are asking me, oh, I don't want to lose my Volt or I don't want to lose my Titanx, if you're that concerned, I always recommend it's probably not for you, because at some point you're going to have a little more of one than the other. Okay. It's not for everybody. Liquidity providing absolutely is not for everybody. If your plan is to jeet when you get a 2x, farming is probably not for you. However, if you plan on buying in the depression, selling in euphoria, if you plan on buying low, selling high, doing that kind of thing, then absolutely farms or LPing can be for you if you're into things that you love. Okay. So I keep trying to hammer that point home. So for me specifically, and I know Nathan kind of feels this way, and the majority of the people in the Titans of LP, we've been trying to groom their thinking into this, is impermanent loss is subjective. So Brandon's idea of impermanent loss might be different than mine. I don't care if I'm all in Hyper, if I'm all in Titanx. I don't. And the beautiful thing about V2 and the way that these farms are structured is that you'll never be all in one or all in the other. You'll always have a little bit of one at the very least. So, I mean, risk reward, farms is the way to go for sure. As far as what it's doing for the ecosystem, farms is the way to go. You're not creating any buy or sell pressure or buy or sell walls, like reducing or increasing seller buy pressure. So I always say that it's subjective, and that's just my personal opinion. I try to get people to kind of look at it that way, is if you have 2 things that you absolutely love and you don't mind holding one or the other, then farms is really a win-win for you, and you're collecting fees the whole time. But again, the people that get upset about impermanent loss, what I've seen, they go way too heavy into farms. So instead of that little 5 or 10% of their bag, they're using like 50% or 75% of their bag. They go, a little bit too much one way. They start getting a little poopy, and they're like, impermanent loss. And then that's when we come back to, dude, you're over leveraged. Deleverage, de-risk, get in with 5% of your bag, and you won't have that worry. At least in my opinion. They're 2 things.
Yeah. What are you guys doing with the fees in the farms? Are you playing with them a different way, or what's the best thing to do with the fees?
That's a great question. Myself personally, I try to teach people this. This is what I do, and this makes everyone happy. I take 50% of my fees, you compound it back in, you take the other 50% of your fees, and you do whatever you want with it. You do whatever you want. Okay, Lotus just came out. I know a lot of people used their fees from either LPing or from farms to get into Lotus. Morpheus is coming out. Okay, cool. I've been farming. Boom. I'm going to use some of that money, 50%. Bam. I'm going to go into Morpheus. There's so many projects coming out right now. Why not use what you already have working for you? Use that instead of having to dip into your fiat checking and savings account or waiting on a paycheck every 2 weeks. So that's why I say farms is a beautiful way to use. You could use it as a as your own personal banking account, and that's what I always tell people. That's what I tell people that I do when I do either LPing or farms.
Yeah, there's a book that comes to mind when I think about farms. It's a book called The Richest Man in Babylon. Some of you guys might have read that before, but there's a part in that book where it talks about think about your dollars or your financial energy as parents, and then when you put it to work for you, it begets. They use the term it begets children, right? So your dollar begets another dollar, and then that dollar begets another dollar. So when you're taking your yield and rolling it back into things, it's begetting more children. It's creating more children. You're reproducing. That's what's happening with your money. And another thing, this worked for me. Maybe it'll work for folks out there. When I was trying to really understand liquidity providing, I got heavy into the Uniswap V2s, so the XYK stuff, and then V3 as well. But what I did was I literally took a spreadsheet. I would log my entries, and I would come back every week, and I would, create percentage of change between what I had before and what I have now, quantity and dollar value. And if you do that for about a month or two, and you just show up every week and check your positions, you learn a lot. You can say, oh, well, Titanx just pumped quite a bit. This other token kind of stayed the same. What happened to my total overall position? And I don't think there's any, for me, there was no better teacher than doing that. Just using a plain old fashioned spreadsheet and tracking this and learning real time. So, dude, guys, what these guys are doing right now is so freaking important. I know that you guys have probably said that a million times already. I'm the new guy on the block, but man, if you guys can follow these guys and learn what they're teaching, everybody in chat, please do it. It will make everybody stronger. It will make everybody stronger.
Yeah, and interesting too. Those fees in farms are APR, not APY. So when you calculate the APY, it's even more massive, because a lot of yield farms show the APY, not the APR. So it's kind of interesting that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it absolutely is.
Steve, you asked what I'm doing with what we're doing with the yield. Mine's going to build warp.
Oh, really?
All
You
of it.
get a free protocol out of it. You get a free protocol out of it. So that's kind of cool. And it's what better way than kind of because you've got just your fees. But like,
we're on the farm. We're farming protocols at this point.
Ah, geez, yeah.
Instead of yield, we're just
You're
farming
right.
protocols.
You're right.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, did you talk about Decentra at all before?
Oh, I did, but feel free to say it again. In the last hour, I pulled up every website for that builders could.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
build
Well,
with.
I just wanted. Yeah, we've been Johnny and I have been having just an amazing experience with Decentra so far. So if you did pull it up before, everybody, please go follow them on X. It's well worth it if you have an idea and you're trying to bring it to fruition and you think it'll benefit the ecosystem and fit within the ethos. Go for it. I mean, that's what we're trying to do with Warp, is bring something unique to the hyper community, but still have it benefit the entire ecosystem. And I think we're going to see something pretty cool with having 3 entry points into it through the auction system, with going ETH, Titanx, and Hyper, and then having everything go through its the burn part of the protocol, and versus where we're going to store the tokens for future auctions, but then also having the ETH entry go and create hyper miners that are ultimately going to be burned, I think is going to be a really cool way to support hyper by having people enter ETH, start a max miner, have that feed the hyper vortex, have that feed the staking payouts, and then have the warp protocol claim that miner and utilize it to burn hyper and burn warp, and also help sustain the auctions. I think it's going to be a pretty cool little internal loop of itself. And I think people are going to have a lot of fun with arbitraging 3 separate ROIs and see what's my entry today? What's my entry today? Am I going ETH? Am I going Titanx or Hyper? Where am I getting the most warp tokens out of this? And you can be mining Hyper, but also getting an immediate token back into your wallet to play around with or see what happens, right? And see how the effect that the buy and burn has on it. So
yeah, those
that's
three
my
inputs are
little- that's my little
really
show.
exciting way to do it. Yeah.
Do you have a
Yeah,
timeline?
and we'll see. What's that?
Do you have a timeline on launch?
We have we're about
When?
we're working through an updated timeline right now. We got a little bit behind what we were previously doing, but I think we're still looking at within the year. So I'll say
I
that.
gotta give Steve a little bit of space. Wait, Brandon,
We're gonna
you're
give
muted.
Steve
I see
plenty.
you angrily
Yeah,
Steve constantly pointing at me.
Turbo's gonna be stretching its legs and laying back and taking all the action well before we get out there. So yeah,
I wanted to point this out, Warp as well, and anybody else who's out there, pay attention. If you're not following me on Twitter, check it out. We're going to be launching a grant program to help folks come to market as well. So now it's going to be open to everybody. You can submit your plans, but part of building this out is supporting folks, and we'll try to match a certain amount of the development costs to whoever wants to bring something to market. Just to let you guys know. So just be on the lookout for that pretty soon here.
Wow, that's awesome.
There's so many grants. You have Awesome X, the launchpad. You have Eric doing a grant for Think. You doing a grant. Man, this is...
Yep.
Where can you find a community like this? God damn it.
You can't.
Right here.
You can.
Right here.
Baby Dragon X has grant funds as well.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Jeez.
I got another question on LPs. Is there a certain volume to liquidity ratio that you guys target? Does that matter at all?
You know what? That's a really good question. And I've been interested because Jake is in the Titans of LP Telegram as well. And I've been one that Johnny and me both, we've had good experiences with when you get to a certain volume liquidity ratio, right? And you're always looking for that's what you're looking for. If it's fee generation and if it's setting a range that you think you're going to be able to have your LP stay within for a long time, you're looking for a volume that's far outpacing the liquidity, right, for fee generation. And then if you see something like, unless you're going to go really tight range degen on a 1% pool that has something like, the 10 million liquidity that Volt has, or you have just a million to throw into that LP, right? That's where we start looking at something like the 0.3 pool. And seeing if it's possible to have, an LP with enough liquidity to start pulling in volume that would outpace, you'd have to go 3 to 4x on the volume that's coming in on liquidity there to have it act like a 1% fee payout based on your range. But Jake, if you can share a little bit on your thoughts, just so everybody knows, because I know I was pushing the Titanx 0.3 pool in there for a while, but can you just explain that to everybody why then I started going kind of retracting my statements within the Telegram and just make it clear what's up with the 0.3 pool versus 1% on Titanx in particular.
Well, ideally, everything supports the 1% pool because that's where all the farm volume runs through, which eventually comes back into the ecosystem anyway. So the more of that volume, because the 0.3% pool takes a lot of the volume away. Another thing that you have with the 0.3% pool is you essentially get free arbitrage between the two pools, which just extracts. It's small amounts, but it adds up over time. And then the other thing with the 0.3% pool is it's relatively bad marketing because it's mainly Titanx sided and very little ETH side. So when you look up the Titanx pair, a lot of people see that pair because it has a high volume and a high volume primarily comes from arbitrage bots going in between the pools and then fixing the prices. So it would be ideal if that all fits into the 1% Uniswap pool because that all feeds back into the ecosystem and stops the arbs from just taking a little bit of money between those two pools every time. That's probably the main thing.
That's cool. So that's awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to hear the detailed explanation on that. So
yeah, dude, I can kind of chime in here, dude, to answer it more specifically. When we first started this group, so my kind of thinking has kind of changed, has kind of pivoted a little bit. When we first started this group, that's when Titanx was going through its really inflationary period, right? Big time inflation, you know, everyone's ho humming. So what we decided to do was we went and played around on base chain. Now, when we were on base chain, we were looking for the sweet spot was 3 to 5 times volume over liquidity. So we wanted to see 3 times more volume than there was in the liquidity pool. That was our sweet spot. Now, the reason why I say that is because base chain, the fees are kind of trash, right? It's like 1 cent or 2 cents, you know, to transact over there. So you have to have a ton of volume. When we came back over to Titanx, the thinking kind of shifted to, okay, well, the degenning, that was like mostly degen LPing, which we don't teach now and we don't recommend. But we were doing some super degen LPing over there back. We were just trying to keep occupied, right? But now that Titanx has got its legs, it's entering, you know, green candles bring people, right? Now that we're really getting our stride on, the thinking has kind of changed to don't worry so much about fees. What you need to worry about is safety. And we're trying to really come from an area of what's the safest thing to get into. Well, anything in Titanx is very safe. That's why we only recommend and we only really teach based on Titanx pools. And that's why I've been hitting very, very hard on farms. You know, just keep it easy, keep it safe, go into farms, especially if you've never LP'd before. Like the beginning of a bull run into a bull run, you probably don't want to start being like, okay, let's try this LP thing.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we're quickly
it's
getting
going to
into
be
a time where it's like go farms, and when you're ready to exit, take your farm, and we'll teach you how to one side exit. You know, with that, and that's pretty much what it's going to be. I think. I mean, what we're going to see over the next few months, it's like farms and one-sided when you're ready to whatever you've decided is going to be your realm to take your profits.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
Hey, Steve, I just wanted to say I kind of overextended myself with some things today. So I only had about 30 minutes on here, but I truly appreciate you have me on. Johnny's going to take it here from here. And I hope much luck in the rest of this day. Thanks everybody for bringing us into the fold here.
Man, thanks for coming on, and thanks for spending the time in your schedule. So I really appreciate it. And let's hook up later this week. And love to have you on the stream, talk warp. And
yeah, looking forward to it. All right.
Yeah, man.
Bye, everybody.
All right, brother. Later. Steve, did you notice that Volt is now on revert?
I wasn't looking. Have you got some cool there? So.
She's on there, and it is fascinating. Yeah. If you go, what I'm talking about, guys, here's revert.finance. This is an absolutely fantastic app to use when it comes to, I want to know what the other liquidity providers are doing, right? So, you know, and I probably should make a little intro video on how to use this. But if you go to top positions over there to the right, you go to top positions and then go to all networks, Ethereum on the right up there. It's kind of laggy. Yeah, where it says all networks next to, just change that to ETH. And then when you do the filters, do for the token 1, Volt, token 2, Titanx, and it'll pop up all the positions. At least what
Which one
is saying.
I do contract.
I always do the contract address. That keeps it easy.
Oops.
Have you guys looked into E280 LP providing?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yes.
Dude, our group is so big that I don't think there's a protocol that someone's not LPing on at all times. Yeah, we are everywhere in everything. I'm waiting for the one bad thing about Revert, this app that we're on right now, is it takes a little while to get your protocol on there. I don't know if it's like a specific amount of days that you have to be live before, because Volt just got on here. So it'll probably be a couple of days before you see Element 280. But once that comes on, it's going to be, I mean, I'm telling you, this is super fascinating to look at and see, oh, you know, this guy's got $485,000. Where's he ranged? This guy's got $417,000. He's going full range. So you can see, if you're curious as to how much money you could make LPing. Now, this is, we'll take a step to the left of farms, even though I always suggest going to farms. It's easy, right? Because they got a nice, beautiful calculator. That's the easy button. With this, you could use this tool as a tool. So if you say to yourself, okay, I have $5,000 or I have $10,000. I want to know how much money I can make LPing, right? You could either use metrics.finance and use that as a calculator, like I said before, or you could see in real time how much someone with the amount of money that you have, how much someone else is making and what their range is. And if you want, you could either piggyback off their range or you could at least get some inspiration by seeing what these guys are doing. But I like to know, I like to know where the big money is being placed. And it's really, really cool that at least in the Vault one here, and I would imagine it's the same in Titanx, same in Hyper, the majority of the money is going full range. So that tells me they're probably in farms.
Yeah, E280 is on V2, so it's only full range.
Right.
Dude, what a great website, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. This thing is, you can get lost in this website and it'll take you down some rabbit holes. But yeah, like, so Steve, if Steve wants anywhere, any one of those owners, he can click on that on any of the, where it says owner. Yeah, you can click on that, the green part. And then it'll tell you not only that position, but if they're in any other positions, it'll tell you what that is as well. And then you can click on expand and it'll tell you all the data. Yep. And this tells you all kinds of good, juicy stuff. It'll tell you when look, you can even see how much in uncollected fees he's got in that wallet. He's got $32 uncollected. But yeah, you could. This is a really cool tool. Yeah, yep. And so if you're curious, you're like, hey, what's his range? All the way to the left, where it's underneath where it says Ethereum, it shows that little bar graph with the line, the white line going through it. If you go left a little bit, up and left, go up a little bit.
Up here.
Yeah, just go to the left, right underneath where it says Volt/Titanx. It says Ethereum, and then there's a little green bar with a white line going through the middle of it. That's his range right now. You can hover, over that, and it'll tell you what their range is. So then you could go back to metrics finance. I know this is a lot of work, but this is what a lot of the top LP guys do. You can go back to metrics finance, and you can go ahead and plug that range in, and you can see how much money you would make with that range in place.
Brilliant.
So these are two tools that we use. It's absolutely fantastic. It hasn't rugged yet. A lot of these LP calculator websites, they rug all the damn time. Metrics has stood the test of time so far for us, and same thing with Revert. Yeah, but this is kind of like, this is like your level up, right? You have farms, that's your base level. That's where you want to go if you have really no clue what you're doing. Farms is very easy. You're going 50% of whatever you have of your $10,000, 50% in Hydra, 50% is going into, whatever. So with this is assuming that you're actually going to jump into the Uniswap V3 and create your own pool. So this would be like the next level up, or jump into the pool, not create your own pool. This is the next level up. So if you're trying to level up and provide liquidity, this is a great little thing to gauge and be like, okay, where is my competition placing their money? Because again, when you're providing liquidity, it's pretty much a competition. Whoever has the most money is going to get the most in fees, depending on their range, I guess. So you can see, okay, where's everyone placing their money? Are the whales placing it in front of the price? Are they putting it behind the price? Right? And then you can start tracking from there. All right, what's this guy doing? This guy's moving his liquidity. As the price moves up, as the price of Titanx moves up, if you see someone keep moving their liquidity right behind the price, like, okay, I see what this guy's doing. That's awesome. As opposed to, the exact opposite, placing a wall in front of the price. And you're like, wait a second, what's this guy doing? Then you can dig in and you can see, and you can just go down so many damn rabbit holes. But yeah, plus I like it because it's green. It kind of matches our culture and color scheme and everything. So
Is this column ROI how much they've actually made on their in principle?
Yeah, that's based on the amount. That's based on the amount of money that they have, and based on the range that they have. So again, you got to be very careful when you're looking at that, because you'll see some people with some like ridiculous ROI, but also pay attention to how old their position is.
Just to add on to that, these are great tools. Thank you for sharing that. What I've found also is, like, say you find a wallet that you want to follow, Rabby wallet is amazing. Like, I can just import an address as like a watch, and then you can go to like Uniswap's website and log in with that wallet like you're that user. Now, obviously, you can't execute any transactions, but you can go to Uniswap's UI and just view their LPs on their UI, or you can go to Titanx's website and view, like, if they've got a stake position, you can view their rewards. It's
no one is safe from the dude.
Be careful. One thing I just came across, guys, and I can share the link out on my Twitter. Rabby Wallet just quietly announced that they're going to start collecting IPs and selling user data and information in their updated terms of service. That shocked the heck out of me.
Really?
So damn annoying.
Yeah, it's so annoying. Yeah, so I heard that from somebody I really trust, but I haven't actually read it with my own eyes. He sent me the link. I'll scan over that, but look into that. It's just the brand new updated terms of service. Apparently that just came out.
Good call. Good shout out.
Is there anything that you guys would recommend? Like, why is there not a wallet that follows the DeFi ethos? Like, why?
Internet Money wallet does. I've been using it a while. I love it because it's super fast. It's a cool little like portfolio tracker too. They've got swap capability. They don't collect any user information. In terms of Morpheus, I'll be talking about that too. They're going to actually add Morpheus first thing tomorrow. I'm going to have KG on stream with us to talk about it as a representative from Pulse Chain 2. So look into that. Do your research on that. But good guys over there. I trust KG quite a bit.
It's like we're mourning the loss of Rabby Wallet now.
MetaMask also does this. It's kind of like it's the lay of the land. You have to adapt a little bit. Just use VPNs. Use VPNs all the time.
Yes.
Double VPN if you can.
Oh yeah. Yep. Double VPN. It's okay. Steve's going to come out with a wallet in like 5 days anyway, so it's fine. And it's going to somehow burn your tokens.
Brilliant. Yeah, never before seen innovation in all of DeFi. Brilliant.
It's funny, but it's so true.
Yeah.
Internet
What else
money.
is
He was
there?
on yesterday. Yeah, he was on yesterday. He's it looks like he might do something in Titanx.
Okay.
He's got the bug. Once you have the bug, there's no escaping.
Telling me, man. I was just
Gents,
trying to
I got
provide
a, I,
liquidity.
I got a lot of work to do. I got to bounce out. I appreciate you guys having me on. Good to talk to everybody.
All right, Brandon, have a good one, man. Appreciate your kind words, good sir.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the stream tomorrow.
Yeah,
Good luck
and
for the launch.
yeah, launch 2 p.m. That's going to be cool. Jake will be on there. We'll have a couple folks. And then shout out to Steve, dude. Steve, I love it. It's so nice to be on something that's organized and you keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, man.
All right.
See you
Adam,
soon.
be good, buddy. Chiz, dude. Mo, Vegas.
See you, bro.
Jake Sharpe, everybody. Be good, guys.
You too.
Later.
There. That should be enough alpha for all the people in the Morpheus Telegram that have been freaking out, asking when launch, what are you hiding? What's going on? So everything's out there.
What are you hiding?
Now it's funny. Everything now is out, and people are gonna say, why did you release it all? Now my odds of winning just went down like 50%. So
why'd you
Always remember quality over quickly, though.
exactly.
Yeah, Rags is the man, though. I've been talking to that guy for years and years. Fantastic human being. And he is right about Internet Money's wallet. 24-word seed phrase. KG a long time. Fantastic stuff. And then, yes, if you're using your VPN, auto route to 2 different hops. Makes your internet slow, but protection over, being fast. Everyone always
What's
wants
this
the quick
auto-
way and then
auto-
cry about it when it doesn't work out in their favor.
Yeah, what's this auto routing? Because I'm not so familiar. I use a
Oh,
VPN,
so
but
with the VPN, you can have it auto route through. So let's say I'm VPN'd into Switzerland, it'll then hop me into Germany. So then I go through Germany, through Switzerland, then to come back to my localized IP. But I mean, you're paying for latency, right? So it depends on what you are doing. I mean, hell, sometimes some DeFi sites don't work until if you don't disconnect the damn VPN. It's annoying as hell because I'm like, I'm watching it and I'm waiting. I'm sitting on a 7 gig up down fiber connection. I know it's not my line. Disconnect the VPN. I'm like, go, it works. Annoying, but like it. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? But know what you're doing, right? Knowledge is about knowing what you are doing to do something specifically. Not being ignorant and running into a fire and be like, oh my God, it burns.
That stuff should be default. That's a big gripe of mine. Is like you doing these things, you're standing out because nobody uses VPNs on like what I wonder what the average user is, like percentage of VPN users, but
you know what they are is the ones that try to get Netflix in the different regions that they're not in. So I get Netflix in the UK. That's exactly what the sell point is. That's the upsell. Get shows that you don't get in America or anywhere else by routing your VPN. That is the upsell. However, using VPNs is understanding your self-sovereignty of where your IP is. All of everything that we're doing here is self-sovereignty of understanding the tools, how the tools can work for you, and understanding what these tools do for you, right? Between knife, spoon, and fork.
it should be standard. It shouldn't be something that we have to opt in and like a layer on top of what we're doing. It should just be standard. But
so with VPN, it's like IP VPN, the ITPS. I use the Proton Mail VPN because I'm whitelisted into there for a lifetime VPN. But give me a second, let me figure it out. I used it way back in the day.
The best VPN by far is Mulvad. That's like the most hardcore privacy first VPN. The more general mainstream one is NordVPN. But Mulvad,
Right.
if you're hardcore, Mulvad is probably the best one.
I think the one I'm thinking of is IPA, and they actually have monthly audits to guarantee that they do not log your stuff at all. I'd have to figure out it's something like
Yeah,
IPA.
I mean the thing with today's
private
world,
internet
especially
access. That's what it
privacy,
is. PIA is the one that actually has monthly audits that guarantees they do not hold your user records.
Yeah, privacy in general is just in the world we live in today. You're tracked anyway. There's no hiding. It's your
it is.
phone. it's your car, it's your laptop, it's everything. Everything basically has a tracker. So a VPN makes you feel safe, but actually, no, you're not.
That's what I'm saying. It makes you stand out. Like by using these privacy tools, that just makes you stand out because you're that one little outlier. And even if you're not doing anything bad, it just red flags you, which is like ridiculous to me.
Yeah, it's like
I
just
still
using a
use it.
credit card or a bank card. They know what you buy, they know where you go, they know your spending habits. I'm just blown away what they know about me. Just my bank.
That's
They knew
right.
I was in Starbucks and everything, every coffee and everything.
That's right. Don't talk to next to your phone. Be like, okay, Google, and then boop boop, and I'm like, ah, shit, everything's listening.
Yeah.
But we're going to be at that point with like VChain and all the rest of that back in the day. That they're going to be tracking stuff. Ideally, at the end of the day, they've been tracking this forever. When you get paid to be entertained, you have perfect market fit, not product market fit. If you're going to be tracking us anyways, pay us, right? And that's really at the end of the day where we can flip the head on the right in the eye of the needle, because it's just going to get more and more complex to obfuscate. But if you're going to give me some kind of yield based on what you're doing, all right, we're moving towards that Ready Player One mentality. And that's basically what that whole mythos is that I can play something, I can engage in something, and I can earn yield from my user rewards and my user profile. Because they're going to take it anyways. But now, because everyone has access to this knowledge that you could be paid for it, you can switch wallets, you can switch credit card companies, you can switch banks to a credit union versus a conglomerate, right? There are options when people are educated.
Yeah, Brave browser, they're trying to do that exact same thing.
It never used the Brave wallet, by the way. That is not an ERC wallet, FYI.
Yeah, I don't ever touch it. I don't.
No,
use
I know.
any of
Just
the ads
people are like,
either.
well, I mean, even in Unreal 4, because we're on Unreal 5 now, they implemented a crypto wallet system. But there's no real WYSIWYG way to implement a EVM stuff. You can do it, and I have not wanted to do it because that's more work on top of work. But we're getting to that point. Everything's going to be interconnected that way, just like everything's interconnected between SMS and internet, right? Like, God, what is it? I think they just updated something on iPhones. I forget what the protocol is on text, that it sends uncompressed video now. Whereas if you ever tried to text someone a video, it looks like trash because they're using the wrong protocol base for it. I like Mo's background.
Did I derail the conversation well enough?
You just try streaming with Mo. He's a king of that. He's like, yeah, what if we go here instead?
So I missed the LP positioning due to the fact that I had to take a long phone call.
I heard that.
But what's interesting, about Pulsar is that you can put that LP within a range that always smash down to that piston, and you always know that it's going to be like solidly sitting in that range. I'm going to have to do a rewatch on what was talked about this last panel in the last hour.
You building on Pulsar, Kool-Aid?
Well, I'm just saying that you can build on Pulsar, and anything that you do within the Pulsar ecosystem, it sits within that range. So it's an LP junkie system right there, because it's going to fall back within that piston and spin back up and down.
True. But are you building on it?
I'm having conversations.
Yeah, it's a cool system, man. I like it a lot. I think the idea is great.
Well, we also metaled it out for 8 months on, a different chain. And that's kind of the difference, is that we wanted to bring the idea, but we also wanted to make sure it would work. Right. And so like going through those processes, saying what worked, what failed, what worked, what failed. How do we keep tweaking it in real time? And that's kind of the benefit of Pulse Chain. You can actually work on mainnet rather than work in theory.
All right, what do you guys want to touch on? Man, I'm almost falling asleep. After the stream, I have streamed 24 hours and 48 hours.
That's not bad, man. We're going to sign you up for Game Dev. Come work with me.
Yeah, exactly. No thanks. I'll stick to DeFi.
Yeah, I know.
I got a question for you guys. Since I'm in a room full of builders, can you guys touch on some of the early problems or early kind of missteps that you may have made in your first sort of build that you didn't maybe anticipate, that maybe new builders need to think about?
Oh yeah, I mean, like the first people that we outsourced to actually build Pulsar completely flopped, and that's where GIF went from being a tourist and being a founder into being lead dev, and that's where we took it to the other level. And a lot of times, you don't know what you don't know till you get there, and that's an unfortunate reality till you get to those precipice points. Now we have so many different people that have built other things that there is a wealth of knowledge that's being shared around, right? If you everyone teaches one, then the world burns bright. But we went through a huge bunch of hurdles to get stuff done. And unfortunately, sometimes you just have to be able to pivot fast. And then know that if things are not correct to the way that you want them done, pump the brakes a little bit to make it done perfectly. Right? You only get one chance to do things right, and you want things to be done correctly across the board, both for your safety, the protocol safety, the user safety, and your representation. So that'd be the first thing is building quickly is good if you want to build quickly, but sometimes take a little bit of tenement out to experiment is also on the other side, right? If you're doing everything within the same view frustum or FOV, you're not unique in that sense. So take some time to think around the box a little bit to build something that's timeless, because that's ideally what we're trying to do. It's not just build, but build something that's timeless. And sometimes that takes a little bit of time outside of the box.
Jake? Anything new builders should kind of look out for or think about as they enter the process?
Yeah, talk to other people. That's a big one. Talk to all the other builders. Figure out whether or not your thing is even good in the first place. Because a lot of people, like, your first idea is almost never the finished thing. It's a general thing. It's an idea. It's a blueprint. But then you start tweaking out the details. And the only way you do that is talking to a bunch of people. Like, Titanx was a culmination of just talking to people over and over again. Me going back in my cave, tweaking stuff, running simulations, and coming back. Hey, what do you think? And then doing that over and over and over and over again to get to like the perfect end thing. But you never go to your basement, have an idea, and then just build it out of nowhere. It's always a combination of other people's ideas, other people's feedback, and then just at the end of the day, you have to stress test your idea before it ever hits market. That's a big idea.
And
never lock yourself away.
In the level architecture part of game dev, you never attach to your babies. You want to delete it 100 times, and eventually you grab the lightning, and it's refined at that point. So, like, if it's rough, get rid of it, do it again. And even if it's close, it's not there, get rid of it, do it again. People just want to hold on to their idea like it's the perfect thing. No, it's a refinement, right? And that's why it takes multiple different passes to make a picture or a painting or a process of code, right? If you're not hardening, if you're not doing machinations, if you're not doing multiple different simulations, it really hasn't gone through its birthing phase to be what you really want versus what you thought of in the beginning.
Yeah. Another big thing on feedback is you have to make sure that you get feedback from the right people. Because if you just post it on Twitter and listen to everybody, they don't have the feedback or experience to understand how these things work in the real world. So you have to do it with other builders that have done stuff in the real world because they have the experience to back the things that they're saying. That's a big one. Because Twitter has all the ideas. They have everything. They have the answer to everything. And then you're like, that makes no fucking sense if you're a builder. So listen to the builders and the people that have experience, and then you'll have a very nice thing.
And that's the one problem with DAOs, right? DAOs are great to get suggestions, but a suggestion doesn't mean it's law, right? It's a suggestion. Sometimes the consumer always wants more. They want something now, not well. But then they'll complain if it's not done well. So take something that scenario is always a suggestion, and then sanity check your peer feedback from your peers.
Johnny, did you is there anything you ran into in your building of Warp that you didn't think about and were like, whoa, that was left field?
Close your eyes and imagine what could have gone wrong, and that's pretty much what happened. Yeah, no, it was wild. It was interesting. Because there he is. Because you get to see the ethos like live, and you don't really understand the ethos until you get in and build, because as just a regular consumer of Titanx and Titanx products, right? You're like, oh yeah, we have an ethos. That's really cool. But when you actually get into the point where it's like, hey, you're not following the ethos, go back and follow the ethos, then you really start to understand how powerful it is that we even have that. So just the fact that we even have like a nice little couple boxes to check, like, hey, do this, do this, do this, do this. Everyone will love you. Everyone will embrace you. Right. Because yeah, for us, we had this awesome idea for Warp. We had this awesome idea, but then for whatever reason, we're like, yeah, Volt's coming out. Maybe we can just, go the shortest, route possible and do what they're doing. And then it was kind of like, no, that's not what we're doing. That's not what the community wants. That's not what anyone wants. And you sure as shit don't want to piss Steve DeFi off, because really, that's the last guy you want to piss off besides, obviously Jake. So, then you get back to the drawing board, you hug it out, you shake hands, and you're like, hey, you know what? Don't do that. Why don't you? And then we showed Steve what our original idea was, and Steve had mentioned his partner in crime there, Jay Gold. And Jay Gold was like, he told us, he's like, why didn't you guys just lead with this? This is an amazing idea that you guys had. Why don't you just lead with that? And we're like, because, we were naive little, LP guys that were like, hey, we had an idea, but we didn't trust our idea enough. And then, we got, like Jake said, we talked to other builders and they're like, hey, you guys do have a great idea. Run with that. And so that for me was the biggest eye opener. Sometimes you got to I say this and I'll keep saying it. Sometimes you got to get punched in the face, to see clearly. And, we were able to pivot back to the original thing we wanted to do. And, it's working out great. Everyone seems to be happy with what we're doing and, go forward. But I would definitely recommend what Jake said is talk to other builders first, because if you ask the community, hey, we're thinking of forking Volt and putting it on all these things, of course the community is going to be like, yeah, let's get another Volt going. Volt was awesome. I missed Volt. So yeah, now's my chance. It's like, hey, that's not what we're trying to do. And if you talk to one builder and said, hey, this is our idea, any one of them would have been like, you shouldn't do that. And so, it was really good to see the ethos live and in person kick your ass a little bit, but also put you on a better path. So now the path that we're on right now is a lot better, and it's going to be better for the community. It's going to be better for everybody. Shout out to Steve for not eviscerating us as much as he possibly could, because he absolutely could have eviscerated us. But it's also kind of funny that he didn't realize it was me and Nathan at first behind Warp, right? So, imagine his thinking, here's some guys coming in, they're taking my shit, and just giving us the machine gun. I was like, no.
Man, I remember that post from Steve. He was quick with it. He was like, crypto is a word place. I'm like, damn, that's some wordplay right there.
Yeah. I was like, the last thing I wanted to do obviously was piss anyone off, and very quickly we pivoted. We're like, hey man, let's talk it out, and we did. And kudos to Steve, because when we had our little chat with him before we did the stream, we had a nice long conversation, and he could have absolutely eviscerated us, but instead he was like, why not work together and let's think of some common ideas, and why don't you share with me what you have? And he was absolutely amazing at doing that. He could have absolutely just eviscerated us and be like, condemned us from the kingdom of Titanx. So the ethos cannot be, I can't harp on that enough. It is a real thing. And if you think you're going to try to be cute and circumvent that, like the people police themselves. This had zero to do with you, with Jake Sharpe, had zero to do with anything of how we came together, right? We came together, we bonded, and we're like, hey, let's move forward. And Jake didn't have to do anything. He didn't even have to say one word. He just kind of let it play out, and the kingdom polices itself. And it's actually beautiful to see.
Yeah, I mean, the way you guys solved it was actually so nice. Like seeing that stream, I was like, oh fuck yeah, this is best case scenario. That was so good. just so like it makes it public to the community as well. Hey, we've hashed things out, like we've come to different conclusions now. That makes everybody calm down, because the community also gets very heated very quick, and I always stay out of it because I'm like, this is just gonna fix itself in like 24 hours. Things just always fix themselves out.
It sure did. And that's the last thing we wanted to do, was have like, Volt versus Warp. That's the exact opposite of what we're trying to do here. And I think now going forward, everyone's concerns have been assuaged. We're moving forward. Everyone's high-fiving again, and everyone's super stoked.
It's brilliant, man. I love it. I'm excited for the protocol, Johnny, and love our conversations. We talk all the time. So, man, I've got a surprise. I'm going to bring someone on. I think Jake's going to be happy. It's Jay Gold, and I'm going to have a little. Everyone, stay on, and there's just a space for Jay to come on, and so it's going to be exciting. He's coming on, and let's play this.
Once upon a time in the bustling world of cryptocurrency, Titanx was born from a vision of a decentralized future where innovation meets sustainability. As the community rallied together, they faced challenges that tested their resolve. Criticism about mining being unprofitable, chitter-chatter of forever downchart, fear, doubt, and uncertainty about the project being dead. Then came the Dragon, the Bull, Helios, and the Volted One, to name just a few of the defending protocols that put the bears to flight. Additionally, with groundbreaking features like Proof of Burn 2.0, Titanx transformed obstacles into opportunities. Today, as we celebrate our first anniversary, we reflect on our journey and invite you to join us. Together, we're not just building a platform, we're shaping the future of freedom. Let's ignite this revolution.
Awesome.
What's up, everybody?
Hey.
What's up, man?
Hey.
Really enjoyed listening to your stuff earlier while I was taking my time off to go run some errands yesterday.
Myself or Jake?
Yeah, the gematria, numerology,
Well, there you go, yeah.
PSV, all the rest of the good stuff.
Yeah, it was
Hey,
wild.
guys. Hey, Titan,
Guys.
Jake, cryptographic, Steve.
Welcome, Cryptographics. Welcome, Jay Gold. We're just excited to have you guys on. I know Jake loved the conversation yesterday, and everyone was cheering for Jay Gold to come back, and you came back. So thank you, Jay.
Yeah, the only one that didn't like it was Ali. The Irish guy didn't like numerology. Shut up, numerology is fucking awesome.
Well, all you got to do is just add it between Scottish drinks and then, some beers, and we good to go.
Actually, Ali DM'd me and said, "Hey, can we meet next week?" So Ali and I are having a one-to-one.
The tables have turned.
By the way, I don't think Ali's going to mind. Ali's got that 11, powerful 11, double 11, as a matter of fact.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
Cryptographics, my great brother. I got my two best friends in crypto are Steve and Steve. So full disclosure.
Yeah, Steve's the man. The graphics and I have been friends for quite a many years now at this point.
Oh yeah, it's been a wild couple of years, man.
3 or 4 years now at this point. It's been wild.
Jake, what got left burning from yesterday? Anything, or for anyone else?
Yes.
Vibra, Mo, Kool-Aid, Johnny. Anything you want to dive into, dude?
Yes. So
33.
I think one of the big things for people to understand basic numerology is run from 1 to 9, 11, 22, 33. Just run through all the numbers and give like a small synopsis on them.
Okay.
That will be a good baseline for people.
Okay, perfect.
I'd also be curious if you added to the Fibonacci axis between 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, and all the rest, because all have different cadences on where you're looking at your mathematics as language in the mage.
Perfect. Yes. Again, full disclosure for the community. Numerology is not a religion. Numerology is not something that you have to have faith. Numerology is very much within the crypto ethos. It is very much verify, don't trust. Use it and see what you can find, see what you can decode. There is no faith that's needed in numerology whatsoever. It's like a lens, right? You put on the lens and then you kind of, let's see what you see. So the other disclosure that's important, I think it's important to put on a different way of thinking when you think about numbers. We have been educated to think about numbers as signifiers for number of things. And when you think about numerology, take that away and start thinking about numbers as organizing principles, as archetypes, as maybe a way of understanding a particular vibration. That's very important. And Jake, add the whole gang. Just add. I'm just going to go 1 through 22, 1 through 33. Okay. Number 1 doesn't indicate one thing. I want you to start thinking, community. 1 is what? The beginning, the start. So if you think of the kind of people that would probably be shaped or the kind of gifts that people who have this 1 vibration, names that begin with A, J, and S, people born on 1, 10, 28, even the double 1, right? You see this in sports quite a bit. Pelé, 10, Messi, 10, Maradona, 10, so many 11s in soccer, right? That double 1. 1 is the initiator. 1 is the entrepreneur. 1 is the inventor. 1 is the person that's using their mind, their incredible mind, to come up with new things, right? To invent new things, to bring new things to humanity, to bring new things to their community. Their success is always going to come from trusting their originality and innovation. By the way, that's not an easy path, because the 1 is going to attract a lot of skepticism from the other numbers. Jake, what do you mean you're launching Titanx? What is that? That's weird. You see, that anytime you innovate, people might not get the vision. And by the way, this is also applicable to 1, 11, 22, and 33. You, dude, and you, Jake, 22. So people will be skeptical. You're creating something new. You're bringing a new pattern. And they're wondering, I haven't seen this before, you know, brother Steve, Volt, what is this? So, and that is core to the ethos of Titanx. Why? Because we're born on a day 28. And Jake has really created a whole infrastructure connected to that particular vibration. So I would say, and Jake, you've been saying this throughout this birthday celebration, is bring your originality, bring your creativity, bring your individuality into Titanx. That's how we win. We don't win by piling all into one protocol. To Johnny's point just a little while ago, right? That's what I told Johnny and Nathan. Trust your originality, trust your original idea. That's how you win on Titanx. That's the 1. Thoughts, additions, Jake? Anything you want to say?
I mean, I'm just kind of curious when it comes to the 28. If you can elaborate how February is actually the only month that actually lands on 28, and how the significance and how that would fold.
I'm going to cover the primary and then come back to you, Kool-Aid.
Beautiful.
But yeah. So anytime you want to know what a number, what's the original vibration, just add the numbers. 19. 1 plus 9 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. 28. 2 plus 8 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. 280. So that's the 1. Number 2, if 1 initiates, notice that 2, right, is now 2 things. So 2 is development. 2 is about relation. 2 is about connection. 2 is about building bridges. Mo, I would not be surprised if somehow you have this 2 vibration in your name, in your birthday, because notice how you create connections with others. You create bridges with others. 2 is a great interviewer. 2 is a great listener. 2 is a great mediator. The 2 vibration is not initiating, but developing. It's bringing things together. It's winning through creating connections. That's the 2 vibration. Very powerful, very needed. Right? You need people that are going to be bridge makers. You need people that are going to be asking questions and listening and giving space to others. Makes sense about the 2? So 1 has a more masculine vibration, cutting through, initiating, right? 2 is more receptive. But hey, I want to say for the people that are born on 2, 11, or 20, right? Whose name begins with B, for example, or have a lot of B's in their name. There is great power in being an introvert. There's great power. There's tremendous soft power in the world. The power of diplomacy is very powerful. Some of the best ambassadors and diplomats have this 2 vibration. So really embrace your gift. Don't try to be 1 if you have more of that 2 energy. Thoughts, comments on that?
That's good.
Okay. 3. So 1 initiates, 2 develops, 3 is expression. If 1 is, let's say, father, look at the number 1. Can you see the phallus? It's right there, just in the shape. It's the phallus. The 2 is more the dove, more feminine, not necessarily female, just has more receptivity. 3 is the child, is expression. 3 is the power of words, is the gift of being able to create, inspire, educate through words. They are the talkers. Brother Marco Exican, if you're listening to me, you got some 3s, right? Right. 3 has tremendous amount of convening power, educating power, inspiring power, catalytic power through the use of words and through the use of language. And so 3 needs to be speaking. 3 needs to be talking. 3 needs a stage and an audience. If you are born on a 3, 12, 21, if your full birthday community adds to a 3, if your name begins with a C, and your life is not blooming, look at the shell that you're under. Get out into the world. Start a podcast. Get on streams. Start speaking to people. And find the vehicle of communication that speaks to your heart. It might not be talking. It might be writing. It might not be writing. It might be doing crafts. You see how Marco does these hats with the logo, right? They can be phenomenal at artistic self-expression. Phenomenal. By the way, 369s have this artistic element. So if you're a 3, a 6, or a 9, you're going to have this artistic self-expression element in you. That's the 3. You can find them in television, marketing, sales, film, any industry that uses a lot of articulation, you'll find the 3 energy, 3 vibration. And they can be funny. The comedians all have 3 vibrations somewhere.
Is this separate than the 33?
33 is under the 6 banner, but it has the 2 3s. What does that mean, dude? You got to create. You got to use your creativity.
All right, I'll do my best.
Yep. Okay,
Can
4.
you remember how to get your number again? I'm sorry.
There are 2 ways. I think Jake said it very, very well. There is day of birth numerology, and then there is more the full birthday summation. So if you sum all the digits in your birth date, whose birthday do we want to take? Just sum all the digits in your birthday, right?
January 15th.
January 15th. So 1 + 5 + 1, and then the year, Mo. Add each digit, and then you take that number and add those 2 numbers again. You should be able to reduce it to a single number. Add all the numbers. What do you get, Mo?
The 1, the 15, and the birth year?
Add them singularly. 1 + 1 + 5 plus the birth year.
Gotcha.
Tell me what you got.
And I'm just adding the birth year, or I'm adding each digit individually?
Each digit in the birth year. You can do it many ways.
26.
Okay.
Oh.
8. You're in the right ecosystem.
Perfect.
You're in the right.
Perfect.
Someone DM'd me yesterday and like, hey, Jay Gold, am I going to be okay? His full birthday digit was 26.
Yeah, no, when I was driving and listening to you, 92281, and which is technically 5 if you add it all up. And I'm a competitive dancer. And I was like driving along and I'm like, that's pretty dope. I like this J Gold guy, but it's accurate.
5 are the dancers. Absolutely. So 3, right? Now, notice how 3 is very creative and expressive. Now we come to this number 4 that has only straight lines. That community, if you draw it in your head, it looks like a house. You're now building foundation. Your tasks now and your gift now is to create order, to organize, to structure things, to create safety for others, to build a home for others, to work with software security, to work in engineering, to work in architecture, to create order in the world. And in particular, foundations that can be very reliable. Notice the 3 is not interested in that. The 3 is about self-expression and making others feel great, making others light up. The 4 is different. The 4 says, hey, all this talk is great, but Jake, what do you have planned for, the end of 2025? Like, what's the plan? What's the structure? What's the strategy? That's the 4 mind and the 4 vibration. And they're important to have around. Very, very important. So community, you're born on a 4, 13, 22, and your life is not blossoming. I need you to take this, read a book by James Clear called Atomic Habits. You need to work on your habits. You need to work on the routines in your life. You need to bring more order and structure.
So I'm a 22, which is 4 energy. Yeah, if I don't have a routine or don't have structure, like even when I'm talking to people, when they're talking all over the place, I'm like, give me 3 bullet points. Make a structure, Structure, organization, planning, strategy. I like structure. If it's not structured, I feel lost as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now if you're going to talk to Jake, bring some order to your thinking. But also, Jake, part of your gift is to create structure.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And because of the 22, it's movements, it's large structure, it's large organizations, it's, Titanx. And this is only the beginning. So that's the 4, right? And start looking for that, number 4. Right? 4 is the builder. 3 is the communicator. 2 is the diplomat, mediator, connector. 1 is the inventor, entrepreneur. We talk about 5. My brother, Crypto Kool-Aid. 5, look at it. Draw it in your mind, community. Notice it's so open in the belly. It's so open in the head. It's open to ideas. It's open to experiences. The 5 vibration, their gift is to be able to bring change and transformation. They are masters of change. They are masters of versatile thinking, quick thinking, new kind of thinking, shaping and reshaping things. The 4 shapes, the 5 says we need to update the structure. We need to grow the structure. That's the 5. So the 5 is not the administrator. The 5 is the person that comes in to change the processes.
On top of that, if you do 922, you have a 4, and I actually work as an architect for a day job. So you bind both of them together. Very accurate.
Yeah. So community, you're born in a 5, 14, 23. Find a job that is not 9 to 5. You're going to be bonkers. You're going to go crazy. You need to be mobile. You need to be dealing with many different people. You need to be out in the world. The 5 needs a lot of mobility. 5 tends to have ADD, right? It's like the mind of the 5 needs activity, needs action. If you are restless at night, you need to be working with, playing music. 5 is the number of rock and roll. Or you need to be out doing exercises. Right?
That definitely sounds like Kool-Aid.
Describing
them almost perfect.
No, it's 100% accurate. That's when I was driving yesterday. I'm like, man, this is spot on. And I love Theosophy and all bursts of it.
Yeah. So The versatility of the 5 is so amazing. The other thing is this, community. If your full birthday digits to a 5, if your day of birth is 5, 14, 23, don't expect that your life is going to go into this nice, perfect line. Don't do that to yourself because it won't happen. You're here to change and transform many, many, many times. Also, if you're 11, 22, 33, you need to go through a lot of transformation. Your career, if you have friends that seem to be in the same place, no, community. Not if you have that 5 vibration actively in your life DNA. You need to be kind of moving and changing and integrating and exposing yourself to new things. That's the 5.
There's a lot of 5s in the chat. They're like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
They're all resonating.
Well, it's chrysalis and carapace. Like every problem has a reward in its completion. What you do with those rewards up to you, and that's how you refine.
5s are phenomenal problem solvers. If you put them in a role where they can have a new problem a day, they're going to be so happy. So happy, right? They need mobility. They need dynamism. And they are masters at bringing that. They bring a whole new energy. Jake, his last name, the last vowel of his name, E, 5. 1, 1, 1, 1, 5. Change. Add something up, community. What's the birthday of the United States, community? Guys.
Perplexity, here I come.
In 1942? No. No.
Birthday of the U.S. Birthday of the U.S.
The founding year or the birthday?
Founding year of the U.S.
Founding date was July 4th, 1776.
That's what it
was. Add it up. Add it up, community.
I'm fucking muted. I'm sitting here going 1776, 1776. The American knows it. Come on.
Add the birthday up, community.
Okay, it's 32.
Yes. 3 and 2?
5.
5. Tell me a place where you can actually become anything you want.
Whoa. That's cool.
That's America.
Whoa.
That's America.
That's cool. That's fucking cool.
That's
the land of freedom, baby.
It's the land of freedom. It's where you can change and evolve in any way you want. Notice how many changes emerge from the US into the world. Other places may optimize the change, right? Other places may actually reduce the cost of the change. But there's so many changes that are being introduced into the world from this 5 vibration country. It's a very special place. It's got 5 all over it.
Okay, 6. Let's go to 6.
Let's go to 6. Let's go to 6. Okay, so notice how this is going yin yang, yin yang. 4 build structure. 5 says, no. I got to restructure, right? Yin yang. 4 builds, 5 changes it, and now 6 builds structure. 6 is, as I was telling Dude yesterday, I want community, draw the number 6 in your mind. Can you see how it looks like a pregnant number? It is usually associated with the helper, the people grower. It's the community builder. It's the pack leader. It's the helper of the underprivileged. The 6 is here to take on responsibility and build strong bonds with others. They're here to help others grow. Jake, born on the 24, look at the ethos of Titanx. It's not just, hey guys, do your own thing. It's, hey, let's work together as a community. That's that 6 vibration that he brings into the table.
I think I fall into that 6 category too, I think, as well.
Oh, yes, you do, Cryptographics.
I'm a caretaker and I'm a 6. That's so wild.
That's it.
See, numerology, baby. I fucking love this shit. It's so true.
So the 6 vibration is like the pack leader. The sixth vibration loves to see a community grow. It loves to see harmony. It's one of the powerful harmonizing numbers. 2 and 6 are master harmonizers. By the way, you will also find them a lot in the music industry because that harmonizing ability can play itself in music, through music. Cryptographics, by the way, has this hidden talent in music. So harmonies, 6 can play tremendous harmonies. Just a little pro tip for the 6s. Have music around. Music, water, like really give your environment a harmonious touch. They can harmonize environments very, very well. And they're so easy. Their personality is very harmonized. I tell this to cryptographics, man, it's so easy to talk to you. It's because of that 6 energy. Jake also brings that to the stream, right? It's just, it's easy. There's an ease with the 6.
Harmonious environment, mini trampoline, boxing dummy, dip pods, dumbbells, camera, 3 screens. No, 2 screens.
That's at 22. That's different. That's at 22. Right? So people born on a 6, on a 15, on a 24, right? You will gain through your service to others. You will gain through your service to others. Something, not to highlight dude, but dude, notice something very interesting about the way that he built element 280. It's got a buy and burn for all the community tokens. Man, you can't get more 6 than that.
That's hilarious.
As Jake said yesterday, this is like your inner code, and it's working through you whether you like it or not. It's like organically shaping your thinking and your behaviors, right?
I don't need it.
Like who does that? I mean, he came up with something that's going to serve the community, and that's that 6 vibration. Okay, notice that we go from community, not from 6. Now we go to 7. Odd number, prime number. It's not about community. In fact, it has probably very little strength in that area. The 7 is all about investigation. Community 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are usually what some people call the numbers of the, let's call it conventional life. 7, 8, and 9, you're now 11, 22, 33, you're now entering into more transcendence. You're now going to go broader, wider. 7 goes deep. It likes to investigate. It likes to study. It's phenomenal analytical mind, scientific mind, detailed mind. It can see patterns. Some of the best numerologists, astrologers have that 7 energy. Pythagoras would not let you enter into his school if your birthday did not have a 7 in it.
Same with the chakras too.
Yeah. 7th chakra. So, by the way, just as a little wink, wink, and we can come back to that. I know, again, I don't want to derail this, but I know some of the community members, I want you to start looking at these numbers and how they begin to show up in different systems, right? The tarot is one of them. Think of them as just playing cards, right? But it's just interesting what the images are. The 6, the last arcana is 1 through the major arcana of the tarot, 1 through 22, right? I want you to look at those images after everything we've talked. The 6 is the lovers, right? The 6 is the lovers. Very interesting. Okay. We're going to come back to that. Some other chat. Let's talk about the 7. So the 7 is the truth seeker. The 7 asks why. I want to understand why. I want to go deeper. I want to get to the root of things. That's that 7 vibration. And they can be very good investors, speculators. They can do very well in tech. They can do very, 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 very well in finance, but you will also find them in the film industry. Leonardo DiCaprio, 7. Many directors have that 7. So 7
You want to know
is
something funny?
Go
Because
for
Dave from Awesome X is a 7, and he's I think a
Really?
movie director. That's crazy.
That's unreal.
Yeah. So 7s are going to be attracted to the film industry. A lot of 7s in the film industry. Absolutely. That's the 7. Very, very interesting. Prime number. And community, if you are born on a 7, on a 16, and on a 25, you need to follow the Socratic imperative. Know thyself. You need to get to know yourself. Right? You need to really sort of take on some personal development. Your life will start to open up. And by the way, so 11, 22, 33, you can't get around that. You got to be on that. Okay. The 8. Look at the number 8. It's got 2 circles. As above, so below. Yesterday, we talked about the 8 as the number of karma, right? What comes around goes around. 8 is the number of, is 2 times 4. So 8 is a builder, but it has executive ability. It's got leadership ability. It's got the ability to direct. It's got the ability to direct construction. It's very powerful enterprise number, very powerful finance number, very powerful wealth number. It's the number of the warrior, by the way. It's the number of the martial artist. All martial arts fall within the 8 vibration. UFC falls within the 8 vibration. So, and we on Titanx, 8 is very, very important for us, right? And 8 has the power, the courage, the stamina to win, to succeed, to achieve greatness. 8 is the number. 8 is the number of mastery. Yes.
I'm sold.
8 is the number of mastery. It seeks to master. And by the way, Jake, you bring so much of that energy. It's the energy of mastery, right? It's not, let me just do something on a whim. It's like, as I think Crypto Kool-Aid was saying, refine it, refine it, refine it, refine it, polish the blade. When you work with the 8 community, you have to polish the blade. There is no way around that. I also want to say a couple things. Community, remember that 8 is a very powerful number for us. Guess what? It's not an easy path. Rewind 3 or 4 months. Jake, where were we?
In the depths of hell.
That's 8. 8 is going to take you there. Right? It's the path of the warrior. It has challenges. By the way, some people don't like the number 4 because it has restriction. It has sort of boundaries. It's like it's challenged. But don't fade the number 4, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger, the bodybuilder, right, who became governor, 4 life path, didn't start with a silver spoon. Bill Gates, 4 life path. So if you work with the challenge, you are rewarded, which is to say, founders, if you're using the number 8, please understand what you're bringing into the project. The 8th card in the tarot, in the major arcana, is justice. You need to be ethical, but you also need to be ready for a challenge. The 8 wins, but it takes time. Don't rush greatness. It's coming.
Plus ETH.
Thoughts on that, Jake?
I like
Anything.
it.
All right.
Yeah, whatever you're selling, I'm buying it.
All right.
Bro, you're putting me in a trance over here. Like, I legit
Right?
feel like I'm on like low-level mushrooms or something. Like, this is awesome.
All right. That's this 8 vibration. I just want to say, man, 28, 8, Jake with the born on the 24, with the 20. My God, really, guys, We are going to win. And if you think this is just a one cycle thing, you don't understand the 8 and the 22. The 22 of 8, the 22 that Jake brings, and the 8. If you really think this is just, no way. This will be huge. Huge. The 8 builds empire. It will be big. It will be big. And it's attracting a lot of master numbers. Ali, 11, Jake, 22, Dude, 33. A lot of people have these master vibrations in there. All right. Let's talk about the number 9, which we didn't really get a chance to talk about the number 9 community. Notice something.
Johnny, I've been waiting for this. Like, talk about 9.
All right. Notice something very interesting about the number 9, right? Guys, add up all the numbers before 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What do you get?
9.
What's
45.
the full number?
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 36, right?
Isn't it 45?
Oh, could be 45. I thought it was 36. Add it up.
Yeah, I think it is.
Is it 45?
I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it is.
45,
Yeah.
45. You get 9, right? All the numbers are included in the number 9. All the numbers previous to 9 added up give you the 9. I want to ask you something interesting, community. Why doesn't the 9 face to the right? It faces to the left. Why doesn't the 9 look forward? It looks back. Can you see that? It's looking back at the other numbers. Notice something about the shape of the 9. It's not looking to the right. It should be looking to the right, right? Forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. But no, 9 looks back. So the number 9 is the number of wholeness, completion, but it's here to serve the other brothers and sisters, the other numbers. So 9 is here as the helper of the community. It's the advice giver. It's a great counselor. It's a great coach. It's, 9 is really here to sort of help other people. Phenomenal educators, phenomenal teachers. They want to help in very practical ways. Great doctors, judges. 9 is here to serve others. This is the 9 vibration. So it's the number of completion, but it's also the number of wholeness. The 9 doesn't win by personal gain. The 9 wins by generosity. As I was telling Dude, the 9 is going to get gifts. So that's the 9 vibration. So community, you're born on a 9, you're born on an 18, you're born on a 27. Put yourself in a position where you can speak to others and help others, and you will grow. Your life will grow. Put yourself in a position where you can give advice. Put yourself in a position where you can elevate others and educate yourself. Level up your game. The other thing I want to say about the 9 is this. The number 5, 9, 22 are the 3 most international numbers. If you're born in a 9, 18, or 27, right? Go or 5, 14, and 23, or 22, go explore the world. Explore the world. Get married to someone from another culture. Phenomenal advice for you. Phenomenal.
Oh, definitely happened.
Date people from other cultures, right? Get yourself into a team that is international, multilingual, multicultural. The other thing about the 9 is you could do phenomenal in the area of philanthropy and nonprofits. Phenomenal in this area. But you need a cause, and that cause has to be connected to serving others. That's the 9 vibration. It's a beautiful vibration. Thoughts?
Just shout out real quick.
Mic drop.
damn nice that is to listen to. That you're so good at explaining that, man. I gotta give you so much credit. It's so fun to listen to.
Thank you, brother. I'm just thrilled that, I've kind of been bearing my gift, and here I am sharing it with the community. And I have a gift for Jake and the community at the end of the stream. So that's coming. Let's talk about the number 11. Let's talk about the number 11. Smooth and Crypto put out the 11 jersey yesterday. You will see this 11 a lot in sports. Look at the number 11. It's a double one. Now you're doubling up this one vibration. I mean, one is powerful. Now you're doubling it up, right? The other thing about the 11, can you see how it's kind of like a channel? Forms like a channel. The 11 sometimes is known as the catalyst. It's known as the oracle. It can do very, very well in positions where you are bringing a breakthrough, a new idea, a new concept, a new way of doing things, a new piece of information. Now, when you're dealing with the 11, 22, and 33, as I said to Jake and Dude yesterday, you're now talking about a vibration where if you like, there is no forcing. If you like, you can play a larger role. But to access that role, you will really need to be doing some work on yourself. And you need to be thinking in much bigger terms than your own self and your own family. You now need to be thinking about the human family. You now need to be thinking about not just your project, but all projects, right? So you need to expand your vision, grow your mind to talk about the 11. Now, the 11 is a little bit tricky because it can be both constructive and destructive, catalytic. Okay. What happened on 9/11? 9 is the number of completion, but then there was 11 that came here. Now, notice something very. Yes, the Twin Towers are the 11. How many letters does New York City have? Write it down, community. You tell me. New York City.
Yeah, 11.
11. New York is the 11th state of the United States. Twin
Come
Tower.
on. You're killing me here. This is fucking with me now.
You go to New York. I lived in New York for 2 years. You will feel that vibration. You will feel that vibration there. That 11 vibration that's very catalytic. So if community, if you're born on 11 or 22, right? Phenomenal, but you're going to need a lot of balance so that you can really handle the charge that's there. 11, 22, 33. You need a lot of balance, some downtime. You can't just be up all the time, even though you will be tempted by that vibration, which is very electric. That's the 11. Breakthrough thinking, insight. 22 is an octave of 11, but 22 has the base of 4. So what are you doing? You're building with the oracle. You're not creating a structure, but it's a structure that's inspired. Jake, 22 vibration, right? You're getting now the download, and you now are called to do something that is big, that can create a movement, that can create a revolution, that can create, a shift in things. It's a much larger structure when you're dealing with the 22 vibration, sometimes known as the master builder, the master architect, the mastermind.
So in that, because you have an 11 being a shadow of itself, right? Positive, negative, as above, so below. Now you're octaving that as it goes, correct?
Yep, you're octaving it. Absolutely. Now, Kool-Aid, as I said yesterday, the 11, 22, 33, which I think a number of people in the community have, it's not just a path of roses. No way. No, I need to clear this up because a lot of people think, 11, I want to be an 11. Did you know
Blood
that?
and sand. Blood
Yeah.
and sand.
Yes, many mental institutions are filled with people who are born on 11 or have that 11 vibration.
That makes sense with Ali.
Well, also, again, I'm 922 and I am a level architect. It all makes sense to.
Absolutely.
But it is blood and sand. You have to work for every inch.
Yes. So the 22 is the visionary builder. But here's the thing. Anytime that you're working with 11, 22, 33, personal greed is going to really knock you off because you need to build for the common good. However, your reward is greatness.
I like that. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's a big reward, big payout. Now you have community. Now you have these numbers, right, to play with. Find the one that is your birth date. Johnny, what day are you born?
4/2/1983.
A 2?
Yeah.
The day. Connector.
So April 2nd. Yeah, April 2nd, 1983.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Connector, mediator. Johnny, I'm going to give you a pro tip. When you're born on a 211 or 20, 2s are masters of dynamic duos. Find your dynamic duo, and you can do a lot of great things in the world.
Interesting.
Find your dynamic duo, right? 1 needs room to do their own thing. 1, 10, 19. 2, find your dynamic duo. However, Johnny, pro tip, make sure you pick the right person because it will be heaven or hell. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Hey, find the person that's going to be great or not. Or it's going to suck. So,
fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, but you know, 2s bring great support, great connection, incredible ambassadors, diplomats, great brand builders. So, and I'm sure, John, even though I've met you a few times, I'm sure you've been doing that for Titan, for the community a lot.
yeah, man, working hard on it, brother. That's for sure.
Yeah. Any thoughts, inspirations?
I mean, for me, I've had a tattoo. Go ahead.
No, I was just being silly as always. Same.
I mean, I've had a tattoo of macabre on my back forever, and it's how you bind sacred geometry, numbers, mantras, spells as spelling, but also spoken word and octaves, and everything together. Really do build a unique vibration that you can learn from and use as a dowsing rod into so many aspects of your life. And I love this conversation. It's something that I normally don't talk about.
Yep.
Yeah, you really described me with the 9. I was like getting pissed. I was like,
oh,
wow.
You got the 9, Steve. I knew
Yeah, I
it.
got the 9.
Yeah.
Same.
That's right. By the way, 9s are so inclusive. They bring a lot of sense of inclusivity, right? They have all the other numbers in it. They have a bit of that largeness. And it's the 9 is here to really serve and to bring good to the world and to bring philanthropy. And in that spirit, I just want to put a little, because I feel like we're on the right vibration for it. I just want to say this. And that is, I was telling this last night to my brother, Cryptographics, that it's Titanx's birthday. And in the spirit of giving, I like to just offer this gift, which is if you're a builder on Titanx or planning to build on Titanx, and you would like a free consult on your name, date of launch, numbers that you want to use, right? I am here for you. I don't want any money. I don't want any tokens. If you want this information just as inspiration, as just another added bonus, I'm happy to share it. We can get on a one-to-one call. This is for builders on Titanx. No other chain has a numerological advisor. And just to say, I'm not just a numbers guy. CEOs, billionaires, very influential people, European royalty reach out to me, and they want my advice. So
yeah, man. The thing with numerology is the average person does not understand numerology, but fucking billionaires do. You'd be surprised, man.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised who. Really, you really be surprised too. So I'm here. Please just DM me. You can reach me through Steve or through Cryptographics. And I'm happy to just jump on and like, hey, Jay, I really want to check this out, or I want to use this particular number, or I want to have this number in the name of our, or I'm thinking about this name, and I will give you the information, and it's up to you to decide how to do it. It's just extra information, and it's a gift. No charge, only for founders and builders on Titanx.
The thing with numerology, the reason I went super deep into numerology is I've always done like personality tests and stuff. And then when I figured out numerology, it was like an extra anchor on top of it. But the thing with numerology is cool to know all of this, but it's important to know your numbers, because then you can optimize and essentially point your life towards the thing that is your frequency, your vibration. And once in the book Reality Transurfing, they call this the wave of fortune. Once you're on your vibration, your energy, the thing that was born within you, the coding that was essentially set within you, as you go on the path that supports your numbers, that's when you really start to blossom. So the idea behind the wave of fortune in Reality Transurfing is the moment you're on the thing that you were designed for, all obstacles start going away. Things go way smoother. You don't get all these obstacles all the time. And the moment you go out of it, that's when you have a lot of obstacles, things holding you back, the universe trying to point you in another direction. If you're on the frequency, that's when everything goes smooth. Now, you still have to work hard, but it's way smoother than if you go the other way. So like numerology is just, you have to optimize your life around your frequency, energy, vibration, whatever you want to call it. That's the big part. So it's cool to know this, but you have to do the thing that you're designed for, and then everything flourishes.
Beautiful. Yes. So it's a gift, community, on the Titanx birthday. Reach out to me. I will make the time. I'm thrilled. So if you want to use it, happy.
Would highly recommend everybody consider that. Jay Gold is, as you can hear and tell, is an absolute master at his craft. It's pretty life-changing to get some serious downloads and to get some deeper understanding into whys and connect dots that you maybe you were aware of, but couldn't fully connect them together. It's pretty powerful. Recommend anyone that's interested, you take it up, man. Seriously.
Yeah, that is brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to jump off because the next crowd is coming on. So everyone stay on. Me and Vibra are going off. I need one other person to come off too.
I'm going. Yeah, I got to go anyway, Steve.
That's fine.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Brilliant. So,
Jay Gold. Well, where do people reach out to you?
On Telegram, but also you can find me. Steve knows me. Both Steves. If you have, they're very well known in the community. So please reach out to me. Again, builders and founders, current builders, new builders, happy to help you out. Happy to give you this information for your, maybe connecting your particular, as Jake was saying, your particular numerology to the numerology of your project and see if those fit. Because if those fit, wow, it's very, very powerful.
Yeah, Jay Gold, definitely would love to have a chat with you sometime. I'll get hold for graphics.
Always.
Love, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll definitely reach out as well.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
Guys,
that was awesome.
Thank you, Jake.
It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. Jay Gold, you're a stud, brother. We'll be talking.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, community. Happy birthday. Thank you, Jake. And I'll also be signing off and letting the new crowd come on.
Namaste.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
You.
Thank you,
brother.
Thank you.
Let's go. How's everybody doing?
Look at
that suit.
Oh yeah.
Look at that Windsor knot, man. You got a nice Windsor knot going on.
My boy got a whole
Up
suit.
the 1 year birthday.
It would have been better if I was green though.
After popular request.
You
Love
pull
it,
it off
man.
well, Colin. You pull it off well.
Yeah.
We're joining Blazer Club.
Oh yeah. Callum, you got to get a little Phoenix pin for your suit there.
I do.
Hey Mo, I think your mic's
Yeah, Mo, your mic is messed up, buddy. Go buy you a new one real quick.
No, just do a quick reboot.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm out of here. It was good chat with y'all. We'll do
Bye,
a
bro.
more piece stream later tonight. Go over some more stuff about the launch. But awesome stuff. And man, I can't wait for the year 2 year 2 conference and the Titan party that's coming. So appreciate all you guys. Keep crushing it.
See you, bro.
Later.
Yeah, so I mean, everybody was just entranced with Jay Gold and his numerology. That shit was just crazy. I mean, the synchronicities between so many people, it was just alarming. Seriously.
Well, mathematics is the language of the mage. Like, this is the primal stuff that we've been embedded into. And as we engage in more technology, we lessen our access to our primitive powers, right? You know, and that's the interesting thing of yin and yang. And it's important to go backwards a little bit sometimes in time to make sure that you core into the organic parts of you. And it's lucratively active. And you can take it from numerology, tarot, mantras, just like saying thank you to the universe every day gets you a long goddamn way more than what people realize, right? I mean, even like when I reached out to Jake a year before he launched Titan, his alter ego doing that says thank you for the ability to challenge yourself, to be yourself, but to have a bar that you need to overcome, right? It gives you something sticky to actually have a target at an eye on the prize. Like, all that's real. The question is, how much do you want to dig into it?
Yeah, and I personally haven't dug into it at all, so this is just such new information to me. So it's amazing to see. It really is.
Absolutely. Dogma's the problem is that people believe in what other people tell them versus spirituality or theosophy, where you trust in yourself and open up that for yourself, regardless of what aspect it is, whether it's pushing yourself further, whether that's a religious or a metaphysical or a even challenge to where you want to be and grow and do. It's all there. It's primal. And that's what the difference is. All that stuff is primal, raw essence or mana that you can turn into something else.
Hey, can I cut in? I'm going to bounce out and allow someone else to come on in. I've been on long enough. I'll come back at the end, say goodbye to everybody. But, I don't need to interrupt everybody, right?
They take your microphone out of the washing machine.
He'll watch it back and he'll know what we're talking about.
James, my brother in arms. How the fuck are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, everything is good. 4 a.m. here in Bali.
I don't think I've seen you on. I don't think I've seen you on stream for both of us in 6-7 months or something crazy.
I know it has been. I remember the first time you invited me to one of the VCs in your group, and it was first time I ever really communicated with you, and I appreciate you connecting all those times and staying connected.
People helping people. It's the case of the world. I'm going to take a quick smoke break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so just to further this section, we're going to be talking about kind of milestones, roadmap, environmental impact, right? So I think the milestones we've already hit have been absolutely so impressive. I really could not expect us to hit as many as we have. Not only, right, the community staying together, right, us really pushing forward in Twitter, right, and our ethos and everything like that. So I'm going to push it over to Crypto Connoisseur. What is your most important thing that, milestone that we have hit so far? I'm really interested to hear what you say.
First of all, guys, I want to say hello to everybody. How's everyone keeping? Can you hear me okay?
Good.
Yep.
Yeah, good stuff. Jake, I just want to commend you first and foremost. This is the first time I've had a chat. on creating an absolutely amazing ecosystem. It's absolutely flourishing, and I want to commend you, mate. It's been an amazing journey from the beginning. So congratulations.
Man, appreciate it.
And
The funny
dude,
thing is, I've watched your videos, your TA videos before, so I feel like I know you. I was like, oh yeah, shit, he does know me.
do you know what? I'm just trying to get used to this. So it's the first stream I've ever done. So I'm just trying to get used to everything. It's a bit weird. It's a bit surreal. Dude, I also want to commend you on E280. Absolutely amazing. It's a fucking beast. Absolute beast. I was just looking at the stats today. 33% burnt already while it's still inflating. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Thank you. Thank you. We
Um,
just broke 7 trillion, by the way. I'm so ecstatic about these numbers.
Amazing. What I like about 280 is you're getting passive income. So every Sunday, you're going to get fresh crypto to invest in whatever you want, which is what people need to understand in crypto. You need revenue coming in. If you haven't got fresh capital to put in, you know, get a crypto capital, get a crypto bank that pays you every week, every 2 weeks, and you can reinvest that into other protocols. That's what I do anyway. It's brilliant. Milestones, the day 280 or 281 is more like to say, that was the big turning point for Titanx. I think a lot of people thought it was going to dump, it was going to nuke. We took a lot of shit. Jake will vouch for this over the year. People saying he's a scammer, the usual shit. I'm allowed to swear on here, by the way.
Fuck yeah, go for it.
You said fuck yeah.
I'm a bit of a swearer. Yeah, so we took a lot of flack, and I just kept saying to people, read the fucking white paper. If you go into the white paper and read it, it's all there. It's maths. All you got to do is read it and go over 2 or 3 times. And once the penny drops, you know, it dropped for me, and that was it. But yeah, the day 280 was a big catalyst, and I think it's onwards and upwards from here on out. Amazing.
Love that. Anybody else have any major milestones that you think we've hit that are kind of underrated? Because there's been a lot of small ones and a lot of big ones as well.
I don't know. I'm looking into the future. The 369 is a huge catalyst, I think. It represents a lot of things that we're all looking forward to. So.
I think the craziest milestone is the fact that liquid supply is 20.13% during inflation. That's insane.
Yep.
Man, this has never been done before. And Steve DeFi's words, brilliant. Never seen before, never done before in DeFi. Yeah, 20% liquid during inflationary periods is insane. And then 369 is, you can kind of call it ushering in hyperdeflation. November 8th is the actual date where it's like, okay, at this point, we are hyperdeflationary. Because everything that comes out after November 8th, there's like a week and a half-ish of like 20 billion, 30 billion of like last miners being claimed. But that's way less than the burn rate of all the build on Titanx protocols. Like the build on Titanx protocols a day burn close to, it's over 100 billion plus Titanx a day. So once we enter hyperdeflation, that's when the fun begins. At that point, that's what I call bulletproof. That's when the beast wakes up.
How low do you want to see that percentage go, Jake? Do you have any numbers in your head for
Good question.
how low you think it can?
8%.
8%.
8%.
I remember at the beginning it was getting really, really low because the buy and burn was just going crazy and no miners were out yet. I remember everyone thinking that was surreal, but that could happen again, for sure.
Yeah, the big burners haven't even launched yet.
You keep saying that, like you got. Go on. What is the big
Spill it.
Tell me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I'm working through a lot of game theory on like to have an infinite burner, like hardcore infinite burner. That gives great deals to the user as hyperdeflationary. And we have to pull it off through a piston system in the middle, similar to Pulsar. But once we have that in place, yeah, then it's buy supply. There's no resistance at that point.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. It's I love it. I love it.
Is there a time frame, Jake? Sorry, James.
I was just going to say, I think one of the milestones that we've gotten through was the doldrums. There were months at a time, that really nothing was happening. There were weeks at a time where there were no swaps on Baby Dragon X. It stated 47K market cap for literally like months. And everyone was going through it. People, I don't look at the chart. Like when I saw Titanx chart, I'm a true believer in what was, the builders and the numbers that were going to happen. I never got negative. I never gave up. I never bought the whole supply, but obviously that would be stupid. But I think that's an important milestone to get through something as hard as that. That was not easy as a large community, and for the founders to keep believing and investing. I think that's a huge milestone.
Absolutely. I mean, I said it from the beginning, as a systemic designer, the mechanics will work like 100%. Like I said it from the beginning, I screamed it from the rooftops. I called people. I'm like, regardless of what you think, the mechanics and the system design will work. Now, it depends on how it's managed, of course, but it will work because all the tools are in the tool belt to do exactly what it needs to do. And that's where that polishing comes in to make sure that it's done correctly. But as long as everything is, the runway is laid correctly, you can land planes here 100%.
Your setup is really, really cool, by the way.
200 hours.
I want to get
200 hours and 18 years of my life to suck into being able to do that. You can see like the little fire plums, like asteroids are being eaten by the black hole on the pulsar pathway. We do everything bridging up in here.
I need to get it.
Only 200 hours, but I mean, I can do it in Unreal Engine. we need to get you a Larry made background there, Jake. We'll work on that.
Oh yeah, 100%. So actually, I have a question. This is completely off topic, but how do you load it into your webcam? Like, what do you use as your video?
So I rendered out a 4-minute video of the actual thing, and I just loop it.
And then you just put yourself in the middle in the green screen, or is that your desk?
Well, yeah, you just do it through OBS. So hold on, where am I? DLSR background, and turn that off.
Jake, you should have Mo in your background and floating in space.
That's right. Mo and his dog.
Mo and his
Just riding his
dog.
dog.
But yeah, you just gotta, at the end of the day, figure out like where you think you look, lay yourself up there.
Hell yeah, I need that. Like yesterday.
Yeah, we'll work on it, buddy.
Can I ask a really important question?
Yeah.
Where is Ollie Kane's beard? Come on. He was late with the green circle. He's late with a beard. He's a laggard. You need to put the
Hey, there's
pressure
actually
on.
a lot of non-beards here. Smooth,
Yeah, there's quite a
Callum.
few. Callum maybe
James?
can't grow one yet.
I can't grow a beard at all.
Cryptographics just slid through the cracks because I was watching his YouTube 2 years ago. He didn't have a beard. And now he's here.
Getting there.
He's full woodsman.
2
Yeah,
years
when
in
I
the
was in
making. High school, they thought my goatees were bleached, and now that I'm old and actually do have gray hairs, that beard would not do well for me. But I think it was muted when I was telling you, Jake. At the end of the day, I can help you build something. I keep clicking on my mute button to be an adult, and then I talk with the mute button on.
All right, what's
Love
the
it.
topic?
Yeah, so I mean, we could talk about future milestones that we're kind of looking forward to. We have a ton, in my opinion, just so many projects, right? So many just bullish things coming out in the future. So if anybody wants to take a shot at their most, anticipated thing in the future, go right ahead.
I can't wait to see what go on. You can go first.
Sorry, Colin. It'll be quick.
Sorry.
November 8th.
Sorry.
That's it. November 8th. That's when things kick off and get crazy. And it's not far away. So it's going to be very, very exciting. That's my first catalyst for the go crazy, for green candles. I posted a chart on my X account not too long ago, and it was a chart of the hyper deflation. And in my eyes, there's no reason why we can't go the other direction. There's no question why we can't do it. The green candles can just shoot north very rapidly once hyper deflation kicks in. I think Jake knows this. He's being very humble. I think he knows how crazy it's going to get, but he can't say it. But I can say it's going to get fucking bananas, and you just don't have enough Titanx or Dragonex, for that matter.
I agree. I think November 8th, that's when Viper's going to launch, right? The first pillar. And then that's going to be, we can kind of see by that performance what's going to happen with all the other pillars that are going to come a week after. And it's going to be, I think that's going to be insane to see, because we know what's happened to Vault already, but we basically have Vault clones on everything all at once. I think that's just going to be absolutely insane. Obviously, we have Scale coming out then as well and other projects. So I think, Early
people
mid-November
do
is
a
going to be
trillion.
insane.
That would be epic too.
Yeah.
I'm
for
sorry,
sure.
I'm trying to my best to talk, but my voice is about to be gone, yo. It's crazy. But yeah, I totally agree with that. Like if each of these projects in November's going to be a very interesting time. You know, week by week, if one project at a time can even do 1 trillion, man, that's pretty easy, I want to say, to reach. If each one do 1 trillion, you got to think about that. We already have 18 projects, and in the future there's already 21 listed in the upcoming. If each one can do 1 trillion, that's 21 trillion. That's pretty easy milestone to do.
I'm looking to
That's a good
do
point, 'cause
another
even
7
Lotus-
trillion. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm shooting.
Yeah, because
for
when you
the-
look at Lotus, for example, Lotus did I think 2-3 trillion Titanx on its first day. Element 280 did. I'm looking at the stats. 7 trillion. 2 weeks in. Damn.
Think about that. 21
It's
projects.
aggressive
Right?
very
All it
quickly.
takes is just 1 trillion each.
Yeah, and we also don't think about how many coins these projects that are already out are going to continue to suck up the whole entire time with all these new projects released. Like we always talk about, if these new projects can take 1 trillion, well, what if those take 1 trillion, but then the existing projects are fighting those for their trillions? So it's going to be a battle, really.
I agree.
Yeah, that's a great point.
A lot of good projects already released, and there's a ton going to be released, right? So a lot of my videos, right, I said it on Column's live stream I did with them, right? We're talking trillions now. We're going to be talking billions in the future, millions in the future, and then hundreds of thousands in the future, right? This
That's
is the math that
crazy.
is actually going to be
Yeah.
happening in the future. So it's really hard not to think about that kind of stuff right now, because we're not there yet, but it's so bullish.
Well, at the rate it's happening to, it might not be more than a year or two away from getting to, you know, maybe the tens or hundreds of millions, you know, that we're thinking now for the numbers that are coming in versus like trillions. So things are happening so fast in this ecosystem. It's kind of mind-boggling to think about in one way, and then also it's completely realistic in another sense when you watch the numbers accelerating.
It's almost disbelief, though. I think a lot of people are just can't comprehend what is getting set up here. Like it's you can hear this every day. Like, yeah, November 8th, there's no supply coming in, and all these projects are burning it. But it's still, even for me, like maybe I'm just trying to pull back my FOMO and like, you know, try to stay grounded. But like it's not really setting in. You know how epic this could look. Very soon, very fucking soon.
Yeah, people need that green candle marketing to happen, right? And you know, whether they believe it or not right now, once that thing starts going, right, they're like, oh, geez, everything they were saying and everything I heard wasn't like just hearsay. Like this is actually happening. Like I can't believe I faded it for that long. So not financial advice, but you know.
I think we're going to see, the whole of Ethereum when that happens, and Titanx carries everything else. I think it won't be for Ethereum; it will just be for Titanx. I think every single spot is going to be, hopefully, a Titanx project. I mean, that's the way I see it going, because the supply shock that's about to hit is, never been seen before. And like Dude said, it's difficult to even comprehend what's going to happen, because we literally run out, but you need Titanx to participate. So there's only really one direction where it gets sent. So I'm just excited to see. I think it will happen. Jake, you talk about this a lot. It's just exponential and just happens so quickly, and people can't even comprehend what's going on. I think that's going to happen. People aren't going to have it set in, and then there's going to be like day 280, just the biggest FOMO wave of all time. And we'll see what happens then.
I feel like
Well, I like to see.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, like, we have what, 2 in the top 5 right now? I'd love to see 2 in the top 5 on Pulse Chain and Ethereum. That's where you get some really interesting rubber bands across the board, because then you're playing the L1 war at the same time, because as the chain pumps, everything else runs with it. And then you have 2 of those running together, and you get the eyeballs on either side, positivity, complexity, and the adaptability. Chef's kiss.
Yep. Yeah, I think the craziest part as well is when you look at Ethereum, in the top 100, there's almost always 7 to 8-ish Titanx projects. In the top 10, sometimes you have 3. I think the most we've had in the top 10 at the same time was 3. 3 protocols, Titanx protocols, on Ethereum, the #1 chain in the world that does $50 billion a day in volume. This is not some rinky-dink chain where you like enter top 10 but just sneezing. This is like the best chain, the highest volume chain in the world.
Yep.
We had 3 protocols there in the top 10. Like that's unheard of. Like that's insane. Like
Yeah, it was
just,
Volt,
I think
Dragon
we
X, and
broke so
Titanx.
many.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, that's crazy. And even like the start of Titanx, we were on the Ethereum top 10 for months. That's never
And
been done
some,
before.
some,
The
some
only
of
one
them
that maybe
Ethereum-
breaks the record is
some of them
Volt.
Ethereum
Volt
tokens.
has also been up there.
Some of them Ethereum tokens itself, their volume daily, one of our tokens be doing that in a couple of hours. The amount of trading volume and everything our tokens are doing surpasses them by dozens of thousands of dollars, some of them even hundreds of thousands of dollars. And what I think personally is that Ethereum itself is slacking. Like 2,500, what is it, $2,500 per token, something like that right now. I haven't checked up the price on it recently, but I feel like if somehow in the perfect world, you know how hyper deflationary is coming out, and both Ethereum ends up picking up its pace and heading 3K, 3.5K, 4K, that would be the perfect scenario for Titanx. And that would mean we would be knocking out a 0 pretty easily in that outcome. But, you know, nothing's perfect.
Yeah.
I'm looking for more than 1-0 getting knocked out.
And when if you really think about it even more, like the payout from day 369 is 6 mil, only 6 mil, right? Just a little tiny 6 mil. But if Ethereum would be at the good 3.54K, it would be almost twice as much. It'd be 10 mil, it'd be 11 mil. Now people would go a lot more crazier because of that.
I mean, it is already crazy now. When you talk about, the top #1 in Ethereum, that is literally #1 in the world. Ethereum's the biggest chain, it's the best, and we have the #1 spot. And there's not even 20,000 people with wallets. I think someone's messed up the numbers, because to be #1 all like constantly as well, we're always there. The green circle's always there. It's like we're sat here waiting for more users because it has to come. We're literally the best in the world. Multiple projects, top 10. It's just, I'm so bullish on Titanx. Honestly, I'm happy. I'm definitely happy to be here. Happy to discover it.
Some people got to get hit with the hammer method, right? You got to hit multiple times.
Sometimes it got to be more
like,
than a hammer. Let's use something bigger sometimes, but you know.
Jackhammer.
That's going to be the green
hammer.
candles. That's going to be the green candles. You can't ignore green candles. And like Jake says, that's the best marketing. People are going to get in, and it's already going to have started taking off. Hopefully,
with healthy pullbacks, please.
Yeah.
Man, I remember Odik, I was watching your videos and I was like, damn, this guy is begging for a pullback. And I noticed it because RSI was massively oversold. I'm like, yes, but also no.
Yeah, I was like, we gotta have a pullback, guys. Please calm down. We need it, and we got it. And then I had like 2 people message me like, bro, why'd you keep wanting a pullback? Thanks to you, it happened. I'm like, nah, that's not thanks to me. Don't blame it on me.
I think something that's going to be crazy to watch too over time, or as we go into the bull run here, is like, let's say, like you're saying, King, ETH's low right now. As it goes up, you know, when we're talking about supply and going into deflation, we're going to get into some really interesting territory when ETH goes up in value, because when ETH goes up in value, less people can mine more Titanx. So even if people are in profit more, the amount of tokens coming in that the system has to deal with and burn is actually completely undermined. And that means that even if we have a massive flow of economic energy coming into Titanx going to mine supply, right? On average, the amount of supply they're going to be actually making is less. So the system has very little it actually has to deal with in terms of continuing the hyper deflation. And so this next cycle we might go through, because if you've noticed with all like the mining protocols, we have this cycle where it's and it starts out initially, comes down, supply is like maybe a third of the way out, we bottom, and it slowly kind of walks and then starts to come up again. And then as deflation comes, and you could see that with hyper, it started to wander up more. But what happens is, because Titanx, unlike hyper and Hydra, goes up in value, like I don't think I think a lot of people are thinking about it, but I think that the average listener, the community, is not really fully comprehending how little supply is going to come in this next time around. I don't know if you guys have seen, I did a video like, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. And I did some moon math, just figuring out, okay, let's say day 500 in Titanx. If by day 500, $100 million came into the protocol and ETH was at like $2,500, only 7, including T-rank bonuses. And I did all the scaling. I tried to figure out how it would scale, and only 17 trillion would come out with $100 million at ETH at $2,500. If you put ETH at 5,000, that cuts that in half. If you put that later in the future, that reduces even more. And if ETH's at 10 grand, then you have to reduce that by a factor of 4. So only 4 trillion would come out, 4.5 trillion or 4.25. But who's counting?
Interesting.
That's bullish.
Like, Titanx makes it and is top dog whenever, back in the day, back in the NFT phases that we were having, Ethereum gas fees were like 300, 400 gas on the GUI. Titanx will make it whenever, if and when Ethereum gets to the good prices like before, and GUI starts skyrocketing, and Titanx, is profitable with the miners again. It made it whenever people start their miners, even when the GUI will start doing 200, 300, pushing that. That means the demand is there.
Also, remember, if you mint Pulsar, you were getting credit towards your 8% permanent miner bonus, which actually banks it. So you're consistently able to build more miners. So yeah, there are different tools to be thinking about that in the future.
When do you guys think mining's coming back? How soon? Like November 8th? Or like give it a couple of weeks? I feel like it's so close as it is. It's like minus 30% or something?
Minus 27, yeah. Minus 26, 27.
I did a miner at negative 1%. I figured, why not?
Good speculation, though.
What is our price that we need to hit?
I did a $7 miner. I'm at $5 right now, just for little funds, for games.
I mean, those are data points, though. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're not worried about like your gains up, gain down, gas in, gas out, data points are good. They call them machinations in the gaming industry. Like, you want more data, simulation, not speculation.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead, man.
I just think that maybe since Helios has a stake in Titanx, that like I'm looking forward to mining coming back. Because I agree with Jake where like the ETH coming in is going to be so much more valuable than the inflation that's coming out. Like, we're getting more ETH and way less inflation. At this point, I think it's beneficial to the ecosystem to have that start back up. But directly for me and Eric with DragonX, like it's going to support everybody. But I'm looking forward to it.
Well, if you think about it like an oil in a car, right? Too much you burn out, too little you burn out, too much you clog down. We're now at the point in the system where input equals output without hyperinflation or all these other externalities, right? So it's now a localized input that gives a localized output based on time, right? Proof of Ethereum binded to time.
Yeah, I love it. I love what Pulsar is doing, and in so many ways, not just the bridging, but like the arbitrage plays, and it's amazing.
Yeah, if you've ever done like a
lot of games.
I was gonna say, if you've ever done like a compounding style calculator and you ever seen how fast it takes for 5% to scale, man, little 5% wins every once in a while scale very, very quickly. So don't sleep on 5 and 2 or 3 or 7% gains. If there's a lot to be made with those small plays.
Mm-hmm. And I think another milestone. I mean, we started out with some somewhat simple protocols. Mining, staking. We got into more complex ones, the lobbies, the daily lobbies. Then we've got protocols, that actually are funding with revenue. Like it's, Element 280 is a great example. I hope Scale will do some interesting things with
sustainable reflections. I don't know enough about all these new protocols coming out. I think others are doing clever things too. I think having a good mix of revenue generating versus only game theory type protocols is going to make it even more interesting. I don't know what the number is, but I think it's a great milestone to have a good mix of these two.
And the more that you harden it, the better, right? You want different cuts of cloth. That's why you've got 4 different parameters to a compass, but yet that's a builder number, right? If you want to go back into numerology and all the rest, you want different anchor points, whether that's cornerstones or keystones, to help utilize the system that you're actually trying to build. Because if everything's the same, then nothing's different.
Quick pop quiz: how many times does it take to how many 5% compounds does it take to just over 4x your bag?
I'm going to say
42.
33.
Just for
42. I'm going with the towel. Don't forget to bring a towel.
It's 31.
Oh, no.
I know with $1,000 it takes 10 doubles to get $1 million.
So off.
So if you could get a couple percent a day, in a month, that's pretty crazy. That adds up damn fast.
We're so spoiled in crypto. Sometimes people are complaining about farms that is only 300% a year. What the fuck are you smoking?
Messages
I found myself doing that. I had to slap myself for a minute. I was telling the dude, "Hey, farms went from 1,200% down to 700%. What's going on?"
Scam! This is over.
I never
It's
said the word
dead.
scam. I said, "Look," but I did realize, come back to reality. People are fighting for 10 to 12% gains in the stock market. They're getting 1% at the banks plus paying fees. I mean, we're in a magical world here.
Man,
Yeah,
I've got some pretty interesting ideas. Go ahead, Jake.
Even in the hedge fund industry, if you can outperform the S&P, it's like 10-12%, and you do 15% a year, you're a top performing hedge fund in the world, and everybody wants to put your money in you.
Yep.
So spoiled, man.
Dude, nobody gets out of bed for that number. No one even blinks when that number shows up in crypto.
15% a week is like you're losing.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the difference between a side street and the
slippage
HOP.
fee sometimes for some. Golly.
But no, I sent some information to Eric for a tank that I like to see. Jake, I'll run it by you when we get a chance to chit chat. But there's so many things you can fucking build at this point that have different anchor points and making a mesh network of multiple different ideas that bind down to each other. It's absolutely stupid because we're at the time where everything we build is at bedrock. Everything before now is getting to concrete bedrock, right? You're no longer treading water. You have the foundation solid where we can actually start to do things. So bloody exciting.
I love how we have like these 5 to 10 second silences in between.
I know, right?
Many
The
truth
majority
bombs.
of it is just people deciding who's going to talk next.
I've got a question. I've got a question for Dude. With the minor cycles for Helios, with the Ethereum payouts, did you see when you first made Helios, was there much of an impact with the first minor cycle, or did you build Helios just kind of after all the Ethereum payouts started dying off for Titanx?
The payouts were juicy when I was developing. I'll say that. And what I was looking at was like, we can take one Titanx and use that to burn HLX at whatever ratio, or we can take that one Titanx and stake it, and then now that one Titanx is at some point will earn itself one Titanx worth of value in ETH, and then forever after that, it is bringing in additional value to Helios. So in the beginning, I know the buy and burn is important. So we funneled majority of it into the buy and burn. But every week, it triggers 0.5% goes less to the buy and burn, and 0.5% goes more to our treasury, to where down the road, there's going to be 0 Titanx going to our buy and burn. It's all going to the treasury. And that treasury over time it's just a matter of not if, but when we get that 100% ROI. And that's when it really is going to show its value. So I would say like right now, probably not. We're probably still under 100% ROI, but we will get there. Especially, you know, like I said, when mining comes back and we start getting those payouts again, all that Titanx that we didn't use to buy and burn our token is gonna really shine, you know, and it's gonna end up in the long run buying and burning HLX way more than it would have been if we just sent that Titanx directly to it.
That's a really cool concept because yeah, then you can just build on top of Helios and slowly replace the buy and burn, and then the stakers get more rewards. That's I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I mean, and the Element 2A is the perfect example. We've stacked so much Titanx. You know, when people use that amplifier option, which tons of people have been doing, all of that Titanx goes to our treasury. And so now we are forever stacking, you know, more ETH. Like that's compounding on itself. And that's really, people are, you know, they don't really understand. Helios didn't like, you know, just, it didn't explode like people wanted, you know, a token to do, you know, and like that's not really what it was designed to be. It's something that's going to be a really slow build, and I think like it's starting to show now. You know, like you go to our treasury page now, you can. It's not just our Titanx stakes. Now we have all of the ecosystem tokens. You know, and all of that stuff is going to be used in some form or fashion to support HLX, whether it's staking or burning. But it's not like it's a long game that we're definitely playing.
Can you tell us more about E369? I know we've got a stream soon, but can you just give a brief overview?
369 is like it's an NFT, not another token, and it's designed to be the easy button for Flux specifically, and the Inferno Kingdom, because it's by holding the 369 NFT, you are earning E280, you're earning Inferno, which are both capped deflationary tokens, and Flux. And it automates the auction system. So like for people that are in the Flux auctions and you got to be there every day to click that button and get it, like this automates it for you. So now by holding the NFT, you're getting automatically your auctioning in Flux. It's automatically staking that for you. It's automatically taking the rewards, compounding some of that back into the Flux system, and then also automatically buying and burning Inferno and giving you additional rewards on that, and then buying and burning E280 and paying you out on E280. So it's supporting E280 and Inferno directly with that, and obviously Flux because it's using the Flux protocol on the flywheel. All of that just by, again, just hold the NFT, no staking, no lockup, just hold the NFT and earn tokens.
How does the compounding work? Is it like user called functions?
Yeah.
Or
exactly. It's just like the buy and burn. We've got 14 buy and burns. You know, it just takes one person to click the button. You don't actually have to sit there and click every single one. So it'd be the same thing as Flux payouts hit and we earn Titanx. It just takes one person to click that button, and then it, you know, reallocates Titanx back into the auction system, and then it's sending, you know, to buy up E280 Inferno and paying out the users.
That's really cool. That's the machines cool. Are truly taking over. All the users, all the user functions are just
yeah. We'll definitely go into detail. We're doing a stream. I don't remember when. Can you?
I think it's Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, Wednesday evening.
Yeah, so check it out. Yeah. And we'll talk about Phoenix as well, because Phoenix is using Flux, I believe. And Utah was, I saw him in the chat. He said, "Look out, you're going to come after my Titanx stake as well." I welcome it. You know, like I really do think that Titanx stake pool is going to eventually be taken over by the machines at some point. And it's totally good. Like it's good for the ecosystem. Price appreciation. Like, yeah, you're not getting the ETH payouts, but the price appreciation of Titanx is, I mean, that's going to stimulate the whole ecosystem. So, Yeah, like Dragon X has got a majority of the pool, but they're putting that ETH back into buying Titanx. Like that price appreciation of Titanx is supporting everybody built on it, and it's helping them drive adoption to their ecosystem and their protocols. And that's, again, and all of these are designed to buy and burn Titanx. Like, let's fucking go.
Yeah, I think that leads us to the last little part of this section. Is I put it as environmental impact. Kind of what I mean by that is, how do you think what we're doing here and what we're building here is going to affect the broader crypto market? Because I think we've kind of already started to hear people kind of take a little bit of our ethos, but just kind of want to hear you guys' thoughts.
He's going first.
I think Jake should.
Wait, what was the question?
I was going to say the same thing.
Break to slap myself in the face again.
Oh, I gotta love the muted mic. I was gonna say slowly and then all at once, because we're already seeing I think I've seen one or two that's popping up or starting to be advertised as popping up over on the Pulse chain that has zero connection to Titanx, but is basically taking that ethos. And I mean, I'm aware of projects that are definitely going to expand to other chains as well. I think Pulse chain is going to see a lot of it. And, you know, this, because I mean, like Zen was great to start this whole movement, but when Titanx came out and absolutely nailed it and had this community flourish and had the receptivity to people building, I mean, it's just a cascading, compounding snowball that I think has no choice but to lead everywhere else, because everyone's tried the same DAOs, the same inflation models, the same VCs, ICOs, all this stuff, and they've gotten the same results. And for something to come out like Titanx, have everything built on it in the way that it is, and is having a completely different result with longevity, without VC, without people being able to dump on their heads that got insider allocations, all this stuff like that. It's just a totally different world that's evolving right now that I think it's in my opinion, at least, it's inevitable. You know, it's just a matter of time.
Sure, well, it's momentum of gravity, right? As things go, people build on it, right? Once the genie's out of the bottle, it's technically fair game-ish to be modeled after. Clearly, don't fork other people's code and copy it, and theoretically refine it more. But again, when people learn what works, you don't go back to thinking, you know, a wheel should be a square, right? You never go back transcending that type of mythos. I think the most important thing besides the green candles is the goddamn camaraderie. Because for once, it's nice to just fucking hang out with people, talk crypto, and not have it be a sparring match every damn time that I got to worry about a knife in the back, or I got to keep my argument book ready to go regardless, because we're always, you know, in fight mode. You know, it's always like Fight Club. Instead of like what it should be is camaraderie. And Jesus, God knows I'm a Hexkin for life, Pulskin for life, Titanxkin for life, all the rest of it, because I believe in the mythos of where we grow and how we evolve. And I think that when we take this to other chains, hopefully the magnetic ability to pull everything back in together to harden the wagons to be a safe space for people to actually just enjoy themselves, learn, grow both their wallet, their community, their character, their knowledge. All of that is on the menu, right? I mean, look earlier with what we learned from your buddy J Gold. It's nothing to do theoretically with crypto, but goddamn it does, right? And that's where all of this comes back together to a lion's share of a whole. And we just have to take those arrows, and instead of fighting back with a knife, fight back with an open hand. You can't really argue against love, open hand, and everything else. Eventually, it will win, because you also have the possible mention of liquidity, success, and all the rest of that. But when you lead with an open hand, how are you gonna fucking argue with that, right?
Sorry,
Yeah,
Jake and I just had a moment.
The open hand, just the slap.
Well, it's so
Just talk
yeah,
and slap.
slap shot and Burning Man is a thing too. Like, you know what I mean? You got to keep your pimp hand strong. Not saying that you can't not keep your pit pants strong, but I'm saying that ideally you don't lead with your pit pant.
Ideally.
Well, I mean, there are situations when you do lead with a pit pant, but
You know, if we could find a way, so with meme coins, you know, you either love them or you hate them, but you can't argue that there's enormous amounts of liquidity and people love them and the pictures and the gambling, whatever that. If we could bring the success of fair launches and make it easy for people to participate, you know, it's a little complex for Titanx. It doesn't look like it to us. Like, okay, you get your Titanx, then you choose, or you go over to the easy button and you do these things. If we could really make it easy, and you know, Pump.fun made it even easier for meme coins, but that's kind of in a direction that I'm not thinking that we should go. I'm just thinking environmental impact. If we could really make it easy for more people to participate, and it doesn't look like it's something completely different, it just is fair. I think that could be enormously. That's going to take some big brains, some very big brains to do. But I think.
Well, you can also take the meme coin aspect. It's just a narrative, and then I mean, graphics. Has seen the deck I wrote 3-4 years ago, Macabre, that actually evolves a meme coin into a yield producing asset through wrapped NFTs and all sorts of funny money magic. But I mean, shit, that was a long time ago. But the mythos is actually correct. So you can take what people enjoy in the meme coin aspect and give that to them, but then give them the avenue to unlock more things should they want to. You can still participate in creating a dog picture. But if you want to take all of that yield of a dog picture and evolve it into something else, it's the same way that you're transmuting things with the build on Titanx system, but you're using Titanx as the protocol token, right? So it depends on how you're using those kind of mechanics.
Good points.
I'll be right back.
Another smoke break?
I mean, I tell you, like when you only deal with 3 hours of sleep for like 2 weeks, smoke breaks is a slap in the face. Jake, I see him eating more gum. You just
open hand.
Another one.
Yeah. On the side note, Inferno is
Inferno's breaking out
high.
right now.
Oh, it's breaking all-time high.
All-time high near, yeah.
Oh, really?
Whoa.
I made a video about it, by the way. Just saying.
Well, Crypto Audio,
taking
maybe
credit for it,
if I can only get on your show, Crypto Audio King, if I can only get your schedule, I can't wait.
Yo, we were supposed to have a stream.
Yeah, we just our schedules conflicted that day.
No, bro, that's on me, man. That's
we just
my
didn't
fault,
get to
buddy. Let me tell you, it's been a crazy 3 weeks, bro. I'm actually announcing it right now, man. It's all good. So, so the reason why it's been actually kind of crazy, is because we found out it was 2-3 weeks ago, something like that. I am going to be a dad.
Oh shit!
Congratulations, Congratulations, bro.
Thank you. So yeah, now y'all know. The family knows. Y'all know now. We're slowly announcing it. You know, just trying to have permission from the wife. First kid. We've been trying for 2 years, man. So
wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this has been really crazy, man. That's why I haven't been doing streams, and you know, I've been on point with my YouTube videos as much as I could. You know, sometimes you can't come out perfect, but you know, it's just remodeling everything, buying everything, preparing, you know, all that stuff. So it's a blessing, man. Finally.
How do you feel? Are you more? I would be terrified. Are you scared?
Callum, you're 20, dude.
You're
He's
so
ready to
young,
shoot.
Callum. You're like 1/3 of my age, Callum. You're like 1/3 of my age.
You would be
Of course,
terrified. Oh my god.
Whenever I ask people, because it's like they don't even expect it to happen because it's such a big life. Like you're gonna have a whole human.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
how does
right? Yeah, it's scary, man. Honestly, yeah, but it's also exciting. Like we've been ready. Like, you know, we were making sure we had our careers set, and of course our house, debt paid off, you know, stuff like that, so that way the baby can be well, you know, fed, you know, stuff like that, so we can have everything. He or she, I want a girl, but so that way they can be, you know, good. Because I was, you know, raised with crumbs, and so I know how it is to want something in a toy, and parents can't afford it, stuff like that. So I want to be able to provide, one toy, stuff like that. So
You know what you should do?
What's up?
Like day 2, instead of giving him like a thing to suck on, just give him a treasure. I let him play with the treasure. Get the vibes going straight off the bat, baby.
Straight there, huh? I love that.
Oh, yeah, that's funny. That's funny. You give some kids like the plastic phones, or like give them a plastic treasure to push buttons and like crypto appears. That's genius, Jake. That's freaking genius.
He or she starts memorizing their secret phrase already.
I know, right? Imagine.
Yeah.
Oh no, but yeah.
Do you think if it's a boy or a girl, do you think you'll raise them differently if it's a boy or if it's a girl?
No, definitely not.
No?
Like I've already
Okay.
told my wife, it's whatever comes, I'll love them a lot, boy or girl. But I feel like I would bond more maybe with a girl, because I'm the type of person where like I'm really, if I meet somebody new, it's like automatically like I knew them for 10 years. If I have a little baby girl, I wouldn't care to do my nails with her. I wouldn't care. She can do the makeup on me. It's just that bond with her. I want her to have good memories. And, if it's a guy, of course, sports, whatever, as long as it's not drinking beer, at early ages, we're good. So I just want to be able to be there for my baby.
Damn, that's so exciting. Congratulations, man.
Yeah,
That's really
thank
cool.
you so much, man. It's
Congrats.
exciting. Thank you.
I'm really jealous, man. Seriously.
You trying to?
Dude, I've been ready for a kid for like 10 years, man. I swear, dude.
Man.
But me and my girl are waiting. I'm not even married yet, so it's like, in due time. She's in medical school, so it's gonna be a while.
My girl was in med school too, man, for 4 years. So we had to wait for her to graduate too. And then we had troubles. And 2 years after that, bro, it was a struggle, man. Yeah, a lot of homework. Wink, wink.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Mm.
We already got the names too.
Crypto Adi Prince. What is it?
Baby Prince, right?
That's a pimp name.
That's a what?
Just call him Prince. That's a pimp name. It's just Prince. It's like, oh yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'll be sure to have a good old live stream with everybody once the baby's born. It'll be a really good memory also. That way it can be saved in the internet and everything. So that way I can look back 10 years and be like, yep, that's me, boy. 10 years from now.
I don't know what I would do if I had a kid. Like now, I'll probably get him nunchucks and a treasure. Just treasure in the left hand and nunchucks in the right one. Get it early and young.
No matter if it's a boy or girl, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This is your destiny.
Oh man. Right, Maya?
Audie, if it's any consolation, I have 3 boys, 3 young boys, and it's crazy. So you're going to be in for a good time. It changes your life completely. So congratulations again, mate.
Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of stuff is going to change. Yeah.
Not as many videos will be getting done, I'm sure.
I'm still going to be making videos every single day, my guy. Yeah, I'll be sure. I'll be sure to make it. Yeah, I love making content and predictions, technical analysis, and just helping people grow their portfolio and teaching them, because I never had a mentor or somebody to teach me how to do anything. Like Google and YouTube was my number one go-to in 2015, and stuff would launch. I would put $500, $300 and gone. I'd be like, oh shoot, all right, next one, it's okay. So I would lose money left and right, and then eventually I was like, okay, I kind of need to learn some stuff. So technical analysis, teaching, start finding certain patterns that would work for me, and then in years later, like you see something, I don't even have to draw lines anymore. I'm just like, oh, I see the support, the resistance. I see what's going to happen next. I've seen the same exact pattern in other protocols and in other stock prices and stuff like that. So eventually it's just, you can sleep and you can already see a pattern about what's going to happen.
Agree. It's a repetition.
Yeah, and I think that's a perfect segue for the TA section / FA section that we're going to be doing. So If anybody has some last final words before we move it to the next section, by all means.
Congratulations, King.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Double that one, triple that one. Congrats.
100%.
Thanks for announcing it with us too. That's awesome.
Yeah, of course. Y'all are a family, man. I know I haven't been really lately in the past few weeks. I haven't really engaged. You know, it's just been too crazy. But yeah, I'll try my
by the
best
way.
to get crazy. What's up?
So when was it born? Is it a he or she?
No, we just found out she got pregnant. She's pregnant.
Okay. Got
Yeah.
it.
So
nine-
she's 6 weeks. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to see. Try to get it out on the 28th. 28. That's
Squeeze
how
it out,
works.
baby.
Your main focus is just bro, we're gonna be on day 27. Wait, babe, wait, no, don't do it now. Yeah,
Wait another hour and a half. Just leave another hour and a half, honey. You can do it.
30 more minutes until the day 28, babe. Don't push.
Yeah, but that's a lot, man. When it comes to numerology, so like the birth date, it will tell you a lot about like the future. Also the zodiac sign. So if it gets born in 8-9 months, I think it's year of the snake. So that will tell a lot about it, like natural characteristics, him, her, whatever.
There's also the location too, like where you're born actually matters with geometric ley lines.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I mean, everything folds. It's all like cold steel. Everything folds on top of each other. Like once you get to that, like underlying under the hood.
Yeah, what's crazy? Like my birthday is 9/6/96, September 6th, 1996. So that right there alone is crazy to me.
Sure. Look at what a macabre is. It's a pyramid inside of a pyramid. So it's threes on top of threes on top of threes on top of threes. So you're looking at that geometric shape on how the threes cascade or octave up, as Jay Gold was talking about.
Interesting.
What can location have on your characteristics?
Yeah, good question.
Well, you can go to astro.com and then see how those plot. Remember, like numerology is like one speck of like all of theosophy. Mantras, there's just so much to it, but like your geolocation of your birth is a soul stone for the like where you are on Earth, right? So if you're looking at like, let's just say your astrological sign, right? Well, that's where you are incoherent to planetary spheres and bodies in space. Well, when you're looking at your geolocation, is where you are within your gravity of your localized space. So it's inner and outer, right? Just like when you're looking at quantum, you're going lower and lower within the sphere of your reference.
Is there an optimal spot then for King to take his
wife
to have?
I do not know when it comes to those kind of things, but it is an interesting factoid that just to consider if you're looking at just numerology. It's not just numerology, it's multi other facets, right?
You got to start studying. Okay.
I know, right? Now you got me deep into the rabbit hole. I'm gonna be looking at this all night, making sure everything aligns right.
That's all right. Not only, baby, can you not push it out yet, we got to make sure we get to like
the right spot.
It's
top
like,
of this mountain.
It needs to be at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m., babe. Don't do it.
Right. 8 p.m. on the top of Everest. Let's go.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations, Crypto Audi King. Yeah, and appreciate everybody for coming for this section. I think it was amazing to kind of talk about where we were, where we're going, kind of how we're going to affect and disrupt the entire community of crypto at a whole. So it's been awesome, man. And I appreciate everybody for coming on the section and, you know, giving their 2 cents.
Great
Thanks,
catalyst.
man. Smooth and Crypto, I'll see you on Monday.
Yes, sir.
Caleb, I hope to stream with you this week. I know you're busy with the dude, but I'd love to come on your show.
Shoot me a DM. Yeah, let's do it. I'm so down. That'll be awesome.
Take care, everybody.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Later.
A legend is forged, a testament to raw power and relentless drive. They call him Inferno, an unstoppable creature, a beast that rises from the ashes, fueled by the fires of determination. To tame the Inferno, you must step into the arena where only the strongest prevail. Those who dare to ride Inferno leave their mark. A tribute paid in fire, burning away the past and forging a new future. A future where only the strong survive and legends are born.
What's up? How you guys doing?
Oh, bro, those intros are fire.
Yeah, I love the Inferno
nice
selfless plug that Josh just put on there. You know, new all-time high with Inferno. Kind of had to go with it.
Yeah, man. Inferno's breaking the matrix. Let's freaking go. I'm looking at the chart right now, and I was trying to put it together, and I'm looking at the MACD and measuring the buys and the sells. This thing is just going crazy. So I got a few price targets we talked about yesterday. I think those price targets were underestimated from last time we spoke, especially with all the catalysts. So yeah, you know, shout out to Inferno, #1 meme coin on Titanx right now, and hopefully when we see this thing go absolutely crazy, we'll see some magic happen. So
yeah, absolutely. I think it's kind of only fitting that might be our first chart. I don't know if you guys, if you want to do that one first, I think that would be kind of, you know, perfect timing.
Sure. Let's do a quick screen share. Let me know when you guys see my screen. Got popped up. Full. All right. Awesome. Cool. So just taking a look at what's crack-a-lacking on the Inferno chart. And I'll tell you, I'll show you what I'm seeing on the chart, and then I'll tell you why it's performing this way. Because when you look at how some of these coins pump, a lot of people get really excited and they start jumping up and down. They're just like, oh my God, I'm a genius. But very few people look into the why. Why is it doing what it's doing right now? I've seen a lot of coins pump because of KOLs. I've seen coins pump because there's a pixelated image. There's a like a moose tweeted out on Twitter, and then moose coin goes crazy. So these are the things that you got to look at to understand how the market moves. Now, looking at the MACD right now, right here, you see this. You got this blue line, and then you got this orange line. Usually, like when you see these cross, that's when you have like a bullish or a bearish divergence. Now, recently, when we're getting into a bearish divergence, it actually got rejected and then exploded up. So now we're starting to see a potential of Inferno hitting price discovery and start actually doing its thing. And now looking at the EMAs, we did have a cross with the 8 EMA just shooting above the 21 and the 50. And so what that's telling me is that a lot of the short-term buys is exceeding the long-term trend, which is showing a massive breakout going on the Inferno chart. Now, why is this happening? That's the question that I think a lot of people are asking. Now, shout out to the dude. He built E280. Now, if you guys go over to Element 280 and you look at the buy and burn, there's about, I believe it's about $170,000 worth of Titanx being used to buy and burn Inferno right now. It's 159 billion. I think that's right around when I was looking at it earlier.
Wow.
So he actually, go ahead.
Sorry, I just said wow. Sorry.
So what happened with E280 when it first launched, and this is what I do on charts, is just look at trends and correlations and whatnot. So E280 was about October 12th, right here. You see these two green candles. And Trey Souls, what's this trade pattern? Your favorite one? These 3 green candles.
3 white soldiers, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know why they got to be white soldiers. Maybe they could be black soldiers in another universe. I don't know, but that's what they're called.
All right. Yeah. So the 3 white soldiers pop up. When you see the 3 white soldiers, that means you're gonna have a trend reversal, or your charts could be looking really, really good. So E280 comes in and then starts pumping up. Then we started to see red candle, green candle, red, green. You see these fluctuations because once we start to see these coins pop, E280 was coming in and the arbitrage bots were just eating. Then on October 17th, a legendary protocol game popped across. The name of that protocol is Alien X. Came in and bought over $250,000 worth of Alien X on the 17th. So right when that correction came in, Alien X came in and added to its buy and burn. Then we fast forward to today. the burn intervals were actually increased to 15-minute intervals, and that is why Inferno is hitting price discovery. Any questions?
The intervals on what? Sorry, on E280 or on Flux?
E280.
Oh, nice. So for E280, I think the buy and burn gets fed at like on payout, right? The same day. That's when it triggers, I think.
I'm not sure.
I think that's what Dude said the other day, because I remember, Jake, you were on the stream at the time, and he said that the amount burned, the amount of element 280 that's burnt, we don't see it. They hold it there until the payout, and that's when it gets distributed to the buy and burn pool or something like that. Do you remember that, Jake?
Oh, that's the burn from element 280.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but he's talking about the buy and burn on Inferno. So element 280 routes through Inferno to then get the element and burn it. As it's doing that, it burns 10% of the Inferno as well.
Yeah, 10%. So it would have received it today then. The buy and burn would have received it today, right? Because today was the
No, the buy and burns go in instantly on element 280. So the buy and burns just run through all the pairs, and element 280 just burns at the end of it. So this is separate from, but this is now every 15 minutes. So it went from 1 hour to 30 minutes to 15 minutes. And now the buy and burns are triggering in all the pairs every 15 minutes.
Wow. Okay.
So stuff I was saying was correct, right? The interval's decreasing, and we're buying more Inferno, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Just checking. So this is what I'm seeing on the Inferno chart. And that's the reason why we're starting to hit this. We're basically in price discovery right now. So based on a previous target, I don't even remember what we were shooting for. Let me double check. Yeah, so it was five zeros and a 5038. So in my opinion, if we continue this move up, we might, well, first off, if we break up into price discovery, we might have to come back and then do a retest of the breakout. So come up and then do a retest. Typically, once you have a breakout, you always do a retest from that all-time high, and then usually do a W on out. That's typically how some of these charts usually function. Now, if we do that retest and we get a confirmation, in my opinion, we could be shooting for something a little bit higher than I previously was thinking. That was the 5 zeros and a 6 9, and that is based on a Fibonacci retracement at the 2.618. Yes. So overall, I like what I'm seeing with Inferno. I think this breakout's really good. I think a lot of people are actually looking at this, and we got excitement behind all these protocols. Any questions?
I think it's great.
I'm just wondering, like, this chart is based on Titanx, right? So trying to wrap my mind around, like, this is, of course, like, this is based on Titanx just keeping stable. So just my personal opinion, I think Titanx is going to do a 10-20x pretty quick in general, not financial advice. So I'm trying to understand, like, how does it move on the price? Because I don't know. I don't even think it can be explained. So I don't know how to reflect on the chart, because, like, we see the price, but, like, if Titanx is going up, that's automatically pushing Inferno up. And so I don't know how the hell, like, I don't know. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around like the price itself, not the ratio, but the actual price.
So
sorry.
So based on the chart, when we're looking at the ratio right now, Inferno is climbing versus Titanx. We got another factor with element 280 coming in, which you're going to see a lot of volume moving through the ecosystem. So in my opinion, based on what you're saying, I do agree. It's very difficult to look at these things and forecast price, because, you know, Titanx is the gateway to the ecosystem. Some trends that I like to look at when it comes to these massive LP webs, there's actually one ecosystem that functions very similar to what we see with Titanx, and that's the Atropa ecosystem with PDI.
Okay.
So based on the movements, the thing that I typically like to use is looking at Elliott triangles, Elliott wave theory, moving averages. As for the impact of price based on Titanx, just Hart's law alone will have a huge impact on the chart. The real question is, when we start to see Titanx pop, will these other projects be preferred? Because you're going to see a rotation into altcoins, just similar to what we see with Ethereum to when Ethereum pops and then people start rotating to meme coins, altcoins, dexes. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, for sure.
So that's what we're looking at. So in my opinion, a lot of these projects are going to do really well. And then the question is, once we start to see that pop or hyper deflationary phase, which ones are going to be the preferred projects that people speculate on? So just throw that out there.
Like where I'm confused is, let's say the Inferno Titanx paired stayed the exact same, right? The ratio stayed the exact same, and Titanx started going up. Just Titanx started going up. It's just kind of confused in regards to the price, like just the price itself. But I guess no, sorry, I just realized this ratio was under right. Never mind. I apologize. So thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
No worries, man. No worries, man. And you know, the one thing I just want to also just point out, and just speaking about the ratio that came up, we also saw the 8 EMA go straight above the 50 and 21 on the ratio. So and that actually happened on the 25th. And so that what that was telling us is that we're going to start to see an Inferno breakout versus Titanx, and that also translated to the current chart right now. So overall, you know, Inferno's looking pretty good, guys, and really excited. Shout out to Inferno the Bull.
Yeah. I'm really bullish. It's my second biggest. It's the protocol that I'm. Well, now there's a lot of them, but I'm really bullish on Inferno, man. I mean, yeah, I'm really bullish. Yeah.
You can see Jay like working his brain right there.
Oh yeah. No, because I'm really bullish. Just because I was doing a lot of research on it, and even like a month and a half ago, and I was kind of reading between the lines. I was like, okay, they're building XLR8. I was like, and then they've got everybody coming there, and a lot of them wanted to build on Inferno, and plus it was hyper deflationary already. And I was like, holy shit, man, this project's got a lot of potential.
Yeah, it's cool, man. You know, seeing this ecosystem build out, seeing people actually build on top of Inferno, because you look at the story, it had some issues during its mid phase, and then, you know, the community took it, ran with it, and started building a beautiful ecosystem that we have yet to see. So overall, I think after this bull market, it's going to be one of the coolest stories to tell a lot of people, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I'm happy that concern is out the window. People finally understood that had to do with V2. It's not even. It's gone. That's not a non-issue now. 0-0. You know, people finally understood that, and that's good. Like, that's the past. Now it's just to the moon.
Right. Awesome. So, Titanx, I'm really curious. We got a lot of projects coming out. What are your 3 favorite projects within the Titanx ecosystem?
Me, Titanx J, you said?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh boy. So Dragon X, obviously, market cap's a bit bigger than others that are just so. So Inferno ecosystem. Man, there's a lot of them right now. But sorry, Dragon X, Inferno, E280, obviously E269 coming. A lot of them, man. Like I'd hate to have to choose. Like I hate having to choose. Like kind of it's. This
is
crazy.
what Chris does to everybody on stream.
Oh man,
don't worry,
yeah, and Helios as well, because now I'm really understanding his vision. I'm seeing what he built with 280. It's like, holy shit, I'm bet Helios is going to take everybody by storm later on. You've got Alien X, which is just banking the Inferno and Titanx and Inferno. It's just keeping it more of a bank, like pushing it later. I don't think a lot of people realize what the kind of potential that could have. Man, everything, honestly, like, holy crap. Yeah, sorry, I was only supposed to say 3, but
hey man, I think you had a phenomenal response, and just building off what you said. Alien X is currently one of the largest holders of Inferno right now, sitting at about 4.3781% right here. So I think it's pretty cool. Just checking that out and seeing the Alien X protocol being built out. Go ahead.
Can I add something to that? And I think, if I'm not mistaken, is it AwesomeX or is it Alien X that's taken in Titanx, or is it AwesomeX that's taken in? No, they're both taken in Titanx, right?
Both.
Yeah, both of them. So, like, a lot of people don't realize, like, for example, AwesomeX, you're seeing the ratios go down, right? They're talking about, like, it's only going to be, like, it's going to go down slowly over the period of 25 weeks. But that's like the amount of Titanx you have to put into mint that's slowly going down. But that's Titanx, guys. It's not like, so if you were to look at, if you were putting in fiat dollars, you would say, okay, well, it's going to, you're going to have a halving every 25 weeks, but you know that, no, you're putting in Titanx. If Titanx does a 10x, it, like any of these coins that we're putting in Titanx to mint right now, this minting phase is crucial because we're going hyperinflation. So any of these coins that you're putting into mint that is taken in, Titanx to mint, like the cost of minting could go like 20x in literally eight weeks. It could get like 20, 30 times more expensive to mint in a matter of like 15 to 30 weeks. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's yeah, anyways, it could get really expensive to mint those tokens real fast because it costs Titanx. It takes Titanx. Or it takes.
Jay's over here having big revelations. I like it. Let Jay cook. Let him cook.
No, I had it a while, but I haven't been able to stream. My camera was messed up. And anyways, I'm good now, I think, huh? I think it's working, Jake, right?
Way better than
Yeah, doing great, man. Doing great. Killing it. Good segment.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. And hey, man, I love your assessment, especially with the royalties protocols. And, you know, shout out to AwesomeX, shout out to Dave. He's really building out the ecosystem. He is one of the most charismatic guys I've ever met. He's probably 11 life path, but ultimately, with what Dave is saying, I do agree. Once we start to see the Titanx do its thing, a lot of these projects are going to have pretty crazy mint cycles. I think AwesomeX is going to do really well. I think E2A is going to have a phenomenal ending. I heard there's a goal of getting 10 trillion Titanx within that protocol, which I think would be pretty cool. I think it's possible. I really do. You know, start manifesting things. But overall, you know, a lot of these projects launching now is going to be a critical point because we haven't hit hyperdeflationary. And when we hit it, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be awesome to chart. That's one thing I'll say.
Thanks.
So just checking out, you know, the AwesomeX price chart. This one's paired up to Dragon X. You can definitely see that once the buy and burn kicked in, we're slowly rising versus peg. And then every single week, the mint phase and the peg decreases over time. So it's gonna take a little bit of time for that to translate over to the chart. But just based on the buy and burn being at, I think it was like $1 million or whatnot, project's doing phenomenal. And on last time I checked, Dave has a couple of projects coming out on top of the Titanx ecosystem. So please check them out. Now, another one that I didn't get a chance to do that. Everybody loves Volt. So we're gonna take a little lookarooski at Volt. And
yeah, I'm bullish on that one too. Sorry. Sorry, I forgot that one.
Yeah, Volt. It's a fun one. It's a fun one. So Volt was very interesting to chart because when we had this initial blow up, this traded in a beautiful Elliott wave triangle. A, B, C, D, and then bypassed E. It did something very similar to the Titanx price chart, and then absolutely exploded and did its thing. Now, I was looking at some of these indicators. Saw something interesting on the MACD, especially right here when it first topped out. It started trading sideways, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna get ready to make an entry. And I was putting down some magnets. I was getting ready to go. And it was just trading sideways, and I saw the space between the 12 and the 26. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna wait. And then it just started trading sideways, and then these lines got closer. And then right when they hit right here, we exploded up into the next level. So in my opinion, Volt has some insane fundamentals. This is actually probably one of the hardest projects I tried to chart in a minute, and I'm still looking at more trading indicators to get a good grasp of this. But overall, man, I love what's going on with Volt. Now, the one thing that I find very interesting is if you come over here and check out Volt and you'll get the ratio. The ratio tells a really awesome story versus Titanx. So in its first initial pump, if I recall, versus Titanx, I think it was like a 10x, 7x. So it did a 7x on its first initial pump. That means versus Titanx, it went up a 7x. Now in the second pump, I believe it did a 1.5, or excuse me, 2x right now. Now Titanx had a little bit of a correction, a little bit of a sell-off. And since it's been selling off, believe it or not, the price of Volt has done a 50% versus Titanx. So what this tells me is that people are taking advantage of the recent sell-off, not only in Titanx, but on Volt, and they're going heavy into Volt, getting ready for the next leg up, which is absolutely fascinating. And it tells you that there's so much bullishness behind the Volt. Any questions on this?
No questions, just regrets. Sorry.
Just regrets. I love it. I love it, guys. I love it. All right, cool. And then I want to take a quick look at the RSI, see what's crack-a-lacking. RSI could be a great indicator. All right, so yeah, right here, right when we dipped down, it was showing that it was oversold, and then pop. So we definitely did break. I can tell there's a major trend right here on the RSI. Topped out, boom, came back, retest, went down under, a little bit of correction, touched it right here on this green candle coming up, came down, blew past it, and looks like it's getting ready to prepare for its next leg up. So in my opinion, Volt could have potentially bottomed out from its recent correction, and it's getting ready to cook up for its next leg up. Not financial advice. Please do your own research. I'm not a financial advisor. All the stuff Jake says after every stream. So good stuff. Yeah, so that's Volt, guys. Yeah, I'm not really seeing too much. I mean, when in terms of trading patterns, no, it's not really showing too much trading patterns. It's just showing a beautiful up only chart. So good stuff. Any other charts you guys want me to plot out? Smooth and Crypto, what do you think? Well, what's a chart that you want me to plot out?
I mean, one that we didn't do that has a long chart is Hyper. Yesterday we didn't do it. I don't know if that's feasible, but
okay, I'll take a look at Hyper. So, from my understanding, the Hyper miners. So we have Titanx, and the inflation on Hyper is linear, right? Right, Jake?
Yes. So Hyper and Hydra are designed to be compounding protocols, so it doesn't get much more expensive. It's a little bit. So every day it does become a little bit harder, but it's not like Titanx. So this will oscillate.
Gotcha. So I think the big thing with Hyper, like Jake said, it's for short-term miners. But the one thing to really keep a stable eye on is the ratio versus Titanx, because that's going to be the ultimate determinant of how you should read the chart for Hyper. So I believe do I have it on this chart? When was that Vortex release? We were talking about it. That was on June 13th, 2024. So I need to put it on this ratio chart real quick.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Hyper is nothing has been built on it yet. They're still cooking in the background on Hyper.
Yeah, we're on
Hyper has been this like lone soldier, just chugging along, doing its thing. It's been cool.
Yeah, we're on the street. There's this guy named Mike Dean. He's a really sketchy guy who's building on top of Hyper. So
yeah, he's no good for nothing, eh?
Yeah,
he doesn't do anything with his life, eh? He's just.
I just want you guys. I want to let you guys know all the rumors about Mike Dean are 100% true. I'm just kidding, but shout out to Mike Dean, man. He is building Vortex. Not Vortex. I'm sorry, Matrix, which I absolutely love. It's gonna be a great project protocol. I think you guys should check it out on his Telegram.
Yeah, I'm very thankful for that guy, man, because what he did with Titanx Hub, man, like that was so needed and so crucial for the ecosystem. I mean, it's unreal what that did, because we could actually see the data, and data doesn't lie. We can see all the data, and That's just because of his hard work, man. Like it's insane what really how much that helped Titanx. By the way, if I'm sometimes trying to find words, it's because I'm French originally, so it doesn't help. I'm a Frenchie.
Hey man, your English is phenomenal. I'll give you that, man. Like,
Yeah,
hey,
sometimes thanks.
being bilingual, man, it's awesome, man. Hey, you do a great job, dude. So I can barely speak English, so definitely killing it.
I think my English is better than my French. From where I'm from, we use a lot of English words in French. We mix our French and English. It's like Frenglish. It's just bad. But anyways, yeah. Shout out to Mike.
Yes, sir. All right, so we had a gnarly bottom wick at 0.03 ratio versus Titanx, and then we had the hyper vortex kick in. So one thing I'm noticing is this is like a price war of hyper versus Titanx. Slowly climbing, and then we had that vortex kick in. When that vortex kick in, we started to see the hyper ratio climb up versus Titanx. And the reason why I'm seeing this happen is because it's showing a supply shock for hyper. And that's when we started to see these miners kick in. We've had a couple of months that ratio continued to go up, and then it started going down, and we're starting to see the supply level out. So just based on this chart, we had a massive supply shock. Then we started to see more of the hyper miners come in and starting to level out at about a 2.65 ratio. So in my opinion, once we start getting closer to the hyper deflationary phase, we'll probably see some sort of similar chart structure with hyper. And when we have these supply shocks, you're probably going to see it do like this. I guess you can kind of call it a hill. I don't really have a name for this type of train structure, but it's going to probably mound up and just continue to form these waves going up and down. And I think it's a great indicator of how much supplies of hypers out in the market. And then also Mike Dean, that sketchy character I talked about, he actually has some really great statistics that you can look at for hyper. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't looked at the hyper stuff in a minute, but I think overall it's a great project and it gives you the opportunity to get into short-term Titanx miner. Shout out to Jake for creating this project because I think it's awesome.
So can I ask Jake something real quick about that, or any of you guys about hyper?
Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. So when stuff starts building on it, basically what that's pretty much going to do is just going to make the mining more lucrative, right? And get people to technically go in more, which is going to burn more Titanx and so on and so forth. Perfect.
100%. Yeah, the thing with hyper is there's nothing built on it at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
The supply, this is kind of interesting. So Titanx with so much built on it has 20% liquid. Hyper with nothing built on it has 31% liquid.
Oh boy.
Okay. Yeah, so a hyper, that could be some interesting stuff that happens with hyper. The mining ROI is roughly around 230% ish currently.
Wow. So yeah, once stuff or things start getting built out on these leverages like hyper and a lot of stuff gets built out on the hydro and a lot of stuff that's being built on flux, and like once things start getting built out on top of these leverages, like that's just gonna sorry, pardon my language, but fucking crank everything up, right? Like it's just gonna make it should in theory make the ROIs just like it's kind of like a steroid shot, right? On everything, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I can't say
theory.
much. Not financial advice.
Come on, guys. Who's not a creator here? Who's not a founder?
I got you.
Okay.
Here's my thoughts on it. So hyper, it's basically the short-term miners for Titanx, and when you start building stuff on top of it and you add more value to that hyper token, it's going to create those supply shocks that I was showing you with like these little mounds coming up and down, up and down. So in my opinion, when you start to see bigger, I call them impulse waves, you're really going to see it not only impact the hyper price chart, but also the entire ecosystem. Because keep in mind, hyper's main gateway is going to be Ethereum. And that buy side liquidity from Ethereum is huge, especially when we're trying to decrease the amount of liquid supply Titanx onto the market. So in my opinion, as we continue to see hyper being built out and have its own little sub ecosystem, I think it's only going to open up opportunities, increase the profitability of miners, and also increase the usability of the sub ecosystem.
Yeah, anything that puts a demand obviously eventually increases the ROI. and that's going to happen for Hydra, Flux, Hyper, and all of them. It's just insane. Like, there's nothing like this. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't care what anybody says. There's nothing like Titanx. No, it's just yeah. Anyways, yeah.
That's why we're having 2 12-hour streams back to back. You know, it's like, and people are here the entire time, so it is.
Yeah, man. I think it's awesome, man. You know, next time let's do 24-hour streams back to back. Let's one up ourselves next year.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I was thinking, let's go. We go hard or go home, bro.
I was thinking Jake was gonna say, "Hey guys, you know, it's easy for you to say you're not on here all the whole time," but Jake's like, "Fuck it, let's do it." I thought he was gonna say,
"This is the way."
Fuck it, let's do it.
Yes, sir. All right. Let's see if we can find another chart to look at. Oh, look at this one, JKX.
Oh, yeah, nice.
I still can't get over it, man. Dude, I swear this project's crazy, especially with like the little logo of JKX baby picture.
Yeah.
I love it. So just take a look at JKX right now. There's actually a clear inverse head and shoulders on the daily right here coming across, and I'm gonna draw up the neckline for you guys real quick. So we're trading right at this neckline. Let me zoom this out a little bit. So we're coming up, trading 1, 2, got rejected on the 3rd touch, have a 4th touch, 5th touch, and now we're sitting right here. So if we break out from the inverse head and shoulders and we do a confirmation, and when I say confirmation, we come out, back test the neckline, and then W on out. The target's going to be the all-time high, sitting at about 0.0015. That's about the ballpark where we're looking at. So yeah, man, I think JKX is looking good. I also think that E280 is buying and burning a bunch of JKX right now. So congratulations, JKX community. You guys are officially deflationary because of the E280, which is awesome. So yeah, beautiful chart. Trey Souls, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, man, I just can't get over Jake with the cigarette in his mouth. It doesn't work, bro. I know he's a freak and he's got cig in his mouth. At 3 years old, is that how you got to where you were, Jake? What was in that cig?
Yeah.
No, man, JKX, congrats, guys. You guys have been grinding. Like, those guys haven't stopped on Twitter, and especially going through some of these dark Titanx times, bro. It's tough with memes. So I know in an ecosystem that memes are not prevalent, to see this chart and its resilience, and that just when he popped that chart up, I saw the inverse head and shoulders immediately. It's like, yo, awesome to see some of these guys getting paid off for their hard work, man. Because I see them guys in the trenches, and it's tough work. So congrats on that, and then getting paired up with E280, getting that recognition.
Yeah, this price chart, man, this thing looks stupid good from that little bottom up here. That's about 300x. if you're messing around when nobody was talking about 300x, just like that, man. So
nice.
I love it, man. I love it. Shout out to JKX Army. Okay. I want to try to make sure I get as many protocols as possible so I don't get attacked on Twitter. All right. Let's go with Ouroboros.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Yeah, with Ouroboros, we basically just have to wait until supply is out. Because right now, the chart, it's only whatever was created in the liquidity pool.
Okay, I got you. So it's still going through its mint phase, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so the way ORX works is you go into the ORX minter, and then the longer you wait, the more you get, but you can go out at any time. It's 100% buy and burn. The buy and burn starts activating when the supply starts coming out. So the only supply on the market now is roughly, I think, 600,000. The total max supply is around only 10 trillion Titanx could go in. Only 2.3 trillion has entered at this point. Buy and burn has not ran yet. The platform is not out yet. So we're going to see probably a month-ish from now when there's enough supply on the market to look at the chart.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to do analysis of that because people play it back like, dang, Chris, you're off by a mile. So thank you. Thank you, Jake.
That one's got
I think ORX is a sleeper.
Yeah, yeah, that one's got insane potential because it's a lending. Like if you look at Aave on Ethereum, this is like Aave on steroids. I mean, as a lending platform, right, where it's built on top of a hyper deflationary token. So I mean, some of these lending protocols, man, like you buy them at 1 million, not financial advice, but I think this one, I think it has crazy potential the long term.
Love it, love it.
Let's actually look at it. So how much Titanx has gone into ORX? So 2.2 trillion, which is how much is that? 3. Yeah, 2.3 trillion is roughly 2.6 million. Now, if people are able to wait it out, then all the supply is going to be out. But if people want to early forfeit to like make a quick ROI or whatever the hell they want to do, that's going to reduce the supply by a bunch. And ORX is also a hyperdeflationary token. You can stake it to earn fees from the lending protocol. Yeah, it's a sleeper.
Yeah. It's a sleeper, is right.
Love it. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Well, let's take a look at Legend X NFT platform. Shout out to Rudy.
Yeah.
Also, the founder of JakeX. Why won't this thing let me auto adjust? Okay, so just looking at Legend X right now, it's trading sideways. I do see. Let's see if this comes out. This is a potential Elliott wave triangle being formed recently after it bottomed out. Let's see how many touches we got right here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. D. All right. And then move this up a little bit. Move this up just a little bit. All right, cool. So what I'm seeing on Legend X. So launch phase came down. See a beautiful doji came up, massive bullish engulfing candle, did a flag right here, or actually formed more of a wedge, broke down of the wedge, doji, bullish engulfing candle, and now we're in an Elliott wave triangle. So the question is right now, will we break out of this Elliott wave triangle? And if we get a breakout confirmation, this could be a potential indicator of the next leg up. I'll double check a few other trading indicators. Take a look at the MACD. All right, here we go. Here we go. So we have a potential bullish divergence coming here. You guys see that orange and that blue line? They're actually almost touching. Now, if these two lines touch, what that's indicating is the short-term buy volume is going to start kicking up, and that'll be a potential breakout from this triangle once we see these two lines touch. Now, I want to double check that with the RSI. Yes, yes, yes. Now, RSI, we do have a trend line coming across right here. So yeah, we're actually at that make it or break it point. So if you guys see this trend line, we've been coming up, boom, broke up, came down. Once we went below, came up, touched it, broke up, traded sideways, trade sideways, trade sideways. Now we're just intersecting the RSI and this trend line. So if we break this resistance on the RSI and we start to see these moving averages touch, there could be a potential breakout on Legend X happening very soon. Trey Souls, any thought on this analysis?
That was the first thing I saw. I didn't know if that was an impulse wave or was that's a contracting triangle. That was my only thought.
Yeah, contracting triangle, and you know, I think you can say that also this was wave 1 that came up, and then we're starting to get ready for wave 2 on Legend X if you guys follow Elliott wave theory. So overall, pretty good looking chart, and these are types of charts that I look for, especially when trying to make some good moves. So shout out to Legend X, great NFT platform. Shout out to Rudy, phenomenal developer, and yeah, good stuff. So cool. Any other charts, guys?
Does anybody? Do you guys mind if we do Dragon X? I think you did it yesterday, but I don't know if there's much to see. It's a straight line down for a few days, but
so we got Dragon X. Yeah, I'm excited for Dragon X, man. Just for this day right here. We got how many more days until day 369? I remember drawing this.
I think it's
we got
3 days.
6 more days.
3 days.
What's up? 3 days. Oh, is it 3 days? Okay.
No,
Yeah,
sorry.
366 now.
Okay, so 3
3
days.
Yeah.
So that's going to be on the 30th. And of course, I have the wrong date. So I basically plotted on the wrong date for a very long time. So that's going to make my past streams look kind of weird because I had the date off. But it is what it is, off by 3 days. Could be worse. All right. So we got 3 days until Dragon X is going to come up and do its thing. The one thing that I was pointing out yesterday that I noticed with Dragon X is the ratio. We had a pretty significant drop on the Dragon X ratio. And when it comes to a lot of these projects, the one thing I look at is the ratios, because my goal in most of these tokens is to find a way to get more Titanx. If you're in the Titanx ecosystem, the goal is to have the most Titanx. So these are trends that I'm looking at. And right when I saw the drop in this ratio, after this thing skyrocketed for, I don't know, was it like 3 months or 4 months or whatever, we had a nice correction on the ratio, about 66%. So overall, that's what's going on. It is showing a head and shoulders on the ratio, but I do not believe we're going to break down, because usually head and shoulders is a bearish pattern. But I think in this case, with the amount of liquidity pools that are tied into Dragon X and the fact that we got $3 million coming in to buy Titanx, and half of that is going to be used to burn Dragon X. And then on top of that, there's also some buy side liquidity on Hydra. And there's also some buy and burn on Hydra. There's so many factors coming in. So I do not want to be sitting here and say, oh my gosh, this is a head and shoulders. We're going down, because then I will look like a clown, in my opinion. But so just taking a look at the chart, we had we're just basically trading sideways, just straight up flat out on the price chart. We did have an Elliott wave triangle, and when we attempted to break out of that Elliott wave triangle, we actually got rejected and broke down. Elliott wave triangles are typically more times bullish, but also keep in mind there's always a bearish case. It's never 100% bullish. It's based on percentages. If you get an Elliott wave triangle forming, I would say it's going to be an 80% bullish case, 20% bearish case. So you always got to take into account that they don't always come to fruition. So this broke down, came up, and it's just been trading sideways. And in my opinion, a lot of this price action had a lot to do with Hydra and E280, especially since E280 kicked in, was it the 12th, right? Yeah, check this out. All right. This is interesting. So if we look at the Dragon X price chart, the E280 chart kicked in right here on the 12th. And then we got 3 white soldiers, and then followed by ending in a bullish engulfing candle. And then we get an evening star, and then just going back and forth. So I think a lot of this price action right here, specifically, based on what we saw in the Inferno chart and a lot of these other charts, I think this had some impact from what was going on in E280. And that's part of the reason why we're starting to see this massive come up. And then it started selling out because the arbitrage bots came back up, and then now it's just trading sideways. So overall, I like what I'm seeing with Dragon X. And then let's just look at some price targets that we can look at, since I gave you guys a pretty good analysis yesterday. I want to take a look at some price chart. Excuse me.
Chris, can I ask you something real quick?
Sure.
It would make sense that it doesn't go straight up after, because it just did a 30x in like 6 weeks, right? So the way I see it for me is like it just did a 30x, 40x in like 6 weeks. If it goes up even just another 2-3x, a lot of people are 100x, right? So there's gonna be some selling pressure there. It's normal with that kind of climb that even though we go into that wedge, it doesn't, it rejects it. Would you agree with that? Just because I agree. Okay.
Well, go ahead. Sorry, keep going.
No, that's okay. That was my question. Just what you thought about that.
Yeah. The thing I always learned, me and Trey Souls have always learned, is when, oh, there he is, the dude. Hey, by the way, the dude, we were talking crap about you the entire time, so don't look at the past couple minutes, all right? Just kidding.
All right, perfect.
I got you, man. Shout out to you, man. So here's the thing about 100, 1000 X's, 500 X's. When people get those types of numbers, they always take profit. I've always seen it, and you got to be very wary about those types of price charts. So when we saw this correction on Dragon X, some people were freaking out. In my opinion, I think this was healthy because when it comes to pumpamentals, you want long-term believers. So if people take that chance to get out, then that means you have less sell pressure going on to the foreseeable future. And that's what I'm seeing with Dragon X. So I do agree with your analysis and your assessment. You're right on point.
Okay, thanks. Yep.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then hey, the dude. By the way, I just want to tell you, I think E280 is absolutely magical, and if we just take a look at the Dragon X price chart right here on October 12th, we get these 3 white soldiers coming up, and then we have a little bit of a correction. And after just looking at the amount of buy and burn through E280, I think you can actually see the impact on this chart and also on the Inferno chart. So protocol's working numbers, man. It's putting in numbers, dude. So shout out to you.
Thank you. I feel like I could see it in like almost every single chart in the ecosystem. It really is amazing to see. Like you can see the effect on Helios and lots of them. JKX for sure.
I love how you're making those bots pay. Like, oh my goodness.
I mean, the beauty of it is they're making money. You know, the bots are making money. The NFT holders are making money. Like the whole system, everybody's winning.
Because there's always going to be some imbalances everywhere. Like there always going to be some arbitrage. It's insane. Anyways, we're not allowed to talk about E280 for 15 days. Okay. I don't want my percentage to go down. No, I'm just
trying
kidding.
to get more NFTs.
yeah, that's what I mean. No, I'm just teasing.
And just if you guys aren't aware, we bumped the buy and burn from 1 hour to 30 minutes. We're running at 15 minutes right now. So we're gonna fuck around and find out.
Yeah, man. I love it, man. It looks good. And, Inferno, I think because of you putting that out and decreasing that interval, Inferno is actually in price discovery right now, which is absolutely crazy. And I see a lot of people freaking out. They're like, whoa, did you see Inferno? I was like, dang, dude. E280 kicked in. Alien X had its buy-in, man. I mean, it's got a lot of buy side liquidity come in. So good stuff.
And like 2 projects building on Flux coming out very soon as well. E369 and Phoenix. Like that's what that means for Inferno. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready. I was ready 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, so just taking a look at the this Fibonacci tool, pressing buttons. So when we had our first breakout on Dragon X, and then we had a correction, one thing I've noticed is we hit the 1.618, corrected a little bit, came up, hit the 2.618, came back down, back tested a 1.618, and then we tried to get to the 3.618, but we got rejected. So in my opinion, I think the 1.618, the 2.618 are going to be phenomenal price targets for this next leg up. Now, for the second all-time high that we made before we had a correction, we hit the 1.618 to a T. So in my opinion, if there's any bots or traders or whatnot, they're definitely following all of these magnets and all these psychological levels to a T. So for a potential next leg up for Dragon X and what I'm seeing. So we came up, came down, corrected. We hit the 0.5, came back, hit the 0.88, came back down, past 0.88, came back down. And then now we're going to go back up and retest the 0.888. So we come up into 0.88 and then retest it and we hit a breakout. In my opinion, the 2 levels or the 2 price targets that we're looking at, the first one for Dragon X is going to be 4 zeros and a 3-1. And then the second one is going to be 4 zeros and a 5-1. So overall, man, it's looking extremely bullish. A lot of these trading indicators that I'm looking at are falling in line. And yeah, man, Dragon X, absolutely beautiful chart. And day 369 coming in 3 days, which means today's was it day 366? Yeah, 366. 666. Let's go, baby. So good stuff. Awesome. So any other price charts you guys think we should take a look at?
Sorry, how many days there, like, just, I know, not financial advice, but like the top line that you draw there, the 0.00051, how many days? Is that like 30 to 45 days ish? If you were to draw it out, it'd be like December, mid-December maybe.
All right, let me just do some back tests. So I'm going to do this based on what we saw in the past, and keep in mind this is not financial advice.
Yeah.
This is a guesstimate. So when we hit, all right, we were right here. So when we hit the 1.618 from that all-time high, we hit the 1.618 we did that in about 20 days. And then when we hit the 2.618, we did that about 39 days. So 20 and 39 days. 20, 39.
39. Yeah, too much.
20, 39. All right. So from this all-time high, if we go based on history, not financial advice, that day 20 is going to be right around November 8th, November 9th. Yeah. Didn't Jake?
I've heard that number.
Jake, yeah, did Jake say something about hyperdeflationary on November 8th?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
That's
well,
so perfect.
Based on my analysis, Dragon X could be hitting 4 zeros and a 318 on that day. So good stuff. And then what was the other one? Did I say 59?
Yeah, 51. 51.00051. And that's based on Titanx today.
No, the day for the second one. So
29 plus 30. 30 days. 29 days plus 30 days.
59.
Yeah, 59 right? Total. Yeah.
Or what? Let me double check.
No, it was 29 plus 30 days. 29 days plus 30 days. Yeah.
Yeah, so 39 days. Gotcha. All right.
59 total.
Okay. Well, so for this next one, well, let me double check that just in case. So from that all-time high, we did about 39 days. Yeah, gotcha. All right. 39.
So okay, sorry.
Yeah, you good, man. You good. Just double checking. So for that 39-day time frame, if we were to follow very close to that, the next one would be November 28th, 2024.
Wow.
So the potential price target of us hitting that 2.618, if we were to follow all the trends, back test them, and have a perfect scenario, November 28th, 2024, we'll have 4 zeros and a 5-1. So be curious to see if this comes to fruition. So
yeah, it's a 4x, a 3.5x, 3.8x against Titanx. Titanx. Jeez, I'm right. Yep. Thanks, buddy.
So
I knew that was not financial advice. Total speculation. Total just for total fun, right?
Just total fun, man. Total fun. But overall, man. Yeah. So I mean, we could. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. That's way too much speculation. But yeah, man. Overall, Dragon X looks beautiful. The Helios chart looks beautiful. Awesome X looks good. All these price charts look phenomenal, and they're all paired up to Titanx. They're all in their little sub ecosystem, and nothing but bullishness. So good stuff. And we got the dude building things left and right. He's got like 6 projects, and he won't tell me about half of them. So good stuff.
I got so many heroes. in this ecosystem. It's crazy. I'm like, oh man, I owe it to this guy. Then I'm like, oh, I owe it to this guy. It's like, oh shit, man, I love Chris. His TA is insane. I'm like, oh, fucking dude comes along. Like, oh, okay, this is why everybody was talking about 280. Because with 280, I just want to say something real quick. Sorry. At first, I got it because Marco said once you get it, you really get it. And then, so I thought I got it. I was like, wow. Then I really got it. And I thought I really got it, like I double got it. Then the next day I got it. Like the more it just gets better and better.
Yeah, that's when the verse had dude on. That was like when they were running through E280. It was like a crazy light bulb moment I saw in Chris's eyes. I was like, oh, he officially got it. Like,
it was late. It was late in the stream too. He was like, wait. We got to go back to this page. Hold on one sec. Let me go to the drawing board.
Plus, it's an easy button. Sorry.
The funny part about it was I was going through and I briefly looked over. I was like, okay, I think I had a gist of this. And then when the dude's like, yeah, we're adding these tokens to our treasury, I was like, whoa. And then I go back to the page you skipped over. I was like, oh man, I completely effed up. Yeah, this makes total sense. I get it now. So and what's crazy is in this mint phase, there's a massive amount of arbitrage opportunities. So people are going in minting these NFTs like candy, and it's adding this insane buy pressure to all these altcoins on Titanx. So it's like a little mini altcoin season. I know the dude can't speculate on this, but I can. And I gotta say, I think it's really cool, and I see a lot of projects benefiting from. So thank you, the dude.
It's so crazy because every time somebody talks about E280, like I'm watching a stream, I'm in the chat, I'm like, shh, guys, shh, don't say anymore. Shh. I'm always teasing like that, but then when I'm on stream, I can't shut my mouth.
Just to go over which y'all were, there's a little confusion on the burns. Like what we're looking at here is the buy and burn. That's got the Titanx that you see in the bottom left, 1.8 trillion. That's what's in the buy and burn. That's what's used to buy all of these ecosystem tokens and burn those, and then going on to burning E280, buy and burn E280. But there's also every transfer, there's a transfer tax. Every time E280 is moved, some of it gets burned as well. So even without the buy and burn, this token will forever burn on itself on every trade, on every transfer. And that's what happens on the cycle distribution is like when the NFT rewards get dispersed, that's when all of the burn tokens that have been accumulating from all the transfer tax, all of that goes into one contract. And then when you click the button, it distributes to the NFT holders, and then the other half or other portion of it gets burned, and then another portion going to the Helios treasury and Genesis.
But this, what I was trying to understand is this balance that we see here, like Helios balance, Dragon X balance, baby, like all that balance, does that get kind of refilled, or does that increase significantly at the 7-day mark when we get our rewards? Is that when it kind of
nothing in the distribution goes into the buy and burn? This buy and burn is solely filled from minting the token or minting the NFTs, and it's at this point, 100% of the Titanx that comes in from mints goes into these pools. So like every time someone mints the token, it's getting routed. It gets distributed to all of these tokens, the ecosystem tokens. And then
in regards to the ratio that you said.
But the NFT rewards and the burn from the tax, that is different. Like the burn from tax gets accumulated on every transfer, the balance grows and grows and grows. And then at that point, when we distribute the NFT rewards, that's when we burn that other allocation towards E280. And like that doesn't fill the buy and burn. Like these are two separate things. Like right now we're getting burned from two areas.
And
wow.
So just walk me through this real quick. Let's just look at Inferno specifically. We got about
go ahead.
Okay. So we have about 156 billion Titanx, and so this is going to be Titanx to Inferno. So that's buy side liquidity, and then you're saying that Inferno is going to be used to buy and burn the E280, right?
Yeah. We're going to burn 10% of the Inferno along the way.
But it buys Inferno first, right? It buys Inferno. Yeah. Does it buy E280 first, then Inferno, and then burns 10% Inferno, or buys Inferno first?
Yeah, every single one of these, it's whatever icon you see there, that's what it's buying and burning first. And then, like, that's what I was going to say. If you look at Flux, it's actually having to buy Inferno first, and
Oh my
then
goodness.
it buys Flux and burns 10% of the Flux, and then it goes on to buy E280 and burn it. So like in the click of a button on Flux, it's doing a 3 buy and burns. Well, sorry, the first buy on Inferno, it's not burning. It's doing a buy and then buy and burn, buy and burn.
So this makes a lot of sense because this is buy side liquidity, which you can see being projected on the chart. And so with Inferno, it's not necessarily double, but you're getting a little bit more because it's being used to also buy Flux and then burn E280. So man, that's really cool, man.
It's double, triple buy pressure. It's insane. Plus a burn. And then when it stimulates Flux, which stimulates the ROI for Inferno. You've got like 4 to 6 things that are happening that are technically bullish for Inferno.
So and just to be clear on this, so this is V1 buy and burn. This is only fed from mints. So after minting period is over, this will run its course, similar to like Inferno did. You know, after the mint period was over, that buy and burn ran its course. Now they have a V2 buy and burn. Like that's the same thing we're doing here. Now there's also the burn on transfer. That's permanent. Like that's not a buy and burn. Like it's just always going to have a burn mechanism built into the token. And then we'll have V2, which is fed from element 369, and that's from running Titanx through the Flux auctions. And the Titanx that we get in rewards from that's going to be deposited into our V2 buy and burn. And the V2 buy and burn is just going to be one button. It's literally just taking the Titanx and buying and burning E280 directly at that point.
Wow.
Awesome, dude.
With V2, with V2, that's going to be perpetual. As long as the Flux protocol is running, it's going to be feeding Titanx into this V2 buy and burn. But even without that, you've got Volt Gold and another project or two coming. Yeah, it's looking great.
Damn. Yeah, this is I always, yesterday and today, this section is always just so bullish. When you put real numbers and real theory behind kind of what we're building and these charts and stuff like that, it really puts it in perspective. So a couple more minutes. In the next couple minutes, we're going to kick off the last section before, the outro, if you will. So any other thoughts before we move on?
So there. Yeah, man. So, overall, when it comes to Titanx price charts, all of them look beautiful. It's great to see a lot of these projects perform. It's awesome to study. And I think right now the community's growing. There's a lot of really smart people. And there's a lot of really great people doing TA. I saw Crypto Connoisseur. He's doing videos about stuff that he's seeing. I can't remember the other guys, but ultimately, when it comes to charting things, feel free to share it on Twitter, put a video out there. You won't really know if your analysis is correct unless you get some sort of feedback from others in the community. And so in my opinion, take in the positive, but also take in the negative, because that is the best way to improve your skills when it comes to technical analysis. And then also another piece of advice. You're never, ever, ever going to get 100% correct. And there's always going to be times when you are wrong. And those times when you are wrong are the best ways to improve and build yourself up and get better at this type of stuff. So if you're interested in technical analysis, I do live stream. I try my best to teach people. I do it with my boy, Trey Souls. Trey Souls, very good at TA as well. He has a different type of style. And, just keep learning, keep growing, and use these skills, especially with the bull market coming up. And I just want to thank you guys for having me on. Thank you to Jake for building Titanx. Thank you for Smoothing Crypto for hosting. Thank you for the Do for building 2 awesome protocols and gatekeeping the other ones from me. Shout out to Titanx Jay, always being a great community member and doing great stuff, man. So thank you all.
Thanks, all, buddy.
Yeah, definitely appreciate it. And like Chris is saying, there's lots of indicators out there. And the one thing I learned about technical analysis is you don't have to be a math wizard to get good at technical analysis. There's ways you can pull up indicators that make things look like maps, and for a much more visual person. So for me, that's kind of where I found my groove. And I think, like Chris was saying, don't be afraid to get out there and try to work on these things, because you don't know what kind of patterns you're going to pick up on when you look at this stuff. So you don't have to be a math wizard. I am terrible at math. Do not put an algebra problem in front of me. I'm not going to solve it. Chris, I know Chris did like Calc 9, so I'll give him that problem. I'm good at delineating issues where they should go. So Chris, he can do all the algebra work. But all you guys out there, get into TA, because once you do, you kind of get addicted.
I still say that's half of it. There's still fundamental analysis, and like
I only look at fundamentals. That's always been my style.
Well, that's
Same.
all I've ever known is like the macro view, and then I sit and talk with Chris for hours upon end, throughout the week, talking about the macro analysis, and then we jump on stream together to try to dive into the micro. But I felt a lot more useful when I was able to look at the other side of things, right? And because the first side of things came very natural to me to see where crypto is going, what's the purpose, where it's headed, where's the caveats, where you've got VCs, you've got fake crypto, you've got real crypto, and then you've got the advancement of artificial intelligence on the blockchain. So yeah, knowing where this stuff is going is extremely crucial, knowing your environment. So yeah, I definitely agree with you, dude. I know you've been saying that several times, and I know that's good to hammer that point home, because we can see that in sessions like this. We start blending everything together as this ecosystem was made to do, really begin to understand the power and just smile, laugh, get bullish. I don't know. Nothing else to do, bro.
I'm not trying to discount TA at all, by the way. Like they go hand in hand,
Yeah.
FA and TA, both of them.
Yeah, if I've always been fundamental analysis, but if I would have known more TA, I wouldn't have been burnt so much like 3, 4, 5 years ago. Because like when something's just straight up like retarded, like it's got to come down a bit.
Yeah, you definitely need some basic TA.
Yeah.
I mainly use TA to get an entry. That's
Okay,
it. And
cool.
at that point, I just chill. I use TA for entries. That's basically the only reason I use TA.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't know it at all, and I wish I would have at least known about that. Right? Can I add just one more thing before I do a shout out to you guys?
Yeah, do your thing.
I don't know, Jake, if it was you or somebody else that posted the stats today on the amount of users, and I just want to add this because Chris said something about the stats. If you look, the users in the last 24 hours was like 0.71 or something increase, 0.71 increase in users. Sorry.
You mean percent, or what do you mean?
Percentage, 0.71% increase in the last 24 hours, I think. And if you look at the last 7 days, it was like 2.5. It was like 2.5 in the last 7 days, let's say 2.4, 2.5, something like that. So if you take like 0.71 times 7 days, that's like 5%. Like basically today, we would have, like the user base would have increased 100x more than it did 7 days ago. Because it was 2.5 for 7 days, and now in just 1 day we had 0.71. So at that rate, 7 days at 0.71 would technically give us 5% increase. When in the last 7 days we only had 2.5 increase. And if you go back 30 days, like it's really compounding. Like today we got, again, we just simple math is today we got double in the last 24 hours that technically we would have had 7 days ago in 24 hours.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up, the holder change, because you can see it on a premium Titanx hub. You can kind of base it off Etherscan, because I remember when we started this conference, we had roughly, I think it was either 17,990 or 18,050, and now we're at 18,227.
Are you able to put it on a screen? No. Or can you?
Nah, I'll check.
No, can you tell me last, like just quickly, last 24 hours, last 7 days, and last 30 days? Because
here I have
if
it.
you do the math there, you see some big jumps.
We had last 24 hours is 0.25% increase, 95 holders. 7-day change is 2.19% increase, 391 people. 30-day increase is 2,382 people, which is 15%. That's a lot. And 90 days, 5,379 extra, which is a 41.87% increase. That's a lot. That's a good curve right there.
So I don't think it was today, but yesterday the increase was double of what it would have been 7 days ago based on this.
The first day of the conference was, in my opinion, a super success with onboarding new people. And, there was never a dull moment of info and alpha drop. So, yeah, I appreciate all of you guys for being here. And if you guys want more TA analysis, the Verse does tons of streams throughout all of the week. So jump on their stream and you'll learn a lot more about that. So I appreciate you guys for coming on. The last section is going to be about partnerships, utility expansion, and real world applications. So I appreciate everybody. Yes, sir. How are we doing?
Oh, I nearly forgot to add myself then. I did everybody else.
Josh, how you doing? How's it been behind the scenes, man?
Yeah, man, it's been good. I had to disappear for a couple of hours. I had some family turn up just as the spaces started. So yeah, disappeared for 2 hours, but had the earphones in, listened to everything. It's been fucking amazing. Honestly. So good. So good. I love it.
I love that. Yeah. So this is kind of, a general aspect to be for the last outro. I kind of put it down as partnerships, utility expansion, real world applications. So this is kind of like future talk, if you will, and just kind of where we see that what we can build and what we're going to have for real world stuff, because we're kind of in like a cocoon right now of crypto, right? And I think Ouroboros is a good stepping stone for what could be possible in the future. So just want to hear anybody else's thoughts and what, you foresee us doing, what you would like to see us doing, anything like that.
Yeah, I think the answer is actually very simple because I generally I don't like real world stuff bringing it into crypto. I think crypto is a universe of its own. So if we build utility and tooling that is crypto specific, specifically for the Titanx ecosystem, that's the way to go. So like farms, that's out now. Lending, multi-collateral lending, that's almost unseen. Multi-collateral lending, then DEX aggregators using the fees to buy and burn the ecosystem. That stuff, just the tools that everybody uses every day inside of crypto that is crypto native, building it specifically for our ecosystem, I think is the way to go. Because that stuff just compounds. People use it every day and they're paying fees anyway. They're doing all this stuff anyway. If they do it in a way where it supports the ecosystem, that's a never-ending flow of just daily interaction, daily volume, and it adds up quick. It's like these small 0.5% a day. If you just close your eyes for 300 days, you're like, holy fuck, that did that? Like these small things can add up a lot.
I love that. Yeah. And, it's one of those things like I put this out here just as a kind of a big brainstorm idea, right? Because I always have qualms about, bringing the real world into crypto, but I kind of just want to see if anybody has any good ideas on how we can do that. And, personal people using our, projects and different utilities that we build is, in my opinion, real world use case. But, just want to hear other people's thoughts.
I'd piggyback something on what Jake just said. If the tools are built to support the ecosystem and to work within the ecosystem, and this, I'm just going to throw this out here real quick for food for thought throughout this discussion, is that I know we have a lot of support groups. We have the liquidity group. They showed that and how to work with that. But what if we came up with a theme or a concept or just a thought to consider putting something out like Titanx, like Titanx U or Titanx University, a place that would introduce people to the mechanics and the flow of how to take Titanx and move it to, say, a Lotus or to do whatever. I don't know if that's a little too much disclosure on how, and liability that could create in a sense, but it's just a thought I wanted to put out there at the start of this discussion to have a place that could be called like Titanx U.
I think any type of accelerator group, and could be used even by property that has people being housed it, would be important. I think the next stage of things, when people are like, oh, we got to exit out with their liquidity through ETH. Well, what can you buy in the real world with this fundamental use case mechanism that binds it on top of it, right? So you can do so much more to elevate how we're wrapping the utility to use it as an even further use case to the paradigm and to the protocol, which is vastly interesting when you think about, you know, a university or a launch pad or all the rest of that that could be used to attract people in the physical world, right? Because all this digital stuff is great if you know where to look. When you can actually pass people by in the physical world, you get to knock elbows with them. And it's a little bit different, and that creates that didactic marketing that most people don't see.
Yeah, just by using like maybe some of the terminology, like when you hear university, you think learning institution, you know? So there's like avenues to, and you know, how it could be packaged or named, could be, you know, something to be discussed, but that I think is really something to toss around.
Yeah, I know Gary tried to do something with that with Hex, and I think it's a very viable thing. It never came to perpetuity, but I think it is correct. I think that type of ecosystem is interesting. People are starting with conferences, but when you can mirror it with real estate and university level, like appointments or retreats or like all the rest of that, you're really cooking with gas in a different direction, because now we're bringing it back into the physical, the tactical, the didactic world, like something that you can hold in your hand and go visit, which is even more of an accelerator on top of everything else, because that's where, you know, people can go to break bread, to work through ideas, more than just being on a screen. You know, when you actually get to touch someone, it's so much more important. Now, granted, we love the aspect that we can communicate across the world, do a, you know, 12-hour stream and all the rest of that. But when you actually get to break bread with someone in person, it's so much more dynamic, and you take so much more away from it.
I agree with that. And I guess to top on to what you're saying there, I like to speak on this because like my whole work is trying to cross crypto into the world of academia. And so what I've come to find when it comes to trying to onboard people, especially the younger generation, they're eager, but they don't have any tools. And when these types of tools that you're talking about, like if it's a university thing, like we have to build it. And I can tell you firsthand, after building a blockchain and cryptocurrency introductory course for Coastal Carolina University this summer, it requires a lot of collaboration. It's hard for one man, you know, with the idea, and that's maybe why you said it never came to fruition before, is because this is a bulk of information that needs to be compiled and worked on by multiple bodies. And if you had to have the right people and the right audience to receive it and pick up on it. But there is a lot of viable potential in there to bring the next generation into, they want their money to work for them too. They see the system broken in the same way, but they don't understand the opportunity in the ways that millennials like myself as a 30-year-old have been able to grasp the nature of the world, what's going on, and how can I actually make money in this world. These people want to know that. And like you said, it's not going to happen in our, you know, digital echo chambers. It's going to happen by going out, shaking hands, going to conferences, meeting people. Titanx, I've been posting Titanx on LinkedIn for the past 4 months. Like this is where we should be reaching to, because Titanx is a professional organization of individuals that are all coming together, showing through proof of work. But where does the next step go? It has to go into the real world. It has to go into big land plots like you're talking. I mean, I can see this stuff for the future as well, but it's going to take some collaboration. So if you know that that's what I'm up to and you guys want to collaborate, I'm definitely down with trying to create some real world materials. Maybe even the entry fee is they got to burn Titanx to get into the modules, and that's their entryway, right? That's their tutoring lesson on how it starts. There's all different types of ways we could play with this, but yeah, I know it's tough. You know, it's easy to theorize about this stuff. I think Jake said it. I don't really like bringing it. Crypto's its own world, but we are going to see some crossing of these worlds, and I think there is going to be a lot of places to capitalize on it and to teach the younger generation. So that's kind of my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, I agree with you there, because like the way advert, metaverse, and all the rest of that is just going to accelerate over the next 5 years. There's no way to not look at it that it's not going to happen. So how do we bring that advertising and that inclusiveness into something that actually not just has value, but builds harmony in between the people that go experience and break bread and build together, not just digitally, but physically, because that journey is part of a sabbatical. It's something that means something to you. For me, it's Burning Man, right? Every year, there's a particular time that I don't care what goes on, I get to enjoy it and grow and pull something away from it I wouldn't get through that year. So figuring out how to bridge those opportunities into a future that's going to be melding both digital and physical is going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah, I love that. And this is kind of why I liked this section to kind of end-ish the conference, right? Because a lot of people have some amazing ideas, and that's only going to build this community even more and just grow kind of the different fields that people kind of come in through. So I really just wanted to explore that as much as possible. And it's going to be something super, super interesting to see within the next 5-10 years with this ecosystem, what we're going to be able to build and accomplish, especially in the real world.
Absolutely. And if you look at the best way to attack it is growing communities, whether that's farm to market, education, all the rest of those type of things that actually benefit someone holistically as the body and educationally as the mind. Two different ways to attack the same problem that benefit both sides of the equation.
I love it.
A couple of considerations from my side. I think that age as well is a big factor in all of this. So as you have older people that have, are kind of in a more comfortable place with their money, but they're not really being able to relate to the digital world. And then you have younger people that have not really made it yet, are not as comfortable with their money, but are more kind of open and willing to play in that digital space. So it's a little bit of an oxymoron, really, because it's like the people that are at that stage in their minds where they're, okay, I have something to invest, I want to grow my money. Maybe the older generation that are not really speaking the same language when it comes to digital tools and all of that. And I think that will change over future generations, because educating younger people, and then obviously they will grow older. But I just think that we're in this like in between time right now where the older generation were not taught about this, we're not brought up on this, and it's a good opportunity for us to maybe help teach the younger populations and maybe that middle ground as well. But yeah, that's just a thought that I had around this is there's some cultural stuff going on too.
Yeah, with older people, I've actually noticed something very interesting, because my dad is also in crypto. Older people are generally very, very long term, because even when I got him into like Titanx, he's like, yeah, just tell me what it is in like 3-5 years from now. Doesn't even care. And every once in a while, he's like, oh, this is cool. Oh, yeah, that's grown a lot. Oh, cool, just leave it there. Like, older people are so calm. I love it. They're always like long term. They're like, oh, yeah, I'm doing this. I have a life. This is on the side. They're the best diamond holders. They don't even talk about it. They're the most diamond holders you can get.
Well, I mean, they paid Social Security and may not get it. So, I mean, like after that, they're ready to go.
They're used to waiting, right?
When you tell them in 5 years, sorry, when you tell him in 5 years from now, because he told you, just tell me in 5 years from now. When you tell him in 5 years, he's going to fall off his chair.
Or he forgot. He completely forgot.
Even now, when I tell him, he's like, wait, what? Because he's used to like stock market returns, and he's like, oh, 10 years, he holds a stock, like sometimes it pops at 2x and then it drops down again. And like, he's used to like stock market stuff and like super long term. And he's made good money in the stock market. But the moment he got into crypto, just blew everything out of the water. And he's like, what the fuck is this? It's like that first little sniff of crypto. And you get your first gains, you're like, holy shit, this is the revolution. Like, this is so much quicker than the stock market, 24/7. It never stops. Like, yeah, crypto is amazing, man. If older people understand crypto and they have stock market experience or some kind of background in TradFi, it just blows everything out of the water and they see it. It's just getting them in. That's the hard part.
I think the way to capitalize on that is like you take when we took off the gold standard, anyone that lived through the gold standard to hyperinflation, to see the internet fly up, to now see magic internet money being literally more solvent than the greenbacks or wherever currency that you come from, that You used to get paid for. Now you just get paid digitally anyways. So what really is the difference between a direct deposit to you actually investing in something that gives you an ROI, or that's not actually being inflated, or that you're not being gate kept from an ATM to a withdrawal? So all those things, if you actually take that lifespan of experience, you'd be shocked if you actually lived through all those things. But most people don't get those gleans to actually digest the whole thing at once.
I just want to add something. Jake, you were talking about the price appreciation, how it's crazy about crypto compared to anything else. And I think like a lot of people don't realize this, but, and I should have done a video on this, but it's the first time in history that we can actually plug an asset in the middle of a network and have the asset capture the utility, where you're actually taking the usefulness of a network and you're driving that usefulness and converting it into an asset. Like the asset is capturing that value. So for example, if Facebook would have been built on blockchain years ago and you would have set a rule, you would have said like the Facebook token, I'm going to try to make this quick and short, simple. If you would have plugged in a token in the middle, had it built on the blockchain, and you would call it the Facebook token, let's say, and you would have had a limited supply. And every time somebody added a friend, sent a friend request, sent a message, liked the picture or whatever, it would have had to use the token. The token is then capturing the utility of the whole network, of the whole, even sometimes you have Metcalfe's law, right? And that's only seen in crypto. That's never been done before. Because before crypto, the only thing that could make the price go up was basically speculation, because you had a stock, and if people speculate on it, it goes up. But now with crypto, you have a token capturing the utility, like capturing the value, and the utility in these networks. Like if you look at Facebook, YouTube, or whatever, it's insane, the utility. And now you have a token capturing it, and that's why we're seeing. It's probably the main reason that we're seeing tokens just explode, because this is extremely powerful beyond comprehension. It's like it's Metcalfe's law on steroids. Like it's a really big deal. It's a really, really big deal. It's the first time ever this was capable, like getting something to capture the utility, like transferring the value, the utility into an asset. That makes sense.
I mean, realistically, that's what SocialFi is, which is like you take GameFi is. GameFi is wrapping decentralized finance in a game so you get entertained. SocialFi is that next stage where you're taking that social parameter, prestige use case, or showing up, and then that actually applicably applies the tokenized value to you. You know, it's advert for all, right? It's advert for the advert company.
But some of these utility tokens in the future are going to be worth like gazillions, not financial advice. Because if you look at Facebook, like I was saying, let's say you had a token built, it had a limited supply of 100 billion tokens, and every time somebody liked the picture, it would have used a 1/10, like a 1% of a, or 10% of a token, let's say. And then if you added a friend, it would have used 0.5% of a token. And if you sent a message or a video, it would have used 1 token. Imagine what that Facebook token would be worth today. Like it's insane. So like these networks that are being built out right now in the future, when the token is capturing the utility every time something's happening in the network, and it's the token's capturing that utility, whether it's by buying and burning and like all these things it's doing, that my goodness, like if you look at Facebook, I was saying, like that token would be worth like $1 trillion per, like $1 million per token right now. Anyways, just my 2 cents.
Well, I mean, look at Google AdSense, right? That was such the big thing for Google forever. And now with AI, where is Google AdSense going to be? So all of this is going to evolve very, very quickly over the next 2 or 3 years. Graphics.
What's up, fellas?
Sorry, I got off the subject a bit there. I just wanted to add what Jake said, because he said about the price going up like crazy. We've never seen anything like that before, but I think it's because of the utility too. Like it's the utility. It's insane.
Well, I think
the main point to take away is older people are the real diamond hand holders. You guys can't compare. My dad doesn't even give a fuck. And he's making more money than all these people doing everything every day.
They're also very risk averse, though, right? The younger generation are more willing to take risk, and because they have more life ahead of them. But as you get older, as you get closer to retirement, and you know you don't want to be as risky with your investments.
It's true. But I think they've always been told too, like, just, work for the same employer your whole life, get your pension. They've always been taught not to take risks because the government, like, anyways, that's a whole other story as to why they were taught that. But I think they were taught that way too. Like, don't take risks, work for the same employer your whole life, get a pension, right? So
yeah, but I think
diversify.
in the theme of of this meeting here, it also makes me think that how do you express that safety? That's hard to do in crypto, but we've created a wonderful safe space in Titanx, and I think that's a big part of the story of getting it out there. A lot of people don't want to get involved in crypto at all because there's so much shit and scamming and all sorts going on there. They just wouldn't even touch it. So we've already have a really, really good, strong story to start with.
To me, what I felt like I had, and I should have done more for this because I took Jake's all of his interviews and I broke down all the alpha. So from cryptographics, like all the interviews he did in the beginning, and I put them all in alpha. And because I wanted people to just be able to go there and just sit down 45 minutes and just hear all of it. Like the reason that we're all sold on this is because we listened to all of Jake's interviews, like why he built it, what's the scams with the VCs, what's the risk with ICOs, like, how he was, like everything, right? Yeah. And I want to cram that in because I feel when people come in, they need to be able to sit down and just get all the alpha, understand why we're so bullish without having to watch like 25 hours of video, right?
Yeah,
so
I think the easiest way, the easiest way to do it is make a simple compilation, post it on YouTube, and then whenever somebody asks a question about Titanx, comment with that YouTube link.
No, that's what I want to do. So I got them and I sent them to you, but I don't know if you saw it. So I would really like to be able to send them to the YouTubers, like because I did alpha with what Smoothing Crypto. I think he interviewed you, the Verse and Crypto Kindness. Like I got the alpha. There's 3 different video compilations of alpha, and we need to get it out there. So after this, I'm gonna make some serious effort to send it to you guys, and somehow like upload it on your YouTube because we need to be able to point people to that. They just sit down and they understand why we're so bullish and why this project is different, just by watching that alpha compilation that I had done.
Like the Cliff Notes. Did you have Cliff Notes? I think it's an American thing, Cliff Notes. Some people would just read the Cliff Notes and not study for their exams, right? I didn't do that. I was a good girl. But,
Chris, I think you helped me to choose the clips because I think I sent you some videos.
I did the Crypto Kindness ones.
Yeah, and that one was one of the best ones. Like that one, oh my goodness. Yeah, you did all of them. Yeah, and I sent them to one guy. Yeah, I hired a guy to put them all together and all this stuff, and I've got a compilation of all the alpha moments with Crypto Kindness, and with the other guys too. Like it's all there, and so I don't know. Anyways, we'll need to talk about that because I need to send that to you. We really need to get the YouTubers, the guys, to upload that so we can point people to those videos.
And then people just need to comment it. People just need to comment it on Twitter, because then people just click the link and they're like, "Oh, now I get it." That's a really good idea. Because just to share the YouTube link, like watch this.
Yeah,
it works so well.
I think it's crucial because even Ivan on tech is like, what's Titanx? Like DragonX. Okay, DragonX is Titanx, but where is the Titan? I wish I would have if I would have had it in a YouTube format. I wanted to upload it in my YouTube video because I don't even have a channel, just like one video where I was screaming about marketing and hashtagging.
You should do it.
But I hopefully YouTube will allow me to upload it. I'm gonna try to upload all of them there to see if I get like the copyright flagging and stuff. If I do, then no, okay. I'm gonna upload it. I'm gonna bombard you guys with those videos, okay? And so we can get it out. And okay, thanks.
It's also, I've noticed it's better than having a YouTube link is just embedding the video in Twitter. Like so that they don't even have to click a link; they just scroll and then watch a 2-minute clip or whatever. Yeah,
because I really think that's crucial.
I agree. So post them on YouTube, then share the links. Post them like publicly on Twitter. Everybody has the links, and then everybody can download the YouTube videos, have them like on their computer to like respond to tweets and stuff. That will do wonders. Or just send the YouTube link if people that don't know how to download YouTube.
You want me to post the YouTube link on Twitter?
So the compilations to YouTube, and then make a tweet, tag all of us, and just with the 3 YouTube links, because then we could just download them to a computer. Yeah, because if you run around sending Google Drive folders, everybody gets sketched out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing, especially in crypto, like clicking links. But YouTube, everybody clicks YouTube all day long.
Okay.
I'll tell you what's really cool though. Everyone using the multi-stream capabilities to literally fatten up, or they're like, no more streams can be done because everyone's filling up that volume. That's dope. Like, how many different Twitter streams are going on right now on the same thing, and then you just add up all the different views. That's dope because you see multiple different threads, the same thing pushing forward. So clearly people are like, wow, there's more than just one person streaming this. Maybe I'll actually like check in and pay attention.
One last question. How do I upload all 3 videos? Did you say that I can upload all of them in one thread, Jay? I can
No. So go to YouTube, create video, upload them as 3 separate videos. Just call it like Titanx compilation 1, Titanx compilation 2.
Okay.
And then just post the 3 public YouTube links on Twitter.
Okay.
Tag all of us. And then we're ready to rumble.
Okay. I'm gonna bombard the Telegram groups too. I'm pretty good for that when I get passionate.
After with the YouTube links, not the good.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Okay, awesome.
That will do wonders.
Sorry, and if I happen to get a
Great idea.
copyright, if I happen to get like a copyright thing or something, I'll send them to you. And I just.
But even when it's copyrighted, it's fine because when you get copyrighted, it's just no monetization. But you don't have monetization anywhere. The videos still stay up.
Oh,
they won't take it down.
Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Perfect. All right. Awesome, guys.
Just don't put any like mainstream music behind it or something like that. That's the only thing.
Okay.
But,
No.
Yeah.
Just
no music, just raw clips. Yep.
Just some Titanx Alpha. Yeah. Yeah,
that
Kristen,
would
you
be
did an
good. I like
amazing
that.
job on that one because that's one of the best ones. There is oh man. Yeah. Awesome. Perfect. Okay.
So Kindness did a great job. He's very good at explaining things and in simple terms and breaking it down.
Oh man. Yeah.
By the way, if you needed to put audio in your stuff, go to pixelbay.com. Wath of audio, copyright free, good to go. Don't have to worry about it. So yeah.
Do I need to? Oh, I wonder if I need to edit those videos. I'm terrible at editing. Can I just upload them?
Just upload them.
Okay.
Keep it simple.
Okay.
Yep. If we want to edit them, we can edit them on our end.
Okay,
Just
perfect.
we'll just download the YouTube video and then go from
Okay,
there.
awesome. Okay, awesome. Let's do that, guys, because I really think that's crucial. Like we need, that's really crucial because we're trying to figure out like how to get people onboarded and make them understand. Just they need to listen to the crucial points that Jake said. That's all they need. Like if you sit down, listen to the crucial points, why he built it, all the things, the concerns, blah 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 blah, like all his alpha moments in his interviews. That's all they need. If they don't get it there, man, we can't help them. like if that doesn't make them open, there's not much we can do. Like
cryptographics. I heard you have an announcement.
A little something.
Well,
Is now the time?
let's
Should I
get
make-
this.
should I do it now? Should I do it now?
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
Do it.
Okay.
Hold on.
Physical props. Love it.
I think we
That
were
was
missing
amazing.
Okay. So, the last 3 years, I've been studying the hell out of Hex, Pulse Chain, and all these cryptocurrencies up till Titanx launched. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I continued to study. And I have been working tirelessly over the last number of months. I've actually been working so much, like it's been insane. And I finally come up with something that is in the works of being built on Titanx. And it is a culmination of every single thing that I have studied and learned over the past 3 years now, which has never been done before, period. Never been done on Titanx. And I can't wait to launch it. Hopefully. Well, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything there. But what I will say is you will find out the name and all about it in December. But I want to just plant that seed right now because I am beyond excited. So
let's go.
Nice.
Let's fucking go.
My
Can you
boy.
give us something? Anything?
Other than December.
You can't say no to the lady, man. You can't say no to the lady.
I need to consult my my helper on this for what I can release.
Okay.
Call him up. Call him up. You got 5 minutes.
One sec.
Yeah, Yeah, that's awesome to hear, and that's a lot of time put into one thing, and a lot of people's kind of blueprint or overview or something is like, hey, this past week or this past month or whatever the case may be. So 3 years is nuts.
It's been a long. I didn't think it was going to be I didn't think anything was going to be anything at first. It's funny. The first iteration I did of a protocol was actually based on Hedron and Icosa, and it was terrible, but it started this whole ball rolling. And then I remember actually someone on stream, or when I was streaming a while back, asked me what I'd like to see built on Titanx. And if you can, everything started from that stream where I actually said an idea out loud and then built this whole thing, brought it to Jake, and Jake was like, no, it's not. No, it just don't. Some of the mechanics are good, but don't take it this way. And eventually it came to this thing where now, I mean, Jake, from our conversations, I mean, yeah, I brought it to you.
Good.
You like it.
I mean, this is the thing, man. Like the general idea was good. He was going in a good direction. It's getting feedback from people that have real world experience building. That's what like really refines something. And now it's good. Now it's great. I love it.
Yeah, well, that's so true. Like it took probably 4 or 5 different people to really shape what's coming. So, and I'm sure every builder's, and you were actually saying this earlier, and I when you were saying it earlier in the day, I was really resonating because it's like, yeah, it's so true. Like nothing is built alone. No one person builds one protocol, because always inspired from one other person who then goes to bring to someone else who helps refine it and it's shaped down. It's really a community effort on all fronts. And it's just, comes through one person, but shaped by many, so it's really cool. And I'm really excited.
You only get that in this ecosystem. That's what's insane. The caliber of builders because you just made me realize something, Cryptographic, is the caliber of builders we're getting. And then on top of that, somebody comes with an idea and they're all there to help them on top of that. Holy crap, man. Like that's not, you don't see that anywhere else, because usually it's competition, right? This is more like co-opetition.
Yeah,
100%.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, and just as a side note, if anybody wants to drop off, we have one more speaker trying to come in here that hasn't been on, so just kind of throwing it out there. So
I'll hop off in like 2. I just need to consult with my man to make sure, to see if I can say anything. Yeah, we've got a plan, and I don't want to deviate from the plan. So
stick to the plan. You gave us December. That's good.
You said something is coming. I can't tell you anything about it.
That's good.
Announcement of an
That's
announcement.
good.
I'm that guy.
That's right. Stick to the man plan. He'll be okay.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, the fact that people know it's coming, that feels good. Just getting that out in public feels good. I know it does.
Oh yeah. It's been sitting in the back pocket for so long now, just to have it out there for people to be knowing that, like, there's to add one more to the pile, essentially, add one more to everything that's coming. And I'm one of many that are either just now talking about theirs or haven't come out yet and even spoken about theirs. So, I mean, 28 builds on Titanx is coming sooner than everyone thinks.
Yep. I love it.
Yeah, the thing graphics is building is it's a pretty big beast. Like it's nice. I like it. The first iteration was like meh, but then we started like brainstorming, and at the end of the call, I'm like, oh yeah, this is good shit. Yeah, then it really became like, oh shit, okay, this can work. This is nice. This is sick. It's I'll give it to you. Otherwise, I'll start talking my fucking mouth.
Come on.
Yeah, don't break the seal. Let Cryptographic break the seal.
Oh man, I don't know what I can. Oh man.
Well, in true crypto fashion, it's just leave it as it's an announcement of an announcement.
Yeah. I'm gonna totally just go with that.
Bullish, fucking bullish, man. Let's fucking go.
Love it.
I was thinking.
All right, we got one more person who wants to come up. Is there anyone who's willing to bounce out for just a little bit?
I'll head out.
Sure.
I just wanted to drop in, hang with you guys for a moment. Thank you for being here for this. And yeah.
I'll love graphics.
Come back at the very end and do the
job, buddy. Congrats.
Yeah, you know what I'll do? I'll possibly come at the very end. I'll talk to my guy and see if I can share anything. And if I can, I'll hop on at the end and drop a little nugget if I can.
Yeah, take my spot at the end.
Nice.
All right.
All right.
Nice. Take care, buddy. Bye, bro.
Hey, buddy.
I love that guy.
What up, Mitch?
Wow.
Mitch.
Hey, what's up? Wow, good to be here.
What up, buddy?
Yeah, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Mitch. I'm over here in Cambodia, and it's so cool to see everybody. Jake, Dude, Titan J, TEDx, Chris, Crypto Kool-Aid, Crypto Graphics, of course, Mo. And yeah, it's really nice to meet you all.
Pleasure.
Absolutely.
Pleasure. Actually, Mitch, I was talking with Colum. He's coming into the lounge on Tuesday.
Oh, nice.
And he sent me a message, and he wanted me to ask you if you wanted to come join us.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That'd be great. So I'll send you the information, okay, buddy?
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Ted.
Cool.
Thanks.
Ted,
Yeah,
do you
it's been really amazing. Keeping up and watching everybody on here. I've been in Titanx since day one, and I've always been kind of hesitant to come publicly on Twitter, so I've just been lurking in the background, and then finally I'm seeing everybody come and jumping on streams and stuff, and I was like, man, I got to join you guys. So now I got my crypto Twitter going and started making more videos, and it's been a fascinating experience for sure. And Jake, man, I can't believe you've been nonstop. It's crazy. I woke up and I see you still there. It's incredible. Good energy.
Hey, light work, baby. This is how you do it. Lead by example.
Biohacking.
Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking about how much energy you have, and I was just thinking about how I need to try some of these Jake nootropics.
Yes. Come to the dark side.
Yeah.
Hey, Mitch, did you say you have a YouTube channel? Did you say that you just started tubing, or?
I have a YouTube channel. I've had it since like over 10 years. But
Nice.
I started posting years ago some crypto videos. But my background is actually in politics. So
Okay.
I always my thing was that I always thought I was going to be a politician. That was my end goal. And about 4 years ago, just before COVID, I was working on Parliament Hill, and I just thought to myself, I'm like, man, it was funny because I was actually doing crypto in my government office. And I know that's a big no-no, but
It's the most government thing I've ever heard.
yeah. And so I was doing so good in it, and I just thought, man, I got to get back to Cambodia, and I can just do this full time. So I left politics, and here I am. But yeah, my YouTube channel is there. It's just a bunch of different videos of my travels and going to Area 51, my political videos, all that kind of crazy stuff.
What's your YouTube channel, buddy?
It's just Mitch St. Pierre. So
Okay.
MITCH
Yep.
STPIERRE.
Okay, perfect. Awesome, buddy.
Yeah.
No, just wanted to give a shout out to your YouTube channel. Perfect.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, man.
Awesome. Yeah, I got it.
So
I'm gonna
Mitch,
sign up.
you went to Area 51. You couldn't find any aliens, so you came back to the Titanx ecosystem.
Yeah.
To find the
What's
aliens.
funny is the biggest video on all my YouTube channel is the video of me going to Area 51. Because
wow,
it was a bunch of years ago, but I was one of the only people that crossed that line. Where the says you can't cross the line. So I crossed it. And then do you guys remember back in the day, a couple of years ago, when this kid had this big thing and everybody was going to raid Area 51?
Yeah, I remember.
So
Yep.
yeah. So I went to Vegas for that because I was invited to go, and I was going to be interviewed by NBC and all these things. But I decided, I woke up in the morning in my hotel in Vegas, and I was just thinking about it. I'm like, man, they're just going to make fun of everybody that goes there. And they did. They made everybody out to become like these tinfoil hat people. And so I didn't continue with that. But yeah, my biggest video is the Area 51.
I remember the Area 51 stuff because everybody was going to raid it. That was like a massive Facebook group, and it was like a Facebook event going on. I remember that. And then there were a couple of kids that went, and they were like Naruto running. And that turned into like massive memes on the internet. I remember that. That was hilarious.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, we're glad you're still alive. We're glad you're still alive, Mitch. Sorry.
It's funny too because all the comments on the video
of me at Area 51 are like, "Oh, he's just trying to go back home."
You got to put rocket
The
boosters
internet's
on him.
brutal. That's funny.
Yeah.
Mitch, what's your favorite Titanx protocol?
Oh man,
Can you narrow
that's
it
a tough
down?
one. It's like asking your mom and dad who's your favorite son. It's really difficult. I mean, I just counted today. I'm almost in every single Titanx project. There's a few missing, but I'm in all of them, and it's crazy because the last couple months that things have been really ramping up. I've spent so much time. I kind of like Jake now, where we see him on stream all the time. I'm just watching hours and hours, trying to fully understand everything. Right, so it's taken up a lot of my time. But yeah, I'm Blaze Crypto asked where I'm from. I'm from Canada, but I live in Cambodia now.
Nice.
Wow.
Same here, Canada.
Yeah. I recognize your accent.
Yeah, I believe you. You should. If I talk to you French, you're gonna know exactly which province. Everybody's like,
Yeah, I know.
this province.
Je parle un petit peu en français.
Yeah, petit peu, petit peu. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Top 3 projects, Mitch. Your favorite 3 in general, or 5, if you have a
Or
bit.
5.
You're talking to a politician.
The ones that take up most of my time, of course, are Titanx. Element 280, I've been obsessing over a lot lately. Hydra is great too. Oh man, Volt, Titan Farms.
Yeah.
I love that. I've been doing crypto for a long time, and the other thing that's so great about Titanx is we all know about DeFi. Like I started off, my first project was BitConnect, and and then I started getting into real DeFi projects like P3D, and the list goes on, and even farms, but nothing has ever been to the tune of Titanx for sure.
Man.
I mean, with all these different projects that I've been in, you never have this kind of community. I think the closest kind of community that you got to this is probably Pulse Chain or Hex, but Pulse Chain and Hex are great, but it's very divisive, right? You don't have a community who's so open and friendly and supportive like this.
Camaraderie is the most important thing. I mean, I've been the game dev at Hexco since the beginning, and God, I hate negativity. Like at the end of the day, that is the drawstring for me. I just can't stand it. Positivity always helps with everything. And then furthermore, the build component is the most important thing that we didn't have in Hexco, is actually bring everyone together and try to build together. And I think there can be some camaraderie between Hexicans, Pulsekins, and the Build on Titanx people. We just have to marry everything together. It's not a me thing or a my protocol. It's a we together to actually bring everything together. Because when you do that, you load balance everything. And that's what you want. You want anchor stones, keystones, cornerstones to actually help load balance everything and to experience and expand it for all. So, 100%.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
I love it. Yeah. And we're slowly building that. I think as the days and weeks go on, I think through sometimes it feels like arguments, right, on Twitter and Telegram and stuff like that. But it takes hard-headed people going back and forth and talking to each other about the pros and cons of things. And, slowly but surely, we're all going to kind of conjoin. And I'm hoping that's kind of what Titanx does for the whole entire crypto ecosystem and says, hey, we're doing something a little different over here. We all think it's very, very beneficial for the ecosystem as a whole. And hopefully we can bring some of that into your ecosystem. And I think we're slowly doing it.
Absolutely. Like with the whole gift tech thing, we built on the premise of bringing communities together. And I think that the more that we bring communities together, it doesn't matter what's in your wallet. It matters what your mentality is and how you're bringing positivity forward and how you're building together. And then how do you work together? Just like the Titanx protocols are working together with Titanx, why can we not do more with more? And then showcase what people that are built are unity, just like it said right there, unity and DeFi. DeFi for all. This is why we all are in all the different ecosystems that we've been through, right? Mitch was saying earlier, starting from the BitConnect days, DAV or Hextracoin, like all the rest of that stuff from the Ponzi days. Now we have real DeFi, and we're arguing over silly things when we're all technically on the same side of the train.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, there's a lot more similarities than differences at this point, for sure.
Yo, it's crazy. I mean, we all cut from the same cut of cloth when it comes from like where we came from to where we got here. Most of us experienced one part of that or not, right? So like, why be decisive over that? Why not build an arc where everyone can get on together?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and yeah, if anybody else has any ideas of, you know, just to kind of culminate this last section that we're doing it with real world expansion and you know, adoption and stuff like that. If anybody has any last ditch ideas before we kind of hit this last you know, outro, if you will, of conference day 2, yeah.
The only comment I want to add when it comes to thinking around the real world applications and bringing this into reality, for me, the strongest connection there is that passive income piece. So, you know, and I love being involved in the farms and, you know, the E280 with, and it just feels more like you're getting something as a passive income. And I think that actually translates into the real world really nicely, rather than just something that, you know, you're going to get a big win and then maybe, you know, you don't know when it's going to happen again. I think like if you can kind of try and bolster that passive income so that it can be strong enough to make it through bull and bear markets, I mean, that's something incredible.
Yeah, and I think personally the farms, especially since, you know, last cycle, farms was a huge narrative, and people really got their heads wrapped around it. And you know, it seems like we're really growing how much capital is actually within the farms. And when we start getting really big numbers, more and more eyeballs are going onto it. And if it's safe and everything like that, people trust it. And like you said, passive income is what people kind of want, instead of it being like, I got to sell my principal. I can sell this, or I could use this for other opportunities and stuff. So I think that was a big step forward for sure.
I think for adoption too, like these streams are really great. I mean, I've heard so many people during this conference, you know, and newcomers who have mentioned the live streams, you know, and how much of a, you know, you get to see the community, you get to listen to everybody's stories. I think it's a really great idea. You know, and everybody seeing Jake, you know, being a warrior out here doing 12-hour streams is pretty wild too.
Right. 24 hours. 12 hours.
Yeah. Who
12 hours
was
today.
saying next conference 24-hour stream?
We're gonna kill Jake.
Oh, you're gonna need a little bit more than that to get me down. Light work.
Raymond, congrats on Lotus, man.
Hey, thank you. Yeah,
You know,
appreciate that.
it's
man.
funny. When I saw your project, because we have huge Lotus farms, like 10 minutes away from where I live.
Oh.
And when I first came to Cambodia back in 2012, I actually had a hotel, and the name of our hotel was Lotus Lodge.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they grow up out of the mud, literally.
Yeah, man. And you know what? In Cambodia, like the lotus plant is. I remember being in the tuk-tuk, and the tuk-tuk driver was complaining, saying how, you know, before plastic was introduced, Cambodia was so much more beautiful because there's a lot of plastic garbage around, and he was telling me about how the lotus plant, they would use the leaves from the lotus, and they would basically package everything with that.
Wow.
Right, because the lotus leaf is massive. And the other thing too is that you can actually you can just go down like 10 minutes away from where I am, and you buy the lotus stem, and you can pick out the seeds from inside, and you just eat them. They taste like peanuts.
So it's like a natural antibiotic on the outside, like a preservative.
Yeah, and it's like food. People eat the lotus. They make lotus soup for the locals. I mean, I'm not. You know, it's more for a local thing. I'm very westernized. I love my lasagnas and burgers.
He's down at McDonald's while they're having the lotus soup.
I wish, man. There's no McDonald's in all of Cambodia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the only time I get to enjoy McDonald's now is when I do a quick trip over to Singapore or Bangkok.
Yeah, I used to live in Singapore.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah.
You guys are legends. I'm just watching for hours, you know. My brain is a marshmallow from the launch and multi-sigs, which I would just flush down the toilet if I didn't need them. And so regardless, just great watching everybody. Jake, dude, it's like 70 hours for you or something. I mean, it's record style. Good shit. Chris, great to see you on stream, you know. I mean, background mod, day one, Titanx, you know, it's epic. So, Mo and Smooth and Titan, what's up? Ted. Anyways, I just wanted to, you know, come on the end. Long day.
Wow.
There's my host. There's my fellow host.
Congratulations again, Rain Man.
What's up?
Long day, long weekend. Yeah, pretty epic. Epic couple of days, I must say.
Ali, how's our Inferno doing right now,
huh? Nice to get that. Nice to get a Lotus launch. Volt. We got a Volt all-time high, an Inferno all-time high. Morpheus launching tomorrow. Cryptographics has got a project coming. Loads of alpha. Nice one.
Nice.
It's like you can't. I don't know. It's hard to go wrong, isn't it? You know, like Mitch said, he's in everything. It's just really difficult to go wrong.
Yeah, it's hard to say no.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to have your checklist. So when you wake up in the morning, you just go down all the different projects and just do your daily checkups. You know.
Yeah.
Ali, I was just thinking about a stream a long time ago that you did, and you were talking about having a whiskey or something, and I was just thinking in my head, I'm like, man, if I ever get on stream one day, I gotta have a on-stream whiskey with Ali.
Next time we'll definitely, now that you're out front and center, we'll definitely see your face again, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that'd
I
be
don't
great.
like whiskey. Ooh. I'd have to have a glass of port or something instead.
You should. It's all good.
Whiskey and wine.
Like a weekly get together and have a drink, talk about Titanx. I don't know. Could happen in the future.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's daily in Ireland, right, Ali?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much,
yeah.
Went home, had a nice dinner, a few glasses of wine, back on stream.
Yeah. So what's going to happen this week with the market, guys? Any thoughts? Titanx, we're in our bubble, right? So I don't know.
It's a
Morpheus
comfy
launches
bubble.
tomorrow. That's what I think is happening in the market.
Yeah, Morpheus is going to get some attention. That's for sure.
Yeah, but that's actually a great point because I used to keep track of like the rest of the crypto market very closely. Now I just have my general time stuff. Like when somebody asked me what's the price of Ethereum, what's the price of Bitcoin, man, I couldn't even tell them. I don't look at anything else. I'm just so in the thing. It's like we're having our own little bull market. We couldn't give less of a fuck about everything else.
Take a stab. What price do you think Ethereum is right at the minute?
Probably 2,500 since it's been for the last 30 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Feels like 30 years at this point.
Bullshit. Yeah, you know what? It's like we've been in a bull market since you launched Titanx for our ecosystem in a sense, you know. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, but it hasn't always been a bull market.
Well, I mean, for our still, I mean, it's been good.
For miners,
I mean,
miners
280
were
miners
never
for
really.
profit.
For miners, it was never really bad. Like it was
Yeah,
one point where like some miners were negative. But other than that, like miners have been.
And that was a
have
short
been eating
time,
good.
man. And you told everybody from the beginning, mine.
Yeah.
Mine and time.
Yeah. And all the people that did
Max.
the homework and understood it and got this have been having a party for a year, you know?
But it's so crazy.
You know, speaking of price predictions, You know, one thing I've learned in my entire time in crypto is you can listen to the smartest guy in the entire world talking about where the price of, let's say, Bitcoin goes, and then you have one guy saying it's going to go this way. You honestly, like, anytime any one of my friends asks me where do I think Bitcoin is going to go, or anything like that, I always just say, man, anybody that tells you where they think that crypto is going to go and where the price of Bitcoin is going to go is probably going to be wrong. I mean, nobody has been right. Like, I remember even watching Ben Cohen, or I forget his name. He's super smart, like doing all these analytics and everything. And then they all end up being wrong anyway. So it's a life form of its own.
Yeah, it's like asking somebody 35 years ago where they thought the internet was going to go, right? Like,
exactly.
I had no clue. That's yeah.
I was playing Rainbow Six on 56K dial-up, buddy, back in the day in 1999.
Oh yeah, the good old days.
Man, yeah. when Bitcoin launched, I was playing World of Warcraft. I definitely could have done something better with my life. God damn it.
Dude, I was reading, because remember how like print went away and it went to like the iPad magazines. And I was looking at Nat Geo on my iPad, and then I was like flipped to Wired and this thing Bitcoin's on there. I'm like, the dark web's gonna just tear me apart. I'm staying away from this. And then you're listening to it, and it's like, over the years, amazing technology. Yeah, so it's cool.
So the internet was the fastest adopted technology in history. Like, if you look at the charts and the graphs, like, it's insane compared to any other technology previously. But cryptocurrency is actually being adopted twice as fast as the internet was.
Wow.
Yeah, they say it's like fire, wheel, internet, and then blockchain technology. Now probably AI, actually, it would be like superior.
Yeah. But when the blockchain had 5 million users, I think it was growing twice as fast as the internet was with 5 million users. Because
invented by the US military.
Yeah, because the internet didn't have the internet to piggyback off, right? But now blockchain, we have the internet where everybody's interconnected, everything's open source for the most part. I mean, that's why and then like you said, like with AI, like, but yeah, it's that's why when people say, oh, when they do predictions of where exactly it's going to go, there's no way you're going to know, because this is uncharted water.
I'm thinking, when you think about maybe not the Titanx DApp, but the Titanx hub or something like that, maybe we're missing like a mission statement there. Yeah, I know there's some references in the white paper to the kind of vision behind this, but I think that it would be really good maybe to just have a one-pager on like either Titanx hub or something that speaks to all of these things, that what we're about.
Yeah, I thought about that yesterday.
White paper in ChatGPT, sort it, 2 minutes.
Yeah, it'll do it. Done. Yeah.
Or a vision,
Yeah.
That's what we're about. Maybe what the vision is.
But even, what do you guys feel about like, just like what's the word I'm looking for? Like one phrase, like, you have a company and then you have like a one line that gives you the idea of what it's about. How do you guys feel about that for Titanx? Jake, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I like. So I've thought about this a bunch. One of the lines that keeps coming back is like DeFi for the people, by the people.
Nice.
I like that.
It's short, it's to the point. Because you can't explain the whole ecosystem at one paragraph.
Exactly.
It just needs to be something that catches you a little bit.
Yeah, it needs to be really high level, and speaking to, like, I guess, the builders and what it is that we're trying to achieve.
Maybe like an introductional, like step by step, like stair by stair. This is what you're going to get into as you go up this ladder of education type thing, right? And in the 28th ladder, you're at the full understanding of the Titanx ecosystem. I don't know, just somewhere to present it to people to just, and very simple. Or maybe it's not steps up, maybe it steps down.
I mean, even like Bitcoin, for example, because it took Bitcoin forever to find its narrative. Forever.
Yeah.
But it didn't stop it from growing.
And it changed.
Yeah, and
it changed the narrative like 8 times.
100%. So like I think Bitcoin now is like uncensorable money, the people's money. Those are like 2 big taglines for Bitcoin.
Gold 2.0.
Yeah, stuff like that. So
just yeah.
Because
but
it
yet
sounds
not
like
inflationary. Sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
it's okay. I was going to say, it sounds like crypto's already, getting the traffic from what you'd said, Titanx, Jay. The traffic's already coming into crypto at a high rate, but then I guess the question is, how do you get the eyes on the Titanx ecosystem, and how do we show who we are and why we're maybe a bit different?
Yeah,
we'll definitely work on that.
Like it's
It's
gonna
a
come
fine
in
line
every
legally,
case.
right? It's a fine line legally, guys. So everybody should think about that too, because the regulations aren't like fully set. So
They're coming. People think that the regulations are not sure, this and that. No, they're coming.
well, they're coming, but they're not right now. So
No,
I'm
no.
just saying, just walk slow on that one and take deep thoughts about how that'll be introduced, because when in 2021, when JP Morgan and other banks, they have 100. Bank of America has 100 patents on blockchain technology when they said it's going to shit. You know what I mean? So they're like the sleepers, right? Now they have the ETF. So, I just say tread lightly, at least in the U.S.
Well, they're gonna follow the same. They're gonna just to touch on that real quick. So you have the Financial Stability Board. I'm coming from another community where it's all about the central banks. I'm anti-central banks, but I'm coming from utility tokens about that. So I've researched a lot about the central banks and the regulators and the big players that I hate, where they're at with crypto. And basically, so you have the Financial Stability Board, the FSB. They're the global regulators for everything. So they're like the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements. That's the central bank for all central banks. And the FSB is like kind of like they're the best friend, right? Like they regulate. Everybody thinks like Bank of Canada does their own thing, but no, like they have to follow the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, central bank for all central banks. They follow all the same thing. But the regulation they have in Europe right now, I forgot what the regulation was. What's the name of that?
Take your money.
The regulation that they passed. Was that?
Just kidding. Yeah, it's just take your money. If you beat them, they're going to take it from you. That's all. Yeah.
No, but all I want to say is that all I want people to know is that they're acting as if they don't know what the regulation is going to be. They're not sure. This is all bullshit. Okay, this is all propaganda. It's all bullshit. They know exactly how they're going to regulate it. They're going to follow the same pattern that they're doing. I can't remember the name, but in Europe, the bill that they passed, the regulation for Europe around utility tokens, crypto, and all that stuff, all the countries are pretty much going to follow the same thing. And this is coming from the Financial Stability Board. Because I saw one of the big guys, the FSB, saying, like, we already know what the regulation is going to be. Like, they're all acting like there's uncertainty the same way they did with Bitcoin. Like, oh, what is this? It's going to go to zero probably. They're acting as if they don't know where it's going and all this bullshit to keep the retailers out. But they know exactly where it's going. Like in 3 to 5 years from now, almost everybody's gonna get their crypto. You'll be able to get crypto at a bank.
Yeah, and I love the discussion. Right, it's going to be absolutely so bullish in the future to see kind of where we go. And just to kind of piggyback on that, we're going to do kind of a round table final discussions before we get into the outro. So. If you want to start it off, Rain Man, just what do you think about this, last effort to kind of create real-world utility, partnerships, whatever you think about that?
Yeah, it's amazing in a sense that, Jake created this based off of other people's gigantic mistakes, that hurt people financially and also had people become thousands of millionaires at the same time, right? So trying to bring some equality, some level playing field, right, to this opportunity to gain financial freedom, because it's not about, always just building and money. We want to use that and just be like, get the hell away from that, right? In this extroverted metaverse that we live in now, in my opinion, as technology just moves forward, especially with AI. So yeah, but what we're doing here is pioneering, and everybody's doing the best that they can. And I salute everybody for being, from the streamers to the mods to the builders, to Jake, and just the users, like community members showing up. And so let's just plow forward and just tread lightly, right? So we can be successful. Doesn't have to be aggressive. So
I love it.
good.
I love it. Chris, what do you think?
I think that we're in such a good place right now, and we know what we are today. And I think it would be awesome to be also thinking about, like, who are we going to be over the next few years? So just start thinking now about the vision, and, you know, not this bull market, the next bull market. How may we look in all of that? And I did like the word partnership as well in this section. And I know we haven't had a lot of time, but I think there's probably a lot of ideas about partnering in the real world, because once you start to get those, you know, those kind of attachments out there into the real world, that creates stickiness, and it creates something where people are going to stay for the longer term. That's just my thoughts.
I love it. Mitch, what do you think about everything?
I think it's really interesting that Titanx is, you know, you're speaking about utility. I think Titanx is kind of its own utility, right? I mean, it's got a great ecosystem on the DeFi side, but it's also creating this ecosystem of a community as well, right? And it's interesting, like when I was working in politics, you know, it's all about reaching out and doing things like this, you know. So Jake, you're kind of like a politician in yourself.
Yeah, a cursing politician.
yeah.
Nicotine addicted cursing politician. They have worse
Just say it
vices.
like it is.
I love that.
No, but this is a lot better than politics. I mean, my entire life, you know, working in Parliament, my end goal was to, you know, be a member of Parliament. I even had the now Prime Minister, you know, support me and everything. And then just one day it dawned on me, and I was at a rally, and I just thought to myself, I'm like, man, what am I doing here? This is stupid. And I got so annoyed with everything. And then I hopped on a flight and left. Of course, my parents were really pissed, but yeah.
It is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on. Jay, what do you think? Final thoughts on this section? You're on mute.
No, I don't know, man. I think we'll naturally grow from here. I think. I mean, usually when you see that growth curve that we're seeing right now, I think that snowball is going to start rolling even quicker. I think it has to. We just gotta really just keep pressing on like crazy. I don't have a lot of thoughts as where we could be. I'm just thinking, like, I'm really happy that we're finally here. Like we're done the inflation period, man. Like we're like literally 10 days away. This is insane. Like this is a really, really good moment. Like this is like not that it was a bad thing, but you know, like a woman having birth pain and then the child comes out, like it's that moment. Like right now the fun's gonna begin, you know, like we paid the price, and no, it's just it's the good times are coming now.
I love
and
that.
I'm just really happy about that. We should really be happy about the next 10 to 15, 45 days ish. Yeah.
I love that. Ted, final thoughts.
Final thoughts. You know, in the world in which we're discussing and we're talking about, it moves very, very fast. I'm a firm believer that slow and steady is going to win the race. It's kind of a oxymoron in a way, but you know, we move really fast to keep up with everything and new things coming out constantly. But just staying course, staying focused, sticking to the ethos, in time. You know, slow and steady is going to be our biggest victory in a sense. I mean, we're going to grow exponentially fast, I think, especially with Titanx becoming more and more rare. But
hyperdeflationary.
Yeah,
Use the word
hyperdeflationary. I apologize. I apologize, but yeah. But my whole feel and the vibe about Titanx and just the whole ecosystem, it's strong, it's robust, it's remarkably talented with just amazing people from every aspect in every corner of the world. That type of collaboration means a lot, and that's what builds greatness. And being able to openly have these sessions and talk the way we're talking, we're making the best damn soup on the planet. I mean, period. It's going to be it's a melting pot for us to just grow with and be a part of and contribute to. The old saying, no question is a dumb question. I'm a firm believer in that. It's true. Don't be afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to put your ideas out there. You never know what's going to click. But in closing, I'm going to be slow and steady, but I'm constantly got my feelers out for just avenues or little things that could, we could bring to the table and talk about more. And actually, I do have one last thing is, should we consider maybe having like every 2 weeks or once a month, a group session just like this, to keep that flow, that momentum, those ideas churning, because when this is over, it may be over, boom, done. And we'll think about it and we'll think about it. But if we're really focused and we want to have a group that, refines itself and fine tunes our approach, maybe we should get a group together to where we can have these type of discussions openly like this. It's a great way to, bring exposure to what it is we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's a really great idea, and it's something to build off. And it's not hard at this point to get a group of people that support this ecosystem together. And it's going to be something that we're going to continuously build and grow on that. And whether it's every other week, every month, whatever that is, I think in the future, throughout this next week or two, I think we'll kind of dial it in because I think that's a great idea.
Excellent. And thank you to everybody for everything. Really, it's been a pleasure. Bad Sports, you are truly a fucking rock star, man. I don't know where you got it from, but get some sleep, bro. Yeah. And Allie and Mo, you guys have been awesome too, man. And Smooth, always a pleasure.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah. Josh, Jake, on you, man. Chris.
Yeah, cheers, Ted. I've actually got I've got a bit of an advantage because I've just got a completely unhealthy, obsessive personality. So anything I get involved in, that's it. That's me. So
rage.
That's advantage to some people, but yeah, that's where I'm at. And yeah, just closing thoughts for me. I'm going to stay on a little bit longer, but it's just been amazing. Like, got everyone has turned up. Everyone we spoke to has come down and give it their all. Chris, you've come on twice now. You said last week you wasn't going to stream. You've come on and streamed twice in 2 days now. So yeah, fair play. And I think that's what's really good about this event is it's brought people up who probably didn't even think that they had the confidence or the energy to come up and stream, and they've come out and done it. They've broke they broke the seal, and I'm sure, Chris, you're going to we'll be seeing a lot more of your face, I reckon.
I already asked her to come on the lounge.
Yeah.
I DM'd her during this session. I DM'd her like, Chris, you got to come on the lounge.
And Mo's already reached out as well, so I think so.
You go. All right.
What's up? Yeah.
I think it's definitely grown new relationships. I've been speaking to all types of new people from the community this weekend who I've not spoken to before, and it's been great fun. So yeah, new relationships, new beginnings. It's very positive. Let's just let's keep it flowing.
What if we did? What if we did once every 4 to 6 weeks? Because I know it's a lot for people to organize, but just like it wouldn't be as much to organize probably. Because this was really crazy, but just kind of like just who wants? Yeah, like something.
I'll tell you what, we're kind of already at that point where we are doing that. I mean, in the last 2 weeks, I don't know how many streams we've had where we've had 7 or 8, 9 people on. I pretty much think that's going to be the norm going forward.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's right.
I think we're going to be doing this as much as possible. And for everyone else like that maybe doesn't know, we have actually created a coordination channel to get streamers and builders together so that we can get the message out as much as possible and get on the same page. So we are going to get better and better at this, and we're going to grind more and more at this.
True.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, this has been an amazing section. I know, Josh, you wanted to chill something a little bit just before we move on to the outro.
Yeah, just so like even in terms of relationships and all the different builders, community members, everyone working together here in Titanx. And so yeah, we have just recently in the last week. So there's been a few mentions of this dev shop a few times this weekend. So that's Decentra. So Accelerate and Decentra have just signed a partnership. So we will be working as a combined group, and it's really blown me away because I just came here to get involved in crypto, accidentally found all these amazing people, and now I'm going into a business partnership in Web3. So yeah, totally blown me away, and onwards and upwards. I've got a little bit of information to share from sort of their package there that we're in partnership with. So once we drop down, I'll run through a couple of slides, and then we're going to hand over to Mo, Ali, and Jake to send us off and close us out. They started, so they can finish it. But yeah, thank you for coming. It's been fantastic.
That's amazing.
Mr. Irish, want to go first? That's you, Ali.
What was that? Oh, right, okay. I wasn't even prepared there. Fuck, I don't even know. Yeah, it's like what do you say? It's been an amazing ride for the last year. A culmination of everybody's effort, not just to pull the community together, but just all the people coming on, the streamers, the community members, and the effort never stops. Josh in the background busting his ass. Like Mo said, what have we got now? We've got a group of 50 odd streamers that are in a group chat together, all working and harmoniously. We've got Accelerate partnering up with Decentra. There's just so many things happening. A recipe for success. I'll just leave it at that. Everything's led up to this point, and right where we are now, you could never imagine we'd be here. And I'm really just excited for what's coming next. Honestly, I'll say this. Actually, I'm just looking back. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, getting back to building. We've got 5 builds on the go at the minute, and I'm just looking forward to getting back into action. This conference has been a lot of work for everybody. So yeah, onwards and upwards, friends.
Nice. Are you going to be allowed to discuss about your partnership at all, or is that more like we can talk about it more later? Like, are you going to be allowed to discuss what it looks like? And
yeah, of course.
Nice.
Everything will be I think Josh has a few slides and stuff to share, but it'll be all out front and center.
No, I'm very curious about that.
Mo.
I'll give my remarks at the end. I don't need to do it twice. Everyone's heard me talk enough.
We need more Mo. God damn it.
I got a good ending. I'll save it.
Okay. For me, it's simple. I don't know. Work harder, do more, be more consistent. That's it. At the end of the day, what you did yesterday doesn't matter. It's what you do today and tomorrow that matters. Like, you don't build your future off the shit you did in the past. You build your future off of what you do today. So work hard, work your ass off, work like your life depends on it, because it does.
I'm fucking ready. Let's go.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Yeah, and work smart too if you can. Work smart too.
Mm-hmm.
Leverage everything, man. Leverage AI. And guys, for everybody's watching in community, when you can, you can look at platforms like Upwork. You can outsource your work, man, for nothing. These people are working in other countries, even at $4 or $5 an hour. For them, it's good money. It's not like you're underpaying them, and you can just offload tasks. Like, you can leverage that, and like combination of AI and platforms like Upwork, where you can hire freelancers for almost nothing. Those, like, always think about how you can leverage that, because that's like really, really crazy, man. Like right now I can do in 2 weeks what it would have taken me like 15 years to do in the past.
Yeah, this is important. This is important to mention. When I say work hard, it's literally just marketing. That's it. Because even if you build, the actual building is nothing. Like, that's not work. The work is, once it's out, it's hitting the ground running and marketing. Because if nobody knows it exists, it might as well not exist. because nobody can interact with it. You can have the cure for cancer, but if nobody knows it exists, it didn't cure fuck all.
Yeah.
Marketing is the work. So like getting it in people's hands, talking about it, onboarding people, like be loud. Marketing is the work.
Yeah, if you
It's
got
95% of the work.
I'll actually jump in there and say that's exactly what the Decentra Accelerate partnership is all about. You know, we are out front and center, marketing, building relationships with people all the time, community members, streaming, you know, even creating memes, creating content, and that's where you've seen Bad Sports as well. That's where our strength is. It's just putting the work in consistently, day after day after day, turning up every day. It's easy to come in, build projects, and launch them. But like you say, the real fucking work is after the project launches and being able to stay consistent and being able to continue to market projects, talk about them, bring attention to them. So yeah, I mean, just hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what our partnership is all about.
Nice. So they would be more the marketing kind of?
No, we are.
You guys handle the marketing?
Yep.
They handle the building following your ethos?
I think they're gonna go over it here in just a second.
Okay.
Smooth. What are your last thoughts, man?
Yeah, man, this was super awesome just to have the opportunity to host this past couple days and hear people's different ideas and perspectives, especially since this is a community-driven project and ecosystem, and what we're building in this ethos is only going to be more driven in the future with all the other projects that we build and grow. And a ton of other people and communities are going to take notes in exactly what we're doing and apply it to their stuff. So I just want to commend absolutely everybody for what they've done so far and what they're going to do in the future. It's everybody's working for free. Everybody's using their own money to do everything. So it's so amazing to see. Just so bullish and just happy that I've, found this ecosystem, found this group of people that I can call friends and teammates and coworkers, so yeah, just blessed to be here. And, it's just another great opportunity. And what we're doing in the future is going to be even crazier than what we've already done. So I just want to leave it at that.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Mel.
Nice. Yeah, I'll drop everyone off and leave the last few guys just to close us off. And yeah, thanks everyone. It's been amazing, and we'll do it all again next year, but bigger and better.
Yes, sir.
Mitch, thanks for being here, buddy.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
See you guys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
You guys are
everyone.
great.
See you, everyone.
That'll be good.
These are good videos. These are good videos.
Yo. Yeah, them really fun and colourful with the logos and the conferences. They're all courtesy of Steve DeFi. So yeah, shout out to Steve, man. He's done really well with all that stuff. He's a bit of a marketing genius, actually. I don't know where it all came from.
He secretly loves making memes as much as everybody else.
Yeah, that was brilliant, guys. Mert, Ali, Jake, you absolutely killed it. Been great.
Man, I don't know how you stay on for 12 hours. I really don't know.
Well, it's pretty simple. You just stay on. It's not that hard.
Chew nicotine nonstop.
Yeah. Eat, do everything on stream.
Kill it, man. Hey, Josh, shout out for being the man behind the scenes on this whole thing, dude. Thank you. And you had a hard time yesterday, brother. So shout out to you for pulling it all off.
It's been a lot easier with a decent internet connection. I'm not going to lie, but it's been great, man. I just loved it. And then we got an Inferno all-time high.
Hey!
It was like the gift that kept on giving,
Yeah, it's not a 3x off the bottom in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it just closed out for me. All the effort that I've put in and getting everyone together, and all the effort everyone's put in, and then just to get that little yeah, that little tip of the hat from the bull at the end was it's good fun. Yeah, so I wanted to just maybe just have a few minutes. Ali, you and I have been discussing today just to let everyone know that obviously we're going into a business partnership with Decentra, so we're gonna try and explode this ecosystem by allowing people to build as much as possible with two really strong teams. Obviously Accelerate, which is me, Ali and Scott. Accelerate.build. Couple of the sections today and yesterday was titled Powered by Accelerate, which was essentially me and Ali. And yeah, we've decided to go into a partnership with Decentra, who are a dev shop and have some really, really good auditing teams. And yeah, we're gonna really help push this ecosystem, because the two teams together, working together instead of working in a separate format, is going to be absolutely killer. It's going to be insane. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we get that out there, because these guys are brilliant, and I want to make sure that everyone knows that we are here and open for business.
Yeah, it's even since we started. It's been a wild ride being in Titanx, but even just I feel very lucky to have been able to build projects, and have relationships with the Blaze team, all the stuff that the Blaze teams come together to do when we all kind of went our little separate ways to continue to build all the things we wanted to build. It's been, I've just felt very, very lucky to have all those people, made all those relationships, had all those tough experiences, all the good experiences, and come out now and where we are now. We've already launched projects for a couple of clients. We've got 5 builds currently on the go. And it's just all very exciting, and I'm very, very lucky to be here with all you guys as well.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Let's get it. I'm grasping for energy here.
My eyeballs are closing here.
I know, we're dead. Look, we all know where we started and all the work that we put in to get here. I'm pretty sure maybe 6 months ago you would have looked at the work you were putting in going, man, I don't know if this is going to work out. But now look at where it's paid off. Look at where we are. We're going to keep this fucking going. So all I have to say to everybody is I love you all, and let's fucking go.
Go, Jake. Say the 2 words.
Hyperdeflation. It's coming. November 8th. That's it. So all the Titanx that people have, that's it. It's all you're ever getting. So keep track of it.
Brilliant.
Cool. So yeah, let's close it out. We've done well over 12 hours today. So fair play, everyone. Thanks everyone for coming, showing up. We're gonna hopefully put all these streams into some sort of video format over the next couple of weeks. So that'll be epic to post out. And yeah, let's close it out. See you later. Hyper deflation is coming, baby.
To the